There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
Hi, Coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers!
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
I've just accepted, I think, that you're just going to have to take a lecture whenever Dion steps up to that podium during midweek. No, again, I said on the air yesterday that Ryan Staub is expected to be the starter because that was an ESPN article where it was one of those, vague sources say things. But, I kind of wonder, is that him just protecting his decision and wants Houston to think about it? Did they get to correct info? And then Dion's like, no. Is that him not wanting to tip his hand? I think that's probably what it is.
Everybody just want to be first.
I mean, okay, kind of. But the thing is, again, I just feel like I'm being lectured every time he takes the podium. I'm like, all right, I can't do anything right. I suck. Okay, deal. Now, more of the Dion stuff I want to get to in a bit.
I would love the integrity that we once had.
It's not just that response. There's another one that he gave around the quarterback position that we'll get to in a second. I mean, the huge news yesterday is that the Broncos are staying in Denver. Now, I know this is a big deal around here. I'll be honest. I think it's just kind of understood sometimes that a team called the New York Jets play in Jersey, and you're just like, yeah, whatever. It's what it is. Or you have a team that's it's not the Los Angeles Rams. They play in Inglewood or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I think we just generally accept that happens. So I wasn't as, how would I say, rabid about it has to be in Denver. It has to be in Denver. I'm like, no, you could put them in Fort Collins and you could still say Denver. But I do think it's a good thing that they stayed within, quote, the city limits. The best part to me, and I think this is huge, this is another example of just, you get it. Just get it. No rise in taxes. Teams could very easily do that to you over and over and over again. We've seen the example of billionaire owners building new teams and then kind of holding the city hostage by saying, if you don't help me pay for this, then I will take them somewhere else. And it becomes this whole battle of, okay, I mean, I don't want the team to leave. Remember when I was talking about the other day, Nelly, where I said, and it stemmed from the red zone conversation of having commercials, and my whole point was, how much money does the NFL need? And the answer is they will take whatever money they can without losing you. And I started to have like an internal discussion of like, what would the NFL need to do for me not to watch every Sunday? And I got into a really dark place where I'm like, God, if they came to my house and slapped my wife before every game, would I watch still? I might. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they just got me. It's the same thing with owners when they force a taxpayer-funded aspect of building a new stadium. It's, you hate it, but would you rather the team just leave? And in the case of the Walton Penner Group, there's no fear of that. They said, hey, we're pretty well off. We got this. Don't worry about it. And they've been like that virtually every step of the way. If you guys can find some sort of criticism for the Walton Penner Group, I'd love to hear it, because even when they made a, quote, mistake, and they just kind of took over during the Hackett stuff, I'm trying to remember the timing on that. I think Hackett was hired before they came on board officially. Now, did they probably have discussions about the multi-billion-dollar asset they're buying and who they were putting in charge before it was official? I would assume so. But let's say they did. Let's say that they were the driving force behind the Hackett thing. To their credit, they're like, I'll spend millions upon tens of millions of dollars to make this thing go away. Well, the second they found out this wasn't going to work. Like, the no public funding aspect of this, I think, is a huge compliment to the market in the city. And I'm somebody, I don't live in Denver. I live in Aurora. This is another one of those, like, NFL things. The people who play in the stadium that is a stadium that's outside the city limits of the city they're claiming. Somebody asked me where I live. I say I live in Denver. I live in Aurora. It's Denver. Same thing.
Brett, be specific. Where do you live?
A-Town.
No, what do you always say? You live in the food court of the Denver
The
airport.
food court of the Denver airport is where I live, specifically. But that is, yeah, have you noticed, Nelly? That's the Denver airport.
Yeah, but isn't the airport, though, isn't it technically in
Nebraska?
the city of Denver?
Yeah.
If you look at the city limits,
Oh,
there's
how
this
they, like,
weird
cut out-
arm that goes out, so it's still in the city limits.
Yeah, whatever. But that's what I'm getting at is this. Having the no taxpayer funded thing, I believe, because I live in Aurora, would technically not have affected me, would have affected millions of people in Denver, though. And it's a huge compliment from ownership that they didn't do that when they very easily could have. You know, rich people are rich because they know how to save a penny every once in a while. The rich people who don't stay rich are the ones that go out and they have the billion-dollar yacht, and then all of a sudden you're like, why is this person filing for bankruptcy? They know where to spend the money and how to get others to help. But in a case like this, they are smart enough to understand the loyalty of the fan base is what makes this entire thing go. It's what matters the most. So that is a huge compliment to them. The third thing, and to me, I think it's one of the most important things. To have a retractable roof is such, like, think about what the era we live in right now. That somebody who owns a stadium that big can just be like, hey, it's sunny out today. Let's feel the sun. Ooh, it's going to be rainy and cold. Let's close that sucker up. You have a convertible for a building, which is amazingly cool. And I don't know if the roof is ever going to be closed truly that often. I think Damani Leach said they wouldn't have done it at all last year. Like, they'd still be willing to have cold games. Now, as a fan, that temp drops below freezing, I would want you to close it. I'm like, I just want to be comfortable, okay? When you're getting in the 40s and 50s, you're really pushing it for me. 50s are all right. 40s is pushing it. You get down to 30, close that sucker up. I don't need to deal with this. But we all kind of know. Denver in the winter, if it's 30 degrees but the sun, there's not a cloud in the sky, it's not bad as long as you're in the sun.
Well, and also, I think it was our guy RK with DNVR said, what if you're playing a playoff game against the Miami Dolphins or something like that, and they're in town and the forecast calls for snow and 0 degrees? Do you just flip them double birds and say, hey, roof's staying open, pal. Get ready to learn freezing, buddy.
You know, I've heard people make that argument before. Buffalo, I get it. I mean, it kind of depends on your personnel. Like, is your quarterback, does he play well in that type of weather? Like, Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay certainly did that. Josh Allen in Buffalo certainly does that. But I think for a lot of guys, it's like, you ask any quarterback out there, at least most of them, would you rather play in 5 degrees with -10 wind chill, or would you rather play in 70 degrees? I think they'd all tell you 70. I don't know if I buy this whole thing, like, and it's a very specific example, by the way. If you play the Dolphins, okay. What, the Dolphins and the Jags?
Or, I mean, the Houston Texans, I guess, C.J. Stroud played at Ohio State, right? So he probably played in some cold weather. But does conceptually, if you're playing a warm weather team, would you consider leaving the roof open for home field advantage? Even in the regular season, what if there's snow in the forecast in December and you're playing the Chargers, who have a nice, cushy indoor stadium? That's all I'm saying.
I would love this. It says, Texture says, close the roof when we're on offense, open it while we're on defense.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
I don't think those giant roofs close that fast, but God, I would love it. If it's a Star Trek door and it just goes, psh, 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 like, that would be awesome. I bet that would cost more money and more technology than the world has to have a roof that opens and closes like that, but that would be badass. It's just it's a door that you walk in when you're walking into Target. You just feel that sensor. Oh, what's that? Bo Nix is on the field. Close that thing down. Point is, having a retractable roof is, I think, not just good for a game day experience for fans. We've all been to a game where it is just blistering cold and you're miserable. And you can be the old school, well, that's football, and that's how football. Okay, cool, man. I'd rather not. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know what I really like? Central heating. It's an amazing miracle of science that we have this now. Go back and watch old movies set in the 1800s and watch them turn on their fireplace and be like, huddled around it. I'd rather just, kick on the heaters, baby. Like, here's the funny thing. Do you know what the players get during that game? They might be a little bit cold when they step on the field, but they have adrenaline running. They don't feel it as much as you do in the stands. And I'll tell you where they certainly don't feel it. When they get to the sideline, have you seen the industrial-sized heaters on sidelines during cold NFL games? It's nuts. You sit in front of one of those, you singe your skin. They're so hot. I don't have those in the stands. I like comfort. But more than that, it equals all of the stuff that Denver misses out on because of its location. You miss out on the Super Bowl. You miss out on concerts going year long. You miss out on all these different things. But here's the bottom line, guys. I've mentioned this before, that we've just turned into a really ugly world where buildings aren't, like, you look at Notre Dame, the church, or you look at anything that's in Vatican City or whatever, or even like go to Ireland, go to Europe, and you see all these beautiful buildings, and everything just looks like a Bed Bath & Beyond now. The best things that we get in this country as far as new sort of construction that looks nice is stadiums. And trust me, no expense will be spared. It is going to be the most beautiful thing you'll ever see in your life. I have no idea what it's going to look like, but I can promise you it's going to be that. So I think all of this is fantastic, and credit to the Walton Penner Group for finding a happy medium on really every single subject that we just discussed. Staying in the city of Denver, making sure that it's not a burden on the taxpayers in a way that most other stadiums and owners would be, and getting a roof on that place where you can still enjoy what the beauty of Denver is, which is weather's awesome 10 months out of the year. But also, we know it can get a little nasty, and when it does, you can close that sucker up. Like, I think it's a beautiful marriage between all of them. So 303-504-0925, NFL Stock Up, Stock Down next. yes, the first edition of NFL Stock Up, Stock Down comes your way now. And we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. It's a guy you're going to face this weekend, and I don't know if I buy it, but Daniel Jones, I don't know how you couldn't say his stock is not as high as it could possibly be after 1 week. Every time he stepped foot on the field, it was a scoring drive for the Indianapolis Colts. He's trying to do his own Sam Darnold impression of reclamation project that brings a team that's okay to a much higher level. Again, I think he's in for a rude awakening this weekend against the Broncos defense. It won't look nearly like it did last week, but give the man his flowers. He was 22 of 29 for 272 yards and a touchdown. The first quarterback to do that since 1991. Very, very impressive for that debut. But I think even if you asked Colts fans, Colts coaches, or Daniel Jones himself, he'd be like, whoa, probably not doing that again. But you're going to get a firsthand look this Sunday as you go to Indy and take on that offense. So credit to Daniel Jones. He'll get the stock up for now. I don't think it lasts, but that takes us to quarterback stock down. And I think it's the quarterback on the other side of the field. I think it's Bo. Bo going into year 2 had a lot of hype around him. This offense, you really wanted to see if they could make a jump. And keep in mind, we all understand it's 1 week, and this doesn't mean that this is how it's going to look for the rest of the year. Much like Daniel Jones, I am not expecting the same version of Bo Nix that we saw last week, but I think it'd be hard-pressed to find a quarterback that disappointed more than him, because it wasn't just that on 40 passing attempts, he came away with 176 passing yards. It said he turned the ball over 3 times and damn near had a pick 6. Nobody is expecting or needing Bo Nix to be Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen or Justin Herbert or whoever. But he needs to be solid. And I think solid within that offense with the defense that you have is more than good enough. But in a game like he played last week, had you not played the Tennessee Titans, that's a loss to most teams in the NFL. It has to be better. And now I think most people are watching this weekend with a very, very cocked eyebrow saying, you better not look like you did last week. So Bo Nix gets the stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. Tell you what, 31 years old, and the guy just doesn't stop. It's Derrick Henry. I keep waiting for the post-30-year-old Derrick Henry to show some signs of slowing down, and it just doesn't exist. Maybe he's just a freak. Maybe he's the LeBron of running backs, and he'll continue to do this for 5 more years. I have no idea. But to go 18 carries for 170 yards, 2 touchdowns on an offense that I think wants that they want to be a run-heavy team and not force Lamar to throw the ball 40 times like a guy on the opposite side of the field did it against them in Josh Allen. It's not that Lamar's not capable of it. He is. He's very, very good. It's that the Ravens operate at their best when you don't know what the hell is going to punch you in the mouth. Is it going to be Derrick Henry? Is it going to be Lamar with his legs? Is it going to be Lamar shredding you through the air? Like, the beautiful thing about what they have at their disposal, they're the kind of team like a basketball team that can score inside and outside. Oh, is the three-pointer not working today? Don't worry. We'll hit you with this. Or is our mid-range not solid? Let's hit you from the outside. They have every single option available, and they can do that because Derrick Henry's in the backfield. So he gets a stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Again, this isn't projections for what's going to be down the road. This is just what you notice from week 1. If there's one position in the NFL that you can come in and make an impact immediately without much of a learning curve, it's running back. And all eyes were on Ashton Jeanty during the draft. He gets drafted by the Raiders their first game. He does get a touchdown, but in 19 carries, he gets 38 yards. He catches 2 balls out of the backfield. That results in 2 yards. It's just not a great overall debut. Now, Raiders get the win, part of why they did that is despite 2 yards per carry, they just kept feeding him the football, which I think is a smart thing to do. Sean Payton, take notes. But I was kind of expecting Ashton Genty burst onto the scene, light somebody up for 85, 90 yards in his first game, and he didn't do that. So doesn't mean it can't totally flip next week, but for right now, it's just like, you looked at the box score, you go, man, 19 carries, 38 yards. So he gets a stock down. Let's go team stock up. There's a couple different options. I thought about maybe the Steelers. I thought about maybe the Jets even in a loss. I think it's the Chargers. The way that they handled the Chiefs late in Brazil, that's the biggest detail to me. You can notice the shackles coming off a little bit from Jim Harbaugh to Justin Herbert, where he's lighting the ball up a little bit more like he did with Brandon Staley than last year with Jim Harbaugh. So that trust is now there between those two, which really helps. The biggest thing about that game against Kansas City played that game 17 times last year. Close, we finish. The opposite happened. The game was close all game. The Chargers had a chance to finish, and they did. That's not a small detail. It's huge for them. Not to mention, I think their defense looks as solid as ever. Hampton seemed to give them a little boost in the running game. And this is, I think, the most underrated acquisition of the late offseason. Them bringing back Kane Allen on a 1-year deal gives them a sure-handed wideout where you're not relying on a still very young Lad McConkey and a stone hands Quentin Johnston, which, to his credit, made some good catches in that game. But can't be trusted not to drop the football. You know who never drops the football is Keenan Allen, ever. That guy produces every single year, like the same numbers. It's like 90 catches and 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns. He does that every year, and it looks like, judging off of one game, could be the exact same thing now he's back in L.A. So they get the stock up. NFL team stock down. I think you'd find a hard time arguing any team that disappointed more in Week 1 than Detroit. That was a 15-win team from last year. A 1 seed in the NFC. They're playing on the road in Lambeau. You got them at the time of the year you want, where it's not freezing cold. It's good weather outside. And they looked totally impotent on offense. The loss of Ben Johnson and their defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, who became head coaches this year. I didn't know how much it was going to affect them just because they have so much talent. But John Morton, who came over from Denver last year to be the offensive coordinator, seemed to lack a lot of creativity within that offense for all those weapons that were there. They couldn't protect up the middle. The biggest thing with them, they lose their starting center and their right guard, and now they're getting beat right up the gut, which if that happens to Jared Goff, he looks very, very bad. He's not able to handle pressure well. So if they can't get a creativity problem on offense fixed and an interior offensive line problem on offense fixed, the Lions might be cooked. They very well might be. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think talent's going to win over, and then they'll be fine eventually. But it might take a few weeks for that offense to get running, which could spell for some really hard times early in the season for Detroit. MVP stock up. Why not take the guy that won it last year? Josh Allen, if you were to pick an MVP after the first week, tell me it ain't him. 394 yards, couple of touchdowns through the air. They put up 41 points, but they had the huge comeback in the fourth quarter, which is how we judge quarterbacks. How do you do when the game matters the most? And once again, against an elite team in this league, Josh Allen rallies back in the fourth quarter to get a dub. He is firmly, I think, first in the MVP race yet again. MVP stock down. I think it's Saquon, and here's why. He didn't have a bad game, but he didn't have an amazing game. Jalen Hurts had more rushing yards than he did in that opener against the Cowboys. It's not his fault. He's still a very good back, but I think about it this way. If I gave the MVP to somebody last year, I would have given it to Derrick Henry. I thought what he did for that team was absolutely remarkable. He almost set a single-season rushing record. He had 2,000 yards rushing. If that's not good enough to win you MVP, then I don't know what could be. And he was, maybe if he did it back-to-back, he'd have a strong argument. Putting up 60 yards in week 1 is not going to help that cause at all, so he gets a stock down. Best game of the weekend.
You what?
Yeah, it's Bills-Ravens. I mean, it was incredible. It actually, if we're being fair, it was an okay game until the end when it became great. I think you could make a strong argument for the Steelers-Jets being the best game of the weekend. That was back and forth the entire way. Didn't know who was going to win until the game was over. I thought it was fantastic. But either one of those is cool with me. Worst game of the weekend.
Wow. Wow, bro.
Yeah, it was Colts and Dolphins. The fact that the Dolphins could do nothing on offense, that's your problem. I mean, they finished that game with 211 total yards. But Tua just got rocked the entire game, turnovers galore. You probably could say it was Titans-Broncos because neither offense was enjoyable to watch. But either one of those two could take the cake as well. And there you go.
Tua Tagovailoa.
That is our first edition of NFL Stock Up, Stock Down of the weekend. Or of the season, I'm sorry. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, the passion is justice. So, just a couple details here. I don't know. I'm so glad. Sometimes you're just glad you aren't somebody else because you've been that somebody else for a long time. Brian Dable saying that he still has confidence in Russell Wilson is one of the most egregious lies that you could tell.
Spicy.
Nobody believes in Russell Wilson. I don't even think Russell believes in Russell anymore. Truly. If you're an athlete, you need to have delusional confidence. But I think even athletes, when they drop off this hard, are smart enough to understand you aren't the same guy.
Are you're digging at that video from the pastor going, hey, Russ, you aren't that guy, pal?
Well, it's very clear and obvious there is no point to playing Russell Wilson. He serves no purpose for you. Unless...
That's not what he wanted to cook.
And this is what I wanted to get to. Unless you have a fear. And here's the fear. We take a trip down memory lane to last year before the season started. There was a brand new coach in New England. His name was Gerard Mayo. They just drafted Drake May. They had Jacoby Brissett also on the roster. And it was a battle in camp of who's going to play. The veteran quarterback, or are you going to start the rookie? They went with the veteran. Do you remember a detail as to why he made that decision? Because it had nothing to do with the abilities of both quarterbacks.
Oh, he said, yeah, our O-line's trash.
Our O-line's trash,
So we're
and
going to
I
throw
don't
him out
want
there
him
as
to
a
die.
crash test dummy. Exactly.
I would rather have the crash test dummy be the veteran and not my rookie. That was the translation that was made. He said, we don't trust our O-line, which meant somebody's going to get killed. It's not going to be my young guy. Have you guys seen what the beginning of the Giants' schedule looks like? So they just played last week, and they got absolutely crushed by Washington. This week, they're playing at Dallas. Not too difficult. Following that, it's the Chiefs. Then it's the Chargers. Then it's the Saints, okay. And then it's Eagles, Broncos, Eagles. Perhaps you don't want your kid to get smoked against really good competition early, so you make Russell Wilson take the hits. He comes in later in the year when the schedule softens, wins a few games, and looks like a hero. If this is the long-term plan for them, then it's smart. Here's their problem. Brian Dable is about 3 losses away from getting canned. So if that's his plan, he's doing an amazing favor to the organization and a huge disservice to himself. Which, why would you do that if you're Brian Dable? No chance I would. Hey, Jackson Dart, go out there and play. Hopefully you look good. Other than that, there is zero purpose to starting Russell Wilson. If this was a guy they just hired as head coach, perhaps you could convince me that this is the right approach, that you're playing the long game. But there's no long game from Brian Dable or Joe Shane, the GM there.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Start you. It's the most dangerous thing in football right now. So anyway, just how about this? A comment about your quarterback situation in which people are confused by. That just happened in New York. Also kind of happened in Boulder yesterday. We'll get to it next. All right. Let me tell you something. Nelly, you like getting lectured?
I do. I love a good lecture.
No, not a lecture. Do you like to be lectured?
Who's the one lecturing me?
Dion every Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. I love a good Dion lecture. I love hearing about timeouts and when they should or shouldn't be called. Love that. I love hearing about the journalistic integrity that the media lacks these days.
You know,
love a good prime lecture.
That one, the media doesn't care about blah, blah, blah. They just want to be first. They don't care. That thing, the journalistic integrity stuff, that doesn't bother me. Part of me kind of agrees with him. Now, here's what's going on. The answer that bothered me was this. Like, I think I've said this before with coaches. You can get a really good feeling about a coach if they're willing to accept mistakes that they've made. I find it entirely endearing when a decision is made in a game and a coach goes, you know what, hand up, that's on me. It's not the player's fault. That one is purely me on my shoulders. It's my decision.
You mean like Brian Callahan forgetting what counts as a catch?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes coaches say that, but it's just almost like filler. It's something that they feel like they're supposed to say so they get it out of the way. Like the most famous example I can do is like every game or after every game under Nate Hackett, it starts with me. Like that's not what I'm talking about. I mean,
It starts with me.
When you make a real mistake and a coach goes, you know what? I should have done that differently. That is totally on me. Like, I think it's endearing. Dion hasn't done a lot of that stuff. Like, I go back to a couple weeks ago at Georgia Tech and the not using the timeouts and just even after watching the film being like, yep, that's all the right decisions. It's like,
You go timeout there?
No, it's not. Just say I messed up. It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's fine. But I think
So when was the time to call timeout?
not being willing to acknowledge the mistake is different. And here's another example. He starts his presser by saying, hey, whoever had that report about Staub starting at quarterback is committing journalistic malpractice or whatever he said about that. So somebody goes, okay, fine. So he's not going to start, I guess. And I'll just give you a little precursor of what it sounded like.
There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
I coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
It's like, okay, so media's bad. They lie. They don't care about getting stories right. They just say bad things. I mean, that's been a common theme, hasn't it? Ever since Dion took over, it's media's out to get me sort of thing. And it's like, well, maybe you have a rat in the house who said something to Pete Thamel or somebody that said, hey, we've been practicing. Ryan Staub's been the one all week during practice. He's going to start. Maybe that happened too. But the next thing was, all right, so he's not going to start, or at least you're not saying that. And I think this is a great question. So what is it like not having a solidified starting quarterback that you're playing merry-go-round, third week into the college football season? What's that like? Here's what he said.
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those? I got time today.
Okay, hang on a second. Nelly, I want you to play this because I'm going to do a lot of start and stop. So can you pull this up and play it from your end? Go back to right when Dion starts to answer the question about not having a solidified starting quarterback.
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those?
Stop. A bunch of teams, like a ton of them. You would be shocked to find out how many teams have a solidified starting quarterback. Like, you know what's crazy? Texas has one of those. Isn't that wild? Like, there's no question who's starting week to week for the Texas Longhorns. It's Arch Manning. Michigan has one of those in Bryce Underwood. Clemson has one of those in Cade Klubnik. Penn State has one in Drew Aller. You know, it's actually pretty incredible how many. Miami has one in Carson Beck. Man, I could keep going. Nebraska has one in Dylan Raiola. Kansas State has one in Avery Johnson. It's almost like every team I think of kind of has one of those. And if you don't, then your team's probably not very good.
Whoa.
Like, the fact to, like, nitpick on that part, when I think it's a legitimate question. And here's the thing. What if you said this last year? What if you said this? I go back a year ago in the calendar, Nelly, and I said to Dion, yes, you guys don't have a solidified quarterback this year. Wouldn't he stop me and be like, what are you talking about? Of course it's Shedeur, right? It's the first thing he'd say. Keep going.
I got time today. Who has one of those? What does that look like?
Shedeur?
What does a solidified quarterback
Your
look
son
like?
last year.
What does that look like?
Your son
I wanna
last
know.
year.
We play quarterbacks every week. What does a solidified quarterback looks like? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Somebody just say your son.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you for that setup.
What did they say at the end there, by the way? I didn't hear that. What was that little back and forth that he had?
I'll try to boost it, but I think they just said like a bona fide number one right here. Let's see.
Oh, we play quarterbacks every week. What does a solidified quarterback looks like? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Solidified number one. Yeah. Well, that seems. So he answered the question. I mean, this.
I got time today.
Well, you got time for what? Like, it's a perfectly reasonable question.
Who has one of those?
You know what I was wondering heading into this week in college football about CU as they play their first conference game? Man, kind of sucks not having a quarterback that you just trust wholly and completely, right? I mean,
what does that look like? Excuse me, sir?
A number one start, a clear ahead number one start.
I don't. That could mean something's up with your roster if it's clear. Then that clear guy goes down. What's up with the second one? I like where we are, man. I like what we have. I like what we're playing with. I like these dice I'm shaking. I do. I really do.
Wait, Brett, let me ask you, because I want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. His logic is if you name a bona fide number one starting quarterback, then that means you don't know who your backup is in case your starter gets hurt. Was that the logic there?
I don't like using the Gen Z terms. I don't like whenever somebody says something. What is this new thing? Like 7, 8, or 6, 7, or I don't know. 7, 8, 9.
You got to listen to the morning sprint to get updated on slang of the youth.
Yeah, I don't understand any of that. Like, I don't get into it. When people drop a term like that, I feel like I'm 60 years old. I'm like, I don't know what that means, and I don't care to know what it means.
You're losing
Whatever.
a lot of aura right now, Brett.
Yes, fine. Or yeah, what is that? What's the word they used to say?
Demure.
Demure. Yes. Like all that stuff. I don't talk like that. I don't get it. But I'll tell you this. That's gaslighting. Whatever he just said right there is, I'm gaslit. Because what?
Excuse me, sir?
A number one start, a clear ahead number one start.
I don't. That could mean something's up with your roster if it's clear. Then that
So
clear
hang
guy
on,
goes
hang
down.
on. So just so I'm clear, there was something up with your roster the last 2 years, or I guess 4 years going back to Jackson State, correct?
Then that clear guy goes down. What's up with the second one?
I've been gaslit. Because it's just, if you asked any of these questions last year, he would answer it the complete opposite way because his son was very good and deserving of being a starting quarterback on this team. And this almost comes off as like it's an insecurity with the team. It really does.
Dion, last year you had one Gucci bag. This year you have 3 Samsonites. Figure it out.
303-504-0925. Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. That's right. A new home in the same kind of area of the home. It stays in Denver. This new Mile High Stadium will. A few details to iron out. Vic, I know you've been kind of all over this thing for a while, so I'll just give the floor to you.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it during the show yesterday because I knew the Broncos were announcing it, but I just could not do it. It was bound to happen. I know that the city of Denver, listen, I told you guys on this show months ago it was never going to leave the city of Denver. And all this other talk about Aurora and Lone Tree, all this business was simply talk. That's all it was. The city and its officials, including the governor, they weren't going to allow it to leave Denver. They were going to do whatever it required to keep the Broncos in that area. And give Greg Penner, Kerry Walton, and the ownership group credit here because they understand the value of the Denver Broncos. All right? The Denver Broncos. They were never going to depart that part of the city. And I think this is a win-win for everybody. A lot of questions remain. I know a lot of questions, and I have the answers to some of them. But I could tell you this, that area, and I'm not sure if you guys have been to that area, get ready for major change because that's a part of Denver. I grew up here, and I don't know if I've ever been there.
I have been there.
And I'm sure a lot of people have never been there.
Believe it or not, Vic, I have been there on multiple occasions. And we've discussed the Buckhorn many times, which is across.
Still need to go there.
Let me get down with this a little bit here. And, Vic, when was it that you brought it up, said, hey, it's coming out in the Denver Business Journal that the Broncos are actually buying land at this spot? How long ago was that? A couple of months ago at least?
I don't remember.
Months ago.
I don't remember.
But we've been discussing this.
Vic was telling me months ago.
I know. We've been discussing this for months, okay? And then it seems like all of a sudden everybody, hey, the Broncos are saying that it's Burnham Yards. Like, no guff, Chet. We know that. Do you remember how I described it at the very beginning, Brett?
It's a blight.
It's blighted. I said a nuclear strike would be an improvement on that site. And no offense to everybody who's got either a warehouse or a piece of broken concrete or not weed as in marijuana, but like a weed patch that is just growing thistle and all that kind of thing. I've been to Burnham Yards. Don't even ask me why. I don't want to talk about it. But yes, I've been there on multiple occasions. And I can't understand why anybody would be against this unless you're an advocate for, the rat population of Denver or something along those lines. This is such a no-brainer. So, Vic, when you first came out and said, hey, look, this is coming out of the Denver Business Journal. This is what's going to happen. We're like, okay, keep on the down low. So we did until the article came out. I'm like, it's never leaving Denver, ever. They're going to buy the land. They're going to put it there, and it's going to be, in my opinion, a perfect spot.
The city of Denver purchased a ton of land in that area 2020 from CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation. The original purpose of that part of the city, the original reason why CDOT had it in its possession is they wanted to do some wrangling to I-25, okay? That never came to fruition. For whatever reason, they couldn't do it. I-25 is what it is. They couldn't do it. So the city bought it from CDOT. The city sat on it. As soon as the Broncos were sold, I know for a fact that the new ownership, they realized the status of the lease deal with the current stadium. They immediately, the antennas were raised, all right, where are we going to build our own stadium? Because I'm telling you right now, the moment the Broncos were purchased, one of the first things this group thought about is we need to get our own place.
Yeah.
Because they're leasing. Remember, guys, Mile High Stadium has been a lease. They've been renting. They've been renters. It's their stadium, but it doesn't belong to them. The land is not theirs.
There's one thing.
And this is not a family that wants to lease. This is a family that wants to own. So it's no surprise that this new structure will be financed wholly by the Walter Penner Group. There are going to be no taxes. Don't have to worry about taxes coming out for helping pay for the stadium. Now, the city will be in charge of the infrastructure. You need roads. You need all that business. That's the city's job. But at the end of the day, it's going to help everybody.
Brett, billionaires.
If I've said it once, I've said it
1,000 times.
Billionaires don't rent. They don't rent
anything. They own.
They own it all. They own everything
It
that's in there, everyththing that they can get their hands on. They own it.
It sounds like something
that I
would say. Like, Vic, when you went to the Amalfi Coast this summer, and you got yourself a little scoot ski, right? And you and the queen were riding around on the scooter.
Yeah.
Da-da-da. So you rented that. If you were a billionaire, you probably just would have bought it.
If Michael Jordan got off his yacht,
right,
he would have bought a scooter, drove it 2 miles, and then left it on the side of the road.
That's kind of the way it goes for billionaires. This is a big deal, though. Let me explain to people. People have knee-jerk reactions. It's going to cost us so much money and all. I'm like, it's not costing you a dime.
Well, I
It's
think there's
going
some
to be-
ancillary stuff is going to, like Vic was talking about. I think the roads and stuff, I think there's...
Oh, you got to pay.
There's some tax
Oh, you got to pay
incentives.
Osage.
There's some tax stuff.
No, Moj, when you buy blighted property, part of the deal in buying that property is it comes with a tax agreement. Is perhaps, and I know that this is going to be part of this deal. You're not going to be fully taxed on everything you're buying right away. That might be delayed a bit because you bought blighted property and you developed it. Listen, it sat there, guys. There were weed warehouses. I know that because I smelled them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I never ventured there, but there were a bunch of weed warehouses in that area.
That's correct.
And you know when I knew this was happening? Because, you know, weed and Colorado now, unfortunately, go hand in hand. You know when I knew this was happening? When those weed warehouses went up for sale.
Yeah.
I said, whoa, what is pushing these people out of here?
So,
and slowly but surely, a lot of things got sold in that area.
Now, look, there's going to be, I would assume, a little bump somewhere down the line. But the bottom line is this. I give full credit to the Walton Penner Group for this specifically. They just seem to understand the assignment all the time. They really seem to they aren't making.
They don't mess around.
Yeah, but
they don't mess around.
They aren't making decisions based upon always what's personally in it for us only to gain. They understand the fan base. They understand the city. And we all know this, man. If an owner really wanted to, they got you over the barrel with hey, fork up some dough or I'll take this team somewhere else. We've seen it happen in a million different places. And to their credit, they're like, nope, we got it. Don't worry about it. We'll pay for everything.
But for those who were around when the need for a new stadium first came up, and Mr. Bolin, God love him, he didn't have the bread for that, not by a long shot. So you had to work out a deal with the city for them to build it, and then you rented it and so on and so forth. It had to be a partnership in that regard. Now, yeah, you're talking about improvements to Osage and what do you want, moving rail lines and all this kind of thing. But they're paying for everything themselves, or people are chiming in. Well, now maybe some PSLs are coming in, or I'm going to have to pay more for this and that. Man, it's 2025, and whatever you think, this is the cost of doing business in a modern age. Not only that,
I'm glad you brought that up.
But let me continue on though, Vic. The possibilities. Having one Super Bowl in Denver, Colorado, or one Final Four in Denver, Colorado, with a brand new retractable roof stadium. What kind of economic impact will that have for the city, even one time? Billions? A billion? Billions? I mean, you think about it, it only benefits everybody. The owners, they're going to make more bread, but they're also the ones shelling out $4 billion, $6 billion for a new joint. I mean, come on, man. It's a no-brainer. I just hope I'm alive to see it come to fruition.
I can assure you this much. Had they taken the alternate route, had they built out in Lone Tree or in Aurora, or as Greg Penner puts, some farmland somewhere, that would have been the cheaper route. That would have been the easier route for them financially. This is much more expensive. You're dealing with the city of Denver. You know how expensive it is. It's in some parts of Denver. It is much more expensive for them to build where they are than to have done so in Lone Tree.
Vic, why do you think I live in the food court of the airport?
What's that?
I said, why do you think I live in the food court of the airport?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're making the hard way here, and they're taking this route because they know it's best for the city.
Absolutely,
they understand the roots of the community. See, that's what I love about this group. These are the Denver Broncos. They were never going to move to Lone Tree. All apologies to those of you who live in Lone Tree. I'm sorry, and I know you guys are broadcasting right now live from Lone Tree, Colorado. That's not where the Broncos live. That's not where the team lives. Hell, the players live out there. The team lives in Denver, and that's where it will play. The ownership group understands that. They know that.
I think
as
some
for the
other
personal
teams,
seat licenses, guys.
Go ahead, Vic.
The PSLs, I don't know. I wish I were a season ticket holder. I'm not. But if they do announce PSLs, and most teams have them, by the way. If you look them up, most teams have them. And it's essentially you're going to have to pay a tax on owning your season tickets. What that tax is, if it comes their way, I don't know. They haven't responded. They haven't said anything about it. If it happens, let's say you own a couple seats and they're down low. You own 4 seats, they're up high. The price of those licenses will be different. And what they will cost, who knows? In Buffalo, they cost like $5,000.
Yeah.
In some places, they cost $400.
If you don't want them, there's 100,000 people who are waiting that would. I went from priority number in to now I'm priority number 100,056. You know what I mean? Damn, that stinks. Not only that, but you think about it. The Bears have given up on Chicago. They're going to Arlington Heights, which is way west. Mm-hmm. The 49ers said, we're out of San Francisco. They went all the way down to the South Bay to Santa Clara, which is right next to San Jose. They're not in San Francisco at all.
The San Francisco thing's a joke because you know how long of a drive it is for folks
ridiculous.
in San Francisco to go out there?
That's
not
joke.
even close to – I mean, that's stupid.
It is.
It's stupid.
Arizona, the Cardinals moved from downtown Phoenix all the way out to Glendale. The Cowboys moved to Arlington. The Rams put it right there in Inglewood, right there, just right in L.A. I mean, so there's something to be said for keeping a team and dealing with all the brain damage that comes with trying – do you know how much brain damage is going to go into? It's not just, hey, get 58 bulldozers and a bunch of dudes and some 12-packs and let's just clean all this crap up.
Yeah.
Dude, the amount of cleanup, the soil, I can't even imagine the top 3 feet of topsoil at Burnham Yard. The contamination that's in that maw. Do you know how much has been spilled and dumped there over the years, dude?
Sure.
I'm talking, nuclear radiation probably. You'll find little pockets of it. I mean, it's a massive undertaking that they're willing to do. And for one, I'm quite thankful for it. So thank you to the Walton Penner Group. I just think that it's great for this city. It's great for the state. It's great for the citizens of Colorado.
Already getting a lot of reaction about the PSLs, and I hate to scare people into that because we don't know if they're coming. We have no idea. They never said anything. They never announced anything. This is just an assumption. It's just based on what other teams with new stadiums do. And I feel for you as fans. I do. Many of you are just, you're barely being able to afford what you have right now. And you slap a licensing fee on top of that.
Sucks,
and what a PSL essentially is, you're just paying an upfront fee to be able to own those tickets.
It's for the right to own them.
So you're paying money on top of money. So, and I understand, man, if I'm a season ticket holder, there's a point of no return. You're like, listen, this is costing me a ton of money as it is. You want me to pay another $5,000? So that's just, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if anybody does. I'm just telling you, it's happening in most of the NFL. A lot of teams are already doing this, especially those with new stadiums. And I don't know what financially it will mean for a lot of season ticket holders.
303-504-0925. Obviously, a lot more to break down with this as we go along today. We are midweek, and I kind of want to shift the attention to upcoming games this weekend. A lot of audio from Dion yesterday that I want to get to. But if you had your choice, would you rather take the guarantee of Bo Nix having a great game or take the guarantee that you run the football effectively? We'll get to it next.
Hey, how you feeling lately? Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, maybe some brain fog. How about a low sex drive? That would stink, wouldn't it? Well, maybe you've got low testosterone if that is the case. Maybe you don't, but maybe you do. I did. And I went to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they took care of me. It's super easy. They're absolute experts. And look, this summer's been all about having fun. Hopefully you did something about it. There's no need to freak out or anything like that. Just get something taken care of. If you're like many men dealing with low T, you're going to feel results within just a few weeks. Your energy is going to come back. All that brain fog will go away. Sleep will improve. Everything. Do yourself a favor. If you think that you might have low T going on, just give them a call, 720-440-7900. Schedule a consult. 5 locations, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs, including Castle Rock, all revamped and renewed. So if you're south here, do yourself a favor, schedule at Castle Rock. They'll take care of you and find out what they can do for you. The initial visit, only $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes. Find out more because they take care of your whole dude engine. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Four-man rush. Nix pumps, throws, got a man. It's Sutton. It's a touchdown. They're in the red zone now. And a give to J.K. Dobbins. And he breaks a tackle and has a Denver touchdown.
All right, we'll get back to the Broncos Stadium stuff in just a little bit. I got some Dion audio I want to get to a little bit later as well. Surprise. Dion did not like the questions he was asked during his press conference yesterday.
Next question.
Looking ahead to this weekend, we can turn the page a little bit, take a look at Indy, who had a really, really solid week one. Put Daniel Jones off to the side for a second. If I gave you the option, I can guarantee you one thing. Bo Nix plays well or you run the ball really well. What do you think?
Easy for
That's
me.
a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer.
No-brainer for me.
Let's on the count of three, Vic. Let's say it. 3,
Yeah.
2, 1. Run the football.
Run the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vic's a
Run
little
the
bit.
game.
Yeah, run the game, Dan. Run touchdown.
Well,
run the game. Vic's
it really
a
is
little
the
bit behind
game.
us, but that
It is the game.
It is, yeah.
Because if you run the ball properly, guess what? Bo Nix's job becomes much easier.
Damn
and
right.
he looks better.
And you don't-
it's the base.
I've seen evidence of Bo Nix. I've seen evidence that he is a good quarterback. Okay, that week one performance was it iffy, but it was iffy from everybody. They got to get on the same page, and they will. I have not seen evidence in Sean Payton's tenure as a Denver Bronco head coach that he'll commit to running the football. We just broke down the R.J. Harvey 50-yarder, and it was totally bitching, yo. It was rad. I'd love to see more of that, Vic. Then I'll feel good about everything.
I'm reading in the Denver Post this morning, and they were talking to Mike McGlinchey, and he said something that we referenced yesterday. I mean, and if the players say it, certainly the coaches know it. He said, we have to execute and show some patience. And he thanked the defense for giving them so many opportunities yesterday, which allowed them to be patient in the run game, which allowed them to break off a couple big ones on that scoring drive. If you're not patient in the run game, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Sean Payton is reassessing his strategy today. And I guarantee he's looking back and say, maybe at that point we should just stick to it. Stick your nose in there. And if it doesn't get yards early, don't panic. Don't panic. It will. It'll work. If you trust the guys up front, eventually it will work. You will pop a couple.
He said something, by the way, that it started with the same old stuff that we've heard before, but it ended with something that I think was a little bit different. So they asked about the running game, and Sean Payton said, I know I have to be better there. But we've heard that before. He said that multiple times over the last couple of years, like, I got to stick to the run game. So you're just kind of like, yeah, okay. But here's what he said at the end. I have to be better there, and it's one of those day afters where you look back and say, all right, let's look how we really wanted to start this game. Because he's talking about his scripted plays at the beginning of the game. And I think those ended up being something like 12-3 pass runs, something like that. He said, you get those two runners going because we think we've really improved in that area. And I don't think there's any question. Like, they are much better at running back now than they were a year ago, 2 years ago. I don't know the last time where I think they've been this talented in the backfield. It's a matter of now, trust it. Like, I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway last year. I don't know how much I trusted the running backs last year either. And then it just became a discussion of you have to run the ball because in football you have to run the ball. And I'm like, well, you also want to be effective at it. You don't want to do things just to do them. And I think in this case, you can trust these guys in the backfield to actually make plays for you when you do that.
I have a simple question for you and Mark Moser. What is the Broncos' running scheme? What's the running game? What is it?
Vic, right now it's a little bit scattered. I'm not sure.
Because
we talked about this. I don't think there's a true identity yet of what they want to be or how they want to execute it. I think that will fall into place. And again, you're talking about two new backs, right?
Yeah.
I think it will fall into place, but hopefully sooner rather than later to take a page out of Sean Payton's book.
Because they've tried some, outside zone. They tried the same type of running game that Mike Shanahan used for years. Gary Kubiak employed for years.
Did you see the one that Harvey broke, dude? Where was that one?
Well, that was a gap off the right guard.
You're damn right it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at it. I'm not sure if that was an outside zone run. That may have been just a right up.
It was that was find that gap and go.
It's hard to do that in the RPO. It's hard to do that when you've got the quarterback standing right next to the running back. It's hard to run that kind of offense.
Well, it's also hard for the
That run
offensive
game.
line in an RPO to really get momentum moving forward because then you have a whole bunch of other things to worry about, like an eligible man downfield if you're blocking too much forward. But that's how you have to get off the ball on a run play. Like that should be a mix within your offense. Here's something else from this article I was reading from Sean Keeler about this. So just a couple of sentences. The third-year Denver coach acknowledged that his set of, quote, openers, plays scripted into the early part of the game, featured more passes than runs, but said the numbers started to get out of whack over the rest of the half. If Tennessee showed a defensive look, it more often than not had Nix checking out of a run and into a pass or throwing the ball on run-pass options. So, according to that...
So, Sean wants him to throw the ball, and dude wants to throw the ball, so the ball's getting thrown. That's what you're saying.
Well, no,
or
it's
attempted to be
that
thrown. The ones you called that were RP. He checked into passes more often than not.
Or they just straight up called a run, and hey, if they give you this look, then here's your secondary play sort of thing. And then Nick's
too many options, man. There's too many options. That's the problem. There's too many branches to this tree. Just simplify this a little bit. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, No, you're right. You're right. I mean, in the second half, Denver had 20 dropbacks and 19 called runs, including 2 sneaks and a kneel down.
Love that.
Like, it doesn't need to be 50-50. We all know this. Like, you don't need to have 20 passes and 20 runs, and nobody in the NFL does that. Hell,
know what cracks me up?
I barely think that the Ravens do that.
You know what cracks me up about, again, please help me. Coach Sanford, if you're listening, please help me. I've never understood why this is the way it is. Cracks me up that in the National Football League, a lot of these coaches employ an early script, right? We're going to script the first 15 plays. And everything is right there in front of you. Here's what we're doing. Here's how we're lining up.
It's been that way. It's been that way for like 30 years.
And then the rest of the game,
more than that, maybe.
All right, just go to the line of scrimmage, see what you got. It's up to you. If it works so well, script the whole damn game. I don't care.
Well, I've never understood scripts either because it's... All right, let me give you a scenario. You have 15 scripted plays to start a game. You say, this is what we're going to do the first 15.
Yeah.
And then you kick off, and the opening kickoff is taken back to the house for a touchdown. And you're like, oh, well, I'm still going to stick to my plan. And then your first play is a pick. And then they score again. And then it's like, I'm not running the next 14 now. Like, things have changed.
Yeah. Or the opposing team decides, we're going to play all defensive linemen on defense, even a cornerback. you know what I'm saying? Things change.
I had 12 run plays called. I can't change it now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never understood it. It takes somebody smarter with a football coaching acumen. That's why I would love to ask Coach Sanford about that. I'm not sure if he scripts his first 15.
He's got to be awake.
He's probably scripting his first 15 right now over at the high school.
He's not going to improve his DNA.
Yeah. Here's the other thing.
Bo Nix has brass balls.
Can you guys... How about this? Are you more nervous than you were a week ago about Daniel Jones, or are you totally unaffected by his first game? Because I'm leaning more towards the latter.
I was less nervous before we got Adam Schefter on Monday. And Vic, Adam Schefter said, I was told by more than one executive in the National Football League or people who can make decisions, including coach, whatever you want to say, that they pursued Daniel Jones to be their starting quarterback and that he landed with the Colts.
Yeah.
That Adam Schefter was told, listen, get him out of New York. This guy can play. Now, I don't know if that's real or not. I don't know, but that's what Adam said on Monday. And if that's the case, maybe Daniel Jones is a great reclamation project like Baker is. I don't know, Brett. It's just one tiny sample size in a Colts uni. Here's what I do know. He does have weapons around him. And when you got a running back like the Colts have, that takes a lot of pressure off a quarterback.
Everybody forgets that Jonathan Taylor's still really good at football.
He's still pretty damn good.
He's still really good.
I'm hoping he drops the ball at the 1-yard line again this game. That was very... Thank you very much for that last year, because that changed the game.
It's really weird because Taylor's only, Vic, 26 years old, but it feels like he's been in the league.
Is he really?
It feels like he's been in, like he and Marshall Faulk came in at the same time.
How old did you say he was?
He's 26.
Jonathan Taylor's not 26 years
He's 26 years old. He was born in 99. I know. All right, coaches on the line. Get him up there.
Okay, well, as I confirm this insane information
I
that he's
know.
only 26 years old.
How old is he?
26. How old
Blows
is
my
he?
mind.
Zlatan. Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Mike Sanford joins the show. So, Coach, thank you for joining us. Vic has a question for you.
Coach, when it comes to scripting plays, does every coach script the first 15 or 12 or 10? Do you do that?
I sure do. And here's the deal. The scripting plays it's really just it's a guide if you stay on schedule. So imagine that it's your 1st and 10 or 2nd and 6 or less play call sheet. If you stay on that exact same schedule, you already are going to deviate from that. The first third down of the game that comes up, frankly, if you give up a sack on the first play of the game, your 2nd and 12 call might be different than what your 2nd and 5 call would have been if you were efficient on that first play. It's just kind of it's your greatest hits. It's the things that you really like. I know Moser really likes 80s, kind of hair bands. It's like his favorite playlist of 80s hair rock. And you're going to listen to that until maybe the scene changes at the bar, right, Moj? And you got to change up the vibe a little bit.
Lay it down.
Hey, Go ahead, Vic. You really do a great job of explaining things. That makes perfect sense to me now.
That's a teacher and a coach right there. I got a question for the teacher and the coach. So in Sean Keeler's article this morning, Coach, it said this about the offense, that they had more scripted run plays than were called in the first half last week. But if Tennessee showed a defensive look, it more often than not had Nix checking out of a run and into a pass or throwing the ball on run-pass options. Do you consider not even giving him the backup of going to the pass if he's continuing to check in?
Yeah. I mean, it's a real problem. And the one system that I coached in where this was a major issue was at Sanford. So I coached under Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman, David Shaw. A lot of those guys have come from the tree of Sean Payton. In fact, David Shaw worked with Sean Payton at the Eagles when Sean Payton was the offensive coordinator there.
I think it was here last year, too, or 2 years ago.
Yeah, they were together. And, what was interesting is, there are certain run plays that are sensitive to particular defensive looks. For example, there's different fronts. An over front, it puts the defensive tackle or the 3 technique lined up outside the guard. It'll put it to the tight end strength side or the tight end lines up if you're in a one tight end. Not all runs are great against that look. So you might have to get to the second look. Well, what you find yourself is sometimes just your numbers aren't good in the run game whatsoever. So a lot of times you go from one run and then you kill or can to the second run because of maybe the front changes. And then the alert is usually the last option in that huddle play call that might be against either, a zero deep safety look like cover 0 with a heavy pressure, or maybe there might be an 8-man, 9-man front, and you got to get to the throw. Now, here's the deal. There are runs that I used to call tank runs. I still do, actually, where I'm like, I need to run the football. And those tank runs are runs that hypothetically are good versus all fronts. They account for both edges. They account for potentially an overpopulation. Typically, those tank runs, though, they're outside zone. They're wide zone. They're moving away from what might be a population issue inside the box. Right now, I don't think the Denver Broncos are particularly good at blocking wide zone. I just don't see it. Mike McGlinchey and Ben Powers, the two of them, they really stuck out to me in this opening game when I watched the All-22 film. Those guys feel really comfortable in gap schemes. And what are gap schemes? It's where you get combination blocks downhill at the point of attack and you're not running sideways. Tyler Polumbus, look at his body type. He was more of a power forward basketball type, right? He was really good at wide zone. That's why he had a home here in Denver. Ben Hamilton, a guy that I coach with at Valor Christian, he weighs 260 pounds right now and played it no heavier than 288 in his career. He was a great wide zone offensive lineman. I don't think outside of 3 linemen, I think that Luke Watberg is good in either space. I think that Garrett Bowles is good in either space. And I think Quinn Miners is just all world in every single aspect of his game. But those 2 linemen, they don't fit this wide zone narrative right now. And that's why I don't love either the pass game, because most of the pass game right now is built off of play action, off the wide zone, off the naked game. It's almost like the old Terrell Davis days and, the Shanahan and Kubiak days of wide zone. It just, and the bootlegs off of it, it just doesn't quite marry up.
Okay, that being said, Coach, real quick, hang on, Vic. That being said, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but Vic made a very good point earlier in the show. Is there too much going on right now? I mean, is there? And listen, Sean Payton is brilliant. His playbook is immense. I'm sure it can happen with high school kids. You give them too much, you're like, damn, we gave him too much. Same with college, so on and so forth, and even the pros. But I'm not accusing him of that. But when is too much too much? You tell me.
Well, I'll tell you this. You know how I know it's too much right now? Is because it looks like it's too much for Sean Payton. I rewatched the game, the TV copy, 2 nights ago. And it just seemed like Sean himself wasn't in that confident flow state as a play caller. He looked like he was panicked and overwhelmed, and at times it looked like he was against the clock. Even for him. And if there's too much for you as a coach, then there's way too much for the players. There's way too much for the most important position on your team, and that's your quarterback. And I saw the frustration on Bo Nix's face as the game progressed.
You know, it's interesting. You mentioned that Powers and McGlinchey, they don't really do the zone scheme, the outside zone scheme very well. Powers, I mean, he seems like the prototypical power blocker. But McGlinchey, he came from San Francisco. I mean, that's what they ran over there. How does that not carry over?
Well, let's consider this. Why was he available, Vic?
Good point.
Why was he available?
Yeah, he didn't seem like he didn't seem like the type where it was like Greenlaw and Hufanga, where they were still trying to pry him back too.
No, yeah, I mean he was available because he's a good player. He's solid. Guys, I coached him at Notre Dame. I was the offensive coordinator when he was our right tackle. He is an unbelievable power, counter, duo, all of these double team point of attack blocks. He's unreal. He's so powerful. He's a white knuckled player, man, a bit of a throwback. At Notre Dame, he played with the middle bar on his face mask, which I love.
Hell yeah.
Middle bar face mask guys, they don't run wide zone, man. Wide zone's more for guys that have the Dion Sanders face mask and play offensive line.
Right.
And that's not Mike McGlinchey.
Coach, you're the absolute best. We learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, boys. Love you.
See you, buddy.
In here, Coach, every day right after us from 10 to noon. The morning sprint. So a lot more to get to. Can I please?
Vic, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
I mean,
no,
it
I
does.
Me
think
too. Yeah,
it was a great answer.
Me too. Yep.
When we come back, I don't know if you guys listened to this yesterday. There's like 4 different Dion clips I want to play for you. And I need to figure out, is Dion playing a game here or what's going on? Because he was very upset that the assumption is Staub's going to start. Does that stem from a rat in the house gave away some information he didn't want to give away, or is it straight up BS? We'll get to it next. Okay, so Tuesdays have become a very popular day in Boulder because Dion speaks, and it just feels to me like Dion's got a cattle prod, and he's just to anybody who wants to ask him a question. So here's how it started. If you guys remember, I saw this on ESPN yesterday, which you would think pretty reputable site, right? I don't need to double check things from ESPN.
Well, who was with Pete Thamel's not ESPN, is he?
Pete Thamel is not, but ESPN also had an article saying sources tell ESPN that Ryan Staub is expected to start. So one of the first questions out of the gate was, can you confirm that Staub's going to start against Houston?
Kind of an overview question.
Yes, sir.
When we talked to you, you hadn't looked at the film yet. After looking at the film, what did you like about each of the quarterbacks?
Whoa. Hang on. Nelly, I think that one of mine got replaced there. That's a different clip. Can you just run it from your side of the board,
kind of an
please?
Overview question.
Yes, sir.
When we talked to you, you hadn't looked at the film yet.
That's the same one.
Yep. We had a little overwrite problem on one of these buttons.
Well,
It's fine. We're good.
You only have so many slots on your little computer.
Exactly.
There. Right.
There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing, y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment or decision yet.
Hi, Coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
So, I mean, look, this has been a problem in media, I suppose, that people don't double check things. They want to be the first to the information. They get stuff wrong. In this case, the article
What
I
if
read.
They say wrong stuff because they cater to you.
Well, in this case, the article I read was Staub expected to start, not that he is expected, which is a difference. And also, you were just asked right there, hey, can you confirm this? And your answer just could be something like, you know, he's gotten some reps. We like what we see out of him. We haven't quite made the decision yet. And then you just stopped there. So that's how it started. And then it continued. And this one's really interesting to me. Can you run this on your end, please, Nelly? The question about not having a solidified starter at this point in the season. Because he gives an answer that I think would be totally opposite had this been asked last year. Listen.
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those?
Pause.
Well, I can think of a lot of teams that have a solidified quarterback.
I would say like 100 Division I football teams probably could say they have one.
You had one the last 2 years.
That too,
yeah.
This is what I don't get. Continue.
I got time today. Who has one of those? What does that look like?
Well, I'll tell you what it looks like.
It looks like your son last year.
It looks like Shador. I think that sounds like a pretty good solidified quarterback. I'd say Michigan's got one. I'd say Ohio State's got one.
Texas probably has
Texas
one.
has one. Miami has one. I would listen. 90% of teams in college football have a solidified quarterback.
Bad teams. Kansas State, who's terrible, has one.
They've got Sunshine with his hair flowing in the wind. He's a solidified quarterback. Yes.
I don't think Tom Brady was very solidified. He was up and down. He had.
I want you guys to listen to the rest of this answer, though. Just listen.
What does a solidified quarterback looks like? What does that look like? I want to know. We play quarterbacks every week. What does a solidified quarterback looks like? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So here's the second part to this.
Excuse me, sir.
A number one start, a clear ahead number one start.
I don't. That could mean something's up with your roster if it's clear. Then that clear guy goes down. What's up with the second one?
He's your backup.
I like where we are, man. I like what we have. I like what we're playing with. I like these dice I'm shaking. I do. Okay. I really do.
Okay, I can buy that.
He just
I can
wants to
buy it.
argue.
That's what I'm saying,
exactly
right? That is just you're just intentionally picking a fight.
Yeah, because I mean, what happened if Shador goes down the last 2 years? and you're stuck with your backup, right?
Did he think there was something wrong with his roster for the last 4 years he was a coach when Shedeur started every year? Like, this is what I don't get. I don't know what benefit he gets out of doing something like that, rather than just.
What would you rather have him say if the question's brought up? Hey, are you worried about not having a solid number one quarterback coach?
An honest answer, because the answer, Vic, is probably like, yeah, not ideal, but we're gonna try and work our way through it. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, it's not ideal to be on game 3 in a possible third starter,
but
or
with a
third quarterback
conference
getting
game,
playing time.
in a conference game,
But
where you're like,
gentlemen.
I don't know who's going to get the most playing time at the most important position.
Gentlemen, the connotation of that, though, could be that you're not happy with any of your quarterbacks. Okay? And he tried to mitigate it there at the end by saying,
He's protecting them, you mean?
Yes, I like the dice I'm shaking. And I dig that because I think he's looking at it like, boy,
Man,
we wanted.
I'm so tired of protecting
I
everyone's fragile egos,
Hang on.
man. This is, you know what?
It's
These
easy.
guys are playing
Vic.
Division I football. We're in the NIL era. If you can't be critical of a guy at this rate, what are you doing?
You're right, Vic, but here's how it rolls. Here's how you do it. Number one, Caden Salter, the fifth-year guy, comes in. You know what? He's just not that dynamic. He's not moving our meter. We're going to throw some kid in there, right? Hey, our five-star going to come in. He's only 17. Damn, you know what? He's not ready for it. Stabby, we know you've played a little bit. Come on. Oh, look at Stabby go. Pew, 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 pew. And so you're like, okay, that's just the way it's gone down. He's trying to protect his guys. I know, Vic, they may not need protection. As far as I'm concerned in major college football, when you're getting paid $10 million a year, just go with the guy that you think is going to give you the best damn chance to win games. Period. End of story.
Here's how I look at it. Because I understand what, it's a tough situation for a coach who went out of his way to recruit a guy like Juju Lewis and stole him away from a lot of teams that wanted him. And you want to keep him here because you see the potential. You see a guy who could be really good. So the last thing you want to do is chase him away by, saying something or not playing him. But if Juju doesn't realize, and you guys saw him in the game the other day, he's not ready. He's just not there. He's not ready yet. I mean, 2 snaps you could tell. And
that's fine.
If
He's
that
17.
alarms Juju, I know he's 17. And if that makes him mad and he wants to leave, then he wasn't meant to be here.
I totally agree.
Do you agree?
He's only 17.
If that makes you mad, then okay. I can't help you. We want to grow into you, and we want you to grow into the position. You're not ready. The end. You're not ready.
And you
Take
wouldn't
faith in
be
your
ready
coach.
at Alabama. You wouldn't be ready at Missouri. You wouldn't be ready at wherever else recruited you. You wouldn't be ready yet. That's just the bottom line.
This is the problem I have with today's college football is the option to leave is so readily available, and the opportunity to start elsewhere and the money elsewhere, it's right there. So it's easier for these guys to just quit and say, yeah, I'm done with you. I don't believe in you anymore. I'm going to Nevada.
Yeah, I always think it sounds like a little insecurity too, about like he's a little bit nervous about it, and he doesn't really want to talk about it right now because he doesn't have the answers. Like, I'll give you one more perfect example. This is the last question asked to him in the press conference yesterday. This one's a layup. This one you put on a tee. So Vic, you're saying he maybe is answering things to protect, or Moser, you said answering this way to protect his quarterbacks, right?
And also, look, are you going to tell Houston who's starting? You don't tell.
Okay, sure.
Let them guess.
Totally
let the
fair.
Cougars guess.
Well, how about this one? Like, this is, the easiest answer or the easiest question I think any coach can get, which is say something nice about your guys.
Kind of an overview question.
Yes, sir.
When we talked to you, you hadn't looked at the film yet. After looking at the film, what did you like about each of the quarterbacks?
What did I like about each of the quarterbacks? That's a setup. God bless you all.
That's not a setup.
Then he left.
That's not a setup. How about
I think
maybe
a setup would have been, what did you dislike about each of your quarterbacks?
Was that Pat?
Say something nice about each guy.
Was that our guy PG? I don't know. Or just say, what do you like best about each of your quarterbacks that they do? That one particular guy. I don't know. I look.
Can somebody explain what the possible setup would be? Say something. Say something nice about Moj. No, that's a setup.
I'm not doing it. That's a setup. He sucks.
Yeah.
Hey, what did you say to me this morning that you paid me a call?
I said I liked your hat.
Oh, he liked my hat. He goes, where's
I
that?
don't know
what's
how
that?
insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
I go, okay. He goes, what is that hat? I go, what? It's got a lion on. He goes, I really like that hat. I go, what's going on?
He says, what's your ulterior motive? And I go, nothing. I just thought the hat was cool.
I think you have an ulterior motive by wearing that hat.
I've been trained, so maybe Coach Prime has been trained. There's an ulterior motive out there.
Say something nice about all of your quarterbacks. No. What? Okay.
It's just, well, it is. I think I know where he's coming from. It is like the old question you get from the wife. How does this dress look on me? And no answer is the correct answer.
No, it's not. It's give me a reason why you love your wife. There's almost nowhere you could go where you're wrong. You're always going to be nice.
I understand. But have you been asked, how does this look on me? And if your answer is, Moj, help me out on this. If your answer is, it's fine. What? Fine? And then now the word fine becomes, you start talking about what that word means. If you say,
Brett, you know.
Oh, it's great.
No, I
know. But what about
no
this
offense,
one?
and no offense, but you got a two-timer now. So no offense, but she's going to be a little.
You watch it.
Well,
she'll smack
I know
you.
she will.
Are you
know
kidding
what I
me?
mean?
You know my wife. That's what you're going to throw out there?
What were you going to say, Moj?
Lindsay, I
what
didn't
were you
mean it
going
like
to say
that.
about his wife? What were you going to say?
There's going to come a time all you just say, fantastic. The one thing you say, you know what? Amazing.
She
fantastic,
might drive
amazing
here to come hit you.
And we all been there.
No, but I
Don't call me
I
that.
disagree with your guys' comparison. That's not the question that was asked. It wasn't like up for debate whether you thought he played good or played bad. They just said, say something nice about the guy.
That's a setup.
No, it's not a setup. No,
It's Coach, it's not.
And Nelly, put that on my board permanently because I'm going to use that over and over again.
That's a setup.
If we devolve this show,
I'm being honest though. My wife looks amazing. All of our wives look amazing. So there's no need for any wife to get in their car and drive.
Hey,
playing catch up now.
Hey, guess what? It never fails. When did this show become anti-prime? Brent, in parentheses.
Oh
Brent.
my God, Brent, come on, Brent.
Week after week, trying to be a hater, go back to Nebraska.
Brent, come
That's
on.
a setup.
That is a setup. Go back to Nebraska as a setup.
That's a setup.
But
no, it's
I
not
was
anti-prime at all.
I was
No.
critical about how he handled the end of game situation against Georgia Tech because he was wrong and he didn't admit to it. And I don't understand this tone this week. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, he's not saying his name is Brent. He's calling you Brent.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when was the time to call timeout?
That's a setup.
Hey, if you're going to call him anything, call him Greg,
Greg.
which is what I called him for the first month of the show.
Have
With
some
three
respect.
3 G's, one in the front, 2 in the back.
Some damn respect. I want my damn respect too.
All right.
3 G's. Back to the stadium stuff. What is the best aspect of the stadium announcement? We'll get to it next.
That's a setup.
All right, Broncos' new stadium confirmed in the Burnham Yards area. It will stay in Denver. Can I ask something? And Vic,
where's our guest?
Your brother's going to join us in a second, I believe, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Before he jumps on, can I just ask a question? And look, I don't need to be lectured.
What's the question?
I'm asking. Because everybody has made a big deal about the staying in Denver part. Now, maybe this is stupid on my end. When somebody asks me where I live, I say Denver. I don't say
so
Aurora.
and I live in Golden.
Yeah. I'm like, I know it's a big deal for a lot of people to stay, quote, in the city of Denver. I guess that wasn't such a big needle mover for me. If they moved out in Lone Tree, I'm like, it's Denver.
Where do the Patriots play?
Foxborough.
Is that Boston?
Yeah, and every time they play a game, right? Oh, we're in Foxborough. Remember the Cowboys in Irving. Trust me.
Okay. I'm
People
just asking.
hear about it.
I'm just asking.
Where did
all.
the Jets and Giants play?
Yeah.
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
Where do the Cowboys play now?
I actually don't know.
Where do
Arlington.
they play now?
They're in Arlington. Right. Here's one. Where do the Buffalo Bills play? Where's their stadium located? Is it in Buffalo?
Niagara Falls?
No, it's in Orchard Park, which is way south of the city. I mean, again, the Niners play in Santa Clara. Dude,
I've been so desensitized to that, and I know people made a big deal about it. It's something I'm like, I guess that's nice. It wasn't a huge priority thing to me.
Okay.
You know what I think is really cool? A retractable roof is pretty badass. I think that's awesome. But, Vic, would you like to introduce
Jesus God.
this guest that we have that is having a seizure?
He's having an issue. He's walking around. What's he doing?
Do you know, Adalio, can you hear us? Can you hear us here?
1, 2, check 1.
Yeah, okay, all right, shut up. And Moj, do you recognize where he's reporting from?
Yeah, he's reporting from his studio.
No.
Where is it? It's your folks' house, for crying out loud.
Where's that?
Oh, that's Italy. That's Villa San Michele right there. That's where that is. That's Villa San Michele. Yeah, it's Villa San Michele. In fact, go back right there. There's your great with the beads right there. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, right there.
Yes.
He got it. Okay, cool.
I knew Moj would. Adalia, we wanted to have you on, not to give Moser a tour, but we know that you are very familiar with the area that the new stadium is moving into, and you currently have a place there, and you know what it's all. Can you describe what it's like now and what you expect it to look like in 5 years?
Well, I live there. I've been there for about 20 years now. I've got my business there as well. And it's had its ups and downs, but the last 5 years, to be honest, have been the most challenging 5 years that I've experienced there by far, with the vandalism, the safety, the theft. It's been rough. And the community they communicate well, and they try and work together to make things as good as they can be. But I couldn't be any happier. I mean, this is amazing news I've gotten. Even though I'm in Italy, my phone blew up with all my neighbors like screaming joy, like they're so happy that it's going to happen. I mean, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't want that there. I get it. Some people might be concerned with certain things, but man, it's been tough lately, and we've tried everything we can to turn things around. But this is going to be awesome.
By the way, I don't know if we said this. This is Vic's brother Adelio that we're talking to right now. So with that, I mean, how much do you expect it to change for all the surrounding areas and stuff like that? I mean, what does that look like in your mind?
Well, I don't know that it's going to change as much as some people might think, because there's already a huge part of that area that's in a historic district, so you can only do so much there, right? But like I said, having spent a lot of time there the past 20 years, living and working, this is great. I think it's going to clean the area up. Well, it'll bring it up to speed with the rest of the city. It's just been we've been stuck in the past over there as far as trying to bring everything up as far as safety measures and things like that. It was needed, and I'm so happy that they're doing it, man. I really am.
Adelio, I want to clarify for people too. It's not necessarily where you live or where the studio is or Buckhorn or anything like that. It's basically everything west of Osage. It's been tough, man. You've had stuff come in and out of there for 30 years or more. The broken concrete and the weeds and You've got some businesses that work there with their weed shops and whatnot, and their growing operations. But some of it's been abandoned. It's a really messy. From what you see from Osage West right now, describe what you see and tell me if I'm wrong.
I mean, it's just been a collection of whatever, right? And I think now when I go on my patio and I look out, I'll see something that I actually want to see and look at, and it's just going to clean it up. And even as far as like, living there, trying to walk somewhere to eat is damn near impossible. Things like that people don't think about. It's just safety concern. Hey, I want to go for a run. Well, it's 7 p.m. It's probably not a good idea to go for a jog. I mean, that's not a good way to live. You know what I mean? And so it was abandoned for years.
Yeah,
and something I think better. I really can't. This is so great for the area, for the city. It's great news.
Hey, dude, I have this question for you. Where the hell are they going to place the stadium, do you think? I mean, they have the 8th Avenue Bridge, and then they have, a bunch of other buildings that I know they're going to buy and deconstruct, but where do you think they're going to put it in that area?
I think it's going to be north of 8th. I think if they are absorbing, if they're taking Denver Water and Denver Water is going to relocate, that's a lot of land. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of flexibility there. And so, there's plenty of room to do it. I just, that's all on them. But yeah, they definitely have options. So I just, I think it's going to be great. I don't know how they're going to do 6th or what they're going to do, but I'm not 6th, excuse me, 8th. But yeah, it'll be sweet. Trust me. I can't.
Adelio, when did your antenna go up that this was happening in this area?
I kind of knew, well, back in, about
when
6 months ago when you hear, when people are talking. No, when I saw
tell them the truth. When I told you.
Well, they're knocking down buildings and finally starting to clean it up. I'm like, what's going on? Why is it getting cleaned up all of a sudden? You know what I mean? I was like, we've been begging for this for years. Why are they finally cleaning this place up? And so I kind of got a hunch then that I was like, okay, I think good things are to come here soon.
That's pretty awesome. I'll tell you, from a selfish point of view, when I'm driving down to a game at Delio, and all those people, they get on Wyandotte, then they jump on Yuma, then they jump back on I-25 right there before you get to Auraria. You know what I mean? How that traffic right there just gets absolutely before Colfax, I would say, to be honest with you, it gets absolutely insane. I don't know, man. I just think this is a great thing for the city of Denver, and you're talking about another revitalized part of downtown. When you see what Coors Field did for that area, it's just I just think this is absolutely tremendous. And for the residents who are there, maybe they're worried about increased crowds and that sort of thing. But I think for the kind of economy that's going to be coming their way, I think that it'd be a pretty good trade-off.
Oh, no question. I mean, I was talking to my neighbor about it, and instead of having to let some of my employees go, I can start bringing them back now. I can start expanding hours. People are not afraid to show up to work after 7 p.m. It's going to change things. It's going to be awesome. It really is. It's going to be, I mean, I think some people are scared because they don't know the ins and outs. And some people I can see are concerned. They're like, well, our tax dollars is like, they don't realize who's paying for it. There's a lot of unknowns, but it's a no-brainer to me.
Parla italiano. Ci sta qualcuno che può parlare? Yes.
I was going to do that. I was going to bring someone on and say, hey, you guys are on Altitude TV, but look at this. The town is completely barren right now. Let me see if I can turn my camera.
Where's Ferdinando? Where's he at? Is he already gone?
Well, there's a dog right there. You guys see the dog?
Yeah, that dog is always there. Is that the one that kind of runs away from you and gives you the side eye?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. I knew it.
Adelio, before we let you go, I got to ask something. Is our MPJ rap, is that the most streamed thing that's come out of your studio?
That's the first thing people ask about when they set foot in the door.
Hey, run up to the basketball hoop.
Yeah, run
These
up to,
guys
run up
don't
to
believe
the hoop.
I brought that
go
basketball hoop.
Go down.
Run up there real quick.
Because he's going to go down and turn right. Okay, he's got to go to the end of the street and turn right. But this is the famous basketball hoop that won Vittorio Lombardi. When did you deliver that to Villa San Michele?
I was 18 years old.
Yeah,
how many
so
years ago was that?
1980, 1988? Something like that.
You know what the best part of this is?
Let me see how far I can go without losing internet, because that's in my grandpa's. But can you guys see the car there?
Yeah, we got it. Figure it out, nerd.
You're okay. You got it. You're a technology guy.
It's still standing. I might go shoot some hoops right now. You see it?
Okay, so it's
you can see it in the distance a little bit.
It's for those listening, this is not good.
No,
but
the only two people that know where that hoop is from that view is the two people that have seen it in person.
It's right there.
Okay, great.
Okay, it's right there.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, let me see if I can get a little closer.
You're all
Adelia,
good.
it's okay. It's a hoop.
You're all good, baby.
Yeah, just shut off. Shut your face.
Hey, there's
Shut
a
your
live
face off.
human being. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Turn your face off, please.
Chase him down. Say, give me all your money.
All right, Nelly, get him off. Get him off. Get off. Get out.
Bye,
Go home.
Delio. Have fun.
See you, buddy.
All right. I'll tell you what. The most predictable thing in that interview when he got up and started walking was Moser was going to give play-by-play of every single step that he took.
I got excited
because he's like, I've been there.
It wasn't until he turned around and showed the other side of the street that I really got a feel as to where he was. And that dog, it's got a fluffy white tail, but it looks at you
This is what I
side-eye,
mean.
man.
This is what I'm talking about.
Anyway, the point is, but this is good information, Vic, because honestly, that whole area, it's been that way for so long. It's all going to be good. It's going to be good.
You know, things operate in cycles. Cities change. And I'll give you an example. Here's a great example. Before Coors Field arrived, all right, where Coors Field is now, and now you can argue that that's a very dangerous place. You can make whatever argument you want, but before Coors Field arrived, it was warehouses and nastiness. That's all it was.
Yep.
And nobody went there. Nobody ventured there. It was railroad tracks and warehouses. That's all it was. And then Coors Field was built, and it changed the face of Denver, changed it entirely. It provided an element it never had. This is what the ball redevelopment project's going to do. It's what this stadium is going to do. When we're long gone, hell, in 10 years, the face of Denver is going to look so different than right now. I can't even imagine. And you have to have that kind of vision if you want your city to survive. Otherwise, you're going to be Detroit.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Detroit for years.
Although they've got the 3 new stadiums.
They've come
right
back
there.
a little bit.
Yeah, they have.
They've come back.
They have, but it's just it's just on the west side of downtown. But it's they're doing the best job they can. I think this is such a good thing for the city, for the state, for the people. The kind of things that can now come here. I mean, Super Bowls and Final Fours and everything else you can think of in a retractable dome stadium it's wonderful.
When we return, looking ahead at the game this weekend, is Daniel Jones a concern? Or is Daniel Jones somebody that had a nice first week that's in for a rude awakening? Get to that in a couple of minutes. You can listen to us anywhere, including Bill Sam McKell on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Buenos dias.
when free agency was opening last year, there were a couple of people whose opinions I hold in high regard on teams who told me that they had an interest in going to sign Daniel Jones as a potential starting quarterback. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, he's good. Now, I'm not, we're not putting him into one of these elite but like, he's good. You can win with him. I'm like, okay. And by the way, the Colts gave him $14 million. They paid him more than the Steelers paid Aaron Rodgers. And I just thought, wow, I didn't realize that people had this opinion of Daniel Jones.
Was Adam Schefter with us on Monday? So Daniel Jones is trying to start his own reclamation project of, hey, I could be Sam Darnold. And he has this amazing first week. He's the first quarterback since 1991 to score on every drive that he stepped onto the field in week one. He was 22 of 29, 270 yards, touchdown, efficient, no mistakes, looked really, really good. I think his keister gets thrown into the dirt about 5 times this weekend.
Do you? Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay, he probably will.
I don't buy this for a minute. It's like, good for you. Very nice week. That ain't happening against the Broncos. Sorry, pal.
Have you guys seen what Miami's done since they put 70 on the Broncos last year? Have you seen?
Yeah, they've been kind of a mess, Vic. Yes, saw that. They're minus points and everything. Yeah.
That was was that last? That was 2 years.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
God, I can't. Yeah, you're right.
I was like last year. I was like, wait, really?
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. 2 years ago. It's not been the same team. Now, I can say this about Miami. If they can get Tyreek Hill in open space and all that stuff, magical things happen. But defenses have figured them out, I think. They've caught up to them. And defensively, they don't have the personnel to stack up. The defense that Miami put up against Daniel Jones will pale in comparison to what he's going to see on Sunday.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Although Miami's defense...
He went up against Duck Storm at cornerback.
Yes,
now
Storm
it's Patrick Surtain.
Agreed. Storm Duck.
Is that what oh, it's
Get it right.
Storm Duck.
Storm Duck.
Not Duck Storm.
You read it like a teacher taking attendance.
Duck.
Storm.
Here. The last year, the Dolphins did finish 5th overall in the league in terms of yards allowed. Okay, so they didn't have a crappy defense. I don't know what to expect. Here's what I do know. And if we talk to Bob this week, I know, Nelly, you're working on that. Everybody in Indy right now is feeling good, including the guy who is their starting quarterback in Daniel Jones. Everybody's thrilled with that performance because I'm sure there were questions going into that game. You're hosting Miami, sure, but, what's Daniel Jones going to be? Will he look like Danny Dimes from the New York Giants? Blah, 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 blah. We may have to look at New York as a giant crap hole because seems like people get released from New York and good things happen to them, right?
Yeah.
So, look, maybe this guy can really play and he's just been in a bad situation. Maybe it was just a one-off. Here's what I do know. They go into this week feeling good about themselves. They go into this week thinking they've got a game plan and they've got players that can beat the Denver Broncos. It's not like they got smoked in week one. They're like, oh, God. They're going to be in a positive uptick when the Broncos get there.
They have weapons on that team. They do. Their offensive line is pretty good. Their running game with Jonathan Taylor is really good. Do you know who their backup is, by the way? They got quite a few carries. It's Kansas State's old running back from last year, DJ Giddens. Remember him?
Yes.
Yeah. He got some run right behind with Jonathan Taylor. They got a good rushing attack.
Hey, they have they got a tight end. Kid out of Penn State named Tyler Warren.
Yeah, what do you have, like 8 grabs in that first game? He was all over the place.
He had 7 grabs and 11 yards a clip. Yeah, Vic, he's a player. He's going to be a player. Broncos, you could have maybe some Ty Warren and with this second guess of whatever you want to say.
Look, remember, this game is, I think the Broncos are 2.5-point favorites. Is that the number?
That's correct.
2.5-point favorites. This is
Do you remember, though? Do you remember just a few weeks ago when Mark Moser was evaluating the Broncos schedule and he just sloughed off Indy like it didn't even matter?
Yeah.
Win, first game win, second game win, and I think a lot of people made that mistake.
Big
How
time
do you feel
win.
about it now?
I'm scared.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not even sure I feel comfortable with the Broncos being a favorite going into this thing. Their defense, there's no doubt they're going to cause problems for Daniel Jones. But this Broncos defense, Vic, I don't want to say historically, I worry about tight end coverage with a guy like Warren, even though he's a rook. He had a great first game. I just worry about that a little bit against better tight ends.
Can I ask you
that makes me nervous, these guys able to slip through, find open space, and get chunk plays at a time. That makes me nervous.
Let me ask you guys this, too. If you go back a year ago, and I asked the basic question, is Daniel Jones a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson?
They seem to think so.
Now he seems to be, but I wouldn't have said it
polished
last year. Yeah, he's had more experience.
I think the answer is yes. Do you guys remember?
You said if you asked that last year, though.
No, I'm sorry. I meant right now.
Yes.
Is he better? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
Now, going back to last year, if you guys remember, 12:30 left in the fourth quarter. It's a 17-13 game. The Colts are at the 40-yard line, ready to score, or on their way to a scoring drive.
Mm-hmm.
And then double reverse pass later, taken to the house by Nick Bonito. The game's over. That was a close football game. No. But all I'm saying is that's a close football game you were in with the Colts last year, where you look at the final score, I think it ended up being 31-13 or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was not that.
What also happened in that game that the Broncos got a major break?
Jonathan Taylor fumbled at the 1.
Yeah. Jonathan Taylor fumbled the football at the 1.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's, again, that will happen to teams throughout the course of a year in terms of you dodge some things during the course of a game, and poor teams make poor decisions and play more poorly at times.
He didn't fumble it.
Things.
He dropped it.
He dropped it.
Yeah.
But he dropped the football at the 1. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't think they're a bad team. They were sort of just a middle-of-the-pack team that has to be – they're the kind of team that can give anybody a game or do silly things to lose a game. That's the kind of team they were last year. I don't know what they are this year.
I also think last week's game against Miami, there was a lot of emotion in Indianapolis. They had a bunch of stars out there. They were praising what Jim Irsay, the late Jim Irsay, did as the owner. They devoted that entire game. They had the pregame ceremony. So they were hyped for that game. They really were. I don't know if that carries over to this week.
I asked the question, and my answer is I am largely unconcerned still with Daniel Jones. I think this defense is going to make him look exactly like the guy we kind of thought he was before he got this starting gig and played in week 1.
Then what would absolutely floor you? Where Vic and I would have to come over, and Vic would have to give you mouth-to-mouth off the floor of your basement because you passed out, couldn't believe what you saw.
Like the Colts putting up 27.
So Jones going like 22 of 33 for 313 yards and 3 touches, something like that?
I'll tell you the thing that concerns me most about Daniel Jones, and I mean this with all sincerity, his ability to take off and run is really good.
Yes.
Like, if you get pressure on the edges and not pressure up the middle, he can step up, take off for 20, 30 yards in the blink of an eye. He's got, like, really weird athletic ability that you wouldn't expect. And maybe I'm doing all the white guy stereotype stuff, like sneaky fast and blah, blah, blah. But watch him when he takes off and runs. Like, he is way more athletic than you think.
I'm very eager, Vic, tomorrow to talk to Leggy. And, he's going to have a good pulse from his peeps in Indy about what's going on there. Again, Vic, Brett, I'm with you. I think this guy has a lot more to prove after not a very good start to his career with the New York Giants. But he was the 6th overall pick. And we had Adam Schefter come on and say that multiple people told him, we just played the cut, that this guy can play. This guy can help you win football games. So that's not nothing.
You know what, Moj? As a coach, I think you want your quarterback to stand in the pocket, assess the field, get it to the right receiver. But I went back and I looked at the All-22 last night. Man, Bo had a lot of opportunities to run. He had a lot of opportunities just to slip a couple tacklers and go. He had room in front of him. And I think it's a real defined approach to how he's handling this. Maybe early in the season they're telling him, let's save that stuff. Who knows? Or maybe he's saving it purposely. But in the course of a game, you just want to win, right? You see that yellow marker when you're watching as a fan, just run to it. Run, it's there. Hell, Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl doing that.
It's true. I just want to. I want to see more. I just want to see so much more. I want to get to the show on Monday and be like, yeah, what a game from the Broncos in all phases. Like, everything looked great.
That being said, okay, and you're right, the Broncos defense is going to be much tougher than the Dolphins defense was. I believe so. The Colts didn't punt. The Colts did not punt the football in the game.
Yeah.
Do you know who their punter is? He's got a great first name. Great first name.
Bing Crosby?
It is Bing Crosby. That is exactly right. Their punter is Rigoberto Sanchez.
Rigoberto.
That's a good name.
That's a great name.
That's a great name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's like, they didn't want to call him Roberto. They just added a couple.
Yeah, add some Rigo on the front, man. That's killer. Yeah. God, that's a great name. If I had twins, Giancarlo and Rigoberto.
Yeah,
those would be my boys. He didn't punt, guys.
My two redheaded children, Giancarlo and Rigoberto.
Good French names for Moser there.
That's exactly right. They did not punt every possession they had, Vic, they scored on. So, okay, will they come back to the mean a little bit? Yeah, but you even the best teams will punt in a game against crap teams. Okay, they didn't punt.
Yeah.
So, what does that tell you? They have ability. They've got talent. They've got some dudes.
Of course. No, they have talented players. It's just a matter, really, I think I gave you guys the stat before the season started. Anthony Richardson, the day that he got benched, Warren Sharp had those numbers on him. Out of 50, was it 35 quarterbacks? Or 55? I think it was 35. No, I think it was 55. I got to go find this again because it's unbelievable. His accuracy numbers, and where he ranks in that. And you think about if you got a decent football team that maybe can be buoyed a little bit by good quarterback play or detracted by good quarterback play,
poor quarterback play,
by poor quarterback play, it can be a killer. And I'm trying to find the numbers here. Can you vamp for me for a second, Moser? I'm getting close.
Yeah, Vic, your hair looks good today, by the way.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Took a shower.
Hope things go well today for you, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
We'll get you on the course tomorrow.
I can't find it.
I didn't even bring my clubs.
You were pulling, Vic.
It's a shame.
Yes. All right, I can't find it.
Moj, I didn't bring my clubs.
I know. Well, you get Terry to ship sticks them. Whatever it takes.
Too cheap to do that.
Yeah.
How much does that cost, by the way?
That's kind of a lot.
Like $160.
Yeah.
That's a setup.
Gee.
That
is a total setup. Anyway, you just got to know it was really bad. I can't find the numbers. Really bad. Hey, just quickly here. Can I ask a question about something I heard yesterday? Because there was some waffling in New York on whether Russell Wilson was going to start this week or not after a miserable first week. And Russell Wilson went to the podium in the postgame and said the Russell Wilson stuff, man, we competed our butts off. And then you looked at the numbers and it's like, no, you did not.
Really.
You were 17 of 37 throwing the
he
football.
He said it was really physical and all this. Yeah, well, it's the NFL, bro.
So Brian Dable said he now said that Russell Wilson's going to start again. And he's the starter for week 2. And he has, quote, a lot of confidence in Russell Wilson. That's a lie, isn't it? That's just,
I think it would have to be.
That's not true.
Russell Wilson doesn't.
I know he's got to say that, but that's not how he feels about Russell Wilson.
I think you just tread water until they make the move.
Yeah.
Tread water. Let's see if they can make anything
But that's the
happen.
question, Brett, Vic. If you've got this kid, and I think Jackson Dart, I think his preseason and his offseason, I think it surprised everybody in New York. I don't think that they thought that he was going to look that good.
I think Jackson Dart even was like, dude, this is way easier than I thought.
Hell yeah,
see,
it is.
The beauty of putting a rookie out there is that you give yourself some grace. When you put a veteran like Russell Wilson out there and you make certain things and you lose a game and you can always find a reason to blame the quarterback. When you put a rookie out there and he makes a mistake, you're like, hey, you just chalk it up to rookie mistakes, right? You give him more room for error.
But Vic,
it comes with the territory.
But Vic,
hang on.
Yes, sir.
Hang on. Here's the theory I have.
All right.
It's the only thing that makes sense, and it still doesn't make sense. Let me explain. When you look at the Giants and what they have at the beginning of their schedule, it's a bleeping gauntlet.
It's a nightmare.
An absolute nightmare of great teams that you're playing. So maybe the thought process is, let's go back a year ago to New England. They just drafted a rookie quarterback very high in Drake May. They had Jacoby Brissett, veteran guy, not all that great, but could be a serviceable starter in the meantime. Gerard Mayo, before the season started, named Jacoby Brissett the starter because why?
Because his O-line was terrible.
He said, we have such concerns with protection, I'm not throwing the rookie behind there, where he looked at Jacoby Brissett and said, have fun being a crash test dummy. Maybe that's the thought process in New York. I don't want Jackson Dart to go out against elite competition. Now, here's the wrinkle. Brian Dable ain't got time to mess around and lose games because he could get fired a couple losses from now. So if that were his approach, he doesn't have the leeway to afford to lose these games early in the year. Gerard Mayo thought he did. Guess who the head coach in New England is now? Not Gerard Mayo.
Correct.
After a year. That's where it doesn't make sense. You could get me to buy into that theory if I knew the coach had some sort of stability. I thought he was getting fired last year.
I'm going to throw so much truth at you right now, your head is going to spin. You're right, Brett. The part of the problem, though, is that he's just going the safe route because his job is on the line. He should be completely counterintuitive in this regard because the kid, everybody wants the kid. Okay, fine. You don't want the kid to get killed. I'm here to tell you right now that Russell doesn't move any needle for anybody. Not anybody in the team, not anybody in the locker room, not anybody sitting in the stands, not anybody watching on TV, not Brett Kane or Vic Lombardi or Nelly or me, nobody. If you don't want to play the kid, you know what you should do? You should start friggin' Jameis Winston, for God's sake. That's what you should be doing. I know you spent the money. No, I know you spent the money to bring Russ in. This is his last hurrah. This is it. He'll never get another job. What you should do, if you're not going to play Dart, who is your future, and you should do that right now. He should be the starting quarterback this week, get killed or not. You should play Jameis Winston, and that's it.
One thing real quick. You guys know how athletes who are really good, they start to age. And maybe we recognize their game is gone before they do, sort of thing, right? That happens sometimes with really, really good athletes in sports. Russell has to know, doesn't he? Like Russell has to know I am nowhere near the player I used to be.
Do you think he really does know?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Are these guys so full of confidence that there's always an excuse or a reason why?
I don't
like
know, man.
Somebody else or something else.
Hey, Russ is full of something. I don't know if it's confidence, though.
Yeah.
Hey, if I lost my fastball, I know my wife would tell me I lost my fastball. I know she would.
Yeah.
She'd be like, hey.
That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I mean, I'm being honest here.
I think they call that a speed pitch.
Speedball.
Speedball.
Yeah. Throw that speedball by you.
Hey.
Do you think he goes home and I don't know how the dynamic works, but maybe he's getting reinforced in another way. I don't know.
Sierra's saying it's Malik Neighbors' fault or what? What?
I don't know.
My husband cannot throw and catch at the same time.
Yeah, Wandale Robinson can't do crap, man. I don't know.
Continue a version of this. NFL True False next. Every Wednesday at 8:45, it is time for another edition of NFL True or False.
Does anybody track this? Nelly, do you keep track of our true false, or is it just into the wind?
Okay,
What
narc.
what is there to keep track of? What do you mean?
But if we get stuff right or not?
I mean, you
Well,
could.
Brett does ask a lot of big picture things. I'd have to go back at the end of
good
the
point.
year and
Yeah, good
see.
point.
It's a ton. A ton of work. The poor kid. So, first one, we start local with the Broncos. We kind of expand from there. The Broncos will have another run of at least 30 yards this weekend.
True. Yes.
They have they have to go for the run more. I think they will break one. True.
I think R.J. Harvey has the capability to do that on every play, to be honest with you.
Bo Nix will be talked about positively on Monday.
True.
You know what's funny about that? There's always room for criticism. Would you say mostly positively? Is that the better?
Yeah, mostly
question?
positively, sure.
Okay, I'll say true.
By the way, the Colts, I got to rethink this stupid football team. We talked about Daniel Jones all the time. Their defense is actually pretty good, and last year was pretty good. They beat the snot out of Tua. So I will say this, and Tua can run too, even whatever. They better protect Bo Nix because I think these guys are bringing it. That's all I'm saying.
Sean Payton will make a commitment to run the ball more in week 2.
No.
Trolls. Frew.
100% true.
Okay.
Until they get the first 5 run plays stuffed, and then everything is through the air.
8 straight RPOs.
The Colts will score less than 20 points on Sunday.
True.
The Broncos will score at least 24 points on Sunday.
False. I think it's going to be a 17-10 game.
It's going to be something like that. Yeah,
something crazy.
I agree with Vic.
A Broncos tight end.
Oh, by the way, we talked about what would shock you. Vic would have to give you mouth-to-mouth, right, to revive you. If either team goes for 30 points, I'd be very, very surprised.
A Broncos tight end will have at least 3 receptions with no Evan
False.
Ingram.
Who? I'm trying to think. When is Nate Atkins? Is he due to come back sometime soon? Because they didn't add a tight end after the Evan Ingram stuff, right? They haven't called anybody up, correct?
Correct.
True. Yeah.
So they're down to they still have Kroll out there, and they have Troutman. So they have 2 tight ends.
I got one for
I
you.
guess so.
I don't know. What's Laurie Kane's availability?
Keep her name out your mouth. True or false? Broncos tight end, at least 3 catches.
False.
I'll say true.
False.
Someone not named Cortland Sutton will have 60 yards receiving.
True. And it's going to be Troy Franklin.
That would come in like 2 big catches, 30 yards apiece or something like that. That would, I would say false because I think they're going to focus on the run game a little more than we give them credit for.
True or false? The Chiefs will lose to the Eagles and start 0-2.
True.
They're going to lose at Philly. They're going to be 0-2. In fact, I was driving in this morning. Got all buff this morning. I was driving in and I thought to myself, when was the last time the Chiefs started 0-2?
Elvis Gerbach? I don't know.
Elvis?
No, I have no idea.
Len
It's been a long time.
Dawson. Go to a history book.
I talk amongst yourselves.
I remember like in 93, the Cowboys started 0-2 and they ended up winning the Super Bowl.
So,
it was Mahomes, Kelsey, and Reed's, for the first time since 2014. So 11 years, they started 0-2.
Yeah, it was Andy Reid's 2nd year. So that was, Alex Smith,
Alex
probably.
Smith?
Yeah, does anybody know the line on that one?
On Chiefs and Eagles?
I think the Eagles are going to get him, dude. I'm a Jalen Hurts believer.
It is 1.5 Eagles.
Wow. I think they lose.
Speaking of, The Raiders are a 3.5-point home dog to the Chargers. They will upset Los Angeles this weekend.
False.
False.
Okay. Just wondering where the belief
I think
was.
the Chargers are sneaky good, man.
I think
they're sneaky good.
I don't think they're sneaky anymore. I think they're just really good.
I think they're just a fundamentally sound team. Say what you want about Harbaugh. He figures it out. He knows how to push the right buttons everywhere he goes.
True or false? Jalen Carter's 1-game suspension is the proper punishment.
True. I mean, he expectorated. He didn't hurt a guy. He expectorated.
I'm going to say false because is it really a suspension if you miss a game you're kicked out of? I mean, a suspension is...
What, the game hadn't started, but the game hadn't started. I can see why they did it.
The game started. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. That was the first play of the game after the kickoff. Yeah, it did. You're in the game now.
All right.
There was still 15 minutes on the clock in the first quarter.
I mean, so did it really start? Yeah.
All right.
No, I think they gave him a way out on that, to be honest with you.
True or false? Mike McDaniel will get fired before Brian Dable.
Oh, baby. That's a good one. Those are the two hottest hot seats.
That's a great question.
Wow, that is a really good question, Cater. You're welcome.
I'm going to say false.
Dude, I'm going to say false as well because the Giants are not going to win a game. But they got the Cowboys this weekend in Dallas. They're going to get, Arlington. They're going to get killed.
I think the Giants are more mercurial when it comes to that kind of stuff, too. They'll pull the trigger.
And the Dolphins could very well beat the Patriots this weekend. So I'm going to say Dable's fired first. So what's the answer? False?
That'd be false.
False.
True or false? The Lions will miss the postseason.
False. They'll figure it out.
They've got way too much talent on both sides of the ball. I don't care if you lost every assistant coach you ever had.
He asked that question for his own self-therapy.
Yeah, he does.
He wanted us to... Yeah, he's laying on the couch and he wants... Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they figured it out, too.
The answer is false. They're going to make the playoffs.
A lot of people think that after week 1. The Packers win the NFC North. True or false?
That's a true.
Okay.
That's a true as well. It's a good team. Boy, Mike, I did not realize what Micah Parsons can do to a team. The dynamic. Did you see when he entered the game? Did you see the fan reaction?
What's funny?
Holy moly.
He played like 15 or 20 snaps and still got a sack out of it.
And he brought so much energy.
Yeah.
Dude, you add that kind of talent to your team?
Sure.
I don't care who you are associated with the Packers. You're over the moon about it.
True or false? The Jets are a watchable football team this year.
True.
They were last week. I'll say true.
I'm saying
they're fun to watch.
Dude,
yeah.
I loved watching Justin Fields in week 1. That was a great game.
True or false? The Bears will finish with a better record than last year's 5-12.
Oh, man.
How the hell did Minnesota beat them with a rookie quarterback? Based on that alone, I'll say false.
I'm going to say false as well, but I think, God, I believe in the coach. They've got some players there. Yeah, they'll have 6 or 7 wins.
True or false? The Dolphins being favored at home over New England this week sounds right.
True. Everybody, hey, if we're going to do this whole week 1, it's just week 1. Settle down. Now, they look like crap, but they have players as well. I'll say it's right. It's correct. True.
You're asking, should they be favored?
They are favored. Is that right? In your mind?
True. I mean, what am I to say that the odds makers are wrong? Well, they know more than we do.
It's more like, do you think New England's going to win on Sundays?
The Raiders went to New England and got them, dude. No. I think the Patriots could very well win that game. I'm just saying.
They lost to the Raiders, and then Miami basically left at halftime of their own game.
True.
True or false? The Falcons, who just lost to Tampa, can beat the Bucs for the NFC South Division crown.
I'm going to say, until they do it, I'm going to say false. But I cannot wait.
Weird game, man.
I cannot wait.
That was a wild game.
It was.
Late fourth quarter heroics from Penix. He drives them down the field to get in chip shot
And dude
range.
missed it. I know.
Younghoe Koo missed it.
Until they do it, though, Vic, I can't believe it. But I am very much looking forward to that game on Sunday night with Penix versus McCarthy and company. That's going to be awesome.
As to your question, I'll say false.
Okay. Last one. True or false? J.J. McCarthy has a better future than Caleb Williams.
Well, here's what I do know. After he threw that pick six, you know what he did? He didn't shrink. You know what he did?
He won the game.
He came out and said, "All right, enough of that crap. Watch this." And he went right back. He went right back to where he was trying. I mean, he never shrunk down. He kept being aggressive, and he kept fitting it in, dude. I think he's got some cojones. I do.
I'll say true, and that's
I'll
more of
say
an
true.
indictment of what I think of Caleb. I'm not sold on Caleb Williams yet. I'm not. I mean, the potential's there. The athleticism is there. There's something not there.
And that is another edition of NFL True False.
See, that's what you want. Don't you want that out of your quarterback, though? I mean, if he makes a big mistake like that, hey,
sure.
Don't be a shrinking violet.
I'll tell you what McCarthy has over Caleb Williams, and maybe Caleb has this too. All the respect in the world for Ben Johnson as an offensive mind, and maybe he's going to continue that genius in Chicago. But there's one thing I know. Kevin O'Connell is a quarterback genius.
He is a quarterback whisperer is what he is. That's exactly what he is. That's a great point, man. You're a young quarterback. You can't think of a better spot. Work with that guy. He'll make you good.
Catch Kreckman and Lindahl live today from 3 to 6 at Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Come by, enjoy the show, and everyone gets a free varsity haircut. Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. When we come back, the coolest. Hang on a second. How do I want to say this? The most impressive thing about the stadium staying in Denver that you're most looking forward to next. Okay, so we'll get to the stadium thing in a second. Just a second. I have a stat that I guess shouldn't be shocking, but it sounds shocking to me. So I've been saying the Rockies are too good to be that bad. Well, they're trying to flirt with it because they have lost, I think, 15 of their last 18. And Hunter Goodman has become an expert at end of game, game over, I'm going to rip a bomb to left center field.
30 last night.
That is the first Rockies player to hit 30 home runs since...
God.
Cargo.
This. Trevor Story?
I don't know who did it. I just know the year. 2019. That feels like
Was that
a
Cargo?
long time ago.
Is that Story? Who is that?
It's
But
either Story or
it's got to be
or
Arenado.
Nolan.
Yeah.
Nolan, okay.
Got to be Nolan. But since 2019, which is, first of all, as a catcher, really cool. Good for you. Second of all, that's a long time ago to get 30 home runs in altitude.
And I'll say this about the Rockies. Clearly, they have a lot of work to do. They got their catcher, man.
Yes.
This kid's good.
Yes, he is.
This kid's gritty. I like him. He's
Actually,
even-keeled.
There were 2 players that had 30 home runs in 2019, actually.
3.
Oh, there's 3. That's right.
Because Nolan Arenado had 41, Trevor Story had 35, and Charlie Blackman had 32.
My man.
Had 3 of them.
God.
So I settled in to watch last night because my boy was on the bump. Marquez. Everything's kind of cool. I mean, they give up one in this bottom of the second. Okay, fine. Here comes Mookie Betts in the third. Bang! Jesus God. I'm like, okay, well, all right. It's 3-0. Okay, it happens. Thank God there was only one on. 4th inning. Here comes Hernandez. Bang! Bang! I'm like, well, that's ball game right there. Okay.
I'm telling you guys. No disrespect.
Thank God.
But
thank God of the 4 bombs, only one was a 2-run shot. Thank God.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
No disrespect. But if you've been a Rockies starting pitcher for more than 2 years here, you can go. I'm done.
Okay, last thing.
I'm done. I'm sorry.
What did I tell you happens to starting pitchers? Over the course of time at altitude, they wear down. I mean, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it upstairs.
Yeah, but part of it is like guys like Senza and Freeland aren't. How about this? They aren't hard throwers, and they never were hard throwers.
You know what though? You got to give Kyle Freeland his flowers. And it just goes to show you how much pitching is upstairs. The one start after that little brouhaha that he had, right? He comes out and throws his best. That's his best game he's thrown since when? Since that near no-hitter at Coors Field, his rookie season?
Yeah,
that's probably outside of. Was Ubaldo's no-hitter, was that at Coors or was that on the road?
That was on the road.
That was at Atlanta.
Yeah, that might be his best. That might be his best start.
No, I'm calling that. I think that's like top 3 start ever in Rockies history.
It was pretty awesome.
It was that
well,
good.
Hideo Nomo threw a no-no at
that
Coors
was at
Field.
Coors, yeah, for the Dodgers. But I'm watching Ed Sheeran last night on the Hill for L.A. Their version of Ed.
Yeah.
What's the name? Sheeran?
Sheeran? Yes.
Shushani. Shisha. He's thrown a no-hitter. What was a perfect game? Perfect game through like what? 3 for 4? I don't know, dude. I'm just watching Mookie hit it to the moon. I'm watching Hernandez hit it to the moon. I'm just sitting there going, dang, man. All right, move on.
Yes, to the stadium. So they found the location. It's Burnham Yards. My question is, what's your favorite aspect of this announcement?
Well,
because I think there's 3 big ones. Can I just lay them out? That I think are 3 huge.
If you asking me what my favorite is, or are you going to have me choose?
No, you can choose your own. But the 3 that stick out to me, I'll just do it real quick. 1, that it's still in Denver. Cool. 2,
but it was never going to not be in Denver. I don't care what anybody says.
Understood.
Okay,
but it did. It stayed here.
Okay.
2, that it's no taxpayer funding, all privately funded for the stadium. So that's another really cool thing that didn't have to happen.
It was gonna. Yeah, of course it did. They own. There's not going to be no help. They're the richest owners in the league.
Fine.
Okay.
Here's my favorite. Like, all those things are cool. My favorite is the retractable roof. There's only a few stadiums in the country that have it. Yeah. And even the ones that do have it don't really use it like a true retractable roof. Because I'll give you the list of teams in the NFL that does it in a second, but Vic, go ahead.
I want to talk about that retractable roof, and a lot of people opposed to it here in a moment. But I'm going to give you my favorite aspect of why the stadium, where it's going to be built, why I'm so excited. I'm excited because the landscape of downtown Denver in 10 years is going to look so different than it does right now. When you shut your eyes and you think of downtown Denver, you look at the face of Denver and you got an image that comes to mind. In 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's going to look so different. Think about this. Think about this pattern that is now forming. Santa Fe and I-25, you're going to get a women's soccer stadium. A mile to the north of there, the northeast, you're going to get a new football stadium. Less than a mile just north of there, Ball Arena and its entire redevelopment project. A mile to the northeast of there is Coors Field. So you have a valley of stadia that is going to be built, two of which are coming new, that is going to transform Denver as we know it. It's going to look entirely different. And to me, that is exciting.
Sure.
Moshe, I hope you and I are around to see this. That's because our kids are going to see a completely different town than what we see today.
For sure. I'm planning on being around to see it. But it's going to be awesome. See, here's part of the problem. With Ball Arena, I probably won't be. But with the stadium, I will be. And anyway, the point is that it's going to be flat out awesome. The first two things, Brett, I think were givens that it was going to stay in Denver, and the Walton Penner group that Greg and Kerry were going to build their own stadium. Okay, that's great. I think part of the cool part is, Vic, one of the things that is my favorite is they're going to develop a piece of land that right now is, I told you, it's a blight on the community. And no offense, but I don't know what. There's nothing that could make it worse than it is right now. So that's awesome. And yes, the roof, Brett, to be able to fully take it off if you want the elements in, like we can have snow if you want snow. We can have rain if you want rain. If I'm playing a warm weather team in the playoffs and we want the snow, then good. But that's really
such a
cool
great point, Moshe. You're making my point about why, first of all, the retractable roof was a non-starter. It was going to be retractable roof all along. Otherwise, the city and the ownership wouldn't have gotten this thing going so quickly. The city wants a retractable roof because it wants to attract other activities, other things
you don't think that
concerts.
The NFL would put the Super Bowl in this stadium? You're damn right they will.
More than just the Super Bowl. Everybody says, oh, what, for a Super Bowl every 20 years? No. You're going to get concerts there. You're going to get conferences there. You're going to get a lot of things that the city benefits from that kind of stuff. All right, so the retractable roof was going to happen all along. Now, for those who continue to argue, because I get this, I know we live in Colorado. I'm not a big fan of snow. You guys know my thing. I don't like being cold. There are a lot of you out there like, oh, come on. This is Denver. We like it like this. It's beautiful. It's magical when the snow's falling. I'm going to ask you this. Do you think the Broncos may have beaten the Baltimore Ravens in 2013 if they had a roof on that thing? Do you remember how cold Peyton Manning was in that game?
Yeah.
Brett, I can't tell you how cold. I don't remember the temperature.
Oh, I'm aware.
It was below. I mean, it's like 15 below. That day was so cold.
But this is my point for everybody.
I couldn't even think straight.
So there's examples of guys that play well in the cold. Like Aaron Rodgers did that really well in Green Bay, although his playoff record wasn't great even when they were at Lambeau in the cold. Josh Allen seems to play all right in the cold. Mm-hmm. But you got to be a certain type of quarterback to play that way. And I guarantee you, if I asked almost every single quarterback that exists in the NFL, would you rather play in negative 10-degree wind chill or 70 degrees, they'd all take 70.
Sure.
All of them would.
Sure.
It makes their
Especially
job
since
easier.
The biggest, what's crazy about this, we play football all season. You play them in the elements. You have all these different things happening. And then the Super Bowl comes around, and it's usually played in a warm weather site or in a dome where it's perfect conditions. So none of that actually matters. I'll say this, though. You can weaponize a retractable roof now. If you're playing the Miami Dolphins in December, and the Dolphins aren't used to playing in the elements, and there's a little bit of a snowfall out there, maybe you open that sucker up, and that's a great home field advantage.
Dang right.
Maybe you don't.
Hey,
they determine what helps the team.
Yeah, any of these warm weather teams, that have to come to maybe a cold weather environment that maybe they play in, once in a great while, use everything at your advantage. Now, again, theoretically, your
if
team.
The quarterback's good. Like, that's what we're talking about here. It's just quarterbacks. It's not anybody else in the field.
Well, are they running
Well, no,
quarterbacks?
it's a
They
lot
running
of
quarterbacks?
it's
What are they?
receivers running routes.
Yeah.
It's cutting in the turf. It's defensive backs. Hey, I'll ask you this just from watching it, because most of the people upset are those who say they enjoy snow games. It's part of Colorado lore, and we live here. I don't enjoy being in the snow. I don't. That's just me. I'm not a season ticket holder. I'm not one to talk. But who really enjoys sitting out there for 3 hours freezing your tater off? You really enjoy that?
No.
I will say
that's
this.
fun to you?
Do you
How's
remember
that fun to you?
Vic, I've been in the snow with Broncos games many times, multiple times. In fact, I'd tell you the story where it builds up on my legs because I didn't move, so the snow is building up, and it's building up at the top of my beer. Those are fond memories. However, do you recall the game when Mike Vanderjagt won that mother in the driving snow, Vic? Do you remember that for the Colts?
I do, yeah.
Okay, I was in a suite that day. And boy, was I thankful to be inside when Vanderjagt is kicking that stupid field goal.
Let me bring two things to your guys' attention. And Vic, you've seen a lot of these stadiums, Mose, you have too. So you tell me if I'm wrong here. So here's the NFL stadiums with retractable roofs. It's the Cowboys Stadium.
Beautiful.
It's Lucas Oil in Indianapolis.
Beautiful.
It's the Falcons.
Mercedes-Benz, that's a specimen.
The Houston Texans Stadium, NRG, and then
that's a nice one too.
The Cardinals. All I know for most of those is they're just domed. I don't remember their roofs being open.
Their roofs
ever.
come off. SoFi. Here's what SoFi has.
Well, they have the outdoor
They have a roof, but the sides up the top are
outdoor.
open so that the air can come in and so on. But it feels like it feels both. It feels like you're indoors and outdoors.
But Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz, they open up the roof and they have sunshine coming in during games? Because maybe I've never thought to try and notice it. I don't ever remember that. Every time I've seen Mercedes-Benz Stadium, it's always been enclosed. Always.
They are more inclined to close them. Yeah, you know. Listen, are we softening up as a fan? Yeah, a little bit. I always say this: if you enjoy watching games in the snow so much, why not on a Sunday when the Broncos are on the road, take your television outside in the backyard when it's snowing and watch the game?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
By the way, Moj, something you said earlier about taxpayer-funded blah, blah, blah. I'll give you 3 examples of either things that just happened or are upcoming. Washington, the Commanders, they're seeking $500 million in a state subsidy for their renovations that they're going to do. The Buffalo Bills' new stadium, $850 million in public funds.
They needed it, yeah.
Kansas City, for their new Royals and Chiefs stadiums, $1.7 billion in public money is going into that. It's not just, hey, nobody does that anymore. No, people still do. I mean, the Walton Penner Group said $0.
We don't have to.
I think that's really cool.
You want to repave Osage?
The stuff that comes around that, sure.
What I don't know, Vic, will it go up to 13th? I don't know how far north it's going to go. Because you've got Metro and their new stadiums are on that side. I don't know.
Beyond the water. It can't go beyond Denver water. So it's got to stop there.
Okay, so it stops at Denver
part
water.
Of the campus, I believe, is staying. Yeah.
Okay. So that's 13th.
The thing about it is,
then that's 13th Avenue, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
I wonder.
I think it's 13th.
I wonder.
I got to look.
This is off topic. This has nothing to do with stadiums, but this is more about the transportation in and out of there. Going to have to redo how you get in and out of there because right now it's a mess. I wonder how viable the 8th Street Bridge is because it's just so weird. Nobody uses it now. It's very rarely used. They may have to reconfigure that and redo that to fit this thing in there. If they really want to build out and build a stadium with all kinds of hotels and, what are they calling these places now? Not just stadiums, a stadium districts, right?
Yeah.
If they want a true stadium district, I don't know if 8th Avenue Bridge is going to make it. I think they can reconfigure that somehow. That would be my vision, and we haven't seen this on paper. I don't know what they're planning. I just don't understand why it needs to still be there because it looks like it's right in the middle of it all.
Driving down there virtually every other day of my life, and I think that a lot of people who go that direction from the south side to the north side, and as they go, once you pass Santa Fe, then this is where it starts to get a little hectic and crazy. 6th Avenue is highly utilized. Colfax is highly utilized. Auraria, not so much, but that's the avenue. That's the artery to get to Ball. 8th Avenue, it just doesn't have as much punch.
It's local.
It's
a local traffic
listen,
place.
I would say on the west side of 25, perhaps, Vic, but going east on 8th, there's not a whole lot that goes on there. So if they want to knock it down or redo it or whatever, I'm in for that. No problem.
Again, Kreckman and Lindahl live at Sports Clips in Aurora today from 3 to 6. Sport Clips from 3 to 6. Free varsity haircuts for everyone. Free. Totally free. Actually free. I double-checked. It's free. Yeah. So if you go and see them during
Nate needs a haircut.
3 to 6, you get a free haircut. So we'll see you later at Sport Clips Pros in men's hair. When we return, Dion, why are you yelling at me? We'll get to it next.
There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
Hi, Coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
It's Dion yesterday. And the question is, was the report right and he was just mad that it got out, or was it just incorrect entirely? Because I wonder if he's going full Jack Nicholson in The Departed. Like, I get this scheming, conniving rat. Like, I wonder if that's what he's thinking. Somebody barked to a media member.
I've got it. Just hit me. Vic, if I wanted to, I'm going to try to become the coach imitator around this joint. If I wanted to deflect a question away from who my starting quarterback is going to be at Houston this week, that's exactly what I would be saying. So somebody ask me.
Coach, clearly you're going to go with Ryan Staub as your starter this year or this week, right?
Listen, I don't know where this kind of thing comes from, and quite frankly, I'm tired of it. The Dow Jones bounced up yesterday, and we have a real correlation nowadays between the Dow Jones, honestly, interest rates, and what's going on over in the Middle East. And so I can't tell you how much that when you combine those three, it really creates a problem, not only for me, but for all of you as well. And then you've got to deal with inflation, and that always gets me down. I just wish that inflation today was like it was back, let's say, in 1963. Something along the, you see what I mean?
Coach, my question was about your quarterback.
I don't give a rat's dang about your question. I don't want to talk about my quarterbacks. So I'm going to talk about everything else, including the media. Hey, so how did Pete Thamel get it? How did your ESPN buddy get it? How did anybody get it? Somebody saw something that says, hey, Staub's going with the ones.
That's the assumption I would make, too. So that's just kind of how it started.
There's some kid at Del Ward going, hey, I saw Staubby with the ones, and then there you go.
So it started there and sort of continued with some other stuff where it's just, I think this is a totally reasonable question. It's one we've talked about on the air. It's week 3. You're going against a conference opponent. This game really, really matters. At the time, right now, Houston is, I believe, a 6.5-point favorite this weekend. And it's largely due to the fact that you have a quarterback situation that's seemingly unstable. Well, wouldn't you like a more stable position?
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those?
Stop.
I got time today.
Stop. You have time, Coach. Stop. All right. If you want me to go down a list of programs, even within your own
Arch
conference.
Manning, Carson Beck.
If you want me to go down even in the Big 12, who's got a solidified quarterback? Well, Houston does. K-State does. Arizona does. Baylor does. Texas Tech does. Iowa State does. I mean, Cincinnati does. They got that, what's his name? Scooby.
Who are you talking about?
It's Cincinnati, the Bearcats. They got, what's his face?
The kid who can run.
Yeah, the running little, he's not
whatever.
little,
Whatever, yeah.
But you know what I mean. It's like.
There's no question on who's the quarterbacks for those teams.
Yeah, they're all their number ones. So maybe you want to dodge on who your number one is.
Oh, and by the way, who has those? You have every year you've coached college football. Your kid. In fact, you said as much the day you got the boulder. You got there in front of a microphone for the first time and said, by the way, there's your quarterback. That sounds pretty solidified.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
There was no debate. You know, I'm going to give Dion some grace here because I think he's trying to protect 3 guys. And I know that you don't want to hear that. There are a lot of people, present company included, that like, dude, if their egos can't handle this, you got the wrong people. But especially the young guy, the 17-year-old who was so ballyhooed, you want to protect them. So as soon as you start talking about your quarterbacks, as soon as you start getting detailed about them, sometimes it gets back to the QB. What does he do well? What does he not do well? The less you could say, the better, to be honest with you. There's a game, there's a dance that's played. That's why these press conferences, largely, most of them are useless because you can't do follow-up questions. You ask a question, coach responds, on to the next question. There are no follow-ups.
Yeah.
So if you're conducting that interview and he answers like that, what would your follow-up be,
Well,
Mose?
this
If
is
he
the
said to
follow-up.
you,
There was a follow-up to that one. There was.
let me hear it.
Excuse me, sir.
A number one start, a clear ahead number one start.
I don't. That could mean something's up with your roster if it's clear. Then that clear guy goes down. What's up
No,
with the
no,
second one?
Stop, Coach.
I like where we are, man.
Coach,
So
I'm not-
follow-up was, no, but do you have a clear number 1 starter?
Mm-hmm.
That's what solidified
And he
means.
said, if you do, then maybe something's up with your roster.
What does that mean?
Because then he went on to say, Vic, that I apologize, Brett. Yeah, it's okay to have a clear number 1 starter. It doesn't mean something's up with your roster. It means that's the guy who's going to help you win the most this week.
Could you imagine?
That's this season. Whatever.
Could you imagine if the Broncos are heading into Sunday against the Colts and we're like, Stidham, Nix, Ellinger, who knows? Wouldn't you be like, this is a pretty big problem?
That wasn't long ago, though.
I know, but
we had these debates.
But Vic, that was a problem. You didn't like that. It was instability with your team.
Well,
Like,
let me.
You know,
let me give you
the
an
answer's
example.
obvious to me. The answer's obvious, guys. They're
Yes,
going
sir.
with Staub. He just doesn't want to say it because, as soon as you say it, the other 2 kids are like, well, what are we here for? I mean, I'm sure Salter's like, hey, man, I transferred here to play. And the other kid, hey, man, I was recruited by you. I gave up a USC to come here. He's not trying to say it to protect himself from offending the other 2. Now, again, a lot of you will say to yourselves, well, screw that, man. But that's just the modern college game today. That's the world we live in. It's too easy to transfer if you don't like the situation or if you're offended by the coach. You can say bye-bye, and you can do it right away.
Okay, I'm Ryan Day. Ask me the same question.
do you have a solidified starter as your quarterback?
You're damn right, and his name is Julius Sayin.
Yeah.
Yep, he's our number 1. I'm James Franklin.
Do you have a solidified starter?
Drew
as
Aller
okay.
has been our starter for a couple years now. He's our starter now, and he's going to be our starter until the end of time. There's nothing up with my roster.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And so if you want to finish that, Brett, that's fine. I apologize.
No, I
for
think that's
stopping
fine.
it. I wanted to prove a point. But he said, look, I like the dice that I'm rolling right now. And I get that. Maybe he can change his mind and whatnot, and maybe he's just concerned about it. But look, just go on the guy who you feel best about, that you think can best beat the Houston Cougars this weekend. Fine with me.
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those? I got time today. Who has one of those? What does that look like? What does a solidified quarterback look like? What does that look like? I want to know.
Last thing on that. Hang on. Vic, if you're there and you've done this a million times, and I don't think there's anybody better I don't know anybody better than you that can do this. And you engage him and you say, all right, let me give you an example then, Coach. You've got all day? Let's have all day. And then you start throwing it back. Listen, you start running down all of the Big Ten or the SEC or whatever. How productive is that?
He's just not going to answer it.
Exactly.
It'll just make for an unsettling situation. So
exactly.
if you know going in he doesn't want to answer it, then it's not even – I mean, pressing him is not going to get you anywhere.
Correct.
It's just not.
Well, what is this pressing or – I feel like this is just putting a question up on a tee. Like, Coach, knock this one out of the park. I'm going to help you out.
Kind of an overview question.
Yes, sir.
When we talked to you, you hadn't looked at the film yet. After looking at the film, what did you like about each of the quarterbacks?
What did I like about each of the quarterbacks? That's a setup. God bless you all.
Well, here's the only downfall to answering that question. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying I would have answered it this way. That if you say, I love Ryan Staub's poise, I love the poise, he comes in with poise, then perhaps the other two guys are like, wait, does that mean that we don't have poise?
That's an implication.
Or if he says, I love
job.
Caden Salter's feet, man. The other guy's like, wait, I can run, you just didn't give me the opportunity. So now you start playing that game. Now, again, is it...
I mean,
at some point,
you're so right, though, Vic.
Kids got to grow
so
up.
Right. You're so right.
I mean, the only way you can take offense to that is say he's got good poise. Caden Salter, I love the way that he can use his athletic ability. Juju,
I'm going to show you how
he's
petty
got
it is.
great hair. Like, if you did that, then yeah, maybe that's offensive.
You ready? You ready? You ready? You want to get your feelings hurt? Hey, Steve Nelson, say nice things about each of us. What are our strengths? All three of us.
Well, let's see. Brett Kane has killer tosses to break.
Yeah.
He just really loves it. Moser.
So what do you mean that mine aren't good?
Wait, hold on a second. I think these tosses suck. They've improved lately, but I think he's got some of the worst tosses in the radio.
That was a compliment segment.
That's
What's
what
going
that's
on
it
here?
means.
Moser, let's see. I don't know which is more encyclopedic, his knowledge of the National Hockey League or his knowledge of 80s hair metal. He's very well-versed in both.
That sounds insulting.
No, I asked for strengths, not trivial stuff. Strengths.
Okay. Copy.
This reminds me of something. For some reason, this hit me. This was years ago. We were talking about, like, what's a crutch that we have, something that we always go to. And we said, like, oh, Moser always leans on, like, 80s hair metal knowledge as a reference to something. And Vic just goes, Brett, you just suck at teases. And I go, it's not a crutch. It's just an insult. You just insulted me. It's not,
I remember that.
You weren't even playing the game correctly. You just said something
No,
mean.
do you remember when I got? Hey, remember when I got Marty? Oh, I said we're in the trust tree. Remember, I said, Marty, what is something that you're unsure about?
Yeah.
Sensitive. Remember?
Yeah, it was his ears, and it was about his ears.
That's how it started. We did not mention a single word for like 2 years about Marty's ears. Vic asks that question, and then Marty says, I'm a little sensitive. I think I got big ears. And we all go, Jesus, yeah, you do. It's like we all just noticed at once.
And by the way, Brett, your tick was in the Mojis last year, so I was able to dig it up.
We all have things that are just like ticks for us. Vic, you can't ignore the text line sometimes if somebody says something. Moser will have a squirrel moments where he thinks of something that is a movie reference.
What about you?
I don't know. What do I have? What's my tick?
You're terrible at doing teases.
Okay. That's just an insult.
What's the difference? The inference is there. What's the difference? And that's the point I'm trying to make. Even when you compliment somebody, as they're asking Prime to do, a compliment can turn into a knock on another quarterback.
Let's really try this. Let's really try this for a second. Vic, what do you like about your wife?
Dude, this is setup.
It shouldn't be that hard. Oh, she's very caring. I don't know. It's just the whole thing was weird.
But the point is the implication could be there. If you say this about Staub, then you're inferring that the other two guys don't have that. I see where he's coming from. I get it. But look, man, just go with the guy that you think gives you the best chance to beat Houston and call it a day. Is it really 6.5? That line? Is it let's see what I got. What do I got?
It was 6.5 yesterday.
I've got 5.5. Actually, it opened at 3.5, went to 5.5. That's a lot. And, this quarterback transfer, this kid's a player, man. Buffs better be on the lookout. This kid's a player.
Okay, can I make a tangent sort of comparison here as something I'm just reading from Pierre LeBrun? Is this a setup? Somebody asked Jack Hughes, Quinn Hughes, who was meeting with a media group in Vegas. Would you like to play with your brother?
Well, they asked Jack that.
Well, it's both here.
Both.
I'm sorry. Yes, Jack first. And he goes, that's a headline question. He goes, honestly, I'm not afraid to say it. Yeah, I would love for Quinn to eventually, I'd love for him to play with him, is what he said. Now, by saying that, does that mean that somebody's going to up and make a trade request and leave? No. But, I mean, I guess you just put the thought out there, Moj. Is that something where, like, Is that a setup question?
Well,
What is that?
I mean, Jack is already playing with one brother. His brother Luke's already on New Jersey. And the talk is, again, it's the talk of Vancouver that Quinn's going to want to leave and go play with his brother in New Jersey at some point. Is it a setup question? Yeah, it is. But I also give I give the youngster credit for actually saying, well, hell yeah, Woody's my brother.
And of course.
Yeah.
It's like, it's my brother. Yeah, I'd like to play with him. I think that'd be really neat.
Down the road someplace or whenever. Sure, I'd love to do that. That'd be killer.
Hey, LeBron, you want to play with your kid? No.
No, I told them not to draft him, but they did anyway in the second round.
Hey,
pissed
guys.
me off. Yeah.
Guys, speaking of LeBron, this NBA Europe thing, it's heating up real quick, man. It's coming. NBA Europe, it's coming. And from what I'm hearing, you're watching this Eurobasket. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to this. Serbia, of course, got upset. Lithuania with Jonas Valanciunas, who had a great game. They lost. They lost to Greece and Turkey. I mean, when you think of international basketball, does Turkey come to mind? Well, Turkey's in the semifinals. They got a triple-double from Alpi Şengün, who went 19, 12, and 10. This NBA Europe, once it goes in place, I wonder. I just wonder if it's going to be a development league or an opposing. What is it going to look like?
Here's what
it's
I
a
do
real
know.
thing that's going to happen.
Yeah, I saw a flash that came across that Tony Parker is actually in China right now promoting the street ball league, but he was asked about it. He said that NBA Europe is inevitable, and in the near future that Adam Silver is involved, and they're exploring a potential league in Europe with FIBA.
What is going to make this, and we'll go to break on this, any different than what NFL Europe was? Which was
because I'll tell you exactly what.
Okay, well, hang
you.
on to it then. Hang on to it. We'll get to it next.
Right.
Swing by Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora today between 3 and 6. Kreckman and Lindahl broadcasting live, and everybody who comes in scores a free varsity haircut. See you today at Sport Clips Pros in men's hair. So, Vic, you said NBA Europe is picking up steam. I asked the question, what makes this different, or what will make this different than NFL Europe? Your response?
Very simple. The NFL, as popular as it is here in the United States of America, the ratings prove it. I mean, if you saw the ratings, CBS's ratings, the highest they've been in like 20 years for opening week. Unreal ratings.
27 years.
Numbers prove it.
27, yeah.
27? Is that what it is?
Yep.
So I don't need to argue that point. On an international level, the NBA internationally, basketball is more popular than football. You may not want to believe that.
That's
here,
true.
But it's the truth. All right? And the fact that these guys, international players, European players, look at the past 5 MVPs, for crying out loud. They're all international players. Look at some of the greatest players on the globe today. A lot of them are from Europe. So if you can put a league together that is centered in Europe, those fans that already root for basketball have a rooting interest. When you had NFL Europe, most of the fans didn't know what the hell they were watching.
Here's my question, though. The comparison between NFL Europe and NBA Europe was not because of the popularity of the sport. I'm well aware that football is just a almost purely American thing that they're trying to expand, but it's American. The issue is this, and it's the same thing that I think every single brand new league that's trying to form has. It's not as if basketball doesn't exist in Europe already. Ask the people in Panathinaikos who flooded our YouTube feed for 3 straight weeks with the Valanciunas stuff. They are very fervent fans of their team.
Sup, Greeks?
What will get those people to change from Panathinaikos diehards to even being interested in a new league is what I'm asking.
Who's to say another team doesn't enter the Panathinaikos territory and represent NBA Europe, and now you have a competing league in the same time? I mean, it doesn't say that there's no rule.
Why can't
that you
Panathinaikos not be in
teams.
it? I mean, why can't they break away from the Greek league and become an NBA Europe team?
That's fine. If that's what's going to happen, that's fine.
Listen to me. I'm told it's reported that Silver wants $500 million per expansion franchise, or not expansion, but to have an, quote, NBA Europe team.
But what I'm getting at is when the Live Tour breaks off and says, we're going to steal all these great guys, and then we're going to watch because you love them. And it's like, no, I just watched the PGA.
I think all the best players would be in the NBA anyway.
Yeah.
NBA Europe would be
but they
developmental.
have their own teams now, is what I'm saying. And look, I don't know how intense they are about their teams, but I've seen videos from Serbia about what those games look like. They look like they're pretty into their teams there. What's going to get those guys to break off and care about a new league is what I'm asking.
A lot of these players, they may be washed up in the NBA. They end up in these other leagues, right? Puerto Rico, Europe. But you tell me, if late in his career, Nikola Jokic, after he's made his $500 million or so here in Denver, if he decides he wants to spend his last 3 years playing for Belgrade, you don't think that'll draw? You don't think that's going to be a big deal?
Sure, but
you don't think the fans will be interested in that?
Yeah, but Vic, hang on. That's a very specific case of one individual, not a league. One individual.
But I can give you an individual from every market. Victor Wembanyama in France. I can give you Danilo Gallinari in Italy. I can give you Luka Doncic in Slovenia. We can go to Jonas Valanciunas in Lithuania. We can go up and down the map. And there are players who are rooted from these countries who are suddenly at the top of the food chain.
When Messi joins,
how do you know more players don't exist?
When Messi joins the MLS, Miami gets a lot of attention. I don't know how much it helped Portland. That's what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? I don't think, did Messi bring in an entirely new group of people for the MLS and just take them by storm? Yeah, they got a bump. What's funny is I feel like a lot of it was international people following Messi and not Americans following. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it just kind of feels like if you have a thing already and then they're trying to make a new league, I think it's hard to pry people away from that to go to the new thing.
Sure, yeah, there's no foolproof way. I just think it's going to happen regardless of what our opinions are. I think the NBA is going that direction. Hell, it may be bigger than NBA Europe, by the way. There's some other stuff going on internationally. There might be. The basketball is a universal game. It's a universal game. It's unlike anything else, man. Soccer and basketball are the two that can do it and get away with it. Football can't. That's why I'm always I love football. But them trying to jam it, like playing a game in Brazil. What the hell's that?
Well, I think that's what we were talking about. The only place.
What the hell is that?
Well, I know what it is. The only place
you think.
Hang on.
Do you think that local rec centers in Sao Paulo are suddenly going to start handing out football pads and helmets? You know how expensive that is? Do you think they're going to start doing rec leagues of football in Sao Paulo? Do you think there are small villages?
No.
They're not playing football.
No, Vic, I think what they're just trying to do is they've maxed out their consumers in America. You either love the NFL or you don't. There's no getting a new viewer, okay? You're either in or you're out already. The only place they can go is like, can I steal 100,000 people in Brazil that will watch the game
You're
and
looking
pay
for
some
eyeballs.
money?
I'm talking more about growth of sport. I'm talking about participation,
Oh,
which
I don't think
leads
that'll
to more
happen.
talent.
No.
And the participation in basketball is only going to get bigger and bigger. There's no way. Listen, they're not going to play football in 6th grade in Bangladesh.
But they can
not
get
full contact football. They're barely
Vic,
playing in Arvada.
But Vic, they can get a 6th grader in Bangladesh to maybe become a fan of a team. You know, there's plenty of Americans who watch Premier League. That has nothing to do with the United States. They do that. I think that's just what the NFL is trying to do because it's the only place they can get more money, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, look at MLS, for example. Soccer is played in the U.S. Kids play soccer.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a league here had to happen. It had to happen. It's here.
Yeah.
Is it as successful as the leagues in Europe? No, it's not. But it's a league that's on its own because people play the sport here.
I kind of miss. Is there even one Greek that was on our bacon when this whole thing was going down? Is there one Greek that's left over watching the show from Greece? Even one?
I think they're over it.
Well, then you know what? Bug off, Greeks.
Can I add something? A wrinkle from week 1 that we haven't really talked about yet that I think is making really interesting results. Did it feel like on Sunday to you guys that there's a little more scoring across the league, more opportunities for touchdowns? Because it felt that way to me.
I guess it depends on which game you watched.
But I just think
the Cardinals and the Saints was like, nah.
Like, how about this, though?
Bengals and Browns was like, nah. Broncos game is Niners, Seahawks, meh.
Out of 156 kickoffs in week 1, 118 were returned. 76%. Last year, that number was 33. If you hit a touchback, the drive is starting at the 35.
So those 5 yards scared him that much?
I think it's just added something to it. It's given you a little bit more pop for like, hey, if we have a couple of first downs, we're in field goal range now, as opposed to being at the 50.
Well, I thought they redid the kickoffs some years ago in order to avoid the high-speed collisions that kickoffs produce.
Well, that's done now because they're lining up 5 yards apart from each other.
I don't care. It's still a guy running full speed at you and a guy running full speed at the other guy. I don't know.
But it's not the contact with the guys blocking. They're standing as far as you and me are apart until the guy touches the ball.
I thought it was mostly had to do with the tacklers and the ball carriers. But that's, I guess I'm correct.
It still doesn't explain to me why, with seconds remaining in the half, why the Broncos didn't simply kick the ball through the end zone.
Yeah.
To end the half.
Yeah, well.
Or kick it out of bounds. Like, kick it out of bounds at the 20. I don't care.
Why didn't the Bears boot it through the end zone to get a free timeout with a 2-minute warning?
They said that's exactly what the kicker was supposed to do.
And he screwed up.
And he did not.
Okay.
You know one thing you don't get anymore that I witnessed over the weekend? In the Kansas State and Army game, you know what Army did? They hit a rifle of a kick right at the up man, bounced it off him, and got it as like a pseudo onside. I just realized those aren't going to exist in the NFL anymore.
No, you can't do that.
You can't.
No, I mean,
you can't hit
just
a bullet.
That went away 2 years ago.
No, I understand, but I haven't watched that sequence take place in a while, and I was like, oh yeah, that stuff still works. You can catch people by surprise.
Than seeing the hard kick, low stinger, off some poor dude's helmet, pops in the air, and all hell breaks loose. Today's fun to watch.
Today's September 10th. All of the themes that we've talked about today, the discussions not only with the Broncos but around the league. When we get to October 10th, how different are those narratives going to appear before our eyes? Entirely different?
Yeah.
Or so we're not going to be talking about, hey, is the run game actually going to be committed to?
Well, by
Is
then you're
Danny
going to have
Dimes-
an by
is-
then you got an answer.
Is Danny Dimes actually a candidate for comeback player of the year?
Yeah, I think that theme's going to die.
Is Russell Wilson going to be able to fog a mirror in a month?
If there's one thing, you know what? Put this on
An
worst
NFL mirror, I meant.
If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mojis for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be. I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell, record it.
Write
and
it
then make a
down,
prediction.
hell, record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
It's a hell of a statement, bro.
Ginsu knife.
Listen, after what Schefter told you on Monday, that's a heck of a statement, buddy.
Okay, look,
heck of a statement.
Moj, because the New Orleans Saints were sniffing around the Daniel Jones bargain bin doesn't convince me that teams believe he's good.
They didn't punt. I don't care if
Speaking of-
I don't care if the Miami Dolphins are the worst defense and the worst team in the league. They didn't punt the football all day long. They scored on every possession they had. What do you want me to
Speaking
do?
of-
Ain't happening Sunday.
Okay.
Speaking of New Orleans, as a colorblind man, what
It's the
was that
NFL.
color? What were they wearing? What was that?
It was a gold uni with a black helmet.
It looked cool. I thought it looked good.
I thought it looked like champagne or something.
Yeah, well, you can't
It
see
looked
anyway.
weird.
Yeah, it's okay. I thought it looked good.
Dude, I fell down the YouTube rabbit hole the other day, and one of the suggested videos was one of our old Family Feud episodes. And I said, besides an orange, name another fruit that's orange. And Vic pauses. He goes, I'm colorblind. So your answer hit a 0 because your answer
What
was
is another fruit
colorblind.
that's orange?
Apricot.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. Pumpkin's a veggie, isn't it? It's a
I
squash.
think it's a fruit.
No,
Is it?
Okay. I mean, how about
Maybe you're right.
those little the cuties, the little tangerines.
Yeah, tangerines. That's another one.
Someone said peach. Isn't a peach peach? Isn't that the
Could
color peach?
pass for
yeah.
orange.
Let me tell you
I
something about
guess.
the color peach. When I had that 32-box Crayola thing, and they said, go get color peach, I'm always sitting there at the teacher going, what the hell's that? What the hell's peach?
Yeah.
Peach is like it's a Switzerland of colors and crayons. I ain't using peach.
All right, here you go. Cantaloupes, peaches, apricots, mangoes, papayas, persimmons,
Well,
nectarines.
cantaloupe's the inside,
Correct.
not the rind of it.
Well, no, but if you scrape the rind a little bit, then
Okay.
you get some orange out of there.
Nelly, got a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Who is Vic's biggest sworn mortal enemy in this life? Genetics. So I have an update on genetics. Earlier in the show, we had Vic's brother on. He wanted to talk about the location of the new Broncos stadium, and he joined us from the motherland. So I sent the Zoom link to him in Italy. I sent him the same exact link that I send every guest we have for the past however many years. 2 minutes after I send it, all he sends back is, link isn't working. So, Vic, the point is when it comes to technology, the Lombardis just don't stand a chance, brother.
Fact checker. A pumpkin is, in fact, a fruit.
Cool. So is a tomato.
Joe Masabny, PhD from Texas A&M, Agri-Life Extension Service, vegetable specialist in Dallas, said scientifically speaking, pumpkins are a fruit simply because anything that starts from a flower is botanically a fruit.
I like it.
Shut up. Nobody's sitting on the freaking couch chewing on a pumpkin.
And with that, you guys have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Happy Wednesday. It's the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Nice hands there. Still got it. KJ Granderson behind the glass. Join us today, 303-504-0925. And make sure you get on out to Aurora Sport Clips on Smoky Hill Road and hang out with Nate and Andy today, 3 to 6 p.m. If you show up, you get a free varsity haircut. So do it. Go hang out with the fellas.
A varsity haircut is not the bowl cut that you used to get back in third grade, Raj. Okay? It's a good thing.
I would like to make a proclamation. I never had a bowl cut, so. Were you a bowl cut guy?
There was a time in my life where I had a bowl cut, and it was third grade.
As we close the chapter on week 1, Broncos and Titans, and you walk away with this weird, did we brutally overestimate what the Broncos can do this season kind of taste in your mouth going into, well, the one team that looked way better than anyone thought they were going to look like in week 1 was the Indianapolis Colts. It's this weird addition of didn't expect either one of those things to happen, and now they have to go head to head just a week later. Is there anything that gave you excitement, say in the second half of Broncos Titans, where you didn't walk away from it just going, that all sucked, I feel gross about that win, where you look over in bed and you go, ooh, I did that? Like, I guess there's a high five there, and then you kind of sweep it under the rug and forget about that Friday night.
Fortunately, there is, Raj. And where it was for me was watching the pistol downhill, even at times escort zone read. Easy there. It's not that type of escort.
Talk about Friday night mistakes.
Think about Colin Kaepernick's version of the pistol zone read play where you have a tight end fullback or any form of a lead blocker. A lot of people call it the horn play because the tight end or the H-back or the fullback is coming around the horn to block for you as the quarterback that is running the football. That play was called, and it led to several of the explosive runs for both J.K. Dobbins and for one R.J. Harvey, which was really positive because I think the combination of the way that you run the ball with this offensive line, and I got on the morning show this morning with Vic and Moser and Kane and my guy Nelly. Don't forget about our guy Nelly. He's the real superstar in that morning show. And I discussed, I don't know that this offensive line is really built to be a outside zone, wide zone, Shanahan-style run team. But I do think it's built to be double teams at the point of attack, white knuckle because you got so much weight going forward in your stance, and you love to get a Ben Powers combination with Garrett Bowles, and you love to get a Quinn Miners combination with Mike McGlinchey. That scheme fits the offensive line build, particularly of those two players, whereas I think the other three starting offensive linemen can do whatever you want. Garrett Bowles can be a wide zone guy. He can be a duo guy. He can be a gap scheme guy. I think that Luke Wattenberg can fit either mold. And I know for a fact that Quinn Miners can do whatever the heck you want to do offensively.
Mile High Report does a really good film review on, it's either Monday mornings or Tuesday mornings after Broncos games. And they go through the run play and they go through the distribution, the percentages of inside zone, inside sweep, outside zone. We know that they ran the ball, 22 carries. They had 22 rushes in week 1. They went 59% of their plays inside. Inside zone, inside sweep, inside zone lead. 59%. So what that tells you is that the coaching staff believes what you believe. We are not built to go outside and bounce runs to the outside. And where were your two most successful runs?
Inside.
Were they designed to be outside runs and
Nope.
then you just found a hole? No, those were inside designed runs.
Those were, if you watch the track of J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, I mean, those are right in the A gap. And if you're wondering what the A gap is, it's not between your two cheeks. The A gap is actually between the cheek of the center and the cheek of the guard. Those are downhill runs that are designed to pierce the defense north and south, and they are built off the backs of double teams downhill at the point of attack for your offensive line.
Obviously, you can take really good things from the defense. I'm leaving the defense out of this. It was excellent. It was the best performing defense in the league in week 1.
133 total yards given up.
Unbelievable.
A plus. Awesome.
The sexy number is the -2 net yards in the second half. And you find a way to get a couple of turnovers. You get 6 sacks in the first game coming off of leading the league with 63 as a team. You spread those 6 sacks around 6 different players. And that I expect to continue into week 2 against Daniel Jones. You're a much better defense than the Dolphins were able to throw at the Colts.
Is it already Wednesday today?
It's already Wednesday.
Jeez, man. We got
Crazy.
NFL football tomorrow?
Right?
It's so weird now that the football season starts again. Like on Tuesday, what do I watch tonight? And we're not in Maction yet. Maction starts usually in October, doesn't it? It's like mid-October.
You would know better than me.
Yeah, it's just never at the beginning of the year, and I could use Maction. Maction should start right out the gates. But
Maction is the true, and I understand there's a lot of people who love it because it's chaos.
So do not.
I'm not.
Do not disparage.
I'm not going to disparage it.
Maction
I'm
right
not
now.
I'm not going to disparage it.
Don't start this day this way.
But
I can't do it.
Maction.
Go ahead.
Maction is for the true football. Tie the rubber to junkie. Like if you are if you're looking forward to Wednesday night Maction,
dude, Akron versus Kent State,
dude,
that
you're
just
having
smacks.
the withdrawal shakes.
Oh, I thought you were cursing there.
That's what I've always looked at Maction for. I was like, you're really
but
like sitting down to watch this thing.
So Raj, in pre-Maction time period that we're in right now, Tuesday's like a day where I'm like, dude,
it's baseball. It's the only thing you get to watch.
It's a long period of time until I get to watch football again.
Or you go back and you watch the Broncos-Titans game for the third time like I did last night.
I did as well.
The wife went up for a bath. I was like, I'm going to watch Broncos-Titans and see if there's anything from the offense that makes me go, oh, that's nice. And it got me thinking, man, like I think about this game all the time. Game 1 of the 2020 or 2021 second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Avs beat the living crap out of Vegas. 7-1. Just smoke them. But the third period, even though Colorado wins the third period 1-0 at home, and you have a good feeling, the third period was all Vegas. And I remember turning to Mark Springer and Connor McGahey and going, quite literally, I went, uh-oh, they found something. And what happened in game number 2? You think, oh, no, they didn't find anything. The Avs won game number 2. Mikko Rantanen had that power play short side snipe on Marc-Andre Fleury. And then you look back, and Vegas controlled that game like 75% to 25% in terms of puck possession. They outshot Colorado like 42-25 in that game. And you look to Mark Springer, and you look to Connor McGahey, and you go, I know they're up 2-0, but they found something. I always think back to it. You feel like you won that game, right? Like you won that game 20-12. You're 1-0. Did you find something in the second half that makes you go, all right, it's my blood's boiling a little bit. Is there a Vegas Golden Knights feel in the second half for Denver? Or was it so bad that you go,
I mean,
wipe the slate clean?
Outside of what I just said in terms of after opening the second half with a drive that ended quickly with the turnover, was that the first drive of the second half offensively for the Broncos?
Second play of the second half.
Was an interception.
Yeah.
And that was the bootleg to the right. Bo kind of threw it.
Xavier Woods undercut it,
bad throw.
And it was right.
Looked like a wobbly duck.
Dude, it was right after like a really good J.K. Dobbins inside left 6-yard dash.
Kind of sweet.
It was awesome.
Good run play. Run it again, right? And then you ended up having, when was the strip sack fumble?
The strip sack fumble was first half. It was 7-10 in the second quarter.
So you came out in the second half and weren't much better. But then there was that moment where you, as a Broncos fan, needed to see some life, see some light at the end of the tunnel And you know what it ended up being? It ended up being the run game, the inside run game that busted everything open for you and made you feel like, okay, we might not be playing well on this side of the ball, but at least there was that. And that one drive, which was a total of how many? 4 plays? The touchdown drive, which was on the backs of run plays?
4 plays, I believe.
4-play drive. Was it how many yards? The drive itself, 69 yards between 2 runs. And there was another player or two in there mixed in. But
I don't know if they took it. I would assume it was a 75-yard drive.
It was a massive drive, and it was quick strike. And you know what, Sean Payton? It doesn't require to
80-yard drive.
80-yard drive in how many plays?
4 plays, minute 45.
1 minute 45. That sounds like a drive that came by way of the passing game, doesn't it? Because it's quick strike. Sean, you have the offensive line, you have the running backs, and you have built-up tendencies as a play caller where calling 3 out of 4 runs in a drive might lead to a quick drive, 80-yard, 4-play touchdown drive. That's okay. That's good. Embrace it. So that was, to me, the sign for this Denver Broncos offense that not only do you have the ability to run the football, you're better at the position of running back that can create explosive plays. What was the longest run from scrimmage last year by a Denver Bronco running back? I believe it was in the 20s. I think 29? It wasn't anything exceedingly large. I know that.
43 yards from Tyler Bidet against Tampa Bay in, what was that, week 3?
And so already you have a 50-yarder in week 1. You've already surpassed your ability to create an explosive play. It's a good thing. That's what gives me hope that you can have the balance required against the Indianapolis Colts on the road with a much more talented defense and offensive unit than what you just saw in Tennessee, and you did it in your own building. You have that same output in Indianapolis, you lose this game by at least a touchdown, maybe 2.
Take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Dion was yelling at reporters yesterday, upset about early reporting on a guy that Coach recruited, and Ryan Staub will hear from Prime on the other side.
kind of an overview question.
Yes, sir.
When we talked to you, you hadn't looked at the film yet. After looking at the film, what did you like about each of the quarterbacks?
What did I like about each of the quarterbacks? That's a setup. God bless you all.
Dion Sanders meeting with the media yesterday ahead of Colorado and Houston. We get the Buffs playing on Friday evening, 5:30 p.m. on ESPN. They are 5.5-point dogs on the road against the undefeated Houston Cougars. It was all about the quarterbacks in Prime's media availability yesterday. And that was, I guess, the funniest reaction that you got out of Dion. But most of that day was Dion talking about how you've jumped the gun. We don't really know who's actually the starting quarterback, although Ryan Staub is going to get what we assume to be the starters reps this week in Houston. He was the best quarterback, and you have gone on about over the last couple of days, rightfully so. He stepped in and was the reason why you pulled away from what was a scarier Delaware team than you anticipated. Is Dion getting ornery with the media over the quarterbacks because he's nervous about this new landscape where kids can just leave whenever they want the next year, where he has to look? I don't think he really, I'm not going to say he doesn't care about Caden Salter. It's very clear that Dion cares deeply about the player and the human beings that he recruits to Colorado. I don't believe his level of concern of Caden Salter's unhappiness anywhere near rivals the level of concern that he has over Juju Lewis's happiness. Is he being upset with the media because don't start making this a thing because I don't want to lose my 5-star recruit?
That plays into it. I think there's also the level of sensitivity that you may have. I remember at CU, it's very different, but in 2022, we started Brennan Lewis and rotated JT Shrout, who was a transfer from the University of Tennessee, a quarterback that had a fairly large recruiting profile. In reality, neither one of those two players were anywhere near being good enough for our team to compete at a high enough level. Ironically, our best guy was our third guy, who happened to be a true freshman, and that was Owen McCown, son of actually current Minnesota Vikings quarterback coach, also a quarterback whisperer, Josh McCown. Played in the NFL until he was like 49 years old, seemed like. And it was not an easy thing. So while it's you start thinking about it could become public, it's embarrassing. It's almost shameful to have the third guy become the starting quarterback if you're the first or second guy going into the year. They were both going to see time. But the reality of the situation is college football, high school football, certainly the NFL, man, the entire thing is set up around meritocracy. Who's the best player? Who gives you the best chance to win?
Hold on. Is or was? Is it still set up as a meritocracy? Or was it set up as a meritocracy?
What do you want? What are you trying to get accomplished if you're a head coach?
You
trying to win?
You want to win football games.
Then it is a meritocracy. Because I can promise you this, Ryan Staub, his NIL piggy bank is probably 1/25th the size of Juju Lewis's and probably 1/20th the size of Caden Salter. So yeah, it is a meritocracy because when those two don't deliver, which they didn't, that offense felt like it was just stuck in mired in mediocrity. Raj, it was 10-7 really at halftime against Delaware in your own building.
Which at this point in their new journey after being elevated it's still an FCS team.
Raj, that would have been embarrassing for us in 2022. Unfortunately, we didn't play. You want to know who our cupcake games were that year? At Minnesota, at Air Force, who won 11 games that year, home against TCU, who played in the national championship game. Those were our three cupcake
that's
games.
That's not fun.
And then our conference consisted of Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix, and Caleb Williams. Sweet. That sounds like a lot of fun. I would have loved to have played the Blue Hens, man. Would have been great. Promise you it wouldn't have been 10-7. It might have been. But that was an offense that was stuck in neutral. And Coach Prime, it's like, dude, this isn't good. This sucks. You know what Coach Prime hasn't dealt with a whole lot in his career? An incompetent offense that can't move the ball down the field. Why is that? Because every single step of the way, who's been his quarterback?
Shedeur Sanders.
And he, at the very least, creates explosive plays. There might be some downside to it, but does it ever seem like a Shedeur Sanders-led offense when he's your quarterback is just 3-and-out fest or punt fest?
No, it's chaos, but you always felt as though you never felt like Colorado was out of the game. Even if they're like, even in the Kansas game where Devin Neal was just running wherever he wanted. The defense couldn't stop a damn thing. They're still in the football game. Shedeur and Travis can do something here. I didn't feel that way. And the sample size is very small, obviously, going through 2 weeks. I did not feel that way about Caden Salter in week 1. I did not feel that way about Juju Lewis in his limited reps in the first half in week 2. But I do wonder, part of the Dion allure is it's the Louis. It's the excitement, the 4, the 5-star, big name and light recruits.
And that's why Ryan Staub wasn't in the top 2 of the depth chart going into the year.
Of course, but if you play him, what does that do to the other side of the equation?
Well, now it's become kind of a story that's fun. People like it. It's like this Ryan Staub, it's the rags to riches
and it's
type
not like,
of a storyline.
And it's not like Ryan Staub is the type of player that you go, hey, Juju, you're going to sit for a year because then Ryan's out of here. Ryan's a sophomore.
He's got 3 years, including the remainder of this year.
Ryan's a sophomore. If he's the starter, he doesn't have to go anywhere. And then Juju Lewis is gone. So you've lost your 5-star quarterback recruit. But in the meantime, you have gotten better with your starter. I just wonder if it affects recruiting for that marquee position.
This exact scenario played out at my alma mater, and I won't bore people with Boise State football talk, but there was a 5'9.5" quarterback. If you watched the college football playoff last year, you saw Maddox Madsen. He beat out who is now the current starter at the University of Arkansas, Taylon Green. 6'5", incredible athlete, looks the part, runs the part, highlight-worthy plays.
Terrible team around him.
But he played. Maddox Madsen played his way into starting over that guy. He's not sexy. He's not appealing. Well, then the next year, what does Boise State do? They go out and pay big money to get USC transfer Malachi Nelson, a 5-star. Basically the Juju Lewis of the 2024, I believe, recruiting class. Might have been 23 recruiting class. He ends up coming to Boise State, and the 5'9", 2-3-star recruit from Utah at some Pleasant Grove High School or something along those lines, he ends up beating out your 5-star daddy. Everybody's like, no, we got to play this guy? Well, the guy that won the job ended up leading them to a college football playoff appearance. Now, the reality is Ashton Genty led him to that appearance. But this is going to happen more and more with this NIL world. The portal world is as you start making these acquisitions about, with big money to go out and get either a big name quarterback out of the high school ranks or what more people are starting to go towards, a proven commodity as a college starting quarterback, which is what Caden Salter is.
A vet.
That's what more people are doing. The Juju Lewis 5-star comes in with all the hype. Maybe he's a little bit eccentric. Maybe he's carts before the horse with the social media presence and all that. And then they end up not panning out. Dude, that's a dime a dozen. That's so common now. Like, I would be shocked if Juju Lewis is here next year. Because it's so common, Raj. These recruiting services aren't very good at their jobs, man. They get caught up in early offers. They get caught up in the marketing piece. I don't think that Juju Lewis, the reality of who he is anywhere near what the hype was building him out to be. And that's okay. That happens a lot, man. We talked about it yesterday. Happened with Nico Iamaleava. Happened with DJ Uiagalelei. And I just nailed 2 incredible Polynesian pronunciations right there. Do you want me to just throw out a Tua Tagovailoa just to keep going? Is there any more Polynesians you want me to hit? This is happening so frequently. It's almost concerning. These guys are going from level to level, and they end up going to UTEP, just like Malachi Nelson did, where they're the starter and they're just average.
Does Dion have the pull? Because it doesn't feel like a lot of coaches have the pull right now to have a 4 or a 5-star recruit sit for a year or two behind a starter.
That's a setup.
Does he have? I do truly wonder that, right? With all of these younger quarterbacks leaving because you don't have the penalty of having to sit out a year.
The answer to that is no.
Does anybody have that pull?
No, because these guys have the cart is before the horse, and it's so far.
Kirby Smart doesn't have that pull right now. Does Dabo?
Where's Carson Beck playing right now?
Good point. Well, Carson Beck had one more year.
Right, but still, he's playing at Miami. The problem with in this generation is that these players who have been hyped their whole lives, whose parents are obsessed with getting their name to the point of national stardom before they've even taken a dang college snap, is that these players and their families get in their feelings when all of a sudden Ryan Staub, the 2-3-star that idiot Mike Sanford recruited, the guy that was acquiring anything but Louis, that's not Louis. I'm Louis. And he's playing over me?
No, he's a...
The frick out of
Ryan
here.
Staub is... You know what Ryan Staub is? Or, again, we haven't seen a lot out of Ryan Staub. You've seen way more than anybody else at this point, right? A kid that you recruited. We haven't seen a lot out of him on the football field. Ryan Staub's a JanSport backpack, man.
I said he was
never
American.
Get old.
I thought he was American Tourister, but
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
What's the other one? Land's Edge?
Sure.
Land's End.
LL Bean.
LL Bean, yes.
Great one.
Yeah, really
Does it
good.
look sexy? You know what it does? Gets the job done. It stays good for 22 years.
Yep.
I still have an LL Bean that I got when I was 16 years old. You know what it's holding right now? All my winter clothes.
It's a great backpack.
It's a great backpack. Yeah, he's a JanSport. He's one of those things. Sometimes you need that. But is a JanSport good enough to continue to get 4- and 5-star recruits from sexy positions? Is a JanSport backpack at quarterback good enough to get another Jordan Seaton?
Yes, because you're still Coach Prime. You're still Coach Prime. That's one thing I didn't have going for me, right? I was still Mike Sanford, which is like, who's that guy?
Here's Prime at the beginning of his presser yesterday.
There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
Hi, Coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that. I got time today.
Will Pete be correct on Friday night?
Yes.
So why even say that? You're not going after the media there. All you are doing is trying to protect Juju.
Yes. This is correct.
I'm not making the decision. It's still up for grabs. He's 17 years old. He threw the ball, 6 times.
Yeah, Eric here from the Shot Mazda text line asked the question. I appreciate this, Eric. So after 4 throws, Coach, from a 17-year-old, you're already out on him. No, I'm not.
I'm out on him right now.
Yeah.
To be the starter on Friday.
I also have some semblance of information about how Ryan Staub has been competing and looking when given a chance. And all you got to do is just read some tea leaves from the past 2 years. Anytime that a question about Ryan Staub was asked of Pat Shurmur, he would start smiling and cite how good he is in the meeting room. He's the first guy that and this is when Shador was there. at CU. He was the first guy to spit out an answer to a question. What kind of read is this? Oh, it's an across-the-board alert post read. The guy loves football. And did we see on Friday, or excuse me, it was Saturday, wasn't it?
Saturday.
Did we see on Saturday against Delaware in an offense that just felt like it had no life to it? Ryan Staub's not just a guy that is like a mentally locked in quarterback that's a butt kisser, an Eddie Haskell. Ryan Staub uncorked the football and launched it down the field. He's got talent as well. And all he needed was an opportunity to show that talent. He got it one time against the University of Utah in 2023, and he fared well. That was a true freshman year on a team that was basically going nowhere fast at the end of that 2023 year. All of the hype of the TCU win to start the season, the CSU come from behind overtime victory, all of that had kind of worn off a little bit. Shedeur was banged up. The team was banged up. The defense was atrocious. A lot of things were going wrong. I thought Ryan Staub went in and played admirably. What he didn't get until Delaware game right before halftime was a chance to go play meaningful competitive football. What he did with it is he woke up a sleeping giant. And that's why I'm excited about CU Buffs football right now. I wasn't excited about CU football, Raj. That's just a reality. If Caden Salter or Juju Lewis, just my opinion, I'm not saying those guys are buns. I'm not saying they're bad football players. I had zero tangible excitement about watching that offense after 6 quarters of data. Now I'm excited to go watch CU Buffs football.
Friday against Houston, 5.5-point dogs on the road. ESPN is where you can watch that game tomorrow night. Make sure you guys tune in on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 for the Commanders at the Packers on Thursday. Remember when Thursday night football just used to be a whole bunch of craptastic, sucky games? That's a phenomenal game. Commanders at Packers?
Dude, my football cup is overflowing.
Get out of town. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love.
Micah Parsons, Michael. We get to watch Michael Parsons on a Thursday night.
You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Listen to it anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. That starts at 6 p.m. on Thursday night. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's exclusive home of primetime NFL football and Westwood One. Be back in a few minutes here. Don't go away. Kreckman and Lindahl are live from Sport Clips in Aurora today from 3 to 6 p.m. A free varsity haircut for everyone who shows up. Free. Completely free. Like, totally, actually free.
How does that work?
You show up and you go, I would like to have my hair cut. And then they cut your hair, and then you don't reach for your wallet, and then you leave.
So it's a just the tip situation?
Yes. Yes,
That's a good situation.
It's a great situation.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You should probably
tip.
tip the people who are
right
barbing your hair today at Sport Clips with
Do you
Kreckman
realize,
and Lindahl.
For me, with this ugly beard that I got, it's a little wild right now, a little mangy. Realize how much it costs to go to like a barber shop and get a beard trim and a haircut?
$60, $80.
Yeah, it's not good. And my wife's like, Mike, really? Like, you're starting to rival me in terms of my hair care products. And that's why I don't do it very often. It's like I'm like a one every 6 weeks guy. Times are tough, man. You gotta let it go. You gotta let it breathe a little bit. Not at Sport Clips today, though. You can just go in there, hang out with Andy and Krecker, and just get your wig split. Get right, man.
3 to 6 p.m. Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Coach, I have
No way.
power rankings from week 2.
Oh, man.
And they go from top to bottom. The Athletic has the Broncos sitting at 15. 15 is the worst that they sit on the power rankings across the Athletic, ESPN, USA Today, CBS, Fox, NBC Sports, and Yahoo have Denver as high as number 9 as we go to the Athletic in their week 2 power rankings. What happened to Bo Nix is the question. This dark horse Super Bowl contender was all over the place offensively, kicking off the second season of his career. Nix was 3 of 9 with 1 touchdown and 2 picks on passes of 10 yards or more downfield. He was 4 of 10 for 13 yards and a pick when he was pressured. Yes, Denver won, but after an offseason of hype, it was an unsightly opener for Sean Payton and company. That was the big knock on Bo Nix throughout his rookie season was, well, when he actually throws the ball for large chunks of yards, we don't think he's that good. Do you think that is a trend that continues, or is that kind of an anomaly that we're going to see in week 1 that he'll get better at?
Well, I mean, gosh, it's a hard one to say. You know, when you go back and you look at the quarterbacks and how they performed over this weekend, man, it's a bit upside down. I mean, I'm looking right here at NFL quarterback power rankings from the website ML Football, and they had Joe Burrow number 1 going into the season. That has shifted dramatically.
Burrow did not have a good game, man.
No, he did not.
He struggled.
They had Patrick Mahomes number 3. Right now, Patrick Mahomes is in the top 5 power ranking quarterback, just from a regular season perspective. Stats, fantasy, football, you know, those types of measurables. Right now, Justin Herbert is. Now, he hasn't done anything in the postseason, so I agree that my power rankings take into consideration what you do when it really matters, which is how you become the best on planet Earth, the GOAT, if you will. And this had Bo Nix at number 12. Had C.J. Stroud at number 11. This is prior to the season starting. Man, right now, I don't know that Bo Nix is in the top 20. After just week 1, a reevaluated power ranking.
If you want to get the Athletics quarterback rankings right now, Bo Nix down at number 22, sandwiched in between Drake May and Bryce Young. The Athletic had him starting at number 20.
Brutal.
So he's around these types of quarterbacks, according to the Athletic. Tua, Drake May, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Justin Fields. That's kind of the area that he's living in after 1 week. Your best quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Jaden Daniels close out your top 5. The overwhelming feeling from a lot of these power rankings are we overranked Denver in the offseason. We overranked their offense. The defense is going to keep them in any game. The defense is going to keep them relevant. But is Bo Nix actually the quarterback of the future in Denver? I believe he is.
He is.
I just believe that he was
relax. Everybody relax.
Was let down by his head coach in game 1.
I do too. I put a little bit more of the blame on the frantic nature of how the plays came in. And you know what? Sean Payton probably felt a little bit too confident and a little too comfortable with his now second-year quarterback, where he didn't do what he probably should have done, and that's keep it simple. Keep it simple and let your player have the ability to feel what it's like to play freely. He didn't, like, if you were to say, if you watched that game, you rewatched it again last night, did you feel like Bo Nix ever had the opportunity to just go be himself and allow his physical gifts to just come out and play freely?
No.
Felt like he was always up against the clock, man. As somebody who procrastinated a lot back in college and high school with homework assignments, or even, cramming for tests and quizzes right before. When you're up against the clock, man, yeah, you could at times get your best work done, but doesn't it feel frantic? Doesn't it feel like you're not optimizing your opportunity to perform? That's what it felt like with Bo Nix. You know what? It felt like Ferris Bueller. But not because Bo was Ferris Bueller, but because the teacher, the sensei, created such an environment of chaos and panic. That's got to change. And it can change, and it has changed. I feel like Bo looked like that a little bit in the first two games last year. I think Sean also felt a little bit like that as a play caller in those first two games as well.
NFL.com has them as high as number 9. That is the highest rank that they have, tied with Yahoo Sports.
Because that defense is still so dang good, man.
Third and fourth down efficiency on offense was poor as it was in the red zone, and you won't win many more games finishing -2 in turnovers, but with some better drives in the final 20 minutes, which is what we talked about opening up the show today. What were the silver linings that you found out of a tasteless win against Tennessee? Right? I likened it to how the Vegas Golden Knights came out of being down 2-0 in that 2021 series against the Avs, where you come out, you go, ew, I don't like being down 2-0 in a 7-game series, but holy smokes, did we find something? We mentioned how you did find that silver lining in rushing. If you rely on how's this? If he relies on the rushing attack and you go, this isn't going to happen, but let's say you go like 60-40 percentage in terms of run to pass in week 2, and the Broncos look good. But Bo only throws for 185 yards and a touchdown, but no picks. But you get a TD from Dobbins, you get a touchdown from Harvey, you get a short yardage situation set up by the defense and a turnover from Daniel Jones. Maybe Hufanga punches out another ball from Jonathan Taylor, and you walk out and Bo's numbers, you go, that's not a $60 million quarterback number, but the offense looks like it's buzzing. Do you think that the panic on Bo goes away if Sean relies on the running game?
It does go away, and it would maybe not elevate Bo Nix into top 7, top 8 quarterback status, but it will give everybody a peace of mind knowing that Sean Payton and this Broncos franchise are doing the right thing for this team. You don't need Bo Nix to be prime Tom Brady to win with this football team. There were some years where the New England Patriots defensively were awful. And so, yeah, Tom Brady had to go elevate everybody else around him and create a high-scoring attack. Peyton Manning had to do the same thing at times. Later career Peyton Manning didn't need to be that guy.
They have 3 straight years, 2010, 11, and 12. Actually, let's go 4 straight years, 2013, where New England lost in the divisional round, lost in the Super Bowl, lost in the conference championship and conference championship. They won 14, 13, 12, and 12 games in those years. The offensive ranks in terms of points scored, 1-3-1-3.
Yep.
Defense?
Bottom 7.
25, 31, 25, 26.
Remember those years? You don't need to be that right now, Bo Nix. Sean Payton, you don't need to show that you're the smartest football coach on planet Earth. You have invested in an offensive line that can come off the rock and get double teams, can run power, can run counter, can run duo, can run zone read with Bo Nix. You got a defense that's going to hold people consistently under 24 points. Can you score 24 points or more by way of a clean, tight offensive package that allows Bo Nix's athleticism to then shine instead of feeling like he's always bogged down by the procedure at the line of scrimmage or the bogged down by the time and when he can snap the ball? And I think that right now the answer for this team is be a little bit more Trent Dilfer in Baltimore Ravens. Be a little bit more Flacco in the Ravens. Should be a little bit more recently Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. And just play to your strengths and let your guys go play ball. Let Bo Nix go play. Free the man. Free Bo. That's what I charge you with, Sean Payton. Free Bo Nix and let him go play ball.
We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Hour 2 coming up on the other side. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:20. PhD will take over from noon to 3. And make sure you guys head on out to East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl live from 3 to 6 p.m. If you show up, you can get a free haircut. So go see the fellas in Aurora today. It's Altitude 92.5. The morning sprint. I'm Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. It's Altitude 92.5 as we are, Coach, you and I, exactly halfway through our transition from week 1 to week 2. So as we put to bed Tennessee, we now have to look forward to a team that 3 months ago, you thought that going into Indy was not a layup, but a game that you should easily win if Anthony Richardson was the starting quarterback. However,
Oh, how things have changed, Alex Ryanemi.
Daniel Jones, 22 of 29, 272 yards.
Oh, man.
1 touchdown, no picks, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Now, one of those came from the 1 yard line. I think the other one was from like
You knew who,
the 2 or the 3.
You want to know who Danny Dimes' play caller is? One of the OG tush push play callers, Shane Steichen. Came from the Philadelphia Eagles and tush push fame.
So all of you Jonathan Taylor fantasy owners were probably pissed off that the 6 snaps that Indy took from inside the 2 yard line, none of them went to Jonathan Taylor.
And then all of a sudden, does Daniel Jones become a hot commodity on the market?
Maybe.
Fantasy
Certainly
football
not this.
market?
Certainly not this week against the Broncos defense. Like, you expect him to come back down to earth.
He will come down to earth.
He had a good game, not a great game. A good game, not a great game.
Daniel Jones? Would you read those stat lines again and replace it with Bo Nix threw for?
I would prefer not to do that.
Go ahead and do it and tell me if that's a good game.
22 of 29, 75% completion,
Okay.
272 and a touchdown.
Wait, how many yards?
272 and a touchdown.
And a touchdown. How many scores on the ground?
2.
How
They
many?
were both from like the 1 yard line. It's like
3 total touchdowns, no turnovers accounted for.
All right,
What did Bo Nix do against the Tennessee Titans?
Not as great.
Read it. Read it real quick.
He was not as great. I don't want to be that guy. He was not as good.
I'm just telling you, like, we can't ignore the signs.
Fine. You really want me
He
to read
played
it?
well.
Do you really
Go
want
ahead.
me to read it?
Okay, because I just heard 22 of 29 for Daniel Jones.
25 of 40.
25 of 40.
176 yards.
176. How many total turnovers accounted for?
3.
2 interceptions, 1 fumble.
Yeah.
How many touchdowns accounted for?
1.
It's not a good performance.
Okay, fine. Great game.
Yes,
From
it was
Jones?
a great
All right,
game.
great game
compared
from
to what
Jones. All right, I'll give you that.
Compared to what the Colts have been getting out of the quarterback position for the last 2 years. Would you take it?
Of course you would take it. Now,
but hey,
as
I remind everybody, outside of Shane Steichen calling plays for AR5, Gardner Minshew looked like a dude for the Colts. Do you remember? That was a little bit of a renaissance in that 2023 season.
You weren't here when I went through so you're scared of a young rookie quarterback that you don't have film on because rookie quarterbacks are playing better nowadays. You weren't here. You were in Vegas. I went through it with Berto.
We were talking about Cam Ward, right?
We were talking about Cam Ward, and people were nervous
Was
about
I
it.
scared of Cam Ward?
No,
Me.
you weren't. I'm not saying you were.
Now, the only thing I got really wrong on that,
colloquial you.
What I got really wrong on it was I said that he was going to throw 3 interceptions. Instead, it was 6 sacks. Tit for tat.
Right. So he struggled, and I went through the last 15 years of rookie quarterbacks in their career openers.
I was a part of that.
And there's like, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was really good.
I thought it was Berto.
It was a really nice
Yeah,
bit.
there were like 2 instances of decent quarterback play. There were 2 instances of wins in your first start. Now, J.J. McCarthy, the rookie, not a rookie, wins his. When you look through Daniel Jones's career, do you know how many times in his 71 games as a starter to this point at 28 years old, do you know how many times he's put together back-to-back performances of a quarterback rating north of 100?
1?
Twice.
Yeah.
That dude is as inconsistent as anyone in the league. So for me to go, I'm quaking in my boots about Daniel Jones, I'm not going to get there. Am I more nervous about Daniel Jones' ability to beat you than Anthony Richardson? You bet your ass I am. But am I nervous about him replicating what he did against Miami, against Denver's defense?
Yeah.
Nope.
That's a completely different beast when you're talking about the Denver Broncos defense versus the Miami Dolphins defense that has just proven to be so unbelievably soft.
He did it
Raj,
once.
Can I bring up something really quick?
You may.
Do you remember the very dreadful day in South Beach in 2023?
70-20. and Mike McDaniel took the foot off the gas pedal. Like, that could have been so much worse.
Have you seen how the tides have turned between the Broncos and Dolphins franchise since that fateful day? Since that day, the Miami Dolphins, their point differential has gone to -17, and the win percentage has gone to 48%. The Denver Broncos point differential since that day, +88, and the win percentage up to 58%.
Who'd you hear that from?
It's right here.
You didn't hear that from your co-host on Monday?
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me talking about that on Monday morning?
No, I just got back from Vegas.
I just said to KJ in the mic, I went, "He's about to Vic me, isn't he?"
Did I Vic you again?
We talked about that like second segment on Monday morning. I was like, "Hey, you know what's crazy after that 70-20 game? What happened?"
What am I doing? God, somebody take me out to pasture.
No, it is crazy. It is nuts from that point how both of these franchises have completely flipped trajectory. And Miami has so much talent on that team. You have a borderline star pass rusher in Nick Chubb. You have a solid rushing attack. You have elite wide receivers with with Waddle and Tyreek Hill. And for some reason, this Mike, is it non-buy-in to Mike McDaniel? Is that what that is?
There's a level of professionalism that, while we have given Sean Payton a hard time, obviously, since Sunday's game, there's a level of professionalism, toughness, seriousness, business-like approach that Sean Payton brings to the table that very few other head coaches bring.
And accountability.
Accountability, big part of it. And that's why I would say in your division right now, in the AFC West, all four of the head coaches have that same thing.
Tell me where the difference is between all four of those guys.
The differences
in terms
are
of accountability.
They're all real head coaches.
You know who Mike McDaniels hopes he is? Pete Carroll.
Yes.
That's who he hopes he is. That's who he thinks he can be. But he doesn't have the same gravitas as Carroll did, right?
And I love Mike McDaniel. Like that's my guy. I love him. He's entertaining. He's fun to listen to. But
he's a smart offensive mind.
He's really smart. He's come up with a lot of different things that are revolutionary in the game of football in the pass game. All of the speed, timing, motion, and getting Tyreek Hill on the move. A lot of that stuff, man, was unbelievable. Mike McDaniel he suffers from Gen Z, Gen Alpha brain rot. It's too much, too cool guy. He's just trying to fit in too much. And I know he's a younger head coach, but he's not 23. He needs to act like at least a 35-year-old. Because I think he's, 35, 36, 37 right in there?
42.
Jeez, he needs to act like a 42-year-old. He's a year younger than me, Raj. I mean, I seem like a grandfather compared to Mike McDaniel. Do I not?
I'm not going to say that disparagingly, but yes.
Wisdom.
I'm saying that in the most kind and loving way possible.
You are the book of Proverbs and what wisdom personified.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. That's it.
I'll take that. McDaniel looks as though he needs a stint as an offensive coordinator under one
Andy
of
Reid.
Under one of the four
Sean
coaches
Payton.
in the AFC West, and then he can go back to being a head coach.
Learn how to be an adult.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite terms here in Denver because it was so many years of trying to find that guy. It's the term leader of men. And we just heard it for so many seasons after trying to figure out who was going to be here after Kubiak. And it was, we got to find the leader of men. And you never found it. And you thought it was going to be Fangio. And you thought it was going to be Vance. And then you went the complete opposite direction. You went, hey, we're going to get Buddy so that we can get Aaron Rodgers
cool guy.
here. We're going to get Nathaniel Hackett.
We're going to get the DJ. He's going to bring in music, and he's going to have basketball hoops at his team meetings.
You finally got it right about a decade later, when you brought in a culture builder, a leader of men in Sean Payton. McDaniel's not that guy right now. They're going to finish last. He will be the first head coach fired in this league this year. It's going to happen.
Who's even in the running right now? Brian Callahan, Tennessee Titans.
He lost them week one.
He lost them week one, and he was abysmal. He's an offensive play caller, too. He had 133 total yards. And he inherited a lot of short fields Did he not?
Dable, probably.
Boy, only team in the National Football League not to score a touchdown in week 1.
And he's got, and I quote, lots of confidence in
old
Russell
Russ.
Wilson. It's probably Dable is at the top of that list. But then again, the expectations for the Giants right now, far, far less than the expectations for Miami. Like Miami going into the season with all of those tools around Tua, you go young, hotshot offensive coordinator mind, sexy skill position players. We should be in the conversation for a wild card spot, and I don't think they're going to be.
I'll tell you who might end up entering the hot seat conversation here. It's a guy that I think is a good football coach, but he made the unfortunate move of following the guy, and that's Seattle Seahawks Mike Macdonald. They were awful in week 1 offensively.
Well, you're hitching the cart to the Sam Darnold horse, and
It's not a great cart to hitch it to.
Not when it doesn't have Kevin O'Connell
So
attached to it.
He's going to potentially go into year 3. Probably. I mean, do they move on from the Sam Darnold experience? I know it's just 1 weekend, but that's a head coach that I think is fantastic at what he does. That you followed the guy, and unfortunately, the Seattle. The natives are going to get restless really quickly because all Pete Carroll did up there was field competitive teams that won football games, made playoffs, won a Super Bowl. He won one, right? Just lost one, won one, right?
Yeah, he made a decision to throw a football on the 3-yard line instead of handing it off to the best running back in the league.
Are we sure? Was that not Brian Schottenheimer? Was he the offense coordinator then? For the, I can't remember.
I don't know who the OC
Might have been.
was
I think
there,
it was Darryl Bevell.
It is firmly planted on both Russ and Pete that they didn't hand the ball off to Marshawn in that situation and instead lost that football game, which was insanity. Let's head on out to the phone lines. Gabe, you've been waiting patiently on hold. What's up, Gabe? Welcome to the Morning Sprint.
Morning, guys. Hey, I just kind of want to make a comment real quick. Like, you were touching on Sean's play calling earlier in the game. And I think the problem with Sean is he's calling plays like he has an all-pro quarterback.
Yep.
He's using his ego and his thought of having an all-pro quarterback to dictate how he calls plays. And he even did that last year when Bo started doing really good. His play calling started ramping up, and Bo wasn't able to really kind of keep up. So maybe Sean just needs to kind of understand he doesn't have an all-pro quarterback quite yet and call plays accordingly.
Appreciate the call, Gabe.
Call,
yep, appreciate it, man. I think you hit it on the head, dude.
I agree wholeheartedly with
and
Gabe.
It's not a knock on Bo.
Was that our first call-in we've ever had? Like just like random call-in?
I think since you and I have done the show. We don't really,
really
take
fun,
all
man.
that many calls, but I enjoy that.
Gabe was good, man.
Be my guest.
Come on, Gabe.
303-504-0925.
Do it again sometime.
The Shot Mazda text line, you can, unless you're, Gen Z and you're allergic to talking on the phone, you only talk through your thumbs. I get that.
That's what I've kind of learned being, I'm a big phone talker, Raj. You're not as big of a phone talker.
What do you mean? Me?
Yeah.
I talk on the phone. What are you talking about? You call me, I pick up.
Okay. Maybe I should call you more.
You should call me more. Text? No, you don't want to text me.
AJ and I talk on the phone a lot.
Call me any day of the week, baby.
15, 20, 30-minute conversations, baby.
All right, sure. maybe we tamp that down just a touch.
Do you tell your wife, hey, Unc's on the phone? Uncle Sanford, man. All he wants to do is get on the phone old school wise. He's got his rotary dial.
Listen, I tell my wife who's on the phone and she already knows, all right, let me give him some time because he's going to need at least 20 minutes.
I got an extra 30 minutes. I got to keep dinner warm.
Have you done the thing with your players, your 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old players where you go mime talking on the phone? Like, so you know how you and I talk on the phone. What do? You put up the hang loose up to your ear. You have your thumb in your ear and your pinky by your mouth. Kids now will go flat palm against their ear and cheek because there's no receiver and no microphone anymore. It's just a brick.
But at the end of the day, there still is, like my thumb, my hang loose, my thumb is the earpiece and my pinky is the microphone.
Right, but the phone doesn't have this, like, it's flush. This is a flip phone. The hang loose is a flip phone.
A flip phone or
an
a cordless.
actual
A cordless or
corded.
a corded. Oh, my God.
I miss an old corded phone. having to drag that thing into your room. We got to take a quick timeout. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side. But if you guys do want to call in, we'll get back to more of your calls coming up at 11:40. So if you're missing it right now, 11:40, we'll take more of your calls, 303-504-0925. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy on Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude 92.5. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Make sure you guys get on out to East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora with Kreckman and Lindahl live today from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Sport Clips. If you come by, listen to the show, hang out with the fellas, you can get a free varsity haircut. Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Some NHL news that Rob Trujillo just told me about.
Whoa.
Kirill Kaprizov in Minnesota,
I saw
the
this.
stud winger, apparently got offered the biggest contract in NHL history and told Bill Guerin in the Minnesota Wild to go kick rocks. I'm not signing that thing.
Do you want to be an Av?
I don't know. I'd take Kirill
Come on,
Kaprizov.
Carol.
That guy is so good.
Get over here, Carol.
You guys want Marty Natchez?
Or
Trades
does-
1 for 1. I'll take him
Or
here
is,
any
or
day
is,
of the
is
week.
Vladimir Putin going to offer him a king's ransom to come back to the
Yager
K?
contract to go to the K. KJ, it's NFL Notes. Let's go to the gridiron.
Let's do it, man. 24 hours ago, the news came down that the Broncos are planning to build a new stadium in the Burnham Yard location just south of the Burnham Yard location just south of downtown. And one of the biggest sticking points was no new taxes for the fans to help supply the stadium. But Not News Broncos insider Mike Kliss added this after talking to Damani Leach, quote, while the Broncos, Denver mayor, and Colorado governor have celebrated the fact that team owners Greg and Kerry Penner are privately funding the new stadium and surrounding the multi-use neighborhood, there could be some public money coming to help with roads and bridges that access the new stadium. In November, Denver votes will have a chance to weigh in on $950 million worth of bonds for infrastructure and facility repairs and improvements throughout the city. Of that, $140 million is allocated for the roads and bridges around Burnham Yards.
Good.
Quote.
Good. Can you please fix the roads and bridges around downtown Denver and through the I-25 corridor? I'll take it. We'll pay for it. At least that's one person's opinion as somebody who drives on them all the dadgum time. I would love some infrastructure changes in and around the area that the stadium will be at.
I'm so happy they're staying in Denver, man. That thing's going to be... The fact that you're not having to pay for this is unbelievable. I know with the private seating licenses, like, numbers are going to go up. That's what happens. You know when this is all said and done? Right? This is probably a $6 billion stadium. And that's just like a conservative guess. Like SoFi out there in LA was north of 7. You're going to pay way more for this stadium than you did for the team. And the stadium's only going to last for 30 years, right? That's kind of the life cycle of a stadium. Now, we don't know of the modern stadium, these massive new cities that get built around football stadiums, the entertainment districts that go around those things. We don't know if those are going to be 30-year lifespans, but up until this point, state-of-the-art stadium is a 25-year, 30-year thing, and then you knock it down and move on. That's why we're talking about this. In 2031, Empower Field at Mile High will be exactly 30 years old. So you're paying a $7 billion fee, essentially, $6 billion fee for something that's going to be gone in 3 decades, double the amount of something that you hopefully have purchased for perpetuity within your family in the actual franchise itself.
Raj, do you remember earlier in the show you told me that you rewatched last night in the absence of any football
I've watched it 3 times.
The Broncos-Titans game for the 3rd time. I'm assuming you watched it on television, like an actual real flat screen television. Am I right in saying that, or did you watch it on a device?
No, I watched it on my iPad.
Oh, okay. When you watch that thing, like say in full HD on a big screen.
I was watching the end of the Vanderpump Rules Scandival episode with my wife.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I know football though. So when they panned across just the sight lines and the beaming sun of Denver, Colorado at Empower Field, that is a gorgeous stadium. And I know it's not a perfect stadium, but the view, like how it shows up on national television is the new scoreboard, the backdrop, the fan base.
It looks good.
That wall, the Steve Ballmer-like wall that's in that, is it the south end zone now where they hold up the cards in pregame? Dude, it is a really neat venue. And I'm not going to say, guys, I've lived here for 3 years. I'm not going to pretend like I'm born and raised in Colorado. But for me, as somebody who was able to find an NFL franchise and go as a fan for the first time in my life. I've gone as a son of a coach to the Chargers. I've kind of become emotionally attached to that venue, to Empower Field.
It's a great stadium.
So has our family. Like, my family loves going to that venue. And while we know it's imperfect, it actually is a really good venue to show up, go into the parking lot. That's one thing I love about it. It feels a little SEC-like or Big Ten-like because the parking lots are just jam-packed with tailgaters.
But they're massive, and you can navigate the parking
lots. Dude, it's awesome, man. Like, there's people throwing footballs around. Like, you go to MetLife in New York City, there's none of that.
Last time I truly tailgated was a mile-high showdown between CU and CSU out there. It was awesome. It's a great time to hang out. It's an awesome atmosphere. Yeah, I'll miss it. Don't get me wrong, I'll miss it, but
I hope that when we see the move from Empower Field down to the English pubs of Burnham Yards, I hope there is going to be space for some old school tailgating, because I think that is consistent with the experience of being a Denver Bronco fan that is unique compared to many other stadiums in pro football.
KJ, what's next?
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Quit talking about tailgating. Sorry, Sean.
That's exactly what Sean was trying to tell us. That's enough. As we continue to turn the page to the Indianapolis Colts, Colts head coach Shane Steichen talks about how rookie tight end Tyler Warren opens the door for the other weapons in the offense to make plays.
Shane, as a play caller, how does your world open up when you've got a tight end who can do the things that Tyler Warren can do?
Yeah, it's a great question. It opens up a lot of things. We got the weapons on the outside that we have, but now having him inside is great. And obviously, he was explosive yesterday. Getting the ball in his hands the way we did, him making plays. I thought, he had a lot of good plays. I thought yesterday, that third down play there in that 4-minute situation, just to have the feel that he did, just stopping on a dime there where there's two guys and then ran another dude over to get the yak he did. Just a great playmaker. So it definitely helps for sure, Bob.
I got to talk here for a quick second. Does that coach that you just heard talk, does he sound like he's from the South? Like he's got a bit of a Southern drawl, a little twang to him? Dude, his brother was my best man in my wedding, Sean Steichen. He was my roommate in college. We both came into Boise State as quarterbacks. Shane Steichen grew up in Sacramento, California, between Sacramento and Tahoe. What are you doing, Shane? Why are you talking like you are born and raised in Kentucky? Stop it. If you're listening right now, you're from freaking Sacramento, California. Go ahead. Sorry.
When it comes to Tyler Warren, it's I can show you the world. Like, that is, he should be feeling like he is on a magic carpet right now. You're taking the princess out. You're a street rat, and somehow you won the lottery. Tyler Warren scares the living crap out of me this week.
That boy good.
Holy smokes.
That boy good.
If Dre Greenlaw isn't in, I think the middle of the field is going to be a nightmare. Now,
Hufanga's got to cover him because he's got length, man.
Talanoa Hufanga is the great equalizer here. Now, you showed what you can do.
What about a little bit of a Jade Barron? Just to be able to use his fit.
Big enough?
He's not big enough. He's not big enough. He's not long enough. But you know what he is? He's savvy enough and he's got enough football instincts to cover a player of that stature, in my opinion.
Tyler Warren, like 6'5", 260, he looks bigger.
I will say this about Tyler Warren is I had a chance to interview him at Fiesta Bowl Media Day for the college football playoffs, and then I watched him in pregame warmups. That guy's taller than 6'5". Like, if he's 6'5", then I'm 6. Like, I consider myself 6'3" and 5/8. I looked like a small human next to Tyler Warren.
I'm 10 years old in 10 months. I'm not 10. I'm 10 in 10 months.
And he's got great lettuce, too.
He does have great lettuce.
Tight end lettuce is a big deal, man. Like, don't you think the Broncos need a tight end with some serious flow?
Well, they tried. Greg Dulcich was terrible and couldn't stay healthy.
True. Never mind. I'm done with tight end lettuce in Denver. It's not worth it.
Like, Kittle doesn't have lettuce. Kittle has, like, long, greasy hair that looks terrible. But he's got hair that comes out of the back of his helmet. It's not quite Tyler. Tyler Warren's got lechuga.
Good, well played.
KJ, what's
Enchilada?
Next? Enchilada. KJ, what's up?
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
The Philadelphia Eagles star Jalen Carter will not miss any future games for spitting on Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. The NFL announced Tuesday that Carter was ejected before any play, so that counts as a suspension for him. Carter will forfeit his Week 1 game check of $57,222, and he will go on to play against the Chiefs. The NFLPA also notified the league that Carter has waived his right to appeal the punishment. Do you guys agree or disagree with this outcome by the NFL and the NFLPA?
I think it probably should have been one game, not just the fact that you got ejected early on in that one game. I think you should have gotten an extra. Spitting on a player is, you can't do that, dude. Can't do it.
$57,000
for a expensive loogie.
Dak Prescott, he had there was a little tiny bit of a loogie
he spat
vibe.
on the ground. People were trying. I made a joke about that on Monday, but he spat on the ground.
You know it's football season when you get a hawk to it and a here we go within about 30 seconds of one another. It's pretty good sound bites right there.
I think he should have been booted out for one extra game, but whatever. It doesn't affect me.
You ever heard those two back to back before? Hawk to it.
Here we go.
Really good.
KJ, keep it going.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree, Sean. I agree.
Coach has one of the dirtiest minds I've ever met. Okay. Anyway, let's get back
I honestly wasn't even thinking about that. That's the craziest part about it. I was thinking about it because Dak Prescott got spit on, and then his response would be get back up to the line of scrimmage and get his cadence going.
Here we go. Let me get us back to football. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy had a special patch on his jersey Monday called NFL Premier 2025, but that does not qualify him for Offensive Rookie of the Year because he technically was drafted in 2024. The NBA and the NFL do not conjoin on that rule. However, he is in the running for Comeback Player of the Year. He's plus 1,200 right now, according to DraftKings, trailing Dak Prescott, Christian McCaffrey, Aiden Hutchinson, Trevor Lawrence, and Daniel Jones. Should the NFL loosen the reins on their NFL Rookie of the Year qualifications?
Absolutely. If you don't play a game, you should not have one season under your belt, according to these, voters. If you play a game, sure. But you don't have to loosen it. Make it that loose. If you play 0 games, you're a rookie next year.
So should Jordan Love I guess I was gonna say Jordan Love didn't get to really play in the Aaron Rodgers, but he did play.
But you were on the active roster. You were the backup quarterback. Sorry.
I was going to say Jordan
Tough
Love.
Cookies.
Jordan Love in his 4th year as an NFL veteran.
Tough cookies.
Gets NFL Rookie of the Year award.
No, if you're on IR or if you never get onto the active roster for a single game in a season, I don't believe you should be declared ineligible to win Rookie of the Year in your true first season. Yeah, I think JJ should be eligible right now. What can he do about that? I'm not like the J.J. McCarthy fan club president, but I think it's a little ridiculous that he can't do it. I mean, I don't want them to go the far opposite side. Like, I thought Ichiro coming over and winning both. Did he win MVP and Rookie of the Year in 2001? And he was like 26 years old, 27 or something like that. Artemi Panarin did the same thing in the NHL. He was like a 27-year-old rookie, lit the world on fire with Chicago, won Rookie of the Year. I think that's a little crazy.
Speaking of which, why is Dak Prescott the leader in the clubhouse right now for Vegas betting odds for Comeback Player of the Year? Just because the performance against Philadelphia was entertaining and competitive? Is that the reason why? I don't know. He always puts up big stats. And he was out for how many games did he miss last year? Dak Prescott. 13? Does that sound right? Or was it more? Either way.
Not sure off the top of my head. KJ, keep going.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Whenever Packers wide receiver Christian Watson returns from his torn ACL, he will have another year of a contract attached to his rookie contract. He has agreed to a 1-year, $13.25 million contract extension with the Packers on Tuesday. He's a second-round draft pick in 2022, and now he has a chance to stay with the team one more season, which got me to thinking, guys, Should the NFL at some point transition towards a fifth-year option plan for non-first-round picks who reach certain benchmarks or play a certain number of games, but also then get injured while still on their rookie contract?
I don't think so. If you don't play, how's this? If you don't play a game, just like my rookie thing, if you don't play a single game, sure. You get to roll that contract over into the next year. If I'm going to be on that side for rookie of the year, I'll be on that side for fifth year option as well. But if you play a game or if you are on the active roster for a single game, no. Sucks. You have to burn it. Way she goes. I'll hold my stance right there. I don't have a problem with it at all.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't think that would be a no-brainer for the Green Bay Packers to essentially give Christian Watson this extension because he has been very riddled with injuries. I mean, contract language is contract language. And if injuries are a part of that, that's also part of your value and worth in the National Football League. It takes a spill. So I don't know.
I guess the reason I was leaning that way or of asking that question was because a player can't we understand certain things happen, right? Like a player can't necessarily do any more than he can while on the field to guarantee himself that second contract. But like he can at least do something about getting himself maybe a special situation where he can be granted like a fifth-year option or something. So like, for example, like if you're a team, you obviously have that fifth-year option for your first-round pick. Maybe you get picks 2nd through 7. You get to choose one that you get a chance to.
Oh, a designation. I don't hate that at all. That's creative.
There you go.
I don't hate that at all. You get to designate one player per draft class outside of the first round that you can tag a fifth-year option.
Ooh, who would you do that right now? Who would you do that for in the 25 draft for the Broncos? It's pretty easy, I think.
RJ Harvey?
I think so.
Or Pat Bryant?
Ooh, what? Pat Bryant, was he on a milk carton in game
It sure
one?
was. Everyone on the offense in terms of the passing game was on a milk carton that wasn't named Cortland Sutton.
I didn't even see him, though.
That's a sneaky good suggestion, KJ. I like that. A designation that I think you have to make it during the first offseason after their rookie year. Before the next full game or the next first game of the next season is played, you have to designate a player rounds 2 through 7 that you go, here's a fifth-year option. And it allows those players I think it should be relatively commensurate with a first-round extension salary. Not quite equal, but right there. It gives the fourth-round pick the ability to make that big-time money, the team to benefit upon drafting that guy in the middle rounds, and then hopefully that player can parlay that into a second contract after year 5. I love that idea. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, and they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side. We took some of your calls about 30 minutes ago, voicing your frustrations with Sean Payton. If you have frustrations with the play calling, with the quarterback, if you're feeling better going into week 2 than Coach Sanford and I are, let us know, 303-504-0925. If you guys want more of your calls on the other side.
What's good, Denver? Coach Mike Sanford here, and I wanted to tell you about the season pass sale that's on sale right now at skiloveland.com. And that's for the Loveland ski area. Right now, an adult for an entire season of incredible terrain and lift lines that are going to be the lightest of any on the Front Range or on I-70. It is $679 for an adult season pass. For a child from ages 6 to 14, $199 for unlimited access to Loveland ski area. So with winter being right around the corner, don't wait, don't stall. Go to where me and my family will be this winter, and that's at Loveland ski area. It's time to lock in the best deal in Colorado skiing and riding. Loveland ski area, more snow, less crowds.
303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line is where you can reach us. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can also use that number to call us like Bradley's been doing, waiting patiently on hold through the break. Bradley, you're on the morning sprint. What up?
Yes, sir. So I just got a question on y'all's take on Bo getting more pass yards or our receivers getting more yak, because Bo's average depth of target was about 6 yards, and his air yard percentage was about 48%. Do you think that's more on him making better passes or more on our receivers getting better yak?
Well, it's a great question. I think that's going to be an ongoing just conversation that we're going to be having throughout this year, because you went out and you addressed some of the deficiencies both by way of developing Troy Franklin, and then also by way of acquisition, going out and getting Evan Ingram, who was the player that I was lauding as a run after catch player, yards after catch. Now he's done. Now he's not healthy.
On his first, was it his first reception, that little tight end screen that he caught with his fingertips, or was that the second? Because he had one reception where it was just sit in open space, kind of what Bo was screaming at Lucas Kroll to do is sit, sit, sit.
Boy, that made me nervous.
Whoa.
That was an awkward exchange, was it not?
A little bit.
It was a little grandstandy.
It was a little too much.
It's a little grandstandy. Like, hey.
I could understand sit, and then you have the conversation, but it was very much, I'm going to do this 4, 5, 6 times.
You want to know what it felt like a little bit? And it points to the pupil becoming the master. It reminded me of when Sean Payton had those types of outbursts. Very demonstrative. Almost at times, I think, very intentional in front of the public to show it's your fault, not mine.
With Russ.
Correct. I didn't love it.
Ingram did have one catch where it was yacky.
Do we know anything about Evan Ingram this week?
I haven't seen anything come through yet. We're supposed to get, Wednesday's the first day where we get a true injury report, but like Sean isn't going to speak to it. We learned that last week. He said, we're going to do the bare minimum. We will show you who is on the injury report. We will tweet it out. There will be a blog post about it on Broncos.com. And if you ask me, screw off.
Yeah, the run after catch players. Okay, so I went back and looked at NFL Pro on the website, watched the two clips. Pat Bryant ran 2 routes the entire game. So what he played, 2 routes. I think that Pat Bryant has run after catch ability because he's strong. He's gonna catch some balls in tight spaces, and he can get vertical and get some yards after catch. Your best yards after catch player, I'd say power ranking wise, number 1 is Marvin Mims Jr.
Or it should be.
It should be.
The archetype of Marvin Mims tells you it should be.
You need to feed it, but you don't.
Do they rely upon Mims too much in the tunnel screen game? Instead of trying to
last year was hitting.
Instead of trying to get him moving like across the line of scrimmage and then turn it into short crosses.
Yeah, there's like his touches don't feel like very diverse. It's either a screen or a shot. That's what it's felt like to me. To your point, I'd love a shallow cross.
You bring him in motion from the outside into the slot, and you kind of continue that motion off the snap across Bo's eyes so he's able to go. Again, I'm not trying to orchestrate an offense here, but in my mind, you look to your right, you see read number 1, Cortland is your, running
go
like a
route, curl, and deep out.
You're able to simplify because then Mims, in terms of a yards after catch, is running a short cross in front of your eyes, and you go, there's no linebacker in front of him. Let's get 5 yards, and maybe he can break it into 15, 16, 17.
Do you think that he feels for Sean's eyes?
Felt really smart there, guys.
That was good.
Thank you.
Do you feel that Sean has started to utilize a bigger player in that role with more frequency, and that's Troy Franklin, than he used to? And do we know if Troy Franklin has the ability to give you a bunch of run after catch? I think he does. He's got speed. We just yet haven't seen a whole lot of it. So Marvin,
he had the best off, or the most surprising offseason in terms of growth out of any of the wide receivers.
Yeah, I'd say felt like Pat Bryant too. He outperformed maybe the expectations externally in training camp. Even though he was a 3rd-round draft pick, he just felt like a 3rd-round draft pick to So I think that RJ Harvey is going to be a good run after catch screen player. Throw the ball into the flat, free release the running back. We've already seen RJ Harvey in his college career at UCF. He's a good wheel route runner. I could see him, Bo loves throwing wheel routes. I could see that be an area that you could make a strong step forward with personnel in terms of run after catch. I mean, Sean wants to be a West Coast offensive guy where you dink and dunk your way to explosive plays by way of getting the ball in the hands of your best playmakers, and then they turn up field and get yards.
There was you know what? There's one more thing you have to look at. We talked about why was Tyler Bidet, and we were making fun because he had a Tyler bad day on Sunday against Tennessee. Why was he in the game? Do you know that he was tied for the second most targets for the Broncos in that game? Sutton made 6 receptions on 9 targets for 61 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Bidet was targeted 6 times. That's as much as Troy Franklin. That's 2 more than Marvin Mims, 2 more than Evan Ingram in that game, and 4 more than J.K. Dobbins. That was a personnel mistake from Sean Payton. There is no reason why that guy should have 6 targets in that game. Honestly.
You know why, though? Because he's playing the role of gotta have it, pass down. He's your third down or second and long pass protecting running back. And then he's able to get out on checkdowns, and that's where a lot of it occurred. The downfield shot play that Bo Nixon, I think it was in the first or second drive.
He had no chance to hit him.
No, it was covered. I would have loved for that to have been RJ Harvey. That's what you drafted him in the second round to be, right?
It's a personnel mistake.
I agree with that.
I understand why he had 6 targets.
I think 4 of them were basically checkdowns.
Right.
One was a design screen. One was a downfield wheel route. And if anybody wants to know what a real wheel route is, you essentially show the illusion from the backfield that you're running into the flats, which would be towards the sideline, and then you turn up as a go route runner. So it kind of looks like you're steering a wheel sideways and then up, and you kind of got that action like you're steering a wheel. That's a wheel route.
I understand why Bidet's position got that many targets. I totally get that. And it's part of the reason why the Broncos offense wasn't doing anything. And our caller, Bradley, had he had a good point. They just don't throw the football down the field. Air yards is a nose picker stat, but it tells the story. They don't throw the football down the field. They didn't in week 1. I would just prefer that Bidet not be that player. I would prefer that player that's getting 6 targets, check down or not, to be someone who can hit home runs for you, to be a marquee level player. I'd rather that be Dobbins. I'd rather that be Harvey. I'd rather that be Mims. It was a personnel mistake.
So what do you want to see more of from a personnel standpoint in week 2?
I wanted to see Jaleel McLaughlin
in the game, man. I still don't understand.
We talked about it. Sean Payton gushed on him the entire offseason.
And then he's in
the whole training camp, and he's inactive. I don't get it. I want McLaughlin in the game. I want more receiving touches for J.K. Dobbins, and I want both those running backs to run a bunch. I want Bo to throw for under 200 yards in this game, and I want the running backs to just go nuts. That's what I want.
I want to see Pat Bryant.
Okay.
And I want to see 25 handoffs to the 3 running backs. And the third one being Jaleel McLaughlin.
That'll do it for us. For Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan. Head on by to Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora today between 3 and 6. Hang out with Nate and Andy, who are going to be broadcasting live. And if you go, you'll get a free varsity haircut. See you at Sport Clips Pros in men's hair today from 3 to 6 p.m. PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
All right, here we go on this gorgeous Wednesday where we get ready for the Indianapolis Colts. Spent a huge chunk of time watching them today. Whew, Daniel Jones. Interesting.
Danny Dimes to you.
Hey, no kidding. The NBA's making some interesting changes. We'll get to that in a little bit. Did some really fun research on the what right now is the biggest fly in the Burnham Yard ointment. It's really fun. It's good stuff.
Cement concrete gate.
It's the cement plant. Yeah, it's really good.
Well, it's a whole business. So what do they want?
Oh, we'll get to it coming up. We need a little time on that one, but it's fun. It's a cool story, so we'll have that coming up. Meanwhile, just the first blush at the Colts. And it is difficult when you play a team like Miami, which maybe power rankings wise, they are the last team in the NFL. So when I'm watching this, it's like, is this because the Colts and Daniel Jones are much better, or is it because the Miami Dolphins are really much worse than we expected? And I'm not sure where you guys land on that, but it was impressive watching the Colts.
I'll just say this. It takes less doo-doo in your drink to make it tainted than you would realize.
Okay.
And everything you're reading, and then there was like supposedly new information on different charges on now
Tyreek Hill.
On Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, he looks like a really bad guy according to what he's been accused of.
Well, we were saying that when he was in Kansas City and all the Chiefs fans, ran to his defense.
Sure.
I doubt if the Chiefs fans will run. Although there was one thing I said, now just trade him to the Chiefs. They need a wide receiver. But
he looks like just a bad human being.
Well, and I think he's been that way for a while. But again, talent and headache, when one totally outweighs the other, I think you live with it. But it don't take a whole lot of doo-doo spilled in your drink to just ruin the whole drink. And it just feels like he is an anchor on that team that is taking it down the wrong path, and I'm not sure Mike McDaniels will survive it.
I'm not sure either. It looks like an uninspired, disconnected, trouble team for sure. You okay over there? What is going on with you and your mic? Who's messing with things over there?
No, it's just it's coming loose. So instead of the intelligent thing, Moser, of trying to tighten it,
he wrapped the cord.
He just wrapped the cord, but it's still, if I go this way, it's still. I mean, he didn't do anything. He wrapped it against the way it falls, or with the way it falls, so it actually doesn't do anything.
All right, Moj. Nice engineering.
Yeah.
Not an engineering.
It's extremely sensitive every time you're touching it. It's like,
well, that's the way that goes.
We're gonna do this the whole show then.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, listen, the Colts had a very, very effective offense, obviously scoring on 7 possessions. They were balanced. They looked healthy. They were consistent on third down. They converted 46% on third down, which is fine. It's good. Defensively, they dominated Miami. Miami does have a lot of injury concerns, and Tua did not play good football. So, how good are the Colts? I don't know. Look, I'm not scared of the Colts, but I do think that Daniel Jones looked better than what I expected, and I expected him to actually look pretty good. Throughout the preseason, though, he did not look good. So I don't expect Daniel Jones to have a game like he did against Miami against his Broncos defense.
He wasn't asked to do a whole heck of a lot. I mean, he did throw the ball down the field a couple of times, and they have some nice receivers that Michael Pittman, for example, and they throw a lot to Jonathan Taylor. But the guy that stands out the most right off the bat is Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end sensation, who I roll my eyes about being a tight end, but okay. I mean, they use him as a fullback. They use him as a wide receiver. Maybe he throws a block every now and then.
But he looked good, and he doesn't have a calf issue.
Oh, he looked really good. Really good. And they went to him early and often. And as Coacher was saying, he's got a nice set of lettuce out the back, nice flow out the back of the helmet, too.
We'll go historically. To me, it always seems like if there's one position Denver defensively has always kind of semi-struggled with, it always seems to be the tight end position.
Yep.
So now you're playing another team that seems to have another great tight end that we liked here, right? I mean, during the draft, that was one of those guys we wouldn't have minded here at 21, right?
Well, that was the debate between him and Colson Loveland, and I really didn't notice Loveland that much with the Bears, but you noticed Warren with the Colts, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not trying to put down Loveland. I'll just tell you, right off the bat, Tyler Warren looks unbelievable.
Well, he's special. He's got a lot of versatility to him. It provides a lot of options. It's a hell of a comfort blanket for Daniel Jones.
Yeah, so I think they're good, and Steichen and Jones. And Jones moves. I don't know, man. I guess I thought of him as a bit of a statue. That dude moves around not only calmly in the pocket.
Oh, he's always been mobile, for sure.
He can scramble for you. He can run at the goal line for you because he's big enough to do that. Like, Daniel Jones is
He's got similar mobility to Bo Nix.
He does. It reminded me a lot of Bo Nix. Like, they're not calling run plays for him, but when he needs to, he's not shy to do it, and he's more than capable of doing it, too.
I went to a Cowboys game in Dallas. I was there one weekend and was able to get tickets, and turned out it was the Giants. Daniel Jones was before he really hit rock bottom. So it was 2 years, I think. Wasn't last year, 2 or 3 years ago. So he actually, and I came out and I was like, oh, Daniel Jones. And I'm like, oh, God dang, this guy's. So I came back from that game and I went, dude, this guy's more mobile, had a big run down the side. He's more mobile than I realized.
Well, he's only about 2 years removed from a Giant contract. Like, the Giants did pay him a lot of money because they believed in him.
Yeah.
So I think they got a good quarterback.
I'll tell you this. They didn't mess around scoring points off turnovers. And if you count a fourth down miss, because the Dolphins didn't convert on a 4th and 6 in the late in the third into the fourth, 24 points off turnovers and that fourth down. So
you're saying their defense is good, or again, Miami just hoard?
The turnovers were, well, first of all, that's a fourth down. The interceptions were bad, just like big time misses. So,
and what are they paying Tua?
Yeah, he's getting a boatload of money too. He was.
The Dolphins had 43 yards in the first half and 3 turnovers.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, one time didn't they have more penalty yards than offensive yards?
That wouldn't surprise me. And then by the third quarter or early in the fourth, when they scored the touchdown to make it 30-0, the game's, it's one of those NFL games. That's rare, man. Early in the fourth, that the game is just really over. Doesn't happen all that often. And I think they scored a touchdown. Miami did, but this is total garbage time. And Indy did it. They got a little lucky, all the scoring on the possessions that Miami stupidly roughed the kicker, and so they were able to keep the drive going for a field goal there. Got a good field goal kicker. Steichen looks like he's kind of in charge of things. They've added to their offensive line. They got a new right guard and a new right tackle to go along with Quentin Nelson and left guard. They've got a new defensive coordinator who's making them. They made some additions at corner with Javarius Ward, and another guy there. I'm forgetting his name. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they've made some capital improvements to that team that probably should have beat the Broncos last year if it's not for Jonathan Taylor giving the ball away. This team is a lot better than I thought it was going to be going into it. And I think the Broncos are I think it's rough. I think it's going to look rough for them.
Have we seen a line on that yet? Have we seen a line?
I think the Broncos are favored. But let's see here. I
This game
believe they are
scared me
favored.
even before.
You're right to be scared. You are definitely right to be scared. It's going to be a stretch to even based on the first 2 games. Picking the Broncos is going to be tricky. Yeah, Broncos are favored by 1.5 with the 43.5 over under. So pretty close game. Like setting up to be like a 23-20 sort of game, one way or the other, something like that. Which I think is probably what it's going to be.
Had an old bettor 25, 30 years ago tell me this. I still don't bet, but he told me this because I was in a pick against the spread league, fantasy league, and he said if the home team is less than 2 points or less at home, always take the home team straight up to win. That's what this guy told me.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's legit.
Well, you get 3 points just for being at home, right? So
maybe that's what he was going on then.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, listen,
the Colts are tough.
And again, I'm probably too much in history, and I've never felt Denver's got in there. I can remember one quality game they ever played, and that was during Shanahan's era in Indianapolis. I don't know why that place, and that was RCA Dome or something at the time.
Back in the day.
And that thing was tiny. I couldn't believe how small that was when you went to it.
The new one's not huge either.
No.
I think it's a perfect size. I love that. It's like 65,000.
Yeah.
And it's everything is just right on top.
Well,
it's a
the
beautiful facility.
RCA Dome, I think, was only like 50, and it was the same thing. It was on top of it, and that dome kept it loud. I mean, that place was, which was so funny when you had the ball, when the opponent had the ball, that place, I mean, your ears would buzz. And then Peyton Manning come out on offense.
You could hear a pin drop.
And you could hear a pin drop, and you're like, how does that volume shut down so
I'm
fast?
telling you, that was it was the most eerie experience of my life.
Yeah.
Playing there, it's so loud. You're right. And then when they would go on offense, honestly, I'd be sitting on the bench because obviously I'm on offense. And you could hear a conversation behind you, and you're like, "Oh my gosh! Like, am I allowed to talk right now?" Like you felt like you were in church.
Right.
I've never seen anything like it.
I think I called 3 games in there, and that just always blew me away. Blew me away how crazy it was. But I've always I've always been afraid of Indy, and so I was, intrepid when you say, it's going to walk through the first 2 games. I'm like, God dang, that Indy game scares me. Now you're saying, hey, they made improvements. Lions got better. Daniel Jones. And again, I'm going to keep harping on this. We're in the redemption quarterback era of the NFL, where guys flame out and bomb out somewhere else, and then all of a sudden they go to a new home, and it's like, where did Sam Darnold come from? Where did Tampa, wherever? They're all over the place. You're like, come on now. How do these guys keep doing this when they move? And is Daniel Jones, who you said a while ago, sure good enough about 3 years ago to get a big old hefty contract. Somebody saw something in him.
Well, I'll tell you what they looked like. It looked to me like they were like midway through the season in terms of just how efficient and coordinated they were with everything. And Daniel Jones, who went to Duke, is a smart guy. He ain't no dummy. And so obviously what Steichen is processing with Jones is working. And it's not just one thing. It's not just we're not going to just throw short.
No, they're balanced.
We're going to put it down the field. Oh, we threw a lot. First drive of the game, threw a ton. No. We're going to run the ball this time. And they did. Their second drive. They had 3 drives, which were 15 plays or more. It was an incredibly balanced team. They only had 7 possessions. They scored each time. Like, it was, for what it's worth, it was probably as impressive as a game 1 offensively as you can get. And again,
especially for a team you're not expecting.
Yeah, this is kind of felt a little out of nowhere. They had a lot of inspiration, too. There was a lot of intangibles because they were honoring Jim Irsay. They got a new tradition. They got a blue guitar. So the player of the game gets a blue guitar, and you come into the locker room with the Jim Irsay blue guitar if you're like the man, and they pass it off to a new guy every week. You know what I'm saying? Peyton Manning was there as well as a bunch of the Colts because they were honoring Irsay. They had a lot of here we go, Colts. So maybe that wears off a little bit. You won't have that same sort of passion there for the Broncos game, but who knows? I mean, I think it's a good team. Brett Kane, though, has a hot take, completely opposite of everything I just said, and some fun dirt about what's going on there at Burnham Yard. It's juicy. It's cool. So we'll get into it coming up next. PHT on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter to me in life, and that's why I keep going back to Phil Long time and time again ever since my rookie year. They're the only dealership that I deal with because I know these guys, I love these guys, I trust these guys, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams because at Phil Long Ford, They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to have a fantastic experience at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, here's our guy, Brett Kane, who wants to poo-poo the accomplishments of Daniel Jones, who was 22 of 29 for 272 yards with a touchdown, a pick. I think he rushed for a touchdown, 7 rushes, 26 yards, 2 touchdowns. My bad. 2 touchdowns by Daniel Jones. And here's our guy, Brett Kane, saying Daniel Jones sucks.
If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mojis for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell record it.
Write it down, hell record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2.
You can write this down, hell, record this.
After what Schefter told you on Monday, that's a heck of a statement, buddy.
Okay. Look,
heck of a statement.
Moj, because the New Orleans Saints were sniffing around the Daniel Jones bargain bin doesn't convince me that teams believe he's good.
They didn't punt. I don't care if Miami. I don't care if the Miami Dolphins are the worst defense and the worst team in the league. They didn't punt the football all day long. They scored on every possession they had.
Well, they sort of punted and there was a penalty, but I understand what he's saying there. Yeah, he was great. He was great. You guys gonna roll there with our fair hair friend there or not?
There's an old adage, Tyler, that came to my mind, and I'll paraphrase it, and you may know the adage. Better to be silent and seem wise than to speak and show your ignorance.
I guess I don't. Listen, I mean, he more or less predicted the demise of Daniel Jones. Like, the reclamation project was going to be over after he plays the Denver Broncos. Never going to be the same type of thing. That's not what I'm saying. But, no, I don't expect Daniel Jones to have the same type of performance against the Broncos defense as he did against Miami. So I guess in theory, I agree with him. I'm not going as far as being like he's going to be hot garbage, that the reclamation project is over. But I'd be really surprised if Daniel Jones had a special day against the Broncos.
Okay, but Brett's making him sound like he stinks, he's terrible.
He's saying he's done for the whole year. I'm with Tyler. If this defense is legit, then they're going to give Daniel Jones a problem. You got the highest rated pass rusher in the league coming into week 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, still no word on Greenlaw, so I'm assuming you won't get him either. But again, I'm going to go back to you need him week 3 and week 4 before you need him week 1 and 2. He's gonna find it hard. It's gonna be a lot harder this week than it was last week.
Tyler Warren and Jonathan Taylor are issues, fellas.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, just because he might have a tougher game against, we're saying a top defense, right? Doesn't mean that his reclamation program stops.
I got it 23-20, and I'm just not sure who's going to score 20 and who's going to score 23.
Well, that means it's going to be a laser show of something because your predictions go the opposite.
Well, it's just a couple touchdowns for somebody. Probably a couple touchdowns for both teams. That's it, and some field goals too. But I don't know, Brett. Love you, pal, but I don't know.
I mean, look,
I think this is pretty solid.
To Brett's point, let's not get overly intimidated by Daniel Jones. Let's respect Daniel Jones. He deserves respect after a performance like that. I'm not intimidated by Daniel Jones. I'm not afraid of the Indianapolis Colts. They don't look like the pushover that we once thought that they were going to be. But this is a team that we should handle our business against. And if it weren't for how pathetic our offense was, and it was pathetic, we would be favored by 8 points going into this game as well. If we just had a respectable offense, we would still be favored in this game.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to turn the ball over like we did and have that result. Ain't going to happen. Colts will beat the Broncos handily if the Broncos turn it over like they did.
Yeah, you aren't going to turn it over 4 times and win the game.
Nope. You're going to lose. You're going to lose to the Colts at least. It's too balanced. They got too many different weapons that they can use. And their receivers are like, Pittman, I guess you might have heard of, right? But, I mean, Alex Pierce, Josh Downs, Ashton Dulin.
Oh, Dulin Daltons.
It's not exactly names that jump off the page at you. But where they went heavy investment was their offensive line. They just sank more into it.
Wouldn't people say that out of Denver market about Denver's wide receivers?
Cortland Sutton's not one of those guys?
I mean, is he not anything, name recognition, kind of like Pittman?
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, you got Evan Ingram and you got Cortland Sutton in terms of like national notoriety.
But you don't have Evan Ingram this week.
Do we know that?
You know something we don't know?
I'll be absolutely shocked.
Okay. I will too, for the record. but that's not official. It's good speculation.
Yeah, but if
though.
we're going to wait for these guys to be official, if you can't come back in a game and it's a calf, and what we know about calf injuries over the
It's
last
not great, yeah.
3 or 4 years in sports, it doesn't seem like this is going to all of a sudden clear up.
Don't disrespect Alex Pierce, though. That's a hell of a football player.
He made a great catch during the game.
I mean, he's a hell of a number 2 wide receiver.
Sure. I mean, all these guys produced, by the way. All these guys did well during the game.
Well, he had a great year last year, too. I think he had close to 900 yards.
Oh, gosh, Pierce only had 1 catch. It was a great catch on the sideline. Mo Alley Cox, backup tight end, had a big catch. I mean, Jones didn't throw it all that much, I mean, it's only 29 passes. It really was an incredibly...
Wasn't 40?
What's that?
Wasn't 40?
It was not 40. He was 22 of 29.
How about Taylor? What did he run for?
It doesn't sound that impressive, but if you were to watch the game, it's like he was impactful every time he touched it. It was 18 for 71, but it's like kind of the way he ran the ball, like and what he is able to pick up and receiving wise, Taylor was 3 of 27, so his combined yards were
98 yards.
Exactly. It's weird because the numbers don't just scream at you, but watching the game, it's just like every time.
But they help control the game.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 drives of 15-plus plays. These are long, calculated, efficient drives that they're throwing at you.
That's where you may see a difference in last weekend for the Colts and this weekend for the Colts. I don't think you're going to be putting up 15-play drives against this defense.
No.
You're going to have to hit some big plays. Now, can you hit some big plays? Yeah, maybe. But you're going to have to hit some big plays for this team.
I see somebody on the Sean Mazda text line. They're just like, Danny Dimes was Danny Dunk. Dinkin and Duncan only made 2 long passes down the field. And I'm like, I kind of roll my eyes.
So are you a Broncos fan or not?
The
What
listener?
do you mean? Yeah. I mean, all he does is dink and dunk it all the way down the field.
I mean, isn't that a really good offense that dinks and dunks, runs the ball, sets up play action to hit you with longer passes?
It screams efficiency.
Isn't that what you kind of want? Because that's exactly what they were. They weren't afraid to throw the ball down the field, but they were setting it up. And they were, when he was throwing the ball down the field, he wasn't throwing it into like traffic or desperation. It was all like really. Yeah. What can I tell you?
Listen, the Broncos need to beat the Colts handedly. They do. You should be a significantly better team. The Colts had their struggles. Daniel Jones was not phenomenal in preseason. It didn't look like that. And the season's about to get tougher. So this is it. This is the opening stretch that you had a couple gimmies on paper when the season began. I got it. Colts are not gimmies, but it's time to show up offense. It's time to do your part.
We will have Jeff Legwald along at 1:45 from practice to tell us whatever he can. We'll see if everything starts late again, as it did. But if it doesn't, if Sean Payton comes to the podium when he's scheduled around 2:15, 2:30, we'll carry that for you as well. I did do some digging. There was a new article in the Denver Post today about SRM Cement. Smyrna Ready Mix.
Yeah. No, Ready. Independence Kansas had IRS or IRM. Independence Ready Mix.
Mike Hollingshead, his wife Melissa, his 2 boys, Jeff and Ryan, who participate and sponsor a pro bass fishing team.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
You see where I'm going here?
Oh, yeah.
We're talking Smyrna, Tennessee. And
so they're a conglomerate.
Their college, Middle Tennessee.
Well, there you go.
I'll give you a nickel. You can tell me the nickname for Middle Tennessee.
Volunteers.
Blue Raiders. And their Pegasus-like mascot, Lightning. They've sponsored classic small-town, southeast. They're sponsoring football fields for high schools.
So they're good people.
God's country.
Yeah.
23 states, 5,000 employees, the largest ready mix company in the United States of America. Mike and his wife, Melissa, were just ticked off that they were having delivery issues with their ready mix that they needed for their own small business. So they founded the company that has exploded.
Everybody needs cement.
3 years ago, from Martin Marietta, they bought 37 different plants throughout the rest of the United States, including Wyoming and Colorado. They bought the plant down there at good old Burnham Yard 3 years ago for $5.5 million. Did some digging behind the scenes. These guys do not talk to the media. They don't talk to the press. The cement trucks are rolling every 5 minutes in and out of that plant. Like, you can't go down there without a cement truck rolling past you.
Nope.
In bold red, white, and blue colors, by the way. America. They are not interested in selling this property.
Hell yeah.
Can you imagine having your steak or sitting out on your terrace in your penthouse apartment and overlooking that cement company?
Now, DMac.
Yes, sir.
They are very interested in selling that property, but they ain't telling you they're interested in selling that property.
Recently, this year in January, they bought I gotta get it exactly right. They bought a industrial site from the Ferrer family in Queens for $60 million. Money ain't a thing to these people. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They just
make
bought.
fun of him. Make fun of him with this music you're playing.
Sure.
But
hey, Beverly Hillbillies are here, my friend, and they got a lot of money. And they just bought a facility in Queens for $60 million. They're clearly trying to expand their operation. They've said as much in the press release about buying the facility in Denver. They're becoming national. They're already unbelievably established in the Southeast. They're coming out west. Denver is as far west as they have a place right now, but it's clear that their intentions are go across the entire country. 5.5 million, 6.6 acres, like 10 parcels and it's on the northern edge of it. It's not where they'd put the stadium. It's where they would put hotels, restaurants, clubs, whatever, not the stadium. Meaning
it's not necessarily a deal breaker.
Which affects what? Eminent domain. Can you use eminent domain to get rid of them? Now, eminent domain is used because it's in the benefit of the community in general. But is it in the benefit of the community in general for one rich guy to put a hotel where another guy has a cement mixing company?
Yeah, where a guy's livelihood is.
So I think they'll figure it out. I do think they'll figure it out. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker. But when you heard the word preferred, it's probably because this ain't done yet. And the Hollings head family is not talking, and they're in no rush.
Well,
and they ain't from Colorado, and they're probably not Broncos fans.
What's the name of the company?
So if I'm that company, money's not an object. So like honestly, if you 2x, 3x your return on the investment, not a big deal, right? But if what the Broncos might end up having to do is what they did for Denver Water is not only buy them out, not only triple what they invested in the property itself, but actually pay for the move, actually pay to get them in a new setup, because these people are just like, no, we're comfy. Like we're cool.
They have zero motivation because the money just ain't a thing for these guys.
Here's
like if you quadrupled the money and offered them $20 million, I doubt they'd bat an eye.
I don't know about that.
Here's what's going to happen. Having negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate,
right.
My
Yeah,
life.
Scott, tell us about it.
Your propriety, what's it called? Your main cement facility mixer supporter deliverer.
Huh? What are you trying to say?
Come on, what?
They're ready mix cement.
The cement,
the proprietor,
the cement
mixer?
company that the new Burnham Yards Broncos facility will use. Here's how you negotiate.
Yeah.
We will use you exclusively.
Listen.
Hold on.
Yes. Okay. Keep going.
You want to talk about $20 million? So how much cement do you think is going to be mixed from
loads?
All the stuff they want to do at that facility, and maybe the city says, and when we do our thing, you'll be our guy we're going to use. So now you're talking probably $30 or $40 or $50 million in stuff that you're using, if not more. And oh, by the way, just like we're going to do the water plant, we've got a however big parcel of land you said they bought, 6 acres or
6.6 acres.
6 acres.
Yeah.
We got an 8-acre thing just outside of Denver, about where those old oil plants and stuff would be on North 70. Easier access for you. We'll buy that lot for you and help move your company there.
It's going to have to be some
And
special.
oh, by the way, we'll give you $12 million for this site right here.
Yeah,
done.
And probably a good parking at the new stadium. I don't know.
And they'll pull in. They'll end up raking with all, especially if they become the lone source of cement. They'll make hundreds of $1 millions just on that project. But that's going to be part of the negotiation.
Again, I think it's going to get done. I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, this is going to be a deal breaker." I'm not saying anything like that.
What's the name of that company?
SRM, Smyrna Ready Mix Cement, a division of Hollingshead Cement. The details I just love. The little stuff. The fact that they sponsor, bass fishing.
And you know what?
And our guy's a Silicon Valley, Northern California guy. I know it's Walmart, but
our guy's an Arkansas guy. What you talking about?
Okay.
Well,
our guy's last address was in Atherton, California.
It says they're a private company.
Yeah.
And generate billions of dollars in revenue.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is what I'm reading about them.
Yeah.
As evidenced by a large $1.1 billion senior secured note offering for debt refinancing and acquisitions. So they got a note that says they want to buy something for $60 million. We're good because we've got a note behind us for $1.1 billion. They ain't playing with, Joe Tandy's fish shop.
There was two women, sisters, who owned a warehouse down in that area. They had equal parts of it. They came in and bought the warehouse. One sister is overjoyed. And the story in the Denver Post says the other sister is pissed off. Because it's just like...
Could have held off more money.
Maybe. But the other sister's just like, I can't believe this just happened to us. We own this lousy warehouse in the middle of this industrial complex for whatever reason. And, the other sister, I think, is looking for something to do. I think that is a much more common story with that area down there. It's just a pinch of bad luck that you're running into a business that only bought this property 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not like they've been there forever, and they have no ties to Colorado, aside from wanting to just keep it expanding west.
Well, you get a guarantee from the city and state of Colorado that you'll be our number one provider for all of our cement projects. The Broncos say we will use
pretty soon the stadium's going to be named after him.
Exclusively. We'll work for it. But I'm telling you what,
Hollingshead Plaza.
Yeah.
How many million? Just if you had to put just in speculation of the cement being used.
Oh, I have no idea.
In that whole thing, how much money?
Call
it a $6 to $7 billion project. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of cement.
You would think.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions.
They got it. Ready mix.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine you're in that swanky restaurant and you're like, oh, darling, what a wonderful time for a game. Look at this beautiful area. Let's check out the cement trucks.
And trucks coming in and out. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yeah, you're in the third quarter. Listen to that crowd. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
It'll get done. I'm sure it'll get done.
Oh, but dude, I'm telling you,
it's an interesting twist. It's a fun twist.
Give them the contract, and they'll make hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. So what do you got going on? What is shaking your bacon? Nothing? Well, let's get it stirred up with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations, and the Castle Rock location is just absolutely gorgeous. Worth checking out for sure. As is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, period. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range for nearly a decade, that initial visit only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We do have incredible listeners and viewers, and we appreciate you watching the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com.
And we sure Tony Sperano doesn't own that concrete company.
SRM Concrete.
Not Ready Mix.
No, it's Ready Mix. It's Ready Mix Concrete.
Okay.
However, they still have another company called Hollingshead Cement. So SRM Concrete is the company, but
Right.
they also own another company called Hollingshead
Well, it
Cement.
seems like, you know what? You take something like this to realize there are a lot of other successful businesses.
Yeah, they're one
Right?
of them.
Turns
Ain't no
out
doubt
they're
about
building
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
no dumb question. Ready Mix, okay? Now, when I hear Ready Mix, I'm picturing like in a bag at Home Depot that
Yeah.
I'm putting a little bit of water in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, Scott, because I don't know.
Like I said, we had a ready mix plant in my hometown growing up, and one of my buddies I'll be with high school they'd always hire guys like in the summertime at college and jobs. Had another guy worked there forever, another buddy of mine. It's rent plant, but they come in those big cement trucks.
Yeah.
Cement trucks. And they get in there, put the hose in, water in, boom, and it's ready to go. It's ready mixed for you on site. Now when you get it on site, they're just taking the big trough and going.
So someone else points out the concrete is a very regional business. You got about 90 minutes till the concrete starts to cure.
Yeah.
So the location really does matter for these guys.
It does. And
So
being
the
close to
central
a rail
downtown.
yard, their bigger plants are near rail yards too, because the rail is an important place for them to be as well. So the location does matter. And somebody said, well, I've seen a lot of these plants. Yeah, they bought 37 plants between Denver and Laramie. So there's a lot of smaller places too, because you can see what they're doing. They're trying to set up a network, going from one place to another. So eventually they'll be connected across the United States.
Well, and also, like Tyler just said, if it takes 90 minutes to set up, you want that thing batched up there at the plant, and then you want to
You got to be on the road.
on site
Right.
pouring.
So the location for them may be critically important.
Yeah.
Whereas Denver water is like, it's what are we talking about? Offices, basically.
We can bill you and run a crappy website anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. For these guys, the specific location probably is a huge deal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So,
All right, ready mixed
Good
means
stuff.
batched at a plant, while mixed on site means done at the point of placement.
all right,
I
no
used
dumb
the word-
question
You hear
then.
me use the word batch a while ago?
So the key selling point for them, and this is just me, my own stupidity, is the fact they're going to get it to your site ready and good to go. So it's one less thing for you have to worry about wherever you're building.
Well,
Does
and
that
the key
make
is
sense?
You make them the exclusive cement holder for this whole project, and they might be able to keep their plant there for the first 4.5 years of building it, building the site.
Maybe, but I think it's important to note that their location does not conflict where theoretically the stadium would go. Not at all. It's where like other businesses and properties would go. So yeah, you could build the entire stadium and they could just stay right there theoretically, and they would be the last one.
This is when it pays to be in good with the mayor. This is when it pays to be like, hey, buddy, you gonna strong arm these guys for us or what?
Well,
you
what?
could go eminent domain. You gonna tell them what to do?
I will think less of the Denver government if they do that.
Somebody asked, why didn't you guys ask the mayor about this yesterday? And
We didn't realize. I didn't.
wasn't aware of it. That simple as that, plain as
Yeah.
that. And so the follow-up article, good job by the Denver Post. That's where I came across all this. They're following up on this. And I did talk to Parker Gabriel this morning, and he goes, yeah, we've been trying to track this guy down for a long time, and he won't talk to us. And I go, you should just show up at the college. I go, what college is it associated with? And I was like, wait a second. And I couldn't find it. Then I found it. Middle Tennessee.
Well, how many newspaper people can call up billionaires and say, hey, speak to us?
Well, they've been trying.
Well, exactly. But I mean,
They've been trying.
Is there any other billionaire you're going to call up and they're going to say, hey, Denver Post wants to talk to you? Yeah, good.
Yep.
So there you go. There's that. Okay, we'll see how things go.
What if they say, hey, we'll change the name from the Denver Broncos to the Denver Smyrnas? or we'll put a Smyrna Broncos team
Patch.
together.
We'll put a patch on. We'll put a Smyrna patch.
With a big dumps truck. Yeah. Just have a patch on, or a sticker on the back of the helmet that's just a big dump
Say
truck.
put the plant right underneath the stadium. Just let the trucks roll out from underneath.
Somebody on the text line. I'm at 8th and Decatur right now. One of those cement trucks just passed by. Yeah, I talked to Klish yesterday. He goes, we went out there. There were cement trucks going out, in and out every 5 minutes.
So they're working, man. They're making money.
Yeah, of course they are. They're an unbelievably successful business.
Yeah, so this ain't mom and pop's cupcake factory.
They originally were.
Well, they ain't right now.
They had their roots tied into Bass Pro Fishing for a minute, but I mean they're huge.
If you're buying a $60 million plant,
yes, in
you
Queens,
you ain't small potatoes.
No. They just did that in January.
Yeah, you ain't small
They
potatoes.
bought 37 plants 3 years ago around here. They just bought a $60 million plot of land there in Queens a couple of months ago. These guys got some bread. All right, we'll see where it goes.
Well, they got a note to borrow up to $1.1 billion, so they must have something.
It's kind of fun, right? It's gonna happen. The Broncos in the city of Denver will figure it out, and I really do wish we could get the mayor back on and just ask him about. Well, I would have just asked him about this period. This is kind of the biggest part of this whole story.
Well, since they're building it with private funds, unlike some government entities, and I'm under the big assumption that when you get a project on the books that you need done, you have to take bids. And then there's sometimes there's qualification for those bids that are implanted. If you're a private company, Pinners can just go, listen, make this easy for us. We'll do it. You can stay there for the first 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
We'll use your cement exclusively. It's going to be a $5 billion project, $700 million of it's going to be cement.
I think the key word in everything yesterday was preferred site.
Well, especially now knowing this. Like I said, you ain't chasing, you ain't asking a local regional Dunkin' Donuts to move.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's kind of how I pictured
not.
it though yesterday.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Like I pictured a little mom and pop cement,
no big deal, right?
doing a little business around town.
Yeah, who cares? No. Huge $1 billion business. Expanding. Just recently bought it there. 3 years ago. It hasn't even been there that long. Doesn't give a crap about Colorado. Not really. It's from Tennessee.
Well, that's their headquarters.
Yeah, it probably lives in the world. It probably has.
There's Starbucks headquarters. Everybody has
somewhere
headquarters, right?
I'm just saying, there's nothing in Denver water is Denver water. Denver water is going to want to please everybody, right? Like they're going to want to be good partners with everybody around
Denver
here.
Water answers to other people above them.
Yeah.
Smyrna Ready Mix don't.
That's for damn sure.
I think this is intriguing.
I do too. I think it's fun. And I'm sure it'll work out in the Broncos' favor, but, there's work to do. But by the way, this is what we speculated. If you want to build in Denver, if you want to do this, you're going to run into, it's going to be more complicated.
Yeah.
Than sticking a shovel in Lone Tree, where there's,
Which they can
nothing.
it can be done right now. They can already be starting to dig.
Like that.
Yeah. But no, you got to listen to Tyler.
My drive's good though.
My drive home.
Hell yeah.
Today, Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6 at Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Come on by, see the fellas. Everyone gets a free varsity haircut. Sport Clips, pros and men's hair. A deeper dive into the Broncos and the Colts coming up next. Oh, the Rocky Mountain Way. That's a good vibe for this right here, right? Hey, by the way, did you guys did it hit you last night at all? Like, damn man, it's like 7:45. It's dark out. Did that ring your bell at all yesterday?
It's got me the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost fall.
You know what I'm saying?
My daughter has soccer practice starts at 6:15.
You better get that going.
And I mean it's and
You
all of a
feel
sudden 7:30 it's kind of like
It's chilly out.
we're in shadows and everything else.
Yeah, that summer always lingers.
Dude, it got cold last night. I was sleeping with the windows open, and I was freezing in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
That's how you call the dog up.
That's right.
Does
you
feel
got
like
rid of, never mind.
I wasn't too cold.
Look at it. Wasn't that cold.
Wasn't too cold.
Wasn't that cold.
There you go, buddy. There you go. All right, the
You're in a good mood today.
I'm in a great mood.
Because he loves drama. Are you kidding me?
Well, oh my God, I love
he
it.
loves drama, and in 24 hours he found a way to make drama out of the Broncos' new deal.
So when you
love
watched Jurassic Park, was your favorite character Jeff Goldblum?
Oh,
the Chaos
yes.
Terrorist?
Yes, indeed. Oh, we're about to be eaten by a raptor. By the way, what Jurassic movie's coming out now? 9, 10?
I don't know.
Still a problem with them pesky dinosaurs.
We'll see who wins the ultimate time race between Fast and the Furious and
Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
Well, Jurassic Park had one come out early this summer, like maybe 4th of July.
Like, is there another storyline in Jurassic Park aside from dinosaurs eating people?
Well, this one, no, that's still the
Yeah.
basis.
No.
That's still
is.
the hub, though.
Now the dinosaurs can give you eternal life. That was the storyline of the new one.
How?
You just got to get their DNA and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he was thinking they could do, but they never did. That guy got eaten.
I did watch a lot of the Colts too, so I am in a good mood. I'm in a great mood. And then I got worried, like it was like a twofer going on. So I was having fun.
This was the 7th, by the way.
The 7th Jurassic Park.
Yep.
Yeah. God, they won't learn those scientists. Them scientists will not learn about them dinosaurs.
Hey, but Chris Pratt, his character was great. He was in 2 or 3 of them, and then he did the Marvel Universe stuff. I mean, how much he made some big old movies.
Dude, I looked up like highest earning actors of all time, and the top 10 are not.
Marvel guys.
It's not people you would think. It's all superhero movies.
Oh, that doesn't
Marvel.
All of them.
You know who Chris Pratt's married to?
Yeah, Schwarzenegger's daughter.
Isn't that a hoot?
Yeah.
Yeah. So his father-in-law is Schwarzenegger. That's pretty cool.
He had some pretty big movies too.
Sure did. Anyways, I was watching the Colts a little bit, and I want to get to the NBA stuff, which is pretty funny. And maybe I just do that right now. The NBA stuff that, first of all, this Kawhi Leonard thing, oh my God.
It's a lot. Hey, that's a bigger hole, ain't it?
Oh my God. The scam that has been going on in the NBA for years and years and years that nobody's talked about is hysterical. Did you know? Well, listen, I'm a little baby new year here because I didn't know all this stuff. But here are the rules. You guys are going to love this. An owner. Okay.
Sorry.
You good?
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Well, you probably should just say, are you being,
No.
where are you getting that from?
From Grizz. I don't have the.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get some details on it. Wow.
Wow.
All right, tough transition.
Sorry. I mean, I just saw that. That's crazy.
Well, people are going to be dying to know what you're talking about now.
Well,
So let's look it up and just say what it is.
So anyway, this has been going on a while, you think?
Yeah, because who knew that owners were allowed to introduce athletes to business people, but they're not allowed to negotiate deals with them.
Right.
That's what I read.
Right.
So
It's like a shoe contract in essence.
But the slippery slope of it's okay for Joe owner to introduce player to billionaire other business.
Oh, by the way, that I'm financing for $300 million.
Right. Who knows what that relationship is like?
Right.
And that Kawhi Leonard's uncle is his agent, and with the Raptors was just telling him, hey, we want all this money, and no, he's not going to do anything. He's not going to do appearances, commercials. He ain't going to do nothing. And that was in 2019. So I got to imagine, what, did Kawhi Leonard's uncle just come up with this all on his own? Or has this been going on in the NBA for a long time?
I haven't heard a lot of this, actually, to be honest with you. Maybe it's been held under wrap and it's, let's be honest, we're talking about 1% of 1% of the players probably that's been involved, maybe. I had never heard about till this, but now all of a sudden you make sense to me. Hey, we can only pay you this because this is what the rules are. Hey, let's get a shell company who, isn't it funny, it just went bankrupt, right? It's non-existent now. But it was funded by $300 million from a guy who's worth $174 billion. And oh, by the way, in no-show work, we're going to give Kawhi, what'd you say, was it 27 or 28?
I think it was 25.
Yeah, somewhere in there, $1 million that's from us, but not really.
Dude, it's so slimy.
It is slimy.
It is slimy, but do we really think this this has got to be going on for a long time?
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the story with Kawhi is that they first tried to pull this garbage with the Raptors in 2019. I don't think his uncle agent is that smart. I'm going to guess it's been going on for a minute. And it's a backdoor way. And here's what you got to look at. And I don't have it off the top of my head, but how many NBA stars have signed undervalued contracts? Look at them.
Yeah.
And
not
then
as many, not as many it feels like, but we'd have to find some.
Go take a peek and find out who they are, and then do some investigation. And I think that will happen because there's no way Kawhi Leonard's the only guy.
Anybody who has ever turned down like a max contract from their current team to go somewhere else for less money, they got that money made up some way, somehow.
Some way, somehow.
Well, I told you when I got fined for that fight, Lambert was fined $50,000. I was fined 14, and he somehow did an appearance at a basketball camp, gave a 30-minute speech, and was paid $50,000 for that.
Scott, wasn't it amazing that Sam Ehlinger decided to stay on the Broncos practice squad? Oh, he's elevated he's on the 53. That did happen. Listen, man, whatever. It's the way of the world. I'm not going to be Baby New Year on that. There's ways things go down. And Ballmer has enough deniability that he can go do TV interviews and go, I didn't do this. I didn't do that.
I just got scammed out of $300 million.
Yeah.
$300 million. And then you got, of course, I told you when your first supporter comes out as Mark Cuban, be careful.
Yeah.
Be a little leery.
Well, it makes you wonder, why did Mark even do that? Because it almost just makes...
Because maybe he's been doing that.
Well, clearly it makes you feel like he's been doing that.
So, it's all sketch, man. It's all sketch. It's too funny, though. It's, what a negotiation. What a great thing for Masai Ujiri to have to deal with. I'm sorry, what's going to happen here? It's going to be fine. What are you talking about? Kawhi's going to have a job endorsing this company. He's doing nothing
You know what it is? What it smells of, but we're talking with $27 million, a little bit different. The Blue Chips movie of the 70s and 80s. And hey, by the way.
Great movie.
Yeah. But we're going to have you work at such vinyl company.
Right.
You ain't going to do nothing. And, the going rate at that time was $5 an hour. By the way, you're going to be made $100 an hour. And just make sure you show up at clock.
Well, you do really think of Tony Soprano and the guys sitting around in folding chairs in the parking lot drinking beers, while the construction work's going on.
Right.
I mean, it's got that kind of vibe to it. So anyways, another NBA note, which is small, I guess. I got the numbers on it, though. They're taking the shots at the end of quarters, halves, the end of games, and they're making it a team shot.
That's cool.
It doesn't go against you as a missed field goal.
That's cool. I mean, it's not that anybody really cares. Well, actually, I'm sure there are a lot of guys that care. I should take that back. Not that our guy cares, Nikola Jokic. But, yeah, you probably shouldn't count that against them.
So last year, Swipa, thank you, Swipa, shot 22 heaves in the regular season, 8 in the NBA playoffs. Regular season, 44.6 from three-point, 42.8% in the playoffs.
That's if you take those. The new rule is heaves aren't counted against you in a shot attempt.
Correct. So it would have gone up to 67.2 and 60.27. So it actually would have, actually would have had a pretty significant difference in his percentages.
And with higher percentages, would that even helped him even more with the MVP?
I don't know.
The funny thing is, and listen, I grew up as a kid in Kansas who was a big Wilt Chamberlain fan, and when I found out Wilt Chamberlain actually went to the University of Kansas, I couldn't get enough of Wilt Chamberlain. I read his autobiography, which has the greatest title of a self-written or an autobiography, Just Your Average 7-Foot Black Millionaire That Lives Next Door is the title of the autobiography. Rules were changed when Wilt Chamberlain came into college, and this back when freshmen couldn't play, and he was killing everybody there, being the varsity team. But by the time he was able to play varsity his sophomore year, the NCAA changed about 20 rules to limit the dominance of Wilt Chamberlain. You know, you've heard people talk about before where they say, hey, got to get down the key, got to get down the keyhole.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old lane of college and NBA was basically a big round circle at the top, straight lines down there, and it looked like a skeleton keyhole, looked like a keyhole. That ain't enough lane to keep this big giant out of from around the basket. Let's push it out wider. That was a Wilt Chamberlain rule. This right here, and it's in a different thing, almost seems like this is Nikola Jokic rule. We love Nikola Jokic is one of the few and rare superstars that's not afraid to take that last shot. And when they go in, I think he made 2 out of the 27 he attempted, right?
Something like that, yeah.
What great highlights.
Oh, it's awesome.
And listen, what is the NBA always about on their social media? Click and views.
No doubt about it.
Click and views. Now, all of a sudden, if you're getting guys, because I explained this to Marlo, who didn't get it when we first started, and then after about the third game, he went, oh. See guys take one extra dribble.
Mm-hmm.
Clock goes off shot.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like I'm shooting it. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if it goes in? But I don't have a shot attempt going against me on the score
And
sheet.
now you don't have to worry about it.
Now you're going to see highlights all over the place this year of dudes making these long, crazy, why are you throwing the shots? Because statistically, it's not going to hurt them.
Yeah. It's a positive thing.
And you know what? And everyone
More
goes
will go
in.
More will go in.
And everyone that goes in, click, 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 boom, 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 share, 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 highlight, highlight, highlight.
So it's probably fair to say this season we'll have more crazy shots that can go in than ever before.
Ever before.
You would think.
Mm-hmm.
Ever
well,
before.
Just more will be taken, right?
Yeah, ever before.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to hurt you now.
That's kind of fun.
But it also shows you how selfish guys are with their own stats that you aren't going to take a heave.
I get it.
It would tell you I made one.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a highlight. I don't know if we could find it online or not, if it's still there. But I was in Atlanta. We were in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it was when Ted Turner and Jane Fonda were an item.
Okay.
They're sitting ready to half court.
Love it.
Ball kicks out. I take one dribble, 3-2, going in half. Heave it from beyond half court, and I follow it in.
Yeah.
Got my hand up. Boom, swish. Place erupts.
That's awesome.
I saw the video before. Place erupts. I'm running by, and there's Jane and Ted. They're
high five them?
I went by, and they both high fived me as I ran by. So I got it by my bank account. I've got a high five from Jane and Ted.
How many do you think you took in your career?
Oh, I was never afraid because I didn't care.
Yeah, so how many did you do you think?
Can't be that many still, though.
Probably
I mean,
4 or 5.
Right.
Maybe.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So your percentage is kind of bonkers.
But a lot of times, if I was now I'll tell you what. This was different, but one year, my first year in Detroit, and I was getting in, and we had a thing called a trillion. You didn't want to have a trillion. You didn't want to have 2 minutes and then zeros all across the stat sheet. That was called a 2 trillion.
That's pretty
You
funny.
didn't want a 2 trillion. So you wanted a foul or a rebound
Yeah, something.
That's funny.
or a shot attempt.
Give me something.
I had, it was either 19 or 21, one of those, and I ended up shooting like 38% for the season. It only took like 50-some shots.
Mm-hmm.
I had like 19 or 21 0-for-1 games.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, because I didn't want the trillion. But then at the end of the year, I'm a better shooter than this. And I got 1 year. In fact, if you go and look, 89-90, I shot like 30-some%. And the next year I said, man, I ain't doing that again. I didn't take any last-second shots ever.
Too
Guess
funny.
What? Shot over 50% from the field.
There you go.
Shot 75% from 3 because I wasn't going to do it no more.
You knew where your bread was buttered.
I thought on the back of a card it looks horrible.
This is going to be bad on my card.
I don't mind averaging 2 points, but I don't want to average 2 points and shoot 38%.
Put it up, Scott. Nah.
No.
Halftime.
You kick it over to DMac, let DMac shoot it.
I mean, like granny shot to try to get it up there.
Oh, dude, I was.
That is hysterical.
They used to laugh at me because they knew what I was doing because we didn't want the trillion.
That is
you didn't want a trillion on your. Now, if you'd gotten a rebound or a foul early, you wouldn't
You're
have
good. You're good.
You wouldn't have to take the shot.
All right, when we come back, we will have no dumb questions. Doing that a little bit early because we got Jeff, hopefully, Jeff Legwald around 1:40. We'll see if the trains are running on time here today with Sean Payne. We'll see. And Dion had some fun stuff to say about his quarterback situation. We'll hear a little Dion Sanders coming up next. Nate and Andy today, 3 to 6 from Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill out there in my former hometown of Aurora. Free varsity haircuts for everyone. Totally free. So that's going on today. Sport Clips, pros and men's hair. I've used Sport Clips for, 20 plus years. Used to have one over there in Parker and Orchard. Now there's one right around the street from me in Lone Tree where I am now. The East Smoky Hill Road is down a little bit.
And what's the difference between a free varsity cut and say I just wanted the sophomore?
I think the varsity you get a back rub. I'm being serious.
Well, the MVP.
Oh, is that the MVP?
Yeah, you get the the
back
towel
rub
and the back rub
and the head wash and everything.
And all that. That's the MVP.
Is that what you do?
Yeah. I spend a lot on my haircut. It's ridiculous.
Don't you feel it's a little waste of time to get it?
It's I get it like 3 or 4 times a year. So when I'm getting my pampering,
that's your pampering date.
That's it. So, but my wife will go get her haircut for like $6. And she'll come back and be like,
what?
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't spend any money on her haircut. Maybe not $6, but like
she's the only woman in America that
I know
getting $6 haircuts.
I feel awful. It's not. But it's like I'm swear to God,
you
it's
pay
like
more for yours.
Way more.
Wow.
I mean,
women will go and spend $150 to $300 on a haircut.
Oh yeah, not my wife. My wife, and I'll give a huge tip too when I go because I only go like a handful of times a year.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed when I pay.
Are you over $100?
I got a barber. It's not 100, but it ain't far off.
Yeah, I'm upwards of 65 to 70, something like that.
I mean, he does my beard and everything.
Yo,
so.
I do that too. I
get shaved?
You don't got a beard.
I when I know that I'm about to get my haircut because I just like getting all the stuff. I let it grow a little bit before I go there.
So you're about to get a haircut then?
Maybe in another 3 weeks or something.
Yeah, mine costs $21. I leave a $10 tip.
Yeah, well, there you go. I leave about 40% too, something like that. I go way above and beyond with the tip at a haircut place for whatever it's worth. But I go to Sport Clips. That's where I go. I've gone to Sport Clips for years and years and years.
Mine's
and there's
21.
There's 21's cheap. Where do you go?
Well, I'm not gonna say it.
All right. We're just focused on Sport Clips.
It's a rivalry.
All right. Well, Sport Clips is great.
Yeah.
I personally endorse them. Been going there for years and years.
You go to the Kirk Cousins.
What's the Kirk Cousins? Home, mama?
Never mind.
Dion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that now.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Prime said
and I get senior discount.
Oh, yeah. They don't even ask for an ID, do they, Scott?
No, because the first time I got a senior discount, next time they didn't give me one, but I didn't argue and say, hey, that should be $2 cheaper. I didn't say that. And then now it's just, yeah.
I don't blame you for getting the senior discount, but you're in too good a shape to be getting senior discounts, which is a compliment.
Well, I appreciate that, but that,
I'm wondering when these really kick in.
$2 here, $2 there.
It helps.
Yeah.
Time you eat dinner on Fridays? 4:30. What are you doing?
Furs.
You ain't that kind of senior.
I'm waiting for Furs to open at 4, and I'm.
All right, here's a little Prime. By the way, Andy will be at Sport Clips, but then he's traveling with the team.
He may not be there. No, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow,
he's traveling with the team tomorrow. Because they're playing in Houston on Friday. The game against Wyoming was announced at 8:15.
Yeah.
And I think the BYU game is like at 8:15. So
they're getting the Nuggets Rocky Mountain time zone treatment.
Prime said in his press conference he does not like playing night games. And I don't know if it's him personal or just the way, the team is set up or whatever. But 1, 2, 3, 4 of their first 5 games are all night games?
That's what it was like last year, too.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Anyways, here's Prime about the quarterback situation.
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those? I got time today. Who has one of those? What does that look like?
Michigan, Ohio State,
what does a solidified
USC,
quarterback look
Penn
like?
State,
What does that look like? I want to know.
Florida State.
We play quarterbacks every week. What does a
LSU.
solidified quarterback looks like?
I wish you would have just named about 50 teams.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
No one's going to argue.
What if last year somebody's like, Coach?
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for that setup.
Thank you for the setup.
Coach, what does it feel like last year? What does it feel like to have an unsolidified quarterback?
That's another example of Prime challenging the reporters, like he goes back at them, and not one of those reporters, they are scared to death. I bet you every single one of those reporters was doing the same thing we were just doing in our own brains.
I'm confused.
This school, that school, the other school, you last year for the past 2 years. Like, everybody's got a solidified quarterback.
Anybody that's any good.
Anybody that's any good. How many bands have two drummers? Bands that don't have a drummer.
The top, well, according to the top 25 list here by AP, and I would have gone bink, the bink, the bink, the bink, the bink, the bink.
Yeah. You think Georgia's stressing out about who their quarterback is this
No.
week? They're probably good. Think Dan Lanning in Oregon's like, I don't know. No, I bet he's all right.
Yeah.
Clemson, they're doing okay. LSU, think they got figured out. Think Ryan Day's sweating it at Ohio State, Silly. But this is what Prime does.
Heck, I think USF is good now.
USF? What is USF?
Right.
Yeah, where are they ranked? Where are they going?
18th. They moved up to 18th.
Are they really?
Because they
Good
beat
for them.
two ranked teams to start the season.
That is incredible what they've done.
Who did they beat week 1?
I don't know. I just read the blip. 2 ranked teams. Now they're 18.
Good for them, man.
They always have a respectable program.
I'm going to guess they've got a solidified quarterback.
Yeah. He was just on college game day or college weekday or college, hey, it's Wednesday day.
Anyways, Prime. I love Prime, though. I'm glad he's here.
Oh, they beat Boise. They smoked Boise.
Oh, that's the game.
That's
That's
right.
the team
That's
that
right.
just blew Boise out of the water.
Yeah, 34-7. And Boise was ranked
At
the time.
Yeah.
They won't be ranked ever again, but
And Florida was ranked, right?
13.
Do you think CU needs to solidify Staub?
No.
After this game?
No, I don't. I think you go into this game with him as the plan. But no, look, I find it unlikely that you're going to finish the season with one guy. You got 3 dudes. You went with the best of the bunch this week. Last week, you went with 3 dudes. This week, you're going to go with the dude that played the best of the 3 last week. The odds of Ryan Staub being a solidified quarterback, which is what Dion is chasing, yes, feels very low to me at this point in time. I hope I'm wrong. Because it would be so freaking incredible for the program, because my biggest fear of the situation we have right now is how do you manage Juju Lewis? How do you manage it, right? Because you still believe in the young kid. He ain't ready. So do you got to play him? Do you got to keep him happy? Yada, yada. Well, if Ryan Staub plays and he's a baller, he's still got 2 years of service left. And that means if you do lose Juju down the road, oh, well, you got a guy. But if you play...
We're solidified.
Sure. But if you play Ryan Staub the rest of the year, you don't play Juju Lewis, and Ryan Staub is not that good, well, now you just alienated a 5-star recruit, and you might lose the guy, and you don't have a quarterback.
And that's what I was going to ask you. I said, you go into this game, and you hope it's Staub. For the benefit of the program this year, you hope Staub proves to be, you're our, as you called him, a baller. You're our guy. You're our guy. And you get him somehow with Juju, and you make him involved in whatever. But then all of a sudden he ends the year, and he's, 31 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, and they've won 7 games. You feel pretty good going into next season because you're fine at the quarterback. And if you lose Juju, go get you another young guy.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Our phone number is 303-504-0925. You can reach out on YouTube, on Twitch. Heck, any way that you can get to us. Time for No Dumb Questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got a good one.
Jeff Legwell will join us in about 15 minutes, so we're doing this a tad early. What you got?
Got a good one for you. What's the science? What's the chemical breakdown? And give me the reason why toothpaste will stick to every single thing except a toothbrush.
Oh, that's pretty deep right there.
I mean, think about it.
Yeah, it sure will. You get it on the countertop, you are screwed.
You're screwed. You leave it in a drop in the sink. You didn't realize the next day it's like a glue ball.
Yeah.
You get it on your face. You can wipe it off your face.
Well, maybe it's like ready-mix cement. As long as it's wet, you're
but
okay.
But you put it on the item it's supposed to be on, it don't stay.
Yeah.
Turn the thing over, it'll fall right off.
I think these are questions that just have no answer.
Do you think so?
Mm-hmm. It's just like Nate Bargatze, how many quarts are in a gallon? Nobody knows.
Well, I think that's actually...
What's the answer?
4.
Are you sure?
4 quarts in a gallon, yeah.
How many liters are in a gallon? It's something like that. You're probably right about the quarts in a gallon. That's probably not that complicated.
16 pints.
How many liters are in a gallon?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Are you actually asking the actual chemical compound in
No,
toothpaste?
I'm just thinking it's funny that the one item it's meant to be used on, it don't stick on, but everything else it sticks on. Kind of, and maybe it's meant to not stick on the bristles so that it gets to your teeth better.
I don't know, Scott, but it's a good question.
Yeah. All right. How do you pronounce? Is it theater or theater?
Theater.
Who says theater?
I tend to.
Do you?
Yeah, because it's funny.
Ah, well, yeah.
Do you say
trying to be funny?
Do you say cement or cement?
Cement.
I always say cement because it's way funnier than saying
I say
cement
too.
Because it's just it's a little hillbilly saying cement.
You used to watch Beverly Hillbillies.
I used to love Beverly Hillbillies.
Let's go to the cement pond.
Cement ponds.
Yes, I say
Jethro,
cement
Ellie
all
Mae.
the time.
I had a little thing for Ellie Mae. I'm sure you did too. It's like Ellie Mae, Ginger.
Did you know
Marianne.
Jethro Bodine?
Yeah.
In real life, his dad was one-time heavyweight champion of the world in boxing.
That's a fact I did not know.
Max Baer.
That's Max Baer's son?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the actor's named Bear. All right, I never put that together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's a good one.
And there's my my contribution to stupid.
That was good.
Thank you.
Quart literally means 4, DMac, you idiot. Yeah, right. That's easier. I should have said liters. Liters would have been a much better example.
Why
I'm an
is the
idiot,
U.S.
right?
so stuck on staying with gallons and MPHs instead of liters and
Kilometers?
Kilometers.
The whole metric system debate.
Yeah. I mean, that is the Nate Bargatze. He is funny as hell, man. That's the whole skit on Saturday Night Live.
Which is funny.
Do you know how to convert like Fahrenheit to Celsius, like in your head?
No,
idea.
I have no clue. But
Yeah,
everybody that lives in the Celsius world knows how to convert to Fahrenheit.
I can tell you how you do it. Pick up your phone.
Well, okay, fine.
That's
It's like a calculator. Cool.
that's the only way
I mean, I
know.
hear people say, "Oh, it's a warm day. It's 32," and I'm like,
No, but anybody that lives on the metric
idea.
side, they always know how to convert.
Yeah, well, because they're intelligent.
I guess so. We're a bunch of morons.
I was talking to my dad about this a week or so ago. He goes, you know what's funny? He goes, I can't remember he got, well, he's working on his lawnmower.
By the way, here's Kyle. Because the bristles are nylon and F-ball, nothing sticks to the nylon. Kyle. He's answering. He's trying to answer your question.
Hey, Kyle, thanks. So the one thing the toothpaste does not stick to is nylon. Used to be able to test that out in the 70s. Anyway, he bought a lawnmower, and he was going to work on his lawnmower. You know, older gentlemen always love to tinker and work on their tools. He goes, you know what's funny? He said, if you're going to try to take the blade cover or any of the stuff on the tractor, the outside of there's a riding lawnmower tractor unit itself, you're dealing in inches. And SAE, isn't it SAE, the like Allen wrenches, the measure in SAE, I think it's called. But once you get to the engine, you got to remove the carburetor there. All of a sudden, the engine's in metric. Well, the engine's built in some other place, another country that does metrics, but then they come over here and put in the body that's done in inches and whatever the measurement is we do here. That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here is a very kind of bummer question. Who will be gone first, Sean and Bo or Prime?
Prime.
Probably Prime.
How long do you think Prime's got?
It doesn't feel long right now. It's complicated, I guess, because he literally just signed that contract extension. And CU's not, you know what? How much money does he need to live his life? You know? Like, how much money does he need to continue with the lifestyle that he has? I think it's a fair question, right? I'm not accusing him of not managing his money well. I'm just saying he's got an expensive life, right? He just signed that deal. The odds of CU ever firing Dion Sanders is like 0%.
Zero.
Right? Like, because even if we're not winning ball games,
Can't imagine.
we got revenue. It's still like
I literally cannot imagine a scenario where he would get fired by CU.
Right. Is he really going to walk away from all that money that he just signed? Because if he walks, now they don't have to pay.
It is tricky because he could go back to TV in a heartbeat.
And probably make really good money.
Yeah.
But not $12 million.
No.
You know, pretty good, though. I bet he could do pretty well.
okay, call it really well. It's still probably half of it.
Yeah, I think he could probably make $8 to $10 million in TV.
Oh,
I don't know if it'd be that much.
I think the numbers are just going up. There's more TV networks out there.
I don't think there's that many guys making 8 to 10, dude.
No, I don't think so either, but I think he'd be one of them. I think he would ascend the ladder quickly because he could do college and pro. I think he would be a superstar.
Well, but think about this, too. If say, Amazon or one of the new entities.
Yeah, let's remember
NFL,
about them, right? Yes.
That has new NFL. They may want him.
Correct.
And say they pay him $6 million. Half of what you make, but guess what you're working? You're working, you know, if you're doing the NFL package, you're probably coming in Friday night, working Saturday, Sunday, and leaving Monday.
Let's put it this way. Isn't it fair to say Dion Sanders is not going to struggle making money in his life if he wants to just do something else?
But you also go with his health, too, and the quality of health and the procedure he had and how long it holds up. How comfortable is he living that certain way in the spotlight of everybody looking at him? So, I mean, his health, I think his health plays as much a part in how long he'll be around as anything else.
I think that's pretty fair, but I think the juice of the game is impossible to replace by going to TV.
I think the juice of the camera.
All of it. It's all of it.
Yeah.
All of it. I think he loves
How does the merch sales factor into it? I mean, if you go to TV, do you got all the merch sales?
Well, probably not.
That goes away. So I heard he's making a big percentage of merch sales.
Fine. But do you really think he's doing what he's doing just for the money? I think he's doing it because there ain't nothing like it.
No, I don't. I don't disagree with you, but money's still money.
Okay, but there's
nothing.
nothing.
I don't know many people that willingly cut their salary in half.
I gotcha, but there's nothing like the power and the feeling of being that head coach of a big program and being the center of the universe.
I think
there's nothing like it.
Money's big. I think the attention of it's big. I think the juice of the game. I could see the juice of practice and preparation wearing on him out, but I think the juice of running into the stadium with the crowds going nuts or booing him or what, depending on where he's at.
But on the same vein, the burnout factor of not succeeding has got to be unbelievable too.
Especially if you've been a winner everywhere you've been.
I think Sean is different. I think Sean Payton, sure, of course he likes the money and this, that. I think he's just wired different. I think he just loves being a head coach. I think that's just what he's born to do and he wants to do. But everything else kind of goes with it. I think Dion's different. I think they're into it for different reasons. And let's hope Sean and Bo are here both for a long time, right? I mean, that would just be huge success. It would be such a bummer, though, for Prime not to be with CU, man, after everything we've experienced for the past 3 years.
That'd be really hard.
It would suck. It would suck. It's been so much fun with it, even though there's, squirrely answers and who knows what's really going on. It really has been. It's probably not as good as winning a national championship, of course. There's nothing that probably tops that.
Even with squirrely answers, it's freaking entertaining.
Oh,
and it gives us stuff to talk about. Every single day we've got Buffs news.
It's great.
Well, just go back and look on this show. How many times we've talked about CU in the last 3 years compared to how many times we talked about CU in the previous 3 years?
Right.
It's Sanford just did not generate that buzz.
No.
Sorry,
and go back and look. Go back.
Appreciate
and look
getting Ryan Staub though, dude.
Go back and look at CU merch. How much has been sold in the last 3 years compared to the previous 10?
It's all of that.
Previous 10.
Going to games.
Other than dads going in there.
That's why he's unfireable.
Well, didn't CU have like 2 winning seasons in the past 17 years, something like that?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
But you also come from a team that was a perennial top 20 team in the history of college football.
That is
when
true,
Alfred
too.
and those guys were here.
All right, we'll take a break, and we come back. Jeff Legwald from the Broncos with the latest and greatest about your hometown team next. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, we move on to the Indianapolis Colts. What do you see when you look at the Colts and Daniel Jones so far this year?
Well, when I looked at their game from Sunday, I came away with the Miami Dolphins aren't very good, I guess would be my starting point. But, I think they're very similar to the team they brought here last December, and just the difference being a little more veteran, composure at quarterback in Daniel Jones. I don't know, that Jones played particularly well as I watched it, but he was more composed and didn't make mistakes that hurt him. And they really pushed around Miami on both sides of the ball for the entire game.
So despite a very effective performance and being the first quarterback to ever score 7 straight times, it sounds like you're not necessarily blown away by what Daniel Jones himself did.
No, I'm telling you, he was very, it was very much a pro quarterback outing. He saw the mistakes the Dolphins made and he took advantage of them. And, the Colts were able just to dictate early on, especially in the run game. And once they had that, then he faced almost no pressure the entire game. So I think that would be, from his perspective, the biggest difference for him between week 1 and week 2 is the amount of pressure he will face down to down. But they've got Jonathan Taylor's obviously a really good running back, and they've got productive receivers who, if you give them an opening, they're going to punish you. I don't know if they're 33-point explosive, week in, week out. I didn't see that, but I did see players that could hurt you if you make, the mistakes to give them the opening. But I think the one thing from that outing that I took away was that he faced almost no pressure from the Dolphins. It was a pretty comfortable day for him back there.
And after 1 week of play, Denver's, I think, gave up 67 yards, actual yards when you take away the sacks and everything. 62 maybe, leading the NFL in yardage from the air. That being said, he will see pressure this year, and you've talked about it a number of times, whether guys are just getting off, but Vance Joseph ain't letting guys just get comfortable in the pocket. That's not his MO.
No, and I mean, that's occasionally why you've seen even, last year's defense was one of the league's best in a ton of metrics, but they gave up some very big plays from time to time because they are so aggressive at all times. I mean, Vance is very much a Wade Phillips, defensive coaching disciple, as it were, and he's going to lean on the Wade teachings when it comes to trying to affect quarterbacks. And they, Scotty, they feel good about their secondary. They feel like they can take chances because they got guys in the secondary that can hold it down and keep the receivers from getting free.
Jeff, when it comes to improvements that are realistic for the Broncos and Bo Nix, what are fair expectations after what might have been his worst game as a pro? I don't mean to put him on a growth meter. Sorry, I apologize for using the growth meter.
We don't work for Sean.
But I guess I'm asking you about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the question, every week. I'm not surprised because it's year 2 has always had a look for even the best of quarterbacks in the league. And just because there are an awful lot of people who spend an awful lot of hours who coach defensive football, I think sometimes with all of the interest in football that fantasy football is generated, I think sometimes it makes people forget that there's this other side of the ball with coaches that are equally innovative and equally intelligent, and they go to work on quarterbacks. And I think all of the guys who were rookies last year had some bobbles in week 1 just because that's the way it goes. And I thought the one thing for nicks that's sort of easily addressed is I didn't think his footwork was particularly good Sunday. There were a lot of the proverbial fadeaway jumpers and the sidearm slings when he had plenty of room to not do that. And I think that's, these guys are in the shotgun from the time they're in Pee Wee football until they get to the NFL. And I think some of that has, created a whole era of footwork, straddle throws and fadeaways and, that there's just an attraction when you're backing up to change your arm angle, make it a little more of a shortstop flip instead of a throw. But, he has good footwork and has shown good footwork. And I think that's one thing that you did see a difference of in week 1 and probably, weeks 14 through 17 last year.
Jeff, we're having some problems with your phone, unfortunately. So just really, really quick, do we know anything about Evan Engram?
No, I mean, he's working with the training staff, and beyond that, I probably, unless there's some significant change in the next couple days, I don't think we'll see him, shortly.
Any other things really quick? Any little things for Jeff? The phone.
Well, Dre Greenlaw.
Dre Greenlaw, same thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, until, in the parts we see of practice, until that changes, I don't think there's going to be a change on the injury report.
All right, we're going to let you go, and we appreciate you checking in, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Jeff.
See you, bud.
Okay.
All right, Jeff Greenlaw. Jeff
Greenlaw.
Sorry. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of
I'm the
Electrical
baby daddy.
Workers. AIBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We apologize. Jeff was just he's doing the best he can. It's an active construction site around there. Who knows what's happening at the Broncos facility? But we'll try to find out more information if Sean keeps the practice on time. It's supposed to end around 2:15, but who knows? That seems to be a fluid.
The last time it did, we didn't get him till what,
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I know Jeff is just working with the information he has right now, so this very well could change. But his opinion on Drake Greenlaw is a bit concerning there. Because the reports that started coming out last week was that it was going to be a short-term deal, that he might even be back as early as this week. If we don't have Drake Greenlaw out there, that's very concerning with Warren. Very
Tyler
concerning.
Warren. Who steps up in that situation then? Does that just go to Justice Sternad?
Yeah, same deal. They won't change anything.
Okay, so you don't use Hufanga in a different way, or?
I mean, you can. You can bring Hufanga down in there. You can bring Pat Surtain down in there. When we played Rob Gronkowski, we'd put Aqib Talib on him a lot. Now, it's not something that you do the entirety of the game, but situational football. And it's also a good way to get other guys involved, like Janae Barron. And, you get them on the field because you put somebody else in a atypical spot. So there's plenty of things that can be done. I don't know that Tyler Warren has necessarily done enough to warrant changing up your best player's traditional role, but maybe.
I think he's their number one target.
What do you have, like 7 for 75-ish, something like that?
7 for 76 on 9 targets, along with 21, and he ran the ball a couple times. They use him as a fullback, not only to block, which he did, but also to give him the ball on short yardage.
Yeah, it's a versatile son of a gun.
It wasn't the tight end reverse?
It was not the tight end reverse. He just lined up.
The old Noah Fant?
By the way, Noah Fant had a touchdown last weekend.
I saw that.
Wait, for who? Who's he playing for?
Cincy. Not Seattle.
Cincy?
Bengals.
Bengals, you're right. Yeah.
No, they just lined up. It was wild watching Tyler Warren just line up as a fullback, and we're going to just hand you the ball, and there you go. And then he was the lead blocker in a goal line situation for Jonathan Taylor. He is a joker. That dude is the joker, okay? I'm not exactly sure with Engram. Maybe we won't even see. Who knows what the injury is going to be. But that dude, that's who Sean Payton was talking about.
What number did they draft him?
Oh,
14.
Oh, gosh. Did
14.
Loveland go before
Loveland
Warren?
was
Yes.
10 to the Bears, Warren 14 to
Colston
the
was like
Colts.
the first shock of the draft. He went shockingly high, and nobody predicted him going in front of Tyler Warren.
I mean, it's a small sample
I loved
size.
Colston Loveland coming out. I mean, I loved him, and I said that I'd take him over Tyler Warren, but I didn't really think anybody else would do it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying Loveland won't be good, but it's pretty damn obvious, and even in just one game, how good this Tyler Warren guy
So
is.
is Warren the Penn
Loveland
State
had-
kid?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I like.
Loveland had 2 for 12.
It wasn't just how productive he was; it was how they're using him, which is like,
Yeah, which means they've got a game plan, right? Like
Correct.
it's one thing to draft Colston Loveland and throw him out there on the field without a game plan, but when you've got a guy like Tyler Warren and you've got situational plays, it's almost like Marvin Mims. Like when Marvin Mims gets the ball, it's because it's designed to give him the ball. It's not because he was number 2 in the route tree and you just got to him. No, the play was designed to go to him, and that's what they're using Tyler Warren like.
big question of the day comes up next.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Based on the Broncos offense and the Indy offense from last week, how much, if at all, has your opinion changed about the Colts and Daniel Jones?
My opinion has not changed in terms of this is a game that you should win and you got to win, right? The season began with a couple of softballs. In the big picture, I'm not accusing the Colts of being a bad team. They're not. They just did something that has never been done in history. They scored 7 straight times. Daniel Jones, only quarterback ever to do it. So a very efficient, well-balanced offense that marched down the field on 14, 15 play long drives. But it doesn't change the fact Daniel Jones is not an elite quarterback, and the Colts are a team that the Denver Broncos absolutely need to get a solid win against.
Yeah, I put it this way, and I kind of go with what Leggy said. Miami just, and you said it too, D. Miami just be pitiful. I mean, there was something going on there bad. That's one. Two,
I think it's mostly connected to Tyreek Hill's situation.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniel, unfortunately, as we like him a lot, it looks like he's lost that team.
Yeah. They are facing, talking the Broncos, are facing a better offense than they saw last year or last week.
Yes.
I would say this is a better offense.
Although I got to tell you, I was watching like Brian Baldinger and some other people breaking down Cam Ward. Cam Ward's going to be all right.
Dude, I thought Cam Ward played fantastic. If Calvin Ridley and his receivers could just catch a dang ball, it would have looked radically different.
Might have been a different
game. But you're right. Indy's offense is well more coordinated, organized, efficient than what we saw at Tennessee.
And you got a running back that can hurt you in both phases of the offense.
And they scored 27 points. If you count a fourth down turnover, they scored 27 points off turnovers.
Well, good for them.
I'm pointing it out because the Broncos couldn't hold on to the ball and still won the game.
Yeah.
You know, that ain't happening against Indy.
Well, how many points off the turnovers did Denver get if they're 20?
They had
two.
Technically, Tennessee had 2 turnovers, but
what was the second?
The second was on the sack fumble at the very end of the game that Barron picked up.
Okay.
But let's not even count that one because it was just kneel down time after that. So they only had 1 turnover. Did they score off that? Maybe a field goal? I'm not even sure. But it was only 1. I mean, the Broncos defense only got 1 turnover off Tennessee.
The point being, you just said their offense generated 27 points off turnovers. Ours, we're trying to guess, did they score 3, 7, none?
Yeah.
You know, weren't able to convert into points. So they're going to play a better team, and you're playing on the road, so it's your first chance to get on the road and get your bus schedules down and do all that stuff, and then you sleep in a different bed and blah, blah, blah. So it's always different. I think it's a tough place to play. I love Indy's home field. I think they do a great job there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a whole lot of different stuff you're going to be able to do. You are not going to be able to turn it over 4 times to win the game. You will not win the game having 4 turnovers this week. I don't think. So you get. I think. Listen, if you win this week, you're going to have to win the game. I don't think they're going to give it to you. I think you're going to have to win the game. But you're going to have to play better than you did last week.
I agree with that for sure. But based off the way that Indy was scoring these touchdowns, scoring their points off of such long drives, don't you guys feel it's a little bit tough to believe that our defense is going to be giving up 13, 14 play long drives?
The Colts had 3 15-plus play drives, which is wild. Yeah, that feels hard to believe. And yes, Bradley Chubb is back for the Dolphins, but their secondary isn't that good. Their pass rush wasn't really all that good. I'm like looking at this Miami team, like what happened? Like where did this team go?
Yeah, they were dangerous just 2 years ago.
And then the concussion started happening, and then it's gone all downhill. And actually, concussion started happening. Tyreek Hill went from 2 years ago being really active in this offense to like a secondary thought last year. And what do you have, 2 catches maybe this past week? Yeah, I think he's blowing that team up, and I think it's sad. South Florida's going to be sad this year. But Denver's got one of the best, if not the best, and I think after 1 week ranked the best pass rush in the NFL.
Yeah.
And we just heard Leggy say Daniel Jones didn't face any pressure.
Pro Football Talk power rankings have the Dolphins as the worst team in the league. The Broncos hold steady at number 9, and the Colts move up 6 spots to number 17. So at least by that standard, however much faith you want to put in that, Broncos are kind of the same. Colts much better. Dolphins, dog crap. So it all kind of comes into a nice little bundle. I see it as a 23-20, and I'm not exactly sure which team has 20 and which team has 23 at this point. I think it could go either way. But the point spread is 43.5, and the Broncos are favored by 1.5. So this one is close. This one is right there on the line. You guys have a vibe for it? Do you think the Broncos pick up the dub? It's not the easy game I thought it was going to be a couple weeks ago.
I don't see Denver's defense giving up 20 points, to be honest with you. The key is can you hold them, or can you score 23?
Like, it's going to come down to our offense, and that's going to be the end of the story every week the rest of the year. What is our offense? Can we have a mediocre offense? Can we have a productive offense? The offense that we had last week is not going to be a playoff football team, even with the defense as good as it was. If you could just be mediocre, well, then you should blow out the Colts. You should.
I was going to have something like 24-19.
Who?
Denver.
Okay. Tyler, you lean in that direction?
If they don't win it, the season's over.
It is not. This is not a season-defining game.
This is a must-win.
I mean, of course, it's not literally.
It's a
but
must-win.
Emotionally, it would not feel good.
It would be a bummer loss, but this is not must-win. This is not a
must-win game.
No, come on, man.
You ain't got many poo-poos on your team.
Last week was more of a must-win game. Like, you could not win that game.
Yeah.
This game I would understand if they lost this
game.
Dude,
who's
week 3?
We're about to go into a tough stretch. If you don't win this game, well, then you dang sure don't think you're going to beat the Chargers. You don't think you're going to beat the Bengals. You don't think you're going to beat the Eagles.
Well, I don't know about the Bengals. We'll see about the Bengals. I'm not sold on them. We'll see, and that's a home game. That's a Monday night home game. The Chargers, you're right. That's going to be brutal. Monday night against the Bengals, I wouldn't write that one off quite yet.
I'm not writing it off. I'm just saying if you lose to the Colts, then you lose to the Chargers again. That's 2 straight losses. You're not feeling great going into the Bengals game.
You got to pick up as having a successful season would dictate 4 wins on the road. Now, technically, the Jets game in England is a game on the road. Or, we don't lose a home game on that one. But the Jets are going to be tougher. The Jets are definitely going to be tougher. No doubt about it.
Now, that may be a game that you're going to have to win it offensively. Although, again, listen, I think the defense is going to hold people 20 points and under every week. I think they have that capability.
I don't think the Texans are going to be what they should be. The Jags, I'm not sold on. Like, it's interesting to see them using Tyler Warren. It felt to me the Jags were having a hard time trying to figure out how to get Travis Hunter involved with stuff.
I think Lawrence is going. I think the hope, and I thought he'd be pretty good pro. I'm almost.
You think it's going down the drain?
I'm thinking he's just a guy.
Well, he's been in the league for a hot minute now. Like it's not like he's a young dude.
Yeah. If you don't see a big step this year, and does the first year of his contract kick in, or is it next year?
I'm not sure.
So I think he's played 4, or this might be the first year of the new contract. So I think this might be his 5th year. And it's time. And if he ain't done it yet, he's destined to be a backup quarterback. Tua is the same thing. If Tua ain't it, then that's done. That's toast.
I'll give you guys this: the NFC East ain't the NFC South, which the Broncos feasted on last year. It's a lot tougher.
Yeah. I mean, the Commanders are legit. The Eagles are obviously legit. Although I was a little bit surprised by their game against the Cowboys. I still think the Eagles are legit.
Well, then the Cowboys are the other team in there.
Yeah,
and then
hopefully
the Giants,
you blow out the Giants.
The Giants have Scattaboo.
Okay.
I mean, I think
Don't
the
get Scattaboo.
Cowboys will probably be a 9-win team.
You got to win that Giants game at home. Coming back from England, you got to get that one.
Yeah, but don't get
Scattaboo. Scattaboo was 2 carries for -2 yards. He's my guy.
How do they do on the reception? How do they do on the pass protection?
He did great on that.
Yeah, just watch.
He'll stick his nose in.
Just watch.
22 Janos. I get it.
All right.
We do have a concession speech.
Yeah.
From the mayor.
Good.
The mayor of Lone Tree is chiming in.
This is the white flag speech.
Yes, it is. It was quite the battle between Lone Tree and Denver for the preferred location for the new stadium.
Yeah.
This is Marissa Harmon. Hey, Mayor Marissa, I got your back. Lone Tree for life. We are grateful to the Denver Broncos organization for the time and thoughtful consideration they gave to Lone Tree as a potential home for their new stadium. Their interest affirmed what we already know, that our Lone Tree City Center is a special place with incredible potential. That's the big field, the 25 in Lincoln, that where you pass, that's all that nothingness out there, and the light rail stop. Lone Tree remains committed to fostering a collaborative, responsive, and business-friendly development environment, always guided by the values of our residents, and the future of our city. We look forward to the many opportunities ahead to partner and continue building on the vibrant community we are proud to call home. That's right, it's got 15,000 folks in it. Go Broncos, and best of luck this season, Mayor Marissa Harmon.
We're just grateful that our cute little neighborhood was considered. You know, we never really expected to be considered, but it was fun to be, pursued for a hot minute.
P.S. We don't have a ready mix in our field.
The other girlfriend's hotter.
Yeah. P.S. We don't have a ready mix plant. Just to let you know.
Don't have to bulldoze anything out here.
No, you can put the shovels in the ground later today if you wanted to, but enjoy the ready mix plant, Denver.
Yeah,
that'd have been funny if she said that.
Yeah, enjoy the next $400 or $500 million you're going to spend to get the ready mix people out of there.
Yeah, we went into detail. I don't know if I have the energy to do it all over again, but go back through YouTube, Twitch, or whatever. We got into it. SRM Concrete is a fascinating company. Fascinating company. They own 6.6 acres. There is no indication they would be motivated to sell a property they bought 3 years ago for $5.5 million. They are a ready-mix concrete company that is expanding massively throughout the United States, buying 37 plants in Laramie and the Colorado area to sort of expand that way.
Because you got to be within 90 million or 90 minutes for your business, right?
There you go.
That's what someone told us.
And your main plant's got to be close to a rail yard too. And I do believe there is an active rail yard right there. I think there is. I'm pretty sure there is.
I thought you said yesterday that whole thing was dead.
I think the real rail yard inside of Burnham Yards is dead, but I'm almost positive there's a railway right next to the light rail at 10th and Osage. I think. But yeah, the bigger rail yard, that's like if you go look at an old-timey photo, it's crazy. It's like a million trains and all sorts of train tracks and whatever that's there.
What did the mayor tell us yesterday? It was 150 years of history.
Yeah. I mean, I've saw some old-timey photos, and it's like, wow. This was...
Probably loaded up the beef and sent it off to Kansas City.
At one point. That's what Denver looked at. It's very industrial.
Yeah.
But anyways, whatever. There may be some
Bottom
drama.
line is we're going to have to fight with Tony Sperano, who owns the concrete company.
Perhaps. That's a good way to put it. Who's really into...
or it could be the moonshiner guys.
Well, they're into fishing. They're into pro bass fishing.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that.
You ever hooked a big mouth bass with a rubber worm?
What we thought yesterday was like a little mom and pop cement business. Turns out it's like another billionaire.
Yeah, it's another multi-billion dollar business.
Now we're going to have like billionaire against billionaire fighting over a piece of land.
And the city of Denver is going to play a big part of how this goes. So Marissa must be having a little smile about this. Like, hey, we're just going to build that park like we are always going to out there in Lone Tree.
That announcement, though, immediately put the pressure on him.
Put the pressure on.
Well, I mean, you made an announcement, technically speaking, before you had everything figured out. You got like everything but one thing figured out. And so the day you make that announcement, you're almost threatening eminent domain. You're almost making that threat. Like, hey, you better sell because this is happening.
Well, just be careful.
I'm with you.
Your first move is threatening the other entity. Be careful if that's your first PR move.
It was.
Those have not historically worked out well.
Well, the Broncos wouldn't be necessarily the bad guys in that situation.
No.
It would be the city.
It's the city.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The pressure's on
careful.
the city. Yeah. Hey, don't forget, they use the word preferred. That was part of the announcement. This is our preferred.
See, that was your Lone Tree lady there. That was just a very professional courtesy.
Okay.
It says, hey, we appreciate you, but the door ain't closed.
Okay, they used the word, not really. I mean, that was a white flag. We used the word preferred, but the mayor came on and took a victory lap with us yesterday.
no doubt
like it was
about
a done
it.
deal.
No doubt about it.
And the mayor of Lone Tree just waved the white flag.
Yeah.
On a preferred deal. Yeah, this is a done deal.
Yeah. Let's talk
know
to
Coach Sutton lost a
SRM
handful
Concrete.
of recruits, and he would always call the kid after he decided to go somewhere else, say, hey, man, it's a great school. You're going to have a great career.
You never know.
They're lucky to have you. If something happens, doesn't work out, just keep it knowing that we really like you. But, man, we wish you nothing but the best. Tell you and your family hello, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, they go away, and a year later going, hey, Coach, do you still want me? Yeah, come on in.
We got a text
So that's what that letter was to me.
that says, I'm a right-of-way inspector for Denver and can answer a lot of these questions, fellas.
Oh, right away. What's that?
Okay.
I think like eminent domain. I don't know.
Well, explain eminent domain. Can the city take away $1 billion company?
Well, they don't take away a $1 billion company.
Hey, hold on. Without serious lawsuits?
I don't know.
And if you're already, $60 million in debt this year and supposed to go up to $250 by next year,
I don't know.
you're going to get another few $100 million in debt because of legal fees? Ooh.
All I know is Mike Hollingshead. Remember that name. Because you may be hearing quite a bit about it coming up.
Can't get a hold of him. He's down in Grand Lake, Oklahoma, fishing.
He's throwing that bait in, man. And, he's doing all right. They're doing good. Their business is just fine. Let's Football Go comes up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. And perhaps you've let yourself down, or you feel like you left yourself down in the bedroom once or twice. That's okay. Thousands of men have gone through this, and they've sought out help from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, who has a spectacular location in Castle Rock. You should check that out. All you have to do is hit them up, 720, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You get there, that initial visit's only $99. Get the medical consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, especially if you're in the Castle Rock area. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have some interesting Nuggets news. I'll get to that in a little bit. But first, Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. My guy Brad and Mountain High Appliance are the best. Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, let's football go, dude.
All right, fellas, we were talking about Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end for the Indianapolis Colts a little bit earlier. Let's hear from their head coach, Shane Steichen, on what opens up for the Colts offense now that they have Tyler Warren in the mix.
Shane, as a play caller, how does your world open up when you've got a tight end who can do the things that Tyler Warren can do?
Yeah, it's a great question. It opens up a lot of things. We got the weapons on the outside that we have, but now having him inside is great. And obviously, he was explosive yesterday. Getting the ball in his hands the way we did, him making plays. I thought, he had a lot of good plays. I thought yesterday, that third down play there in that 4-minute situation, just to have the feel that he did, just stopping on a dime there where there's two guys and then ran another dude over to get the yak he did. Just a great playmaker. So it definitely helps for sure, Bob.
Who do you guys think the Broncos defense needs to focus on the most in their game on Sunday? Is it Jonathan Taylor or Tyler Warren? Who are you focusing on more?
Hey, Tyler Warren's going to get a lot of attention, and deservedly so, but Jonathan Taylor scares me more. Just based off if there was any weakness of what we saw in our defense last week, and they were tremendous, but early on, it felt to me like, oh, man, they're running it right down our throats, like right through the A-gaps. I was surprised by how weak we looked in the rush defense early on. Got better, for sure. But Jonathan Taylor would be the bigger concern for me, especially with Drake Greenlaw if he's out.
Well, a combination of the two, because if they can get Taylor going right there, that's going to make Warren even more effective.
And it makes Daniel Jones manageable, right?
Yeah.
Like Daniel Jones exposed will get exposed, but Daniel Jones with a run game, manageable.
At the end of the day, Jonathan Taylor is a bigger overall threat. But Tyler Warren could ruin your day. I mean, ain't no doubt about it. So what are you concerned about more? I think you're concerned about both kind of equally. And after that, they got some Alex Pierce pretty good and Pittman pretty good. And they got a backup tight end there. What's his Alley? I'm forgetting his last name.
Mo Alley-Cox.
Mo Alley-Cox is all right. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think Josh Downs is like a household name, but he's like a little fast guy, quick. He's kind of their Marvin Mims sort of dude. He's interesting. And their offensive line is improved and better. And they got Quentin Nelson, who's everything, obviously. And they've made improvements along the right side of their line, too. Hey, I don't know, man. Daniel Jones does not have to be a superstar in this offense. He just has to be kind of efficient and know what he's doing. He has to be professional.
Yeah, but like Tyler just said, if you're getting your running back running, and then all of a sudden that opens up a little bit of Warren, and now you get a guy who, what did Leggy call him, a professional quarterback.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to manage the game.
Plus, he can run around, and he will if he needs to. It won't be their first choice, but he can do it. It actually reminds me a lot of Bo Nix. The same sort of running style, the same sort of run if I have to sort of thing. It looks the same, too. Next story, Dan.
Fellas, Jalen Carter's ejection at the beginning of the Eagles' Week 1 win over the Cowboys will count as his one-game suspension by the NFL. He'll forfeit his Week 1 game check worth just over $57,000. Carter spit on Dak Prescott before the start of the game and was ejected before playing in the game. So is this a fair and just punishment for Jalen Carter?
Well, first off, that's an expensive loogie. 50-some grand. I guess that sounds like a lot of money to me. I think it's a cop-out saying that because he was ejected before the first snap, it counts as a suspension. That's a cop-out to me. So I do think you spit on another dude, you should probably get suspended for a game, and I mean a proper suspension, not like a cop-out one.
Yeah, I didn't know you could spit on a guy and just get one game. Like, I thought there'd be a little bit more to it for spitting on a dude. Okay.
Yeah, it's really weird. I would say the fine, the fee is pretty expensive. If by getting ejected, you still get that paycheck on Tuesday, right?
Well, no, not they took away his game check.
Well, I know
for
they
week
did
one.
now, but I mean, in even if he gets ejected, if they wouldn't have fined him on top of it, he would have got that paid still Tuesday and not played.
Yeah.
So he basically served a 1-game suspension without serving a 1-game suspension.
Quirky,
He was just
man.
ejected. That being said, I also think though the hit to his reputation is I don't know. Listen, we've all done stupid stuff in the spur of the moment that you're not able to take back, and I'm sure he would take that back, but the hit on his reputation is immeasurable.
Well, the concerns with off the field stuff with him was always there, and the Eagles protected themselves in their contract with that. And for whatever reason, Drew Rosenhaus is his agent, and he was able to negotiate with the Eagles that this will not actually void his guarantees when it actually could have. But the Eagles worked with them and said, hey, this is not going to void your guarantees.
The next story, Dan.
All right, guys, we know that Sean Payton, with his quarterback formula for the draft, had Caleb Williams ranked last, I believe, of the top 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Listen to this. So, according to Go Long, Chicago Bears rookie quarterback Caleb Williams routinely left coaching sessions when confronted with criticism, according to multiple team sources. Players and coaches grew frustrated with Williams' resistance to instruction throughout his rookie season. Sources told Go Long that Williams would strut away in a huff when coaches attempted to provide teaching points. The behavior occurred during training camp and continued into the regular season, with offensive coordinator Shane Waldron bearing the brunt of Williams' dismissive attitude. He displayed the same pattern during practices and games when receiving criticism. He would walk away and sit separately from teammates on the bench. One coach said he didn't want to hear anything. He didn't like the criticism. Multiple Bears players supported benching Williams for backup Tyson Bagent as the team fell to 4-5. Veterans DJ Moore and Darnell Lewis initially led the push for a quarterback change.
Yeah, well, they didn't draft him number one, so they can shut the hell up. So what do you think happens when you take a guy number one?
And it don't work out, you fire the coach in the season.
Sure, you're going to make all sorts of changes before you bench him.
I mean, I actually don't doubt the accuracy of this report. I mean, Caleb Williams seems immature. I could see a lot of this, but don't you always wonder, like, why is a report coming out right now about last season?
I don't know. The whole thing sounds a little... What's the website, Dan, again?
It was Go Long.
What the hell is Go Long?
Go Long.
What's Go Long?
I'm not exactly
you want
sure.
people to go deep and you can throw it long.
No, I get it. I've never heard of Go Long. I have no idea who's associated with them.
Muggles.
There's different levels of muggles, you know.
Pencil arms.
Sounds like their local DMVR.
I don't know. I have no idea. Well, the guys at DNVR that cover the Broncos, like Henry and Zach, like I trust them. Like, especially Zach, man. I mean, that guy's like been on the Broncos beat for years and years and years. So, I mean, he's their reporter. He's their guy. Is this what Go Long is? And I've never seen Zach and DNVR like really go out on a limb with like salacious details about stuff.
No, but I've heard him cheerlead and go, "Oh, they're going to win 12 or 13 games."
Yeah, well, that's kind of different. But that's not what Zach does. He does a little bit. I don't know. All right, he's very excited about his reports. I love Zach.
I'll say this: it's a great name for a web page because when we were kids and we played pickup football, you'd always say, "Okay, hey, go there and button hook in, or come out here and stay out there in the flat." And, hey, what do I do? Go long.
Go long, baby.
Yeah, go long.
That's a website though that's dedicated to crapping on the team and trying to bring up salacious
You
details.
mean like firegeorgecarl.com and it becomes
There's a
Mile High
website
Sport?
called Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that story.
It started off as
firegeorgecarl.com.
firegeorgecarl.com, and then I think that turned into Mile High Sports.
It did?
Yeah.
No way.
I don't know.
Really?
About
Believe
that.
so.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know it one way or the other, so I'll take your word for it. That might be a website with a clear direction. Firegeorgecarl.com. I think I know where they stand on things. What do I think? I think Caleb Williams is going to be I think he's going to be a bust there in Chicago. I don't know. There are some teams that
Dude, I thought he looked great. I mean, okay, great's probably a little strong because he started great. It didn't finish great. But that first half, I was like, dude, you could see it.
Who's your favorite Bears quarterback of all time?
My best buddy, Jay Cutler.
He might have been the best one. He might have been the best one, which is scary.
Yeah.
Why do the Raiders always have discipline penalty problems? I have no idea why some teams just, even though it's a whole different set of guys, seem to have the same issues. And the Bears have just, I don't know, man. It's weird. They just can never find themselves quarterbacks. Do not know why. And I think Caleb Williams is going to fall into that pot, but we'll see. What else you got there, Dan?
Lastly, fellas, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy could be out multiple weeks with his toe and shoulder injuries, per head coach Kyle Shanahan. He's a long shot to play this week against the Saints, which could put Mac Jones in line as the starter until he returns. By the way, if he does start, it'll be Mac Jones versus Spencer Rattler. Get your popcorn ready for that one. They also put George Kittle on IR, so he'll miss at least 4 weeks. How do you guys think this shakes up the NFC West?
I mean, this team, this is the most snake-bitten team I've ever seen in my life.
They're so unlucky.
It's 5 straight years of losing everybody.
Christian's okay, though, huh?
Sort of. I mean, yeah, he played, but he wasn't practicing throughout the week.
He had a good game, though.
I wouldn't define that as okay.
He had like 100 and something change combined yards, though. He did all right. I mean, they won, but
I made a semi.
Dude, Trent, I'm going to tell you right now, Trent Williams had the worst game I've ever seen him have.
Really?
I've never seen Trent have a game like this. It was like 10 pressures, a couple of sacks in there.
Father time?
I guess it gets everybody.
Okay.
I could not believe it. Never seen Trent have a game like that.
It does get everybody. Eventually.
Turned into Denver Stiffs.
Yes.
And Denver Stiffs was with Mile High Sports.
With them.
Yeah,
not
with
them.
Mile High. Yeah.
Okay.
But they kind of helped start Mile High Sports.
Let me give you some Nuggets info real quick here. They're making it official in terms of their assistant coaches.
Has that been a question?
I don't know.
They
put out
in like 2 weeks.
Put out a press release today. They have added Jared Dudley, JJ Barea, Mike Moser. Is that how you say it?
I've never heard of it.
It's spelled the same way as our Moser.
What if we'll call him Moj? What if we'll call him the Moj?
Chase,
or a Moj?
Chase Buford and Rodney Billups. And have promoted Andrew Munson to assistant coach, hiring Ben Potts as head video coordinator, player development coach. And that fills out David Adelman's staff. Any
I only know a couple of the NBA names.
Who do you got there? Who are you friendly with? Who are you familiar with?
Well, the first two guys you mentioned.
Dudley, Barea.
Dudley and Barea. I know them.
Mm-hmm.
Muntz is a great kid. I mean, he started in the video room, and now he was the guy that head coached the summer league team.
Okay.
Great kid. And I'm not sure of the other guys.
Well, you must know Rodney. You don't know
Rodney?
Rodney?
I know Rodney real well. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've known Rodney since he was a kid.
Right. All right, so there you go. When does that all get started, man?
Well, October,
are they just having runs down at the facility right now, or are they just kind of casually getting together?
I fly out Friday evening, October 3rd, to head to San Diego to call a game on October 4th. Fly back the morning of October 5th.
Okay.
When the Broncos play that day.
Oh gosh!
Should be back in time for the game.
October 5th.
Philly, at Philly.
Oh, dear.
Well, I should get back in time.
Don't rush.
Yeah, right.
That might be a rough one.
Our producer, though, our producer for the broadcast is from Philly, and he's a giant.
Well, he
Eagles
should be in good moods these days.
So anyway, that's the first game, and that is usually in the camp. So I'm sure the end of camp. Well, gosh, media day's got to be coming up here in the next. I don't even know what today is. 9th?
Today is the 10th.
10th?
Yep, September 10th.
I'll bet you they got media day within the next 10 or 12 days.
Here we go.
2 weeks at the most.
Here we go. Avs are skating over there at Family Sports every day.
They start even sooner.
Yeah, they're just going through unofficial hang around, skate. You know, it's kind of cool going on over there. Eric Johnson is not signed up with anybody right now, but he's not giving up on playing, and he's working out with the boys and just kind of staying in shape. You know, still wearing like Avs gear when he's out there.
But another guy that you can hang around, work out, do what he wants to do, and then maybe you sign him mid-season. You know,
it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
You know,
it wouldn't be the first time either that you just sign a guy in January.
Yeah.
So, and we all love EJ. But I think EJ is going to be coming into our business pretty soon, relatively soon. So,
Well, it's about that time.
yeah, him and Connor did a good job on the alumni game on Altitude. And it's, EJ's just a big sports talk guy. He's like a big sports fan. So, and he did a good job
Whose
with
job
Connor.
is he taking?
Well, I don't want to call out people on the broadcast job. I don't know about that, but I do not be surprised if I think he'd be a great addition to their already spectacular lineup.
Yeah.
How about that?
I think DMac just broke inside information.
Somebody in the fold?
I'm just telling you, he did a game with Connor McGahee calling games on TV.
I think DMac just broke inside information.
I definitely did not break inside information.
They don't have a traveling analyst in radio. A lot of teams do.
I don't have any. There's no breaking news. I'm just making an observation.
Oh, definitely breaking news.
Definitely not breaking news. Definitely not. I'm just saying he did a good job with Connor the other day.
You thought about answering my question, and then you're like, I probably shouldn't.
I'm not going to, because I don't know anything. I know nothing. I know nothing.
In other words, you're telling me EJ hasn't interviewed with you.
Really? You think I'm the go-to guy for hockey? Right. Where do I stand on the Kyle Keith pecking order?
Listen, you've got a name tag you wear in here every once in a while. It says Darren, go-to guy. 92.5.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know that much about hockey.
Yeah, we'll let the hockey guys take care of the hockey guys.
You know why we haven't hired a new boss yet?
Darren, go-to guy.
Go-to guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the
Hey, we got to get a name placard, put it in that empty office.
That'd be good.
Go-to guy, Darren.
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's get that done. It's PhD on 92.5. It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
Hey, dummy.
I got some
Those
stuff.
guys
Why did I
aren't
look up when you said dummy?
I know you looked
I
up.
was looking down. You said dummy. I knew you were talking to me. I just assumed you were talking to me.
Well, they're at the haircut place today.
Oh, well, I'm in here now.
Okay.
You dummies
I'm
didn't
just saying
say
you didn't
anything
have
when
to
I
leave
left.
us.
Yeah.
You can come in here and we can enjoy your musk
I
for
like
14
Dan's
more minutes.
musk. Dan hasn't eaten anything in 7 days, so he's got a beautiful musk going on in here.
The Broncos haven't officially ended practice, so I do have some information about guys who were there and not there, but they haven't officially stopped practice, so we're not supposed to say. So I guess I can't officially say it.
Any surprises?
No.
Okay.
Maybe a slight one.
That's not there?
It's frustrating because
So you're trying to do an unofficial command from there.
I got the info, but it's not. It could come out here literally any second. So let me just talk to you about the Colts real quick, okay? Shavarius Ward is suffering from a concussion. He's a big-time player for them. So he did not practice today.
And probably won't play then.
If Shavarius Ward is not playing for the Colts, hey, I don't wish anything bad on him, but that's a good break for the Broncos.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Are we not at the time, Tyler, that when you get a concussion in a game, that you probably should not play in the next game, if we're being real honest?
It seems like, I mean, not even just the next game. I'd probably take it a step further. Look, concussions really are tricky, and they really not are one size fits all. But it feels like, shouldn't we just err on the safe side here? Haven't we come far enough? I would take as far as making like a 2-week minimum.
Latu, defensive end, was limited.
Another very good player.
Jalen Jones, who's a backup cornerback, so he probably is in their nickel or dime, something like that. He did not practice. And Tyler Goodson, who's a backup running back, was limited in practice too. So there you go. That's the injury report that we know in terms of the Broncos. Literally, as soon as practice is over, we can officially tell you what's going on. But I don't think it's anything you're going to be overly surprised by. Fair enough.
I think that's fair.
Dan, seriously, they still haven't. I mean,
Dan, why haven't you gotten the injury report yet?
No, it's
seriously, Dan.
Not Dan, but it's frustrating.
So is every team like this that you're not allowed to put anything out, even if you witness it?
No. This is a Broncos. Other teams, as soon as they
see it.
The Broncos used to be like that before Sean. So you would have all sorts of reporting about who's practicing, who's not practicing in the first observation moments. It wasn't until Sean got here to town that he put a kibosh on everything until practice is over. So what happens as soon as practice is over, the Muggles who are out there, it's just like
they're fighting for their entity.
Yeah, they've already written up all their information and they're just waiting to hit send as soon as the final horn blows.
So what would happen if they push send right now?
They'd be breaking rules.
Yeah, but what would happen to them?
You could lose your
get primed.
Well, you could lose your credential. You could lose access to the facility.
Oh my gosh, that's legal from the NFL
Broncos
Writers Association.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to abide by the team rules.
Yeah. So I'll be a good sport.
Stupid rules.
I'll be a good sport and abide with it as too.
But you weren't out there. You just don't have to get. And then when they bring you a subpoena, you just don't give your sources.
There you go.
That's a fair point. That's
he
a good
wasn't
point.
out there.
Hey, we got a loophole here, Scott.
Yeah.
He wasn't out there. And if
Let's
you
go,
were to say
DMac.
that Greenlaw didn't practice or this guy didn't practice, and
he already told us Greenlaw didn't practice.
I have not seen the list, so
telling
don't
us.
subpoena me.
I didn't say anything about Greenlaw.
Yeah, no, but you said there were no surprises.
Well, that's no surprises are up to your interpretation. I didn't say anything specific.
Wink twice.
I'm not going on Greenlaw. That should be a hint.
Okay. So that when you said there kind of was a surprise, now you just told us he did practice.
I didn't say that either.
Well, what did you say?
I can't tell you.
Yeah,
Listen, it'll come out here in a second. We're just keeping our eyes on it. There'll be 10,000 muggles tweeting about all of it in like 5 seconds. as soon as they end practice. But the practice are going like 40 minutes later than they're supposed to.
Are they starting on time?
No, they are not, from what I was told. They're gathering everybody. You can make the reservation, but can you keep the reservation? So they're gathering everybody, and they're not letting everybody, in until.
Damn, I've never heard of a practice not starting on time. That's wild.
No, because the practice can only be so long.
So
this
let
is
me
why
ask
they're
you a
late.
question.
But the practices aren't going long. They're kind of starting later.
Let me ask you a herd question.
Okay.
So they let him come in and observe.
Yeah.
But you can't write anything in your first observation.
Correct. Well, you
do
can
they
write it. You can't
do they
post it.
usher you out of the facility for the next?
Yes.
40?
And then they have you come back in.
Why do they care? Why should they care?
I don't know. This is
if you're not allowed to ride and people are actually living by that code, then why wouldn't they let them just stay in there?
Because then you can see them practicing and you can see the plays and stuff. It's not training camp anymore. Well, that's no different. That's always been the way it's been. Once the season starts, you always get to watch 15, 20 minutes, and then they say, get out. And then they say, all right, come on back in when it's all over.
Yeah, that's every team in the league.
I mean, that's fine. That's always the way it's been.
Yeah, but you got to write what you observed in the first 15.
You did. You used to be able to just bam, as it's going on. But now you can't. With Sean, you can't do that. You got to wait till everything's over. What can I tell you? That's the way it goes. We just got to wait a few more minutes. It's not that big.
Scott's just looking for another reason to hate
revitalized
Sean.
health and have enough testosterone to just go ahead.
Tyler's asking you. See, the only thing about
He's
got
to put headphones on.
I know.
Like I've been talking to myself the entire segment.
Well, because I'm used to looking at your pretty lips.
But you did move into a different room when you didn't have to.
Well, neither one of you decided to help me out when you saw me moving.
I was going to the bathroom.
I was just laughing in my head because I was wondering if you were going to totally ignore the fact I've been talking about Nate and Andy being at Sport Clips this afternoon.
I listen to anything you say?
I've literally been talking about Nate and Andy being at Sport Clips this entire day.
I know, the MVP.
The varsity haircut. So you can get the varsity haircut for free. East Smoky Hill Road. We'll hear from the boys here in just a second. So everyone gets a free varsity haircut.
Varsity.
Sport Clips, pros and men's hair. Out there in my old neighborhood out there in near Cherokee Trail High School, on that neighborhood.
Beautiful school.
I bet you've never, when would you have ever gone out there?
When I was coaching, when Cherokee Trail became real.
Yeah, okay.
They put them in our league the first year.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I think they came into existence the year after I graduated high school.
Southlands Mall is a big, huge mall. Have you ever gone to Southlands Mall?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Was there a P.F. Chang's there?
There is a P.F. Chang's there.
They got hibachi.
They do have hibachi there. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they got that there. They got a movie theater there.
Yeah, I've been to the movie there.
Oh, my local movie theater's going out of business. Sad day.
Is that right?
Sad day. Yeah. Parker Movie Theater, 20 Mile. Say bye-bye.
I kind of get it. When was the last time I am going to a movie this weekend.
When was the last time? I got the AMC pass, baby.
I know.
I haven't used it in about 3 weeks, but...
There is a movie that I want to see on the first night it premieres. Spinal Tap 2 is coming out this weekend.
No way.
This weekend,
really?
Spinal Tap 2.
Okay.
And it's a follow-up comedy, and follow-up comedies are never as good as the original.
Right.
Happy Gilmore wasn't as good, and I know this one won't be as good as the original, but I don't care. I'm a huge Spinal Tap guy, so I'm looking forward to it.
Naked Gun wasn't as funny as the first.
Now, I think follow-up comedies are the hardest things to do.
Yeah.
I think follow-up dramas, it's a little bit easier.
Do you realize there was a I know Nate will know this. Caddyshack 2. There was a Caddyshack 2.
Jackie Mason was in Caddyshack.
He was. It was terrible.
It was bad.
Hold on.
It was really bad.
I got a question for Scott. So we've been doing this segment for about 6-7 minutes now, right? You didn't put the headphones on to listen to me once. As soon as Nate gets on, you pop those headphones on. I mean, what are you trying to say to me here?
Well, again, I quote a biblical quote, casting pearls among swine. And
I don't know that one.
I'm thinking, Nate, well, that's not surprising, Nate. We can talk about that someday.
Well, you're the swine.
Am I the pearl or am I the swine?
That's in other words, is sharing your wisdom with people that it ain't going to matter to or care about it anyway.
Oh, that's definitely me.
So why waste that effort and get upset over the effort of someone not listening to you that would be good information otherwise. No, I was.
Hey, great crosstalk. All right.
Hello, Cleveland.
Yes.
Hey, why
Cleveland.
don't you get a haircut, Flat Top?
I already got one.
Did you get one there at Sport Clips?
No, I wanted to wait, but I legit wanted to wait, but I've got a gal, and
what does that mean?
That's a touchy situation. So,
so you don't want to cheat on?
Wait, why is it touchy?
No, you can't cheat on the. Yeah, you can't cheat on.
Yeah,
really?
The
What would happen?
I got a barber. He finds out. They find out.
They fight.
Dude, and then what?
It's like the episode of
It's
Seinfeld.
the whole Seinfeld
Next
episode.
thing you know, you cheat on your barber, and the
people
next time
snitch
you
on
get a
you.
haircut, they spit in your hair.
Yeah.
Andy's right. You can't do it.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know the original haircut person had that much power.
Hey, listen. I mean,
You don't have enough hair to know. That's why.
Look, you can date different barbers. You can date different stylists, right? And as long as you're dating them all at the same time, and they know that. But as soon as you commit to one, they expect you to be committed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, forget
That's
about
right.
the one that you've committed
Take the hat off,
to. They
DMac.
got
Show
their
me.
fingers
Come
running
on.
through a million other dudes' head.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Yeah, you guys are out at Sport Clips, my old neighborhood out there on East Smoky Hill Road. Spent a lot of time in that neighborhood.
We used to jam as a band.
Yeah.
Not too far down the road from here.
I know. How about that? Maybe some memories there. So what do you guys got going on there today?
You know, haircuts. We actually got a lot of people here for haircuts.
There are.
So you know what I did
free,
one time?
Right? Free haircuts?
You know what I did one time? I had a Rockies postgame show, and it was one of those classic things where, you know, the Rockies went through, 90 pitchers, and it was a 4-hour game. So I had 10 minutes left when it got to me, and I was down at Southern Hospitality downtown. I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bartend while I do the show, and I did that. I bartended and hosted a radio show.
How was the radio?
It was 10 minutes.
Okay.
Would you even know?
Well, that's not bad.
And by the time, the Rockies, they found a way to push it to midnight. I think I was on 11:50 to midnight. Try that, NatX. But then I don't know. Part of me wants a chance to try to cut some hair, but nobody wants me to cut their hair. That's the problem.
Hey, you can trim my back hair if you want.
Yikes.
Oh, no,
What an offer.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why you've had so many barbers.
What's your policy on back hair? You guys wax? What do you guys do?
Do we
with the
do back hair? We've got someone that's got a sweater in the pool. Would any of you ladies take a shot at that, or is that a different? That's not here. Yeah, not here, Tyler.
Oh,
not
okay.
here, pal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I once got my neck waxed.
Oh, well,
the
that's
back of my neck.
That's
waxed.
fine. Why did you
live
have it,
on air?
Why did you have it
How'd
waxed
that
instead
go?
of just cut?
Oh, it hurt. It hurt real bad.
Did any of the magic words come out?
It was the same deal as this. Klatt and I were out at a barber shop. I don't even know if that place is still in business anymore, which goes to show you how good a job advertising we did for it. But we were out there, and yeah, Joel talked me into, and I'm always, I can be talked into a good radio bit. Got the back of my neck waxed live on air.
Damn.
And I managed to not cuss. It was very painful.
That seems impressive.
Yeah, it was very painful.
Isn't it amazing where Joel Klatt has come from?
Colorado?
No, to come from doing waxing bits to being the number one sports college analyst in America.
To now waxing poetic about college football every
Do
week?
you ever have moments when you're watching Joel talk to Tom Brady or whatever he's doing on a daily basis, and you're like, that dude got his back waxed with me one time.
Did you yell out Kelly Clarkson?
Yeah.
I didn't know such thing. I didn't know hack bits or anything like that. I think I just yelled ow
That's
really,
too
really
funny.
loudly. But I did not drop an F-bomb, so I was quite proud of myself for that.
All right, so you want a little crosstalk before you go on?
It's up to you. It's your show. What do you want?
Is Tyler
still-
around? I can't.
Tyler's
still back there?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Why are you guys already because I do want to talk to Nate about this, but I feel like you're already losing faith in the first month because the wacky first game wasn't what we expected.
Daniel Jones just looked way better than I thought he would, and so did
But
the
it
Colts
was against
offense.
a Dolphin team that is so broken.
All right,
I don't feel like that's what I said, though. I said my expectation is that you should handle business against the Colts. Like, I don't really care that Daniel Jones went out there and looked efficient. I don't expect the Colts offense to be able to have 15-play drives against this Denver Broncos defense. And the only reason why Daniel Jones looked efficient is because you didn't stress him, right? Like put Daniel Jones in a stressed position and let's see what he looks like.
And here's the other thing, guys, and kind of go inside the way that game went. Shane Steichen has drawn up a game plan right now where he is trying to get the ball out of Daniel Jones' hands immediately. Quite frankly, I think a little bit of what Steichen is trying to do is what Sean was doing with Bo Nix last year, which was a lot of quick hitters. Like it was a short pass kind of game. He had a 36-yarder to Alec Pierce. There was a 27-yarder on a touchdown to Pittman. That was pretty much it in terms of any sort of air quotes deep passing in that game. So you're right. It's a lot of long drive stuff. It's a lot of asking Daniel Jones to play that kind of point guard style quarterback, get the ball out in a hurry sort of stuff. And that can be efficient. But the challenge there is that if you have a bad first down, a bad second down, and you end up in 3rd and long against this Denver defense, that's a nightmare. So I just think, matchup-wise, this is so different than Miami, what Denver can do to them. I'm not saying that Indianapolis can't make things tough on the Broncos. I think this is a tougher game than Tennessee, but also, kind of to Tyler's point, my faith in the Denver defense is high enough. I don't really see Indianapolis laying out 5-6 scoring drives.
What's the
way they did
answer?
last week.
What's the answer to Tyler Warren?
Well, the answer...
Somebody cover him, my God.
One of their better coverage linebackers is Dre Greenlaw, who worked on a side field. What do we think about that? This is the update from Nick Kosmider. Greenlaw was on the side field. He said Evan Ingram did participate in the portion of practice open to media. So that's at least some good news on Evan Ingram.
Well,
but
and here's another part of it. Go back and see what Tyler Warren did a week ago. He had an excellent game. 7 catches, 76 yards. That's a great first NFL game for a dude. But Pittman was the biggest weapon. 6 catches, 80 yards. He had that tutty, the 27-yard touchdown. How many catches is Michael Pittman going to have this week?
Well, hopefully you put PS2 on him. And
That's
there's
just
not
it.
a lot.
That's just it.
And then you want to get a little Riley Moss. Maybe
when he gives you 3 catches for 28 yards, suddenly Tyler Warren can get keyed on a little bit more. That's what Surtain does for your defense that nobody else has, especially the Miami Dolphins. Not in their secondary. So again, I'm not saying Daniel Jones stinks. Quite frankly, I probably like Daniel Jones more than a lot of other people do, especially his athleticism. But I also know that he's about to go up against the best defense in the entire NFL.
Yeah, and I mean, this texter just wrote in, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Daniel Jones always seems to give us one of these every couple of years, right?
Sure.
Daniel Jones finds a way to stay relevant. He has one of these games or 2 of these games or whatever it takes these every couple of years because that's how he keeps getting signed. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, Daniel Jones is a perfectly cromulent middling NFL quarterback.
And that's true.
Right?
Yes.
Daniel Jones can win you a game.
Absolutely.
You paid him $14 million. He can go out and win you a game like he did last week against a Miami Dolphins team that didn't feel like putting in any effort. He went out and he beat those guys. Now he's going up against a Denver team, and it's a different situation. Now, again, the Colts are a lot better than the Titans. The Broncos are going to play a much closer game. It's a 1.5-point spread on this game. Denver is the favorite going into Indianapolis, but this is a tougher game. A tougher game that the Broncos are going to have to play this week. There's no doubt about it. But, is Daniel Jones going to go 7 for 7 on possessions and scoring points this week?
I'd be shocked.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to happen.
No. Now, the Denver offense needs to do its job and not turn the ball over this time. And I'm not saying you and I have talked about this a lot. I'm not saying that, this is an easy game necessarily. It's probably not as easy as many thought when we started the year. But there's no reason. I understand that the Denver offense took its lumps, but all of us were watching that all camp long. If you somehow thought this thing was just going to all of a sudden snap of fingers and magically be fixed, then I just think you were selling yourself a bill of goods. The bottom line is this is a really good defense, and this is defense travels. And this is the time of year where hopefully they go, if you need them to, they go get you a win. And you know what? I did say, Leggy didn't say it on our show yesterday. He was telling me at lunch the other day. He feels like maybe Sean also did a little in that first game of just, let me see what I got. I know they got a rookie quarterback. They're in our house. He's dealing with noise. I'm going to call some plays and take some chances because he didn't really get a chance to do it in preseason.
Yeah.
Then maybe Sean was just throwing some things against the wall to see how it would look, and maybe he'll refrain from calling a few of those plays now that they're on the road in the different loud environment.
Yeah, that's the one that remains to be seen, right?
We'll find out.
Can Sean Payton edit his own plays?
Sure.
You know?
But he did it last year.
Right. At points, and there were plenty of other games where it's, he falls into his obsession with trying to run out as many different formations and personnel groupings as he possibly can. One of the other things about that is that's a little bit tougher to do on the road.
It is.
You suddenly have to do with crowd noise and everything else. So that certainly gets a little bit tougher in that environment as well. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show today, guys, and we are live with you from Sport Clips here in Aurora, East Smoky Hill Road. We're going to be live until 6 o'clock, 3 to 6 this afternoon. So come by, enjoy the show, and just for coming in, you get a free varsity haircut. A nice varsity haircut, Andy. No JV haircuts, just varsity. Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Stop by, get a trim. Clean up a little bit out here at Sport Clips.
Yes. Come by, like you said, get a trim, get a hot towel, get it all done.
Yes.
Feel good about yourself. We've already met a few people that came out here. Please, that people come by and say hello. We are inside the shop. So if you want to hear the show,
yeah, we're here.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We're here. You'll hear it.
Broadcasting live.
You won't miss a minute.
We don't even have to set up a speaker.
Now, if you don't want to hear the show, I don't know why you're with us anyway. I think you mistook what you punched up on the dial there.
Yeah. If that's the case, well, welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
This is what we do every single afternoon, and right now,
I met one of my mom's friends today. Tell me if this was a little weird.
Okay.
I wasn't going to say anything. Whatever. We're having a momentary. She goes, yeah, I've heard all about you, but I've never heard you on the radio. I actually don't listen to the radio. And I was like, well, it's great to meet you as well. I don't know what to do with that. You know what? I don't like bingo. You're in a bingo? I'm not a bingo guy.
What are your interests?
Yeah. So
what
anyway.
are you doing for a living? Let me tell you how I don't go there, okay?
I was like, it's right in the car. You're
Yes.
about to go start your car.
Yeah.
You don't have to pick me necessarily.
Right.
But there's a selection of music stations that may get you set up right.
She
was out of, hey, you know what? Out of our demo.
Yeah.
Not worried about it.
Andy, there's no convenient way to
there's no transitioning out of
do
this.
any of this, so let's just do it. Reporting from 9 News, and it's everywhere, and you guys know about it, and it's awful. At least 3 students, including the suspected shooter, were hurt in a shooting Wednesday afternoon at Evergreen High School, according to the Jeffco Sheriff's Office. St. Anthony's Hospital confirmed to 9 News there have been 3 patients from the shooting who are in critical condition. All 3 patients are teenagers under the age of 18, according to hospital CEO Kevin Cullinan. Said the hospital does not believe there are any other victims. Sheriff's Office spokesperson Jackie Kelly said the shooting was first reported at 12:34 p.m. Today. The shooting happened on school grounds. Law enforcement is still investigating exactly where it happened, but Kelly said it appears it was outside the school. An update just a few minutes ago, one of the 3 people injured was the suspected shooter. Deputies believe that person was a student at Evergreen High School. It's unclear how the person was shot, but Kelly said there's no indication that law enforcement fired any shots. Jeffco Public Schools said Evergreen High School is on lockdown. The school is being cleared room by room. The Reunification Center for Families is Bergen Meadow Elementary School, 1928 South Highwan Drive. The school district asked people to stay away from Evergreen High School.
Also, all Jeffco, if you have, because Jeffco's a huge district, all after-school activities have been canceled.
Yes.
You probably should be getting that alert from the school district. I know I got one on my phone because I have a son in the Jeffco school district, but just for anybody that hasn't had a chance to check your phone or your email, all the after-school activities are canceled today.
Yep. So that's it was a surreal. It's been a surreal day on social media, on Twitter. As we're getting updates and push notifications of a shooting in our own community in Evergreen in Jefferson County. At the same time, we get the news that at Utah Valley University, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed today. At Utah Valley University. That information has been confirmed. Charlie Kirk shot and killed today at the age of 31 as he was hosting an event at Utah Valley University. So it's, we're flying around the news from one shooting to a school shooting to more bad news. So, yeah, that said, check in on each other, be kind to each other. Andy, they're all empty platitudes at this point. We've done, I don't know how many shows, Andy, you and I have done together on afternoons such as this here in Colorado and in our very community. But we're back here again today, and that said,
we're here to talk sports and try to distract you from it.
It all sucks. We're going to have fun. We're going to have a couple of laughs. We're going to do our thing here this afternoon, but just be aware of what is happening and just know that we are as distracted and as concerned as any of you. Both of us have children that are in Jefferson County schools, and when we get news updates like this, be it within our own school system or any other school system in the Denver metro area or any school system, quite frankly, in the United States, it is horrifying and absolutely terrifying. So, that said, Andy, let's talk some football.
We'll talk football, and again, that's oftentimes the distraction there.
Yep.
So, we've got the Bronco injury report.
What do you got for me? Give me an injury report.
Why don't let's go ahead. Let's hit our break. Let's kind of put some space between things, and when we come back, we'll discuss what we think from the injury report is pertinent. I know Sean Payton is talking right now because they put him up on the big board behind DMac as we were signing off there.
Yeah.
We'll try to glean any comments maybe he made in the early going as far as his injury situation. As we know, it probably won't be of the most exciting tone, but we'll see what he did have to tell us to try to update things on Evan Ingram in particular. Dre Greenlaw apparently working on the side field. We'll try to break it down and what it all means.
Well, we're working right here at Sport Clips. Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Free varsity haircuts for everyone. Totally free. Come on in. See us here today at Sport Clips. It's Kreckman and Lindahl live on the road today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are at Sport Clip here today, East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Sport Clips till 6. Come by, enjoy the show, get a free varsity haircut. That's right, free. We said free. Get the lettuce cleaned up, you hippies. Come on in here, get cleaned up right here at Sport Clips as we are broadcasting live until 6 p.m. today. Andy. Daniel Jones. One. Daniel
Rodrigo Jones.
Steven Dimes. Speaking of Rodrigo, the punter for the Colts, Rigoberto Sanchez.
Yes.
Still waiting for his first punt of the season.
How about that?
Did not get to boot the ball last week,
He had the glasses. Is he the bespectacled one?
Bespectacled, yes. Rigoberto Sanchez. He did not punt last week. 7 possessions, 7 scores, and a 33-8 trouncing of the Miami Dolphins. Listen to this. Here's I got some fun stuff for you. Daniel Jones, okay? 22 of 29, 272. He averaged 9.4 yards per attempt. Best in week 1. That's very good. However, always go inside those numbers. Only 6.8 intended air yards per attempt, one of the lowest totals in week 1 of the NFL. Last year's league average 7.6. Jones was at 6.8 there in week 1. Big-time yak game out of the Colts, and Steichen even talked about it today of, you know what, I don't care how we get our 25 yards. It could be that the ball is caught 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Boom, we're going. That's what he's trying to do with this offense. He wants Daniel Jones playing point guard style quarterback. He wants the ball out quickly. He wants the ball well distributed. He wants Jonathan Taylor to tote the rock a little bit. But I think the biggest thing that Steichen is looking for out of Daniel Jones, and I don't think it's too terribly dissimilar to what Sean Payton wanted out of Bo Nix last year and probably wants more out of him this year, is, all right, man, just don't turn the ball over. Don't hurt us, okay? Get the ball out quickly. Get it in the hands of your playmakers. They have good playmakers. They really do. Pittman's good. Tyler Warren is good. Jonathan Taylor, as long as he remembers to carry the ball beyond the goal line, is quite good. Get the ball to your guys and get out of the way. That's what he's looking for out of Daniel Jones. Steichen is trying to play conservatively. Don't turn the football over. And quite frankly, given Bo Nix's penchant for turning the football over that we saw in week 1, if he goes out and plays like that again, Denver, you're going to get in trouble on the road.
Yeah, but don't you think – I would agree, but don't you think that maybe if Bo goes out and has an early interception, does Sean maybe zip up some of what he's trying to do that caused that thing? Maybe not get that look, change that play calling? Or is that just what he's got to do?
I think they're going to look at the film and they're going to identify some spots where they're going to, like the second interception. I think they're going to look at Bo Nix and go, don't throw that ball.
Well, yeah.
Okay, don't throw that ball. All right? First interception, I think they're going to look at it and they're going to say, don't put that lollipop up in the air on a 50-50 ball like that.
I would agree. Now, do you feel like Bo played different because of all the offseason chatter?
It's a great question. I have no idea of knowing what was going on in his head.
That's
okay?
fair enough.
But I do know this. Again, we talked about it on Monday with Sanford. He looked tight. Okay? He looked jittery, and he looked as though he played tight. He got after his teammates during that game. And look, Bo Nix a fiery dude. Bo Nix plays with a lot of passion, and he's playing with a level of expectation. He's looking for accountability out of his teammates. I think all of those things can be healthy, but also in the midst of all of that, dude, you have to button it up and also not be a big part of the problem.
No, you're right, and you can't get into your head to where we did not see Bo. We saw Bo get fiery with Max Crosby, your guy Max 66 Crosby.
Got after Jeffrey Simmons during that game last week.
He did, but I'm talking about last year. I'm trying to count. There's maybe you barely would get to multiple fingers on your first hand of the times that he got fiery with people last year. So that's just to me, I just wondered, was the guy just releasing some stress? Was it just happy to get it over with? He just seemed really intent on going back and forth with some of those guys. It just threw me off.
Was he pressing?
He might have been. He might have been frustrated.
It's one of the things that we wondered about, okay? And this goes back to, and this is where you get into some of the intangible part of the conversation. When Sean Payton is talking about winning playoff games and talking about Super Bowls and talking about winning the AFC West with every one of his media pals that would listen. And then when Bo Nix sits down with Kay Adams, she's like, "You had a great practice today," and he's like, "No, I didn't."
Yeah.
And Bo Nix actually talked about the accountability of it all, but also Andy, he's a young player. He's a quarterback in Denver, Colorado, which, as we always talk about, comes with its own unique brand of stress and pressure in a college football type environment like we have here in Denver, that he has now got to deal with. He's still growing into this role. It's only year 2. It's only game number 18, I guess 19 technically if you count the playoff game that he played a season ago, and I think he is still growing into this role. I think he's well suited to it, but that doesn't mean that you automatically can just step out on the field and play confident, comfortable, calm football every time you go out there, and I don't think he did last week.
No, I agree. And again, I just wonder if it's because of all the chatter from the off season, wanting to meet expectations, wanting to show something different, maybe just, maybe feeling – we talked about how I do think he feels a little more comfortable getting a chance to take a shot at some things that maybe he didn't feel comfortable last year. Maybe he was trying some things out. I don't know. Look, we keep trying to come up with the explanations. The bottom line is this offense is not out of rhythm since we got into summer camp, period.
Nope.
Not out of rhythm all summer long, and as we've talked about, it extended into the game. So let me ask you this then. What's the best way to get somebody into rhythm? To me, it's where Sean has got – we're just going to be harping on this. They've got to call a few more runs, in my opinion.
Yep.
Just run the football, get the defense giving you formations to stop the run, maybe give Bo some easier looks at what they're doing. I'm not saying he got confused by some things last week, but, that second interception where the DB peeled off the deep receiver and basically ran underneath the ball before the receiver was that Franklin trying to come on the crosser before he could even get there? Bo's got to know. Bo's got to know that guy's going to jump and going to sit on that ball.
Well, especially
is that the one you're saying he shouldn't have thrown, right?
No, the one I'm saying he shouldn't have thrown was the one intended for Sutton. The first interception. Well, okay. The Franklin one he really shouldn't have thrown. You're right about that. The Sutton one, he probably shouldn't have thrown the ball to Cortland. Just throw that ball away. But, he's already rolling out of the pocket. He's trying to make a play right there. He fumbled in that game too, Andy.
I know. Well, we weren't used to him getting sacked, much less sacked and fumbled.
Right, exactly. Now, the Colts on their defensive line, do they have a Jeffrey Simmons out there? No, that guy's a Pro Bowl talent. He's unbelievable. But, DeForest Buckner doesn't stink. My guy, Laiatu Latu, out of UCLA, he doesn't stink.
Well, and again, here's another thing that's going to be – I keep harping on this, but it's important to me. You got to get the plays in quick. You probably, as you said, you need to pare down some of the formation groupings that you want to use right now because Bo, if he's got to change a play, it won't be as easy this week. You talked about that defensive line. They're going to have the advantage of the noise on their side.
They sure will. And they got a good defensive coordinator, too. Lou Anarumo, who was in Cincinnati, that guy doesn't stink.
No,
okay?
He knows what he's doing. He was the scapegoat, I think, unnecessarily in Cincinnati.
Because they didn't have any players.
Yeah, you haven't given him anything, and you fought with his best pass rusher last year. What did you think was going to happen?
That's an aggressive play caller. That's a creative dude, and he's going to look at what Tennessee did last week. He's going to look at what the smarter defensive coordinators did last season to Bo Nix, and they're just going to say, all right, man, throw the ball outside the numbers. Let's see how you do.
That's going to be the big thing. Both of Bo's interceptions came outside the numbers the other day. I keep hearing that from people that try to tell me what they think the counterpunch to Bo was going to be. He's going to have to pull some of those off. I think he's capable of pulling some of those off.
So follow me on this, okay? What if there is a world where, and the Broncos in their first 2 possessions last week against Indianapolis, 14 passes, 3 runs, okay? RPO explanations aside, all right? What's the easiest thing that the Broncos could do? I don't know. Actually run the ball, and then what happens if you actually run the ball? Maybe play action works. Maybe guys get sucked up a little bit, and suddenly the middle of the field starts to open up a little bit, and some of those crossers that Bo is so accurate on start to open up.
Yeah, you want to know what else maybe happens? You get a running back in a lather, get a feel, get it going, feeling good about stuff, seeing it. You know what I mean? Getting his rhythm. You just got to be more consistent with this run thing. That's all there is to it.
Andy, you know what they got here in Sport Clips? They got a good lather. That's right.
Yeah.
They get you cleaned up right here. Come on out to Sport Clips here on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Free varsity haircut if you come out. What's the catch? There is not one.
You got to get out. That's all.
Just like UNC at the end of the game. No catch, Andy. There isn't one. See you today here at Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. Got an update from Buster Olney here today.
Oh, really? What's Buster tweeting about?
I was reading some Buster, okay?
Why is he named Buster?
Great question.
What's the name? What's the actual name? Do we know?
Is that his
Is it Bob?
given
and we went
name?
Buster?
I'm going to now I have to pull up his Wikipedia. Now I need to know this. Ooh, here we go. Robert Stanberry Buster Olney.
Okay.
Robert Stanberry Buster Olney. So he is a Bob. You did have that right. I guess Buster is the traditional nickname now for dude's name Bob. I have no idea. Buster Olney, though, he is a baseball reporter who is typically in the know on these sorts of things. And Buster Olney writing today, potential MLB managerial front office changes on the horizon. Notice the key word there being potential. And let's go down to that front office executive spot right there. And there they are, the Colorado Rockies. Lost game number 105.
Yeah.
Last
going
night, Andy.
well.
New franchise record.
Yep.
And
good. That I missed out on.
Every time they lose the rest of the way,
it's a new record.
It's a new franchise record.
Perfect.
Uh-huh. And they've been losing a lot lately. 3-15 over their last 18 ball games.
Now, hold on. What's the mark for the White Sox? So DMac's still in trouble of walking, isn't he?
The Rocks need 2 more wins over their final 17 games.
But you just said they've been 3-18?
But they're 3-15 over the last 18 ball games. They're really bad. They got perfectoed last night through 5 innings.
Yeah, that wasn't going well. Like perfectoed, not a no-hitter. Perfectoed.
Emmett Sheehan was just putting them up and putting them down. The Rockies would lose 7-2 last night to the Dodgers, who got win number 81 in a game that they needed as the West Coast trip not going great so far here for the Rocks. But back to Buster Olney. Front office personnel could be in trouble. Potential changes. Buster Olney writes, current head of baseball operations, Bill Schmidt. He writes, this might well be Schmidt's last season leading the baseball operations department for Colorado, according to sources and rival executives. Expect that the Rockies, who have been largely disinclined in the past to hire staffers from outside the organization, will be more open to doing that than they have been in the past. Thad Levine, who worked for the Rockies 2 decades ago before moving on to assistant GM and GM jobs at the Rangers and Twins respectively, is often mentioned as a possibility.
You buying it?
Well, not totally, because then I clicked on Patrick Saunders and his mailbag today. All right? And he writes this, okay? He writes, I'm concerned the Rockies' slight improvement in the second half will convince Monfort to make only minor changes. However, the truth is the Rockies need significant changes on the baseball side. They need to bring in someone from outside to take a fresh look at the team. I've been saying that for years. I'm surprised it has not happened yet. He adds, the Rockies are being very tight-lipped about the future of the front office. Walker Monfort, Dick's eldest son, was promoted to executive VP in late June. I imagine that he has been working on a reorganization plan. I've asked many people in the organization if they know what's going to happen, and they all basically say, quote, I don't have a clue. Close quote.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yes.
So, again, just to repeat that's people inside the organization that Saunders trusts are telling him, no clue what's about to happen.
And this is Patrick Saunders, the most connected reporter covering that team.
And maybe, is he not the longest beat writer on that beat right now?
Without question. I think
if anyone's got sources,
quite
it's
frankly,
Patrick.
He's one of the only beat reporters covering that team.
You're right. He and Thomas Harding have been at it a while.
And the Denver Post doesn't even travel him anymore. Like when you read his gamers from a road game, he quotes Rockies.tv.
Yeah, you realize every time I watch the post game, it's Kelsey or Stouter or Ryan or – usually they're like the only media in the room with Schaefer.
Yeah. It's
every now and again we hear Thomas Harding jump in, but that's about it.
There's not much in terms of coverage that's going on out there. So, again, here's and Patrick goes on to write this. He says, and this is Patrick Saunders, who has been on our show many times. We've discussed these very topics with him. Patrick writes today on the Denver Post in his mailbag, here's my prediction on what will happen. The Rockies will hire someone from outside the organization as president of baseball ops who will oversee the overhaul of the baseball side of the franchise. Walker Monfort will have a hand in that project, but will be involved mainly with the business side of the club. The new team president will replace current GM Bill Schmidt, but I don't know if the new GM will come from outside the organization. Schmidt will be offered some role in the organization, although I am unsure if he will accept it. There will not be a complete overhaul because there are talented people in the organization who have a working knowledge of the team that needs to be maintained.
All right, and this is, I'm not frustrated with Patrick, let me be clear. That last sentence.
Talented people.
People of working knowledge of the organization. Your organization is a disaster. Last night, you set the record for most losses in a season. You're on a string of 3 100-loss seasons. Now you're going to accrue a few more. I am sorry. I will say this. At its core, we should all appreciate how loyal Dick Monfort is to his employees. That is something that probably should be celebrated, but not when it's producing this kind of results. You have got to clear that whole thing out. You are 300-plus losses in 3 years.
309.
It is ridiculous.
309 losses.
So nobody needs to stay. You don't need working knowledge of this thing. You need to blow it up, and you need a whole new working knowledge. Do you not?
I would say they need to attain some knowledge.
This is like
I'd probably start there.
It's like saying I got a car and the engine's completely blown up and shot, but I'm going to keep the engine because I got working. No, you don't get to. It's shot. It's broken. It's destroyed. You need a new engine. You need a whole new system.
Can I give you fun news from last night?
Sure, I'd love it.
Congratulations, Hunter Goodman.
Yes.
30th home run of the year. First Rocky since 2019 to eclipse 30 home runs in a season.
That is fantastic.
There you go.
Also, isn't it like
that's a building block.
Weren't they saying most?
He only has 10 fewer home runs than the club has wins.
But I think, well, there you go. I do believe they were saying last night on the broadcast that it's like he set a mark. Oh, who was the old Javi Lopez? I think he's hit. It's been since Javi Lopez that a catcher's hit this many home runs in a season.
The baby bull Wheeling Rosario hit 28 back in 2012. For I believe was the Rockies franchise record for a catcher.
What about all of baseball? Like Javi Lopez, I think it's been a few years since a catcher's hit this many. So that's pretty good too.
Well, Big Dumper's got him beat this year with his 53.
Big Dumper's going after.
Yeah, Big Dumper, that guy hits a lot of home runs.
Is he going to get the MVP?
Kyle Schwarber hit number 50 last night for the Phils, for the Fightin' Phils.
The swinging Schwarbers
That's
for
right.
the fighting Phils.
Another Schwarbomb.
How about the slugging Schwarbers?
Last night for Kyle Schwarber. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, I just want to add one more note on Shohei Ohtani. He had a single last night that got past Michael Toglia that I think was off the bat at like 105, 106, somewhere in there. Shohei Ohtani is one of those guys where it's like when he's in the batter's box, you kind of look out there and you're like, everyone stay safe, okay?
Yeah.
Because that guy is going to hit rockets.
Thing might be coming at you.
Yeah. When that dude – like, his single to right last night, like, that thing still had heat on it when it got to the outfielder, who was, like, in deep right field, and it was a ground ball. That guy murders the baseball when he hits that thing. Impressive, man.
I'm shocked Toglia had a problem with it.
It's been a tough
What's
year.
going to happen with Toglia? Is that another one that was just a fun couple years story and we're on to the next?
It wasn't even that fun.
Those
couple of years weren't even that fun.
Last year was fun, right?
Was it?
This year hasn't been.
Okay.
I feel like last year there was a stretch of fun.
It's the best you can hope for.
There was a summer of fun. His end of the school year sucked.
Cue the Grease soundtrack right now.
Yeah, his start of the school year kind of sucked.
Nick Kosmiter tweeted out after practice today, Evan Engram participated in the portion of practice open to the media, so that's good. Dre Greenlaw with his quad worked on a side field. JFM, John Franklin Myers, also was not spotted out there today. So that's what we got on an injury update right now from the Broncos. We await the Broncos' official injury report.
With bated breath.
Bated. The breath is extremely bated right now as we await what's going on with Evan Engram, with what's going on with Dre Greenlaw. I'd like Dre Greenlaw to play this week. That would be
that'd
ideal.
be kind of cool. I was saying
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, at first I was like, let's get him to the Charger game. I don't feel that way anymore. If you can play, go ahead and play. You know, go ahead and play.
So
isn't Q Robinson supposed to be a pretty good coverage linebacker? Hasn't Coach told us that? I think there's another guy you could try to use against Ty Warren, but that's rookie against rookie.
Okay.
Sure,
I'm
you'll
down
take my
to-
word for it.
Let's take a swing at it. Nick Kosmider coming up at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. He's going to give us the latest. We're out here at Sport Clips today in Aurora, 3 to 6. Free varsity haircuts for everyone that comes out. Free, totally free. That's right, free. So come out here to Sport Clips for a free varsity haircut. Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. Okay, we saw a Bronco game. We saw a Colts game. What do those outcomes do for changing our expectations for Sunday? And what do they do for maybe altering any expectation we had for Denver in the first month of this season? Let's kick that around next, live at Sport Clips in Aurora, Kreckman and Lindahl. Big voice guy tells no lies. You heard him right there. Free haircuts. Varsity Haircut. Get a free varsity haircut here today at Sport Clip. We're broadcasting live until 6 o'clock. This is Sport Clips. Sport Clips. Got to put that S in the right spot on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. So that's where we are here today.
And this is a good time to get in if you're close. There's a little bit of a lull. They're fully staffed. They're ready to go. We do have someone waiting, although here comes someone else. But this
goes the lull.
We have been really busy since Nate and I showed up here about over an hour ago, which is what we want. We want to keep everybody hopping. But swing on by. But now would be a good time to get here. I assume as we get closer to work getting out, more people are going to start showing up too. But get on over here. It's a free haircut.
Lowell, that's one L away from being all L's. Shout out to Mitch Hedberg. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And I'm looking at this Broncos schedule, Andy. I got it
memorized. What are you pointing at? You don't need to look at anything.
You got it memorized.
I do.
How far can you go?
I think I can get us to the bye week.
All right, let's see.
Although, no, maybe not.
Keep
anyway,
going.
Let's go. All right, so Indy this week, San Diego next week. It'll never not
You're
be
doing great.
San Diego. Chargers next week.
Yeah.
Monday night against the Bengals.
Yep.
Then out to Philly for a morning game. Then
Yep.
out to London to play the Jets in London.
That's a real morning game.
Then it feels like one of those NBA things where you kind of screwed us on the schedule because then we're coming back home to play the Giants here.
Yep.
But you don't get any bye week after that. Then what is it, a Thursday night against the Raiders?
Ooh, you missed.
I was on a roll.
You missed 2 whole games in there.
There's 2 whole ones before the
2
Raider
whole
one?
games.
Yeah, I kind of lose it right then after the Giants.
Okay, Andy, where are you headed tomorrow? What state are you headed to tomorrow?
Oh, we got the Texans.
Well, you got Dallas and then Houston.
So I got both the Texans.
You missed
I'm
both.
going to Houston.
You eschewed the entire state of Texas right
well,
there.
I mean, I just found out it's 95 and humid in Houston, and I'm wondering why I agreed to do this trip. But anyway,
just
neither
booted
here
them out
nor
of
there.
the Union. Then the Raiders, then the Chiefs, then the bye.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Do you realize the Chargers, looking at their schedule, they've got the Raiders this week. So the Chargers are starting out with 3 straight divisional games. They're going to make a trip through the division before they even play a different team by week 4. How about that?
That's fun. Opening up the season with 3 consecutive games against the division. Hey, it's
and one of them in Sao Paulo.
We'll have a read on that after those 3 games of who is the most dominant. If the Chargers go 3-0, then they're the team to beat.
I'm ready to jump ahead to the Chargers, but let's not do that. Go ahead. You put a great question out there before the break.
Okay. So you get a road game in Indianapolis this week. Colts blow out the Dolphins 33-8 in Week 1. Daniel Jones, one of the best games of his life, if not the best game of his NFL life.
It probably was, considering Manning and Brady and Elway and Montana and any great quarterback you want to name hasn't done, 7 straight scoring drives? No one's ever done that?
7 possessions, 7 scores. Rigoberto Sanchez did not punt the ball in that game. After that, you go to L.A. to play the Chargers at SoFi Sunday, September 21st. The Chargers, I mean, Andy, they beat the crap out of the Chiefs in Week 1. And Herbert, he was money against a good Chiefs defense. He was fantastic in that game. And you got to go out to their place. Then you come back home against Cincinnati. Did the Bengals look a little uneven in Week 1 against a dog-butt Cleveland Browns team? I would say they did. But Joe Burrow's Joe Burrow. That guy's going to do that thing. And then Philadelphia, you got to go to their place. Remember, the only thing that could stop them against Dallas was the rain delay. They were just moving up and down the field without any problems whatsoever. Oh, by the way, the Jets scored 32 points in Week 1 with Justin Fields. And I know Justin Fields there's a huge feast or famine element to what Justin Fields is.
He's a Daniel Jones, right? That's Daniel Jones part 2.
Yeah, well
He always has a couple of good games a year, it feels like, to keep him in the league.
Yep.
But you don't want to be the good game he has it against. And listen, I will say this. You and I both watched a lot of that game. For a lot of us here in Denver, it was the only game on if you didn't have the red zone.
Yep.
Man, Breece Hall looked like he could run the ball a little bit.
Sure
I didn't
did.
know what happened to that Pittsburgh run defense the other day. It shocked me how well they ran the ball.
Okay, so with a single week of NFL sample size to look at right now, are you more concerned about what Denver will face in these first 6 games?
I do think it's going to be tougher. I'm not hitting the panic button. I mean, again, First off, you and I think it's hard for you and I to panic considering we were a show. I mean, our most optimistic guy on the show is Mark Springer, who's got him at 13 wins. So maybe Spring's starting to get a little bit nervous. Oh, 12? No, I had you at 13 over the summer there, big boy. But we'll
no,
go
I said 12 and 5.
I heard him say 14 a couple of times.
You know, one time he had undefeated.
Yeah.
And then we hit the draft.
I actually did have 16 and 1 when the schedule came out.
Yeah, keep walking it back. That's fine.
Keep walking, yeah. No, but look, my point is you and I both knew these things were going to get done. This season, I've said it, I'm going to say it again. This season will be special based on the defense. The defense is the one that has to answer the bell every week. One of the reasons for optimism is how good we believe this defense is going to be.
I think
and if they show up and they lay an egg against Daniel Jones, and guess what? They may not get that one.
They confirmed it in week 1, too.
I would agree.
They really confirmed it in week 1. And again, rookie quarterback, first NFL game, you're playing at home. Were there advantages that you had? Absolutely. When you look up at the end of the game, though, and an NFL opponent had 133 yards, like they're a damn directional school, going up against the Denver Broncos, good luck. Like, that's what this defense can do. I don't think Tony Pollard stinks. Quite frankly, and I said this on Monday, I don't think Cam Ward stinks.
Oh, no.
I thought Cam Ward played pretty well.
If I'm a Titan fan,
yeah.
I feel real good about what I saw.
If that's the first showing that you see, and look, I think Cam is going to do the rookie quarterback thing, and he's going to be uneven at various points throughout the course of the season because that's what happens to every single rookie quarterback. But, like, he was pretty poised in there against a rush that would not stop. He was sacked 6 times in that game, and really, like, outside of one brain-dead play where he tried the peel-out move, and that was when Jonah Ellis got him, outside of that, he didn't make that many killer mistakes for his team. A lot of it was just his guys getting beaten around him.
Yeah, and again, how many drops did they have? There were a couple of drops that really could have changed some things. Now, one of them I think could have also turned into a hospital ball. You and I talk about that. We're all kind of hyper-focused on Calvin Ridley dropping it, but you also kind of wonder, I think you even put it out there, did he take a little peek beyond the ball and realize this is going to get me killed and I got a whole season to get through? So, but nonetheless, look, he made some good throws. He made a lot of right reads. He didn't seem overly rattled at times. He's got a problem that a lot of young quarterbacks have to get broken, and that's don't run and don't retreat away from the rush because it's only going to cause a longer sack. You got to step up into that pocket. But, you know, the one on Jonah Ellis is funny. He just Jonah Ellis was so relentless up the middle on that rush. I don't quite know all the places that Ward was supposed to get to. As far as the first 4, let's go through the first 4 because that's what I had in my mind. They've already got the 1-0 there. I think the Charger game, I do become a little more concerned. The Chargers is the first spot that you're going to need some offense.
Yep.
Right?
Herbert's going to score points. He did twice last year against Denver.
Well, and honestly.
And they're going to commit to run the football.
Well, and so Denver needs to do the same. Remember, Sean tried to do it a little bit last year, then didn't. What do we make of Cincinnati?
I mean, this is the problem, though, Andy, is like when you say that the Chargers are going to run the football, like Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman have that in their freaking DNA.
Oh, yeah, they will run the ball.
They used a first-round pick on a running back.
It's why you need Dre Greenlaw absolutely back for that game.
Najee Harris has more rushing attempts than any other back over the last 5 years in the NFL, and he's their backup.
Right.
That's the guy that they went and got to be the backup running back on that team right now.
Well, and then you get that run game going, and Justin Herbert's a real problem. He's a real problem anyway, but you give him a run game, and all of a sudden you got to dedicate extra resources to stopping the run, and he gets some single coverage looks. That's going to kill you.
McConkey is a stud.
Yep.
You bring back Keenan Allen, he's still a good possession receiver, still going to be a tough 50-50 catcher. And, oh, by the way, Quentin Johnston, who's been a disappointment so far in his career, you look back last week, and it's like, hey, if that guy didn't drop the ball, and when he's not dropping the ball, he's pretty good.
Fortunately for them, he drops the ball
quite a bit.
You know what, Nate? The one that I'm trying to figure out, is Cincinnati. Because Cincinnati had that super weird game where they had a couple good touchdown drives early. Burrow's looking like he's ready. He's got his whole thing running. He's in his bag of tricks. And in the second half, they couldn't do anything.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. And now I do think the Browns defense remembered who they were and got after him pretty good in that second half. But
how many sacks did Myles Garrett have in that game?
I don't know, 5, 4?
2 sacks.
2 sacks.
The Browns held the Bengals to 7 net yards in the second
Yeah,
half.
it was ridiculous. I don't know how they did that.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't popping up on Red Zone too often, that's for sure.
By the way, did you happen to see who Joe Burrow threw his first touchdown to last week?
Who was it? It wasn't Chase, right?
Noah Fant.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I saw that highlight. I was like, I got to send this to Nate. I got to go find it. Of course, of all people, Noah Fant. I don't know. Noah Fant, guess what? He's about to play at the best quarterback he's ever had in his career. Does Noah Fant finally make the old scouting report look legit?
I think Noah Fant is – the problem with Noah Fant is you should have never taken him in the first round.
You're right.
If you took Noah Fant in the
third round,
if
he's Jeff Hireman,
he's perfectly
we're
fine.
all pleased, and you probably sign and keep him.
Yeah, perfectly fine NFL tight end.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now look, Joe Burrow's job when you're making that much money, you better make guys better. So maybe he makes Fant better.
Nick Kosmider is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. We'll get all the updates from Bronco practice there today. We'll get Nick's thoughts on the preferred site of Burnham Yards. It's preferred. Great stuff with PhD today. They still got a couple of roadblocks.
Oh, yeah.
Some concrete roadblocks they got to deal with over there.
Not sure those are the guys you want to muscle around if we go off movie history.
Yeah, let's. I think this could turn into some pretty good theater. So,
guy named Vincent answers the phone. I wouldn't get to a tough guy voice right away.
So we'll talk to Kosmider coming up here in just a minute. We are live at Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Come out and say hello. The pros in men's hair. That's right, guys. Another weird day in America. We're going to have fun talking football, talking sports on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2 of the show, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's find out what's going on with those Denver Broncos. Let's hop out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you do need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We welcome in our pal Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. You should subscribe to The Athletic. Get Nick's coverage because it is the cream of the crop. Nick, how you doing, pal?
I'm doing well, fellas. How are you?
We're doing good, Nick. Let's start with the injury stuff. Evan Engram, Dre Greenlaw, John Franklin Myers, etc. What do we know on a Wednesday?
Yeah, well, the Broncos just released their first injury report of the week, and Dre Greenlaw and John Franklin Myers were both DNPs today. JFM popped up there with a knee injury. Good news is that Evan Engram, who we saw go out of the game twice, on Sunday, didn't come back after he left the second time in the second half. He was limited. We saw him out there, warming up during stretch, kind of doing some of the individual work. So he was listed as limited. So good news there. We'll see kind of how he progresses throughout the rest of the week. But a positive sign that he was out there in some fashion today.
Yeah, you're going to need Evan Engram out there on the field. The Dre Greenlaw thing, okay, this is now stretched into week number 2. And, is there – Nick, do we have any indication, and I'm sure Sean Payton would love being asked this question, is there any indication that Dre Greenlaw could be an IR candidate?
I don't think so right now. He has kind of made some mention on his conference call Monday. He said that we should see Greenlaw sooner rather than later. Of course, that's probably a somewhat intentionally nebulous description, intentionally vague description of what that means. But he said later today when he did get asked about Greenlaw that, he's making good progress. So, again, not practicing to start the week, not necessarily like the best sign that week 2 is his debut. But, again, they've not yet put him on IR, which would mean a 4-game minimum absence. So we'll kind of, just not a sexy answer, but we'll just have to kind of keep following and see how he progresses.
So it's getting later than sooner right now.
Well,
yeah,
it depends. It's that's a real chicken and the egg scenario, Nate. It's sooner than it was later yesterday's afternoon, morning. So, try that on for size.
Yeah, try that one.
Are we getting sooner? Later.
All right, Nick.
It sounds like a Three Stooges routine that we could get going here if we wanted to.
Well, listen, you got to define what is sooner. Are we talking earlier in the year? I mean, he's still got 16 more games in this sucker.
It's an Oklahoma football player.
Soon. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Nick Benito. So it's Nick Benito.
There you go.
Or Marvin Mims.
All
right, Nick. Watching the game back, what went wrong for Bo Nix? What do they need to change? Is some of the plays that Sean called? Did Bo just make a couple bad decisions? What's your verdict after kind of checking things out?
Yeah, I think you can't have a 14-3 pass run split to begin a game. I thought early on that the first drive was actually pretty good in large part because some of the boot play action stuff that they were doing had Tennessee on its heels a little bit. But by the second, third drive, when, you still hadn't committed in any discernible way to the run game, those things started to become a little bit less effective. Sean Payton, kind of doubled down on what he had said Monday of I think his quote today was, "I don't know how many games I've called, but that's, kind of one of those where you look back and say, man, I got to do a better job." Now, is some of that shielding some of the criticism that's come, pretty hot and quick about Bo Nix's, debut of his second season performance? Perhaps some of that is baked in, but I generally would agree with Sean's assessment and going back and looking at it, particularly early in the game again, of just you spent all off season working on a lot of this run game stuff. You have these upgrades that you're really excited about. To kind of have the lid on them for longer than you needed to was a little bit puzzling as I went back and watched it.
Yeah, it was odd, and I thought another one of the issues, and we were talking about this in week 1, Nick. I want to bounce this off of you. Again, Nick Kosmider is our guest. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Sport Clips here in Aurora, East Smoky Hill Road. Stop by, enjoy the show, and get a free varsity haircut. That's right, a free varsity haircut from the fine folks here at Sport Clips in Aurora. But, Nick, looking at that game and the Broncos' inability to get any kind of run game going, you could clearly see a concerted effort on the part of the Titans to use their safeties to try and clog up the middle of the football field, force Sean Payton to have to set Bo Nix up to throw the ball outside the numbers. And it seems to me, again, that a simple solution to that is a committed run game that then opens things up in play action that then gives Bo Nix the ability to be able to hit some of those quick hitters over the middle that he is so accurate on. Like, again, for what defenses are going to try to do to Bo this year, it sure seems like the run game is the healthiest antidote that the Broncos could have.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for the exact reasons you're saying. Like, they need to soften up the middle of the field. Like, that was the whole point of this offseason of getting the additions that you did, both in Evan Engram and then the two running backs, was like that inner triangle of the defense. Sean Payton mentioned that multiple times this offseason, that like that's where they needed to be more efficient, because that's where you can get matchups that like force the defense into compromising situations. But again, it's like, it's kind of like that old, the knee bones connected to the leg bone kind of thing. Like, all of that stuff has to be married together, and you can't do it if you haven't made your running game any kind of threat. Now, they did do it in the second half to a degree that I did think opened them up for some more shots. And so it's not as if like you don't already have at least some seedlings of the blueprint that you need to have to perform better. I thought they just looked a little less chaotic in the second half, in part because like that, when you can do that, it kind of calms everything down a little bit. So again, like a lot of this really is like, I know it's like, it's easy to overreact. We have to, right? We've been starving for a game to cover and to analyze and to talk about, but it really is week one. Like that, some of that is attributed to that, I think, like, because not only, you're trying some new things out, but you also just have like the overeager jitters. Like I could have told you I could have bet anything that the Broncos, as good as they were going to be defensively, and they were excellent Sunday, like you just knew they were going to give up something goofy on the first drive because they were so amped up on that third down. Like the entire defense just sucked into wanting to make that play on Cam Ward and pass an easy dump off for 30 yards. I just think some of that was baked into just about everybody involved in that game on Sunday.
I brought up this point yesterday with Andy and Tyler, and this is really another thing that I wonder about. And you kind of alluded to this in one of your stories earlier this week in The Athletic, of a 95-yard rushing fourth quarter, okay? If the last piece of evidence that Sean Payton walked out of that stadium with was, holy crap, when I actually commit to the run game, we can actually do something right here, and maybe we found something here in the fourth quarter. Like, that's one of those things that maybe gives me a little bit of optimism that Sean is going to realize, like, oh, okay, the run game doesn't stink. Maybe we should try to do this a little bit, because it's the last thing that he saw.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, usually you want to kill your biases, right? And one of the ones that a lot of us have is recency bias. I would say, like, let's go ahead and have some recency bias. That would be pretty good, because you're absolutely right. Like, that was the thing. And you can say, oh, well, there's a 50-yard run. Yeah, we'll take away the 50-yard run. You got 45 yards. You do that for four quarters, and I don't know. That's probably 100 and I'm bad at math, guys. 180 yards or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Liberal arts major comes through. Nice job.
Oh, phew, that was close. So no, I just think that like that's absolutely what it is. And like, there's gonna be these ebbs and flows to it. Like, but I just think that it's gonna take a lot off everybody. And look, the bottom line too is RJ Harvey has an explosive element. Like, this is what they wanted. This is what they went out and pursued. He had more of these big game-busting runs than anybody in college football last year except for Ashton Genty. And it's I don't think a coincidence that on the fifth carry of his NFL career, he pops one of those. Like, they are expecting that to be like, you're not going to say, hey, you're getting a 50-yard run every week, or, we didn't get what we asked for. But it is going to be a constant threat that defenses have to account for. So, part of that recency bias too, let's go ahead and look at that stat sheet and say RJ Harvey, 6 carries, not enough.
All right. Do you have any idea what was going on? And I know obviously the evidence points to personnel groupings were part of the things that were slowing it down. Bo Nix yells out the yell of frustration at the sideline the other day. Are they going to try to speed that up? Has Sean talked about that at all? I mean, what can they do so that Bo, look, Bo can't be getting delayed of games, but I also think it's unfair. Troy Aikman talked about this with J.J. McCarthy the other night. You can't be getting the quarterback the play, and there's under 10 seconds on the play clock, and think he's going to get out to the line, look over everything he needs to look to, and adjust what he needs to adjust. Are they going to speed that up in any way, do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
could they
I
cut
think
down
that,
on some of the personnel groupings, maybe?
Well, I mean, we won't know, right? Like, we won't know until they actually go out there. What Sean Payton told us on Monday was like, that is something that they will take a look at, right? Of like, what are we doing and who are we asking to do it? Again, there was incorporation of some new personnel. So I don't want it to sound like a cop out, but I think some of that is week one. You are trying to get all the kinks out of this, like play calling operation. But you're right. I mean, you can't be breaking out of the huddle with 10 or fewer seconds left. Quinn Miners talked about this during camp, was just like when you do that, like the defense, you can only go on one. And, adding some variety to the cadence is another little tweak that they've tried to give Bo Nix, like some of that power. So you can't do that if you're walking to the line and there's 5 seconds left. So, the verdict is out, Andy, but I do think it's top of mind of making sure that they have some of that stuff tightened up this week.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, Denver's got Burnham Yards fever as it has been declared the preferred site of the new stadium that, if all goes to plan, the Broncos will be hoping to move in by 2031. As you have, kind of started your initial reporting on all of this, and, Nick, like you're a veteran reporter. You've been covering this stuff. You've been sort of doing the research on this over the last several months. As you have looked at it, other than the fine folks over at SRM Concrete, what should we look out for as potential roadblocks or pitfalls, so to speak, that the Broncos could deal with in getting this thing past the finish line?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a piece of land that's basically been vacant for a decade. That has railroads and bridges and all these different things. I think they're, and they tried to do this in their messaging yesterday of just trying to say, hey, there's still a lot of work to be done. The work is massive. Again, when the next step that they said is this community benefits agreement. So you have to get in with these local leaders, with these neighborhood associations, these business leader associations, to kind of understand how are we going to do this in a way that befits the citizens of the city. When you say you're building this stadium and this district to enhance the city, there has to be feedback of what it is that people actually want within that and what can kind of be arranged together. So that is going to be the first step. Nothing can really happen until that goes. The Broncos have said they want to get on it quick, but I just think that kind of kept being my takeaway yesterday. Even talking to Mayor Mike Johnson for a minute of just you got to pull up railroad and stuff like that. It's going to be a massive undertaking, but again, the timeline of 6 years is one that kind of gives you some time to figure some of these things out.
Well, there's no doubt it had to have the retractable roof, right, Nick? I don't think anybody should be surprised by that.
Yeah, that was the thing that we were saying is we were trying to think of any of these new ones, and I'm sure you guys, I missed your show yesterday, but I'm sure kind of hashed all these things out. But, the reality is that new stadiums aren't built open air. Now, exception, of course, is Buffalo, but they are not in a position to host a Super Bowl or Final Four just by virtue of the size of its city, right? That's not a place that is going to be able to accommodate, kind of one of the world's biggest events. And, Denver, again, that's their hope, that's their aspiration. They haven't had anything like that really since, the Final Four back in the early 90s, in terms of, I know there's been some big soccer matches and things like that, but you're talking about a different scale when you start mentioning the word Super Bowl. So we'll kind of get to see at some point what Denver's really made of in that regard, which is intriguing. And yeah, just the reason that it had to be that way. Again, how many games are actually snowy? I haven't quite done that research yet, but again, part of a lot of this is the inevitability factor. I think it was inevitable when this ownership group and all of its resources took over that they were going to want to put their own stamp, on a portion of the city and with this franchise. And I think it was an inevitability also to kind of what the major makeup of it was going to be.
You know, Nick, one other thing that I don't want to overlook, and I know retractable roof, a lot of people kind of get caught up in that because then you start talking about fan experience and weather and all of that. But the commitment from the organization, and they said this right away, that they would want this stadium to be natural grass. They would want the field to be natural grass. When you sort of start delving into, Players Association v. owners issues and talking to your other colleagues that cover the NFL, that work at the Athletic and around the league, can you see a world where we get to a natural grass mandate inside that sport? Because I know that one is a big friggin' deal with the players, and I think it would go a long way in having that mandate of helping keep guys healthy.
I think when the players, the union and the players, look at the horizon and kind of the CBA, fight that exists down the road, I think the natural grass is a huge component of that. That is top of mind for so many players that we talk to, and I do we get those opportunities around the combine, around the NFL league meetings to talk to colleagues about what they hear in locker rooms from their players, and that is a pretty there's nothing is ever unanimous, but that is one I think that is very top of the item board for players in terms of wanting to have happen down the road. And so when you have a team, obviously like we talked about the resources, the Penners, Greg Penner already being on the league management council, they're going to have sway in this league, that's already clear. So if they're building kind of a crown jewel type gem with that priority in mind, I do think you're going to start to see the pressure, when the Bears built their stadium in Arlington Heights, is that that the expectation there as well, and then kind of go from there. You certainly shouldn't be building new stadiums without that being the case. It's one thing whether if you want to talk about retrofitting and the challenges there, which it's really not, right? It's very doable, but certainly in no world should you be building new stadiums, in my opinion, that don't have that, because it's you're hearing it loud and clear from your players.
You're right about that, and it's funny, you kind of bring up CBA issues. I think there's a lot of that stuff that you get into the weeds and the players just flat out, they just don't care about them. They don't care about them. They pay them no mind. But if you tell them we're going to have a natural grass mandate, I think that's the kind of thing that actually could legitimately spur collective action from the Players Association, who usually just get trounced on this stuff by the owners. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. His latest is up right now about the stadium announcement. Plus, he'll have all the dispatches from practice today at theathletic.com. Subscribe and read Nick every single day. Nick, good job as always, man. Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. Talk to you sooner rather than later.
That's right, sooner rather than later. Or later rather than sooner. Kreckman and Lindahl. Live at Sport Clips today, Andy. Sport Clips, East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora, where you can get a free varsity haircut right here today at Sport Clips.
Got a lot of people coming in and taking advantage of it. We did have a texter ask yesterday, is it okay for kids? Yes, we've seen a lot of kids getting haircuts today. They've done a great job. If you need to get them cleaned up for school, remember, we're only doing this until 6 o'clock, so you got about call it 100 minutes. 90 minutes? 100 minutes
100
to get
minutes.
Here.
You nailed it.
That doesn't feel right looking at 420, but 100 minutes to get here. So get on in here.
People tend to get confused at 420. I don't know what that is.
Well, I mean,
so we're live here.
Nobody
at Sport
here
Clips,
is confused.
East Smoky Hill Road. Speak for yourself. Everyone gets a free varsity haircut right here at Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Stroud. And he's got him underneath. It's caught by Ogunbowale, fumbles the ball, and it's loose, and it's recovered by the Rams.
This time Ogunbowale, then you see the punch of Landman.
Fisk is the one to get it, vacuums it in, but the play by the newest Ram defender, Nate Landman.
Landman?
I always knew him as Landman.
Yeah, he was Nate Landman.
But I guess he's the Landman
And we
now.
love our guy Kevin Harlan. I'm not
Yes.
trying to get on him too much, but the Landman is a show
It
that
is.
Jerry Jones appeared on. Nate Landman is a linebacker that plays for the Rams, started with the Falcons, and once was at CU.
And he will be stopping by the Kreckman and Lindahl show tomorrow at 4:40-ish in the afternoon. Nate Landman clinching the Rams' Week 1 victory with the forced fumble on Ogunbowale and the Houston Texans. The Rams winning in Week 1 14-9. Nate Landman, former Buff, is, although you're a Buff
I won't
forever
be
if you
here.
played there. Nate Landman scheduled to join us tomorrow afternoon.
That may be why he agreed.
I think he found out.
You're like, look, Nate, just a couple of Nates talking.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
It's
Andy won't be around.
Couple of guys with the most elite first name. Yes, you guys can talk some football, and I think that was a part of the deal was knowing you would not be here.
Yeah, knowing I was traveling.
Yes.
Although if I can barge my way in if we get to Houston quick enough, you know I'm going to try.
It's never
But we'll
stopped
wait.
you before.
It really hasn't.
Yes.
Any facet of life. By the way, we are out at Sport Clips. Get on out here. Free varsity haircuts today.
East
Bring the
Smoky Hill
kids.
Road in Aurora.
Not far. Yeah, you know where it is. And again, we have another little period. We've only had them for about 5 or 10 minute stretches. We've only had one other one, but now's the time to get in here.
We got a
The
chair
line is reduced
available.
a bit. We got a chair available
Right now.
So now's a good time.
Get in.
Although the last time I said it, 5 people immediately came in. So just get on over here. We're doing it till 6 o'clock.
It's like the old sports radio. We got one line available.
Got a
if you
line
wanna
available.
get
Never mind,
in
it just got taken.
right now. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll take your calls, you bunch
Our
of
guy Matty B
Uh-huh.
really is missing the old talk radio days. But he used to get on Rome.
Does he want to call in?
I don't know. Use the line. What is that? Voice of the people? Matty B, just voice of the people.
Yeah, voice of the people. Yes.
You can record it.
Yes.
And we'll play it.
We'll play it. If it's any
Matty,
good.
if it's good. Ooh, if it's any good, you're throwing down the gauntlet.
If it's any good, yeah. I mean, you
He's
got
going to send us a text now going, you punks know I was doing radio back when.
You have to raise the KNL levels if you're going to get on the air on this
Do
show.
you? How high is that level? Certainly
It-
not a flood level.
It varies from day to day,
Yeah.
hour to
Yeah,
hour,
sure.
minute to
Trickling
minute.
stream, that's
I
all.
suppose. See, Lamar Jackson apologized to the guy that he shoved
Oh,
today.
come on. We didn't even get a chance to talk about that. How about that guy showing up in the neck brace that the mother wore in Better Off Dead, crying and apologizing for shoving a football player who was playing in a fantasy league? Seriously, when was the last time you saw a foam neck brace? Did he swing on down to Walgreens and just rent that thing? I've not seen a foam neck brace since, like, Naked Gun. Remember the Naked Gun?
I always go Joan Cusack in 16 Candles.
Yeah, there
with
you
the,
go.
With the water fountain.
Yeah. Trying to drink it with her braces on, right?
Yeah, dude busted out the neck brace.
The foam net. There's no doctor in modern times that issued that to you.
So good, man.
You think his dad had it in his closet? Dad, should I wear this for my apology video? Yes.
So here's a couple of quotes from Lamar Jackson. He said, "It just happened. I got pushed." I'm like, "What? I wasn't even thinking about me being out there on the field." My apologies to him. But then also added, "Just chill next time. You can talk trash and stuff, but keep your hands to yourself."
Well, I don't disagree with him. Don't touch guys.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Pro football
It's
players,
not, especially in the middle of a game.
pro athletes got pretty thick skin.
They do.
When it comes to yelling things at them, like that's what's so funny is, remember when Russ got into it with the guy that wandered out onto the floor at the then Pepsi Center / Ball Arena a couple of years ago, and he got into it, and guys at Utah and everything like that. Like, again, Russell Westbrook has heard everything, okay? And he's had like 2 incidents in his life, which means you had to have crossed one hell of a line to get to that place. And in one of those cases, somebody went out on the floor. In the case of Lamar Jackson, somebody's reaching over and bonking him on the head. Turns out he didn't like that too much.
Dude, bonking him on the head, talking to him. Here's my thing, guys. And I remember whether it's been Ryan Harris, Tyler Polumbus, Derek Wolfe when he joined us. There's a myriad of guys that have said. Matter of fact, I remember Derek saying on this very station, you know why he hated playoff games? Or not playoff games, preseason games? Because he had to put himself in a very bad mental state of mind to go survive 3 hours of football. And he didn't want to make himself go into that state to play 10 plays or whatever it was they were playing at the time. I tell this story because when you are engaging a football player in mid-game, just know most of them mentally aren't in a normal spot. Half the time, to your point, that kid could have yelled something at Lamar Jackson walking through a molly to laughed it off and kept going. When you yell at a football player in the middle of a game, when they are turned into game mode, that's just not a person you want to mess with. They're not the same people they are when they're not on the field.
It's combat mode.
It really is.
They're
out there doing not nice things to each other if you haven't noticed.
Yes. There is a disconnect from reality that you quite frankly have to play that game. So careful if you want to go messing around with that.
There was a guy I knew, Jeff Snyder was his name. He was a DU, and he was a face-off guy. And I got to know him. He couldn't have been lacrosse player.
Yeah.
Could not have been a more nicer guy. But in his first year with the Outlaws, he and the face-off guy he was facing came running through the box as I was standing there. And the amount of threats that Jeff through the way of the San Francisco player could have come out of The Sopranos. The thing I was like, dude, what is going? Kevin Vickerson did it to Phillip Rivers one time as they both went to the sideline. He shoved him out of bounds. Phillip said something in his drawl, and I mean Kevin Vickerson, who I used to just go and just regularly BS with in the locker room. Just, again, threats. You just don't say these things in normal everyday life, but it's regular occurrence on a football field.
You ever talk to an NHL enforcer before?
Oh, my gosh.
Nicest people in the world.
Yeah.
And then they go out there, and they're murderers.
Dude, half the guys mic'd up. Spring will send us these tweets of these guys mic'd up, and I was like, man, I thought he was more gentlemanly than that.
Yeah.
Not when they're on the ice.
Nope. They mean business out there. So, again, that's the old mess with the bull. Okay?
Right. And you know what? I don't care if you were playing him in fantasy. He does not care.
Nope.
You know what he's trying to do? Get a real paycheck.
You're aware it's Lamar Jackson, a guy that every single time he touches the football has 11 guys that are just trying to destroy him out there, and his entire job is to survive every single one of those plays and stay healthy.
And he's in your opposing stadium,
Yeah.
so that means he's already in us against the world mode.
I got a couple of NBA notes here to hit really quick here, Andy. First off, I've got an NBA rule change that they're going to be delving into. According to Shams, the NBA will implement a new change for the 25-26 season. Unsuccessful end-of-period heaves will now be recorded as a missed field goal attempt for the team, not the individual, sources tell ESPN. So those long heaves will no longer impact an individual player's percentages. Why is that of note? Shout out to our guy Swipa who tweeted this. Joker shot 22 heaves in the regular season. By the way, he made 2 of them.
He did. He ain't worried about no heave.
He's 2 of 22. But if you take the heaves away from Jokic's statistics last year in the regular season, he is a 44.6% three-point shooter last year. The best center of his, or quite frankly, any generation, is a 45% three-point shooter, to give you an idea of just how damn good that guy is.
And again, we always love him because he says, shooting percentage be damn, I'm taking him anyway.
Yep.
Whereas you've pointed out there's a lot of guys.
A lot of dudes.
Choose not to shoot them because they don't want to hurt their three-point percentage.
Right. Because guess what? They get like contract incentives that are tied to those and bonuses that are tied to those.
Well, and you know what? So the NBA made the right move. It'll be a team thing. Now you don't have to worry. We may get some more fun shots at the end.
That's
of the
right.
house. So why not?
Step it up a little bit. I kind of like that. Did you see this story out of Charlotte?
I don't think so, but lay it on me.
So the Charlotte Hornets,
yes,
in announcing their promotional schedule for the upcoming season, announced March 17th was going to be sports betting night. Sports betting night in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Why is the date March 17th notable? Well, because on March 17th, the Charlotte Hornets are hosting the Miami Heat and Terry Rozier that night. on sports betting night.
Well done.
If you recall, Terry Rozier was the guy that had one bettor laid down 30 different under bets on Terry Rozier on the same night where Terry Rozier at halftime was like, ow, my foot hurts, I can't play anymore. And the NBA and the feds have been investigating that ever since.
Do you think this gets changed?
They already did.
I was going to say, did the NBA give him a call and go, you know about that?
Yeah, social media reaction, they already did. The funny part is, like, Rozier played in Charlotte for a long time. So either it's a hell of a coincidence by the marketing department of the Charlotte Hornets and they didn't think about this stuff, or it was one heck of a troll job. Either way, it has been altered.
Yeah, you know what makes me sad is that I could just see it be. Remember marketing guy revealing it's going to be Ovechkin's last year?
Yeah.
This totally could have been a screw-up, but it's very funny if it isn't.
Right. Not bad at all. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here at Sport Clips.
By the way, one of the great listeners that stopped by here to get a haircut, look at that. The original Burger King Randy Gradishar cup. Huh?
Look at Randy Gradishar.
Oh, he's got a sweet head of hair.
I was going to say, that guy needs to stop by Sport
I was
Clips.
going to say, yeah. The ladies could have done a hell of a job on Randy in that one, huh? That was a good look.
That's a fine item. What year is that? Circa
77, you said.
Circa 77.
$2.
Promotional guys.
You need to put this on your mantle. Well, you know what? I'll take a picture and send it to Leggy right now.
Go.
I love the Burger King.
It's now yours. Go home and have a bourbon out of that thing tonight. That's a fine Burger King promotional Randy Gradishar glass.
I'm tweeting that out.
Circa 1977.
For $2 at a garage sale?
It's a steal. Absolute steal. We're live at Sport Clips. Come on by. Get a free varsity haircut. Be here before 6 o'clock. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Free haircuts. You heard him. Free haircuts right now. Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Everyone that comes in gets a free varsity haircut. What's the catch? There isn't one.
There isn't one. Just show up, get a great haircut. Some kids have been here. We've had a lot of kids in here today. If you need to get them a little cleaned up for school, school's only, 2 weeks old, so swing on by. If you need one, Nate doesn't need one. Cole's getting one right. Where'd Cole go? Cole was getting one.
Cole's cleaned up. He looks sharp.
I don't even recognize. That's why I don't recognize him. He's actually got a decent haircut for once, so
Cleaned
good job,
up.
Cole.
Looking sharp.
He's going to walk in, and they're going to say, sir, do you work here?
You can look like Cole. You can straight up look like a manager right here at Sport Clips.
Cole is ready for date night. He's ready to tell you what to do on your next remote.
Our man is looking
Look at
sharp.
our guy.
Yes.
Here, come get on Twitch, Cole. Let the world see you.
We have got
Come here, Cole.
NFL football right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. We will start week 2 tomorrow night. Manders Packers right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy will have the Sunday Nighter, Atlanta and Minnesota. Impressive come-from-behind victory for J.J. McCarthy and Jordan Mason and the Vikings there in week number 1 against the Bears. And then Monday night, Spring, how are we handling this? So we got both Monday night games. What are we doing on Westwood
good question.
One?
Hold on.
Okay, we don't know, actually. There's
I'm going
two
to assume
Monday
it's
nighters.
the 6:15 one.
Okay.
I think one's 9:50 and the other's regular, I think.
Sounds good. I clearly didn't open up the email with the schedule, and our program director, Kevin Shockey, is punching his steering wheel right now.
Well, the good news is he lives out here. He can swing by
and then yell at us in person.
And get the beard cleaned up and then tell you what's going on.
Kevin doesn't need a haircut?
Do you think Kevin needs a haircut? Hey, with all due respect, Kevin's got the kind of hair that's free all the time.
Tampa and Houston, and then Chargers, Raiders.
When Kevin fires me, all these lovely folks will let me try to come work here when I'm done.
Denver, 1.5 favorite on the road.
What do you make of that? Do you like that line? Make you nervous? What is Vegas saying there?
I think what they're saying right there is the Broncos are better than the Colts. And essentially on a neutral field, that Denver would be a 3-point favorite against Indianapolis. And being a road favorite, I think, shows an awful lot of respect for what you are as a football team and what your defense could potentially be. The total in Week 1 against Tennessee was 42.5. Obviously, they went under on that. The total this week is 43.5. Now, Indianapolis scored 33 last week against Miami. But now they're going up against a Denver team that only gave up 12 in Week 1, despite 4 turnovers from the offense. Isn't that wild? 6 points scored off of turnovers.
Kevin just sent me his message.
The old number 1?
I think we got it right. Is that an official work text? Oh, yeah, so with them keeping the number about the same, I think it does suggest Vegas does not expect Indy to pull off. I don't think Indy's going to be scoring 7 straight drives. If they do, then we overestimated this defense, frankly.
Yeah, take of the day. If the Colts score 33 or more again, they're going to win.
You think so?
Yeah.
What do you think the average for the offense is going to be based off one game and an overreaction? I'm going to give you the complete overreaction that you're allowed to have.
Yeah.
What if you're basing it off one game's evidence, what do you think the average – we're not living the 16-point life. I mean, they got to 20.
They did get to 20, although last week they were on 13 for a minute right there.
They were.
And it's like, ooh, if they don't punch this in, Broncos could be winning a game with 16 points, which I would have enjoyed.
Oh, we got tweeted at, please, dear God, not 16.
Yes, but J.K. Dobbins blew that up with the 19-yard touchdown run.
That's right.
So there was no 16er to be had. For the Broncos in week number 1. Could they potentially do it on the road against Indianapolis? I would say it's always in play. Last year, the Broncos averaged 25 points per game over the course of the entire season. If they did that again, they're a playoff team.
They are.
They're a playoff team if they do that again. Because while I think 12 is probably closer to the lower water mark for what the defense is going to give up over the course of the season. I don't think this defense is going to give up much more. My guess is, on average, they'll give up fewer than 20 points per game.
Yeah, now, again, I can't wait to see him against some big boy competition.
Sure.
I think the Eagles will qualify as that. Dallas certainly looks like when they've got their act together that they'll be able to maybe put up an interesting fight against the Broncos as well. They've got to prove that they can do it against – you don't want your cup? Oh, he's leaving me the cup. All right.
It was a gift.
Thank you. I will drink bourbon out of it tonight with Randy Gradishar and his lovely – 1970s made. Well, I had to take it to Phil Long and show it to Randy is what I ought to do.
Randy
anyway.
Gradishar smiling back at you.
Randy, there you go. I hope that's the license picture still. We need to see him against the heavyweights, but I do think that when you face, what is it? There's like 5 teams I think they're going to have to prove it against. How about that based off last year? And frankly, if Dre Greenlaw is not playing, then I worry a little bit about that. Dre Greenlaw is that sort of, he's the bouncer in the club for this defense. He's the nastiness. He's going to bring the mean in the middle of that.
The best coverage guy you've got against opposing tight ends.
There's no doubt about it, which is why you wouldn't mind him against Warren this weekend.
That would absolutely be helpful to have him out there. He did not practice today. We'll get more on that in the high five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in a few minutes. The good news on Evan Engram, he was limited in practice today.
But he was able to get out there at least.
Yes. So that's excellent news, the fact that he was even on the practice field.
I had a couple guys tell me some of the things that they saw they didn't like at all.
Yeah.
So
and I think it would be fair to be concerned about what you saw out of it. Jeff Legwold mentioning it on the show the other day of like, wow, you see a guy chucking his helmet like that. That's reason to maybe get a little bit concerned.
That had to hurt, regardless of how hurt he was. The way he got tackled, it was like it jammed his foot in the ground.
Right.
And then guys rolled over it. I was worried that thing might be more serious. Now, again, we're not to Sunday. He's not out there running yet, but they need that. They need him to be out there.
In the pass-catching game in Week 1, okay, I thought Cortland Sutton looked like Cortland Sutton, okay, including the 22-yard touchdown, which was his very best catch of the game, but he had a catch on the opening possession that was just an absolute thing of beauty. Like Cortland Sutton is going to be the favorite target. We know that. He's going to lead this team in targets. I thought he was absolutely terrific. I thought Troy Franklin played well. I really do. The interception wasn't on him. That was a bad decision by Bo Nix. 4 catches for 44 yards. I think Troy Franklin showed off he can be the kind of possession guy that you're looking for. 4 catches on 6 targets. Yeah, you'll pretty much take that every single time.
Man, Troy Franklin had 4 catches?
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, I didn't feel like he had that many.
4 catches
I feel like other than
yards.
Cortland Sutton, I know Troutman had 1. What, did Kroll have 2? 1 or 2?
1 catch for 6 yards for Lucas Kroll.
I just feel like, again, where are these other receivers
That's just
all the
it.
time?
Andy, that's just it. Outside of Sutton and Franklin, I didn't think anybody else was good enough.
The Mims thing continues to just baffle me. I know he had the fumble on the punt return, and that's not what you're looking for at all.
Yeah.
But I just don't understand. They threw him in the backfield. They tried to go with the old Joker role where they move him multiple positions and stuff. I just don't understand why I see what I think is a good receiver skill set, and yet it doesn't always show up on Sundays.
No, it didn't.
And I don't even feel like a lot of plays as far as passing game were called for him.
I want to play a little bit of audio of a clip here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show that, went delving into the YouTube a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And nothing that terrible. Found a good quarterback film breakdown. Tim Jenkins, former college and pro quarterback, Tim Jenkins does a little bit of the JT O'Sullivan and does some film breakdown stuff on YouTube. I like watching this stuff. I like nerding out on the film and having these guys sort of explain to me what the different route combinations and sort of how it results within the plays. And Tim Jenkins talked about Bo's first interception against the Titans the other day. And specifically, he called out Marvin Mims on the Roger McCreary interception when Bo threw the 50-50 lollipop to Cortland Sutton. Specifically, he called out Marvin Mims for his effort on the route he was running, that he didn't sell it enough to get the safety to bite that would have left Cortland Sutton open. Here's that audio. This is quarterback guru Tim Jenkins.
But what I'll tell you kills this play, in my opinion, is this effort right here. Because you could tell he's on a for the love of the game route, which means he's not getting the football. And because he doesn't run harder, this corner is able to wheel and deal This nickel's able to look at him. Watch this nickel. He's able to just wheel around and then make a play on the football. If that guy's 4 yards deeper because we're giving effort all the way through the play, that doesn't happen. To me, this all comes down to that route runner right there. This is not true vertical speed. That's a loaf. And then it results in a pick. And that's got to get coached up.
So he calls it a for the love of the game route.
Sure.
Andy, when you watch the play, Mims is running at about 80%. Okay? McCreary is the nickel who is on him on the go route. And just like he talked about, McCreary does peel off of Mims and comes back on Sutton, undercuts the route, goes up, and catches that thing. And, okay, is McCreary buying that route even with Mims running at full speed? I don't know, but you would like to see.
I don't argue that point. 100%. You want all guys selling the play.
Exactly.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
So if you're looking for 100% effort on that play, I would look at it and I would say Mims didn't necessarily give it. I know what it looks like when Marvin Mims opens it up, and that's not what it looked like on that play. Again, was it a good throw by Bo Nix? God, no.
Well, and it's his guy. Bo's got to know if I'm trying to remember. Did Bo roll out on that one? What led to the throw?
He was rolling to his left.
Okay.
It was a across-the-body throw, and McCreary was the nickel who was covering Mims, who had Mims, but he peeled off of him and came down on the double because another corner was covering Sutton on that play. McCreary was the one that cut in front of the football and made the interception.
I do also think two things can be true. I'm not going to argue Tim's assessment.
I don't think he's wrong about
right,
that at all.
You got to run the route better because we both know something's got to be going on with Marvin Mims that he's not a bigger part of these game plans. So I'm not going to argue Tim's point there. But I do think that Bo's got to be aware, the rest of the NFL knows Sutton is your bailout guy. Right. And if it feels like, I think it also leads to a corner's instincts that if he's running around back there, then I'm going to look for where Sutton is. Or I know Sutton's on my half of the field, and he may be forcing it there because Bo's not the only one. Courtland Sutton's just one of those receivers that feels like every quarterback he plays with tends to force balls.
Well, because every quarterback that he's had in Denver, it's Sutton's always the best receiver he's got.
Well, and he's a physical mismatch for everybody.
He's got the size that where you throw the football up, he typically can go and get it. That said, it was not a good throw by Bo Nix.
It wasn't.
No.
But again, it just shows you how a lot of things can add to bad stuff on a play.
Yeah.
And again, if Marvin was loafing it, he's got to quit doing that. He's got to quit doing it. You do want to clear your guy out of there. There's a lot of these West Coast plays, and I think Leggy told us it looks like he's dipped into Papa Shanahan's book a little bit for some of these plays because Bo Nix is so good on the rollouts and whatnot.
Yeah.
If you don't sell it with the other receivers, we're not going to have good results.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up. We call it the High Five. Come on in here to Sport Clips. We'll give you a high five, and you can get a free varsity haircut. Sport Clips, the pros and men's hair. We are at the Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora.
You got an hour.
And
60 minutes.
We've got one chair available.
Got a chair available, although
chair.
I think she just took a break.
Okay, well. Okay, well, she'll come back, and somebody will be in that chair. But still, get in here right now. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We are at Sport Clips today. East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. Just punch it into the Google map. Come out and see us. Free varsity haircut. What's the catch? There isn't one. So come on into Sport Clips. They are the pros in men's hair. Right now it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, we begin with the Broncos injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
Yes, the Broncos' latest injury report released just a few moments ago, about half an hour ago. Evan Engram was limited in practice with a calf injury. Dre Greenlaw, these are your two injuries of note. It's really Evan Engram and Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw, the inside linebacker, did not practice yet again with a quad injury. Hey, let's hear from Sean Payton. He talked today, and he was asked about Bo Nix, gave a lengthy answer. I clipped just a portion of this answer. Where? Sean Payton.
Can we just say, Spring, we appreciate that?
We're
starting.
Yeah.
We are venturing into territories, and I've noticed this on some of the clips. Like, I forget it during the show because we're just doing the thing. And then I'll watch the clips after the show, and it's just like, it's us getting annoyed at Sean Payton and screaming and interrupting him.
I kind of enjoy that, actually.
It's starting to happen regularly, so I appreciate you actually clipping that thing down. What do you got for us?
Yeah, here's the important part. Sean Payton taking accountability, I think, at least.
Let's hear it.
For his play calling on Sunday. Here's Sean.
Look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games.
It's one of those games.
He's got to be better, Andy. He's taking accountability.
All right. Well, that makes me feel good. And listen.
It doesn't make me feel good. I'll tell you what'll make me feel good, okay?
Seeing it.
If he actually does something now. It's good to say it, okay, Andy? Baby, I'm going to be better next time. I promise, okay? Cool. Thanks, Sean. But we need to actually see it in practice. Let's not get to halftime and have 22 throws to 9 runs. Let's not get through the first 2 possessions with 14 passes to 3 runs. I will believe it when I see it out of Sean Payton because guess what? The sample size is starting to pile up of this guy and his obsession with overlooking the run game.
No, I agree. Okay, let me ask you this, though. What do you think, to me, one of the bigger problems the other day, one of the things that had me nervous, I don't want to see this trend continue. It's the 5,000 personnel groupings. Jeff Legwold has said it to us 1,000 times. Create a bruise and then punch the bruise. Keep doing what you're doing well right there. Do you even know what you're doing well if you're constantly just one shuffle of a group after another, like a hockey line change? I think Sanchez even made that point at one time. He likes to move them in and out like it's a hockey line change. Let's maybe just curve a little of it.
When we had the story in The Athletic before the start of the season that was ranking the play callers, they talked about that as being one of Sean Payton's strengths, his ability to be able to work in multiple personnel groupings within a series to try and confuse the opposing defense and force them into playing as basically as they possibly can because they can't be subbing necessarily as quickly. Here's the problem, though, is with Drew Brees locked in and when he is in just, mind meld with you as Sean Payton, the play caller, and it's your Hall of Fame quarterback, I think that stuff can work pretty well. The problem is that I think sometimes Sean Payton wants to skip ahead to the graduate level course with Bo Nix, and I would say in a lot of ways he's still in the 100 level class, okay? So let's maybe simplify things a little bit. Let him get to the line of scrimmage. Let him take a look at the defense. Let him get a snap off. And you know what? One of the keys that this team is going to have to be able to figure out is can you run the ball when they expect you to run the ball? That's what this group's going to have to be able to do.
That's when you know you're good.
Yep.
Like you said, when they know it's coming and you can just beat them better one-on-one at that. But, look, at least he acknowledged it. Like you said, we'll see if he goes through with it. I don't know, man. It's one game.
Sean Payton is another guy.
Coaching's coaching.
You talk about being a little keyed up.
He was jittery on the sideline. Would you have 9 lattes?
Watch
that
the
game?
guy.
What is going
just
on?
Rattling
dude?
around
Yeah.
with the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, is there something wrong with my TV for a minute when he's out there? Or like a wheeling.
Well, they cut away and went back, and he was still doing it.
He looked like he was like caught between worlds on an 80s video game, just shaking all over the place.
Okay, but if he had 2 lattes to start training camp, how many lattes do you think he had before that game?
Seriously. Yeah. Just work in a glass of water, Sean. Just good old-fashioned hydration, okay? You know what? Get yourself a jug.
Hey, man, I got one. Dick's Sporting Goods, $20, Igloo Cooler. Just have one of these, Sean. It's good for you.
By the way, I feel like if I was lifting that thing more, I'd get real swole. Jesus, this thing is heavy. All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we have an update on one of the many 49ers injuries that we had in yesterday's High Five. One of them was Brock Purdy. He's got a toe and left shoulder injury. Kyle Shanahan said today that he is a long shot to play this Sunday against the Saints, and he might be out multiple weeks. It appears that Mac Jones is getting the start against the Saints.
This is kind of a fun storyline, right?
Sure.
The Kyle Shanahan trading up to number 3 with the world convinced he wanted Mac Jones, and then he leaves Mac Jones at the number 3 pick altar to go ahead and take Trey Lance, and now he's going back to Mac Jones.
You can't wait to tune in for Mac Jones v. Spencer Rattler coming up on Sunday, though?
I tell you what, this is one of those tests, though, right? Like, Sam Darnold, he got another opportunity in Minnesota after he went and played in San Francisco. Like, Kyle Shanahan has shown that ability to kind of take veteran quarterbacks and hopefully get them right. Mac Jones was a guy that came into the NFL, and when he was with Josh McDaniels his rookie year, he looked okay. He looked like he belonged. And then they gave Matt Patricia and Joe Judge, and Mac Jones couldn't figure anything out because he had the worst coaching combination in the entire NFL. Now within this offense, this is an opportunity, I think, for Mac Jones to get right and get to a place where he can get a Daniel Jones-like contract next season, and some team can bring him in and say, this is the veteran that we can trust. So I think it's an interesting storyline in that way.
Yeah. By the way, Daniel Jones also had Bill Belichick. How'd his quarterback do week 1? Did they do any better? I didn't even see. What happened against Charlotte? They did
win.
They destroyed them? Or?
Yeah. No, they won, and then Bill said after the game, well, if I'm not welcome in their facility, they're not welcome.
Right, the old Patriot thing?
Yeah,
that was a big chuckle. Look, for Mac Jones, let's see what happens. There you go. I like that. That wasn't Strahan that was asking that question. For Mac Jones, almost said Daniel Jones. For all the Joneses.
All the Joneses.
This is a big year for all of them.
Yeah.
If Mac Jones can be fixed, I would also believe in Kevin O'Connell or maybe Sean McVay, but he's got one of the 3 coaches that can do it, right?
Yep.
In the right kind of scheme that everybody thought he'd be perfect for Shanahan's scheme, as you said, coming out in that fateful draft when they decided they go with Trey Lance anyway. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm still not sure I buy it. But look, I think there's a good quarterback in there.
Yeah.
Good, but again, 15,
right?
Maybe 10 is the ceiling. I don't think he's a franchise guy, quote unquote, because to me, the franchise guy changes everything. You want to pay him $50 million a year. I don't think he'll ever be that guy, but he's a guy you can win with.
Yep.
He could hop back into this QB carousel, like you said, the Sam Darnolds, the Daniel Jones, the Justin Fields, that all keep getting jobs with just a couple good performances a year.
Yeah, if you can, you will make a very good living if you can be that kind of quarterback that a team can trust to not just absolutely blow your season.
I'd take that. I'd take that check.
Yeah.
I wish I was good enough to do that.
It's a pretty good paycheck. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's go down to one of my favorite counties in America.
Duval.
And hear from Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen.
How many other counties do we know that NFL teams play in?
That's a great question.
I feel as though I have strong county knowledge.
Is Santa Clara a county?
Sure. Sounds good.
Like what's Green Bay County? I don't think that's a county.
Dorr County? I don't know. That's a different county
you know what?
in Wisconsin.
We'll ask.
I have no idea.
We'll ask Jersey Mike's owner.
Continue, Spring.
The Jaguars going to Cincinnati to play the Bengals, a matchup of a couple of 1-0 teams. Travis Hunter, last week in his debut against the Panthers, 42 offensive snaps, 9 defensive snaps, a lot like Sean Payton's run-to-pass play call ratio. Liam Cohen was asked today if Travis Hunter will play more at cornerback against the Bengals, given that they got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Here's Liam Cohen.
It'll be a likely uptick. It's more so, going into week 1, it was, okay, we know that it's not going to be a ton on defense. The goal is to increase and continue to increase. It just so happens that we're playing Cincinnati with 2 good wideouts this week.
Yeah, like Spring said, 39 snaps offensively, 6 on the defensive side of the ball, 6 catches for 33 yards, and 1 tackle in a blowout victory over Carolina. Really, Travis Etienne turned out to be the story of that game for Jacksonville. Andy, 39-6. What did you think of that ratio? Would you have liked to have seen him play more defensive snaps?
I think he's a better corner. You're asked. Look, man, he had some nice plays.
I've heard this take out of you before.
I know. I think he'd be better on defense.
Yep.
He had some nice moments on offense, but I would be worried. See, here's the thing that I keep noticing, all right? I'll quit him and on.
He had a tackle on defense, by the way.
He did. But, look, he caught the ball a lot of times, but he's not running away from guys anymore.
Right.
It's the NFL. They're all faster, right? I told you I saw this in his first preseason game where they threw him a ball that would have been a tunnel screen at CU where one block, forget about it, you're not catching him. In the NFL, they all got him hemmed in after 15 yards.
Yeah.
And I do think he's a lock it down, forget about once. We just saw it with Surtain the other day. They weren't going to their top target. Wherever he was, they tried to stay away from him other than the one time when it got batted down. I think Travis Hunter can be that guy. I'm not convinced yet he's like, give me your best, fastest receiver. He's not a Demaryius Thomas. And I put it that way. Demaryius Thomas is also a physical freak with one stiff arm. He's got you down, and he's gone. Travis, to me, he's more of a slight build. Now, maybe he gets to the Demaryius Thomas build at some point, but he's not there right now. And again, he's got some incredible athletic abilities, some of the wiggle, all that stuff. I just have yet to see him really run away from NFL defenders the way he was doing in college.
No, he's not going to be able to. The thing here, though, is just like you're going to be yelling at a wall on this because Liam Cohen is going to try and win by scoring points.
Well, because he's a more exciting draft pick if he's an offensive star. We know that.
Well,
let's be honest, they need something to try to boost the stock of Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, they do, and also, like, Liam Cohen, his bread and butter's on the offensive side of the football.
That's right, and he needs to score more points.
That's how he's trying to win football games right now and trying to help out Trevor Lawrence, and so that's kind of what it's going to continue to look like going forward.
Who's their second corner? Who was playing opposite him? Who would have played opposite? I shouldn't say that because he didn't play a lot of D. Like, again, was this also just the fact that Carolina doesn't have a lot of guys?
Your Jags depth chart at corner is Jerrion Jones and Tyson Campbell.
So they must have thought those guys could handle the receivers, so we'll just keep Travis on offense.
Jordan Lewis is your nickel.
But again, because he's facing Cincinnati this week, you may have to think about playing a few more snaps on D for him.
You know who their strong safety is?
No.
Colorado's own Dewey Winkard.
All right, well, there you go.
Wyoming legend.
Product, right?
That's right. Heat-seeking missile. I believe it's his 7th year in the NFL. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the Chiefs are 1.5-point home dogs against the Eagles on Sunday afternoon. They might be without wide receiver Xavier Worthy. He did not practice today after getting trucked by Travis.
What happened to him?
Yeah, he got trucked by Travis Kelce. A couple of crossing routes. And Kelce laid the wood on Worthy. Last night, Travis Kelce went on this podcast that he has, and he talked about what went wrong on that route. Much like Sean Payne, he's taking
my own guy.
He's taking accountability.
I'm supposed to be running my route at depth for Worthy, so it's frustrating for me. I was trying to kind of set up my guy to be able to get in a position to. And it all just happened pretty quick. And I just got to be better, man. I'm 13 years in the league. There's no excuse for me running into my own guys like that and being able to play fast and and help him out. Worthy had his guy beat, and we're out the gate, and that game starts completely different.
Maybe you run the route at the proper depth if you're not focused on wedding planning, if you're not focused on your
wow,
podcast.
Already going there.
Yeah, maybe if you actually focused on football a little bit instead of celebrity life there, Travis Kelce. Maybe Xavier Worthy would be healthy right now. Why don't you ask his shoulder what he thinks of the place setting that you picked out for the wedding, pal?
All right, now hold on. After you got engaged, would you just immediately go into planning the wedding?
Immediately.
You did?
You don't mess around with that.
You called up Abby and you go, we got to get together and we got to work this guest list. I already got table issues.
Andy, you gotta pick out the linens.
No, you don't.
You got to get the venue.
He doesn't have to do any of that.
You got to book those caterers.
He has to show up, taste some food. He doesn't have any say in this thing. You know that.
Wow, just letting him off the
Oh,
hook.
so what? Did you just go ahead and tell Abby this is what we're doing? It's
no.
not your day.
It was a collaboration. We worked together.
I
It was
don't buy
absolutely my day. How is it not my day? 50% of the marriage.
Yeah. You know what, though? 80% of the guests weren't there to see you. So, and 20% that showed up to see you wanted to see if you'd screw up the vows somehow.
No, they were there for the open
Your
bar.
college friends
Let's
being
be
like,
honest.
let's see what he says. Let's see if he cries, and then let's get some free booze.
They were all there to test out that whole what's it like to drink at altitude thing. That's what they were really there for.
Bunch of Chicagoans.
Yep. Yeah, Travis Kelce's unfocused.
Okay.
This is why the Chiefs are butt. This is why they're going to win 6 games and finish last in the AFC West. Their star player's not focused.
6 games.
That's
Wow,
right.
we put a number on it.
Mahomes got his beer gut, and Travis Kelce he's got the wedding planning that he's
Is
got to worry
Mahomes
about.
going to face a little bit of
You're such a Chiefs guy now.
I'm not.
Man, picking him to win the division.
My gosh, all of a
defending
sudden,
Travis Kelce.
I didn't know you were preparing for your wedding day the way you did. You were a lot more hardcore than I realized.
I took it serious.
I found out about 2 weeks in that I was talking, but nobody was listening. That's what I found out, and I was fine with it.
Sounds like the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're with you today until 6.
Brian was listening. He showed up to say hi. Of course, you said it too, so maybe he's just listening to you.
We're here at Sport Clips in Aurora, East Smoky Hill Road. Stop by and get a free haircut here today. Free varsity haircut. No catch, just a free varsity haircut for real at Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. Kreckman and Lindahl. Yep, we're live here at Sport Clips, where you can get a free haircut until 6. Sport Clips in Aurora. Free, totally free. Varsity haircut right here at Sport Clips. So come in and say hello to us and get yourself a good free haircut. We're rolling with you until 6 o'clock out here. It's great to have you with us. We've talked to and seen so many listeners that have come out here today.
I got a free glass. What'd you get? Should I? You know what? I'm just going to enjoy some of my water.
I got a hangnail. That's what I got. That's all that I'm going to come away from this remote with today, apparently. But the listeners have been fantastic. They've been in here visiting with us all day long. We've had so much fun out here. The people at Sport Clips are fantastic.
So is this location. It's big. It's open.
Spacious.
Everyone gets their own TV practically.
They always tell you sports on TV. Well, they got it right here.
We got volleyball right now.
Little Pitt, Kentucky.
They found something.
Non-con action going on right now in college volleyball. I told you I've called a volleyball game before.
Yeah.
I'm a seasoned volleyball play-by-play
You
guy.
learned all the lingo?
I did. Little DU Penn State. It's a hell of a career achievement, let me tell you. Not memorable, though. And guess what? I was never asked back. Coming up tomorrow, Nate Landman is going to join us on the show. We're going to be talking to the former Buffs linebacker.
The
now
Landman.
Rams had the huge forced fumble last week against the Houston Texans. So Nate Landman going to stop by the show tomorrow. Looking forward to chatting with him. No Dre Greenlaw once again today on the practice
field work.
Side field work.
What day do we need to see him to think he's going to play? We kind of did this game last week. Do you think that's a Friday walkthrough and he's good to go?
Yep, if he practices, I would say it would really help to get him out in full speed tomorrow. But I think one of the things we're going to figure out about Dre Greenlaw is I could see the Broncos really going maintenance on that one. I could see that guy. I could see Wednesdays generally not being a day for him to practice. We'll start getting into that part of the season, I think, sooner rather than later, if you will, Andy.
It does feel early, though, for that,
yeah,
right?
but I think we could get to a point where it's like, okay, I think you're going to see Garrett Bowles, Mike McGlinchey, some of the more veteran dudes on this team. Probably Zach Allen I could see going in that direction. Guys getting Wednesdays off.
Oh, I'm debating. See, originally, I think I had told you last week, just get him ready in my mind by the Chargers because I think he's going to be very important against our guy Postal Bryans here. His Chargers are coming up here, and
I would say so.
Heavy run team, and you want to have him out there for that. But, man, they felt a little leaky. What was that third quarter where Pollard got going a little bit? And that's when I started thinking to myself, man, I do wish they had Dre Greenlaw out there right now. Now, that's no knock against Singleton or, in particular, Sternad. Were you surprised LaVale Bailey didn't take a couple of the Sternad snaps? I don't mind Justin Sternad, and again, but
Sternad played well last week.
But he's on this team for special teams.
He's your backup linebacker, too. Yeah. I thought he played well. I didn't come out of that game with a lot of complaints about the play of Justin Sternad, did you?
I like a guy a little more sand in his shorts.
They gave up 12 points. I think if we're getting to the backup middle linebacker, we need another game
fine.
to be played.
But again, I don't want to be watching Talanoa Hufanga, who had a bunch of great plays.
He was phenomenal.
He made too many tackles for your liking, though.
I want him to make more tackles.
You don't want your safety to be your leading tackler. You need some linebackers to get home on that, too.
I mean, Talanoa Hufanga is probably going to be the leading tackler on this team this season.
I would like some linebackers step in. I like some Singleton tackles.
I would say he and Singleton will probably lead this team in tackles. But Hufanga is essentially a box linebacker. I mean, he's going to be up there more often than not. Baldinger had a great breakdown on some of Hufanga's stuff. I mean, his quick twitch is so friggin' fast.
Oh, the Niners didn't want to let him go for good reason.
Yeah.
We're seeing – now listen, we also know the Niners didn't want to let Dre Greenlaw go either, but this is what we were worried about with Greenlaw is he's nagging little muscle injuries. Hufanga, didn't he have he had the freak catastrophic injury, like an Achilles or something?
Yeah, it was.
And now he's good.
He had a massive injury, but no, I would be surprised if Hufanga is not top 2 on this team in tackles by the time the season's all said and done. Led the team in tackles in week 1 with 10. Riley Moss had 7. Brandon Jones had 7. Brandon Jones was also fantastic in that game. And Singleton had 6. Of course, they did have the 6 sacks as well. 7 tackles for loss. Benino actually had 2 tackles for loss. He had the sack, and then I think it was the opening play of the game when he got Pollard in the backfield. He was credited with one of those as well. Hufanga, to me, like what he showed in week 1 was he's the element. If this defense was missing anything a year ago, it was a strong safety with that kind of physicality.
A year ago, gosh, for 5 years.
Yeah, a year ago, yeah, exactly. Like he showed that off, I thought, big time last week, just flying around. That guy, he changes things for this defense. And now this week, they get to deal with Daniel Jones throwing the football to Michael Pittman Jr., who is going to be Surtain's job this week. So he'll have, 3 catches,
Let's hope. I mean, look, that's going to be a good one.
Right.
That's going to be
Pittman's
one where I think Surtain probably gives a few up, man.
Yeah, Pittman's a big boy.
That should be a good battle.
Tyler Warren, 7 catches for 76. Alec Pierce had the 36-yarder. That was actually Jones' deepest pass of the game. Alec Pierce, good white guy receiver. Standard Indianapolis Colt, white guy receiver. You got to have one of those. Jonathan Taylor had 3 catches for 27 yards. I think Mo Alley Cox, the other tight end across from Warren, he had a catch in that football game. But really, this is the funny thing about like when you sort of do the math against about opposing offenses going up against Denver is like just circle whoever the number 1 receiver is, and that guy is going to have one of his worst games of the season.
Yes, you would expect that.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, there's going to be some studs that, again, have a couple of their moments.
Well, and
everyone's licking their chops for Chase v. Surtain in a couple weeks.
Well, sure, but also, like, in that game, like, think of T. Higgins a year ago has a career day against Denver because Jamar Chase is on the other side going up against Surtain. If you have 2 absolute studs at wide receiver, like, one of them is going to have to get targets and catch the ball, and again, I thought Riley Moss played well last week. I
did too.
I thought he had a very good game, but also like his assignments are just going to be tough because he's going to get targeted a ton.
Well, and again, here's the good news: if he's having a rough day, then maybe that's where Jahdae Barron gets a look on the outside. I don't know. You know what? And Chris Abrams-Draine.
Yeah.
I think after a year of practice, if Riley Moss and I thought he did all right against T. Higgins, but T. Higgins got paid for a reason last year. You got Chris Abrams-Draine you could give a try against too, because that's a very physical guy as well. But we shouldn't get too far ahead. What are you doing with Warren? If Drake Greenlaw can't go, is that Sternad covering Warren?
Yeah.
Because Warren can run now.
I think it's going to be
Sternad needs to too.
I think it's going to be a combination of it's going to be some.
Or do you put
Sternad.
Hufanga on him?
It's going to be some Hufanga. It's going to be a Jaquan McMillan at times. It's going to be a Brandon Jones at times. It's going to be a Hufanga at times. It is going to be an Alex Singleton at times. You're throwing the kitchen sink at that dude. He's so good. I know he's only played 1 NFL game, and that's where it's up to Vance Joseph to make life rough on him. But that dude's going to be a good NFL player. Jahdae Barron didn't play a ton of snaps in that game, but I noticed him twice. Like, he made 2 key plays. He had the fumble recovery, obviously, late, but also he was the one that actually that pushed DK out of bounds on the 71-yard kickoff return. Like, and what's funny is you go back and watch that play, DK gets the sideline, and, like, he goes, and if a lesser player is out there, he could have foot raced that thing to the end zone and scored. Jahdae Barron to me, he just looked like he was loping and was just like, boom, you are out of bounds. I think that dude is tough to get away from.
Oh, he is, and he's a good tackler.
Yeah, good
this
tackler,
is why
good
they
tracker,
drafted him.
Played a good angle on that play. But, like, it was funny because DK he had space, man, and a lesser player he gets past. He didn't get past Jahdae Barron. So I think Barron, it's going to be kind of a slow build with what he is in this defense. But the other part about it, too, is the Broncos, like, they weren't shy about rotating guys in.
You need to in this early. You get some hot days.
Yeah, Wazirike had 3 tackles in that game. Like, he was out on the field an awful lot. I know you're playing without Malcolm Roach, but
you wish you weren't, but you got to.
Yeah, Broncos they're playing with a lot of guys right now, and they just trust those guys. Real quick, and I have a feeling this one's going to make the drinking game coming up here on Friday, as long as we're complaining about things. Hey, Trent Sherfield, you've been in the NFL for a long time. Maybe don't grab guys on the outside of the shoulder pads.
Yeah, that was the obvious one. That was the one I was bummed about. You know better than that, especially when the shoulder cuff ends up crooked at a 90-degree angle or whatever.
You're just
They're
gift
gonna
wrapping
call you
that. Yeah, they're gift wrapping that.
Yeah,
for you.
yeah.
That's an easy one for the officials. So,
but again, there's another guy. Like, where was Pat Bryant? Where was you talked about Franklin's 4 targets. I'd like him to be a little more impactful this week if they get him open into space, or the 4 catches, I should say. Would you say 6 targets?
6 targets, 4 catches.
4 catches. Something more with Mims.
Second highest target count, 9 targets for Sutton, 6 targets for Franklin.
But until Sherfield got the holding, I wasn't sure he or Pat. Did Pat Bryant play at all?
He was not targeted in the football game. I feel like I saw him out there.
You would think.
I saw number 13
I
on
was
the
going to
field
say, he
one
stayed
time.
13, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know what I love? I complained about the 12 on RJ
Yeah.
Harvey, and then I was watching, I think it was Maurice Jones-Drew was like, oh, I love that on a running back. I love the 12. I'm not there yet.
Would you have preferred he stay with 37?
I do, yeah, frankly.
Yeah,
I'd rather 30. That's at least Cecil Sapp's number from back in the day for those Ram fans.
That's a deep
Remember him?
By the way, speaking of the Rammies, Jay Norvell today working some other quarterbacks into practice today. Maybe not thrilled with the play of Braden Fowler and Nicolosi last week as they barely survived in getting that victory against UNC.
Well, and I hate saying it because we've had a lot of fun with Jay Norvell. Had a better relationship with him than the guy that he replaced.
Sure did.
But
you know what? Coaching's coaching.
Yeah. Don't miss you, Adazio. But let's be honest about it. The pressure's going to start building on Jay Norvell. He cannot have games like he had the other night, period. They thought the CSU Ram fans thought they were going to have a nice, easy – that was the old –
Okay.
slow slip into the warm bath.
So, Andy, let me tell you the truth, okay? So, Saturday night, I'm driving back from Wyoming. I got back. I was waiting in the drive-thru for my burritos, and I pulled up the CSU game on my phone while I was waiting in the drive-thru, and I saw, like, my buddy Brian Roth calling the game, and the UNC touchdown, and it was called a touchdown on the field. And I just, then I had to pull up and get my burrito, so I closed up the phone. Like, when I did that, I was like, they just lost.
Yeah.
They just lost. I didn't realize till I got home, and then I checked it again, that they had actually said, no, they had ruled it incomplete and took away the touchdown. I mean, as soon as I saw it, in my head, I just go, Jay's getting fired.
Right.
You can't lose at home to UNC.
When I
That's
sat
a disaster.
there, I think we all had the same thought process because I was sitting there thinking they've lost this game.
Yep.
That's a touchdown. You're not overturning that. And I was like, oh, man, does Jay get fired on Monday?
Again, John Weber didn't hire Jay. Amy Parsons didn't hire Jay.
Well, and it felt like things were a little contentious till he got it going last year.
Making
they had
the
a rough
conference
start to
jump.
that thing.
I mean, he's one. Here's the big picture, okay? Step back for a second. You're 1-1. You lost on the road to Washington. You were a heavy dog in that game. Nobody thought you were going to go win a Big Ten road game. Okay?
But they liked how they played, and I think they maybe got a little too high on themselves because they did play Washington tough.
They played UNC very poorly, okay? Like, you still have the whole season in front of you. If CSU wins 9 games, goes to a Mountain West championship or something like that, beats UNLV, pulls off a stunner and goes and wins at Boise or something like that, then it's like, okay, Jay's made the case. You're making the conference move next year. You go with consistency, and he'll be back in that gig. What if there's a world where you won a bowl game? What a concept for Colorado State. Then he can probably keep that gig. But, man, if he keeps pulling like the kind of performance, the kind of effort we saw out of CSU against UNC, if he keeps doing that going forward in the future, he's not going to survive past this year.
No. Especially, like you said, with him switching
And that sucks because he's a great guy. We're big fans of Jay Norvell here on this show, but just flat out, college football is a tough business, and they want to be packing that place. They're jumping to a new conference, all of that. They want energy within their program, and you can't continue to have performances like that. So,
by the way, you opened the door, so now I got to ask. The text line wants to know, burritos plural? Where were we eating?
Oh, I went to Burrito Express.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
How many you do? Were they both for you?
No.
Were you bringing your bride one?
I was.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. I went with the pork chili verde, Got her the Colorado, which is the steak and the potato. The carne asada, the potato. That's a Burrito Express there in Lakewood. Those are my guys.
Those are your guys.
Yeah,
all right.
Those are my dudes.
You're waiting in the drive-thru.
I did. I also went. I went grilled chicken taco.
Okay.
On the side.
That sounds delightful.
And the side of refried beans. The refried beans at this place, Andy, like I would bathe in these refried beans. They're incredible.
You know the hard stuff we talk about? Let's try to quit with the refried beans. I'm just saying.
It's only one night a week, but I got to get those refried beans. Yeah, it's serious.
Maybe we need to go a couple times a month. Let's start there.
I don't want to have to back off my burrito.
Well,
I need something to live for in this godforsaken world.
That's your beer.
Yeah, I've got that too.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I had a couple of those as well.
That's right.
I know. I'm working on it. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. Get to roller.bid. That's the website, roller.bid. Again, memorize that, roller.bid. In fact, if you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, well, then you are going to be entered to win tickets from us. Our next giveaway is going to be Avalanche tickets. Oh, man, we've been giving away 9 Inch Nails tickets, Lincoln Park tickets. We're doing Avalanche tickets next. We'll get you out to Ball Arena for an Avalanche game if you sign up to bid and get your name drawn at roller.bid/altitude. And then you get on the email list and you get notified when the new auctions are opening up. Got a good one coming up here for next week. tanning beds, fitness equipment, hydro massage, and more. This auction going to be opening up next week. Chiropractic table is going to be some good stuff. If you have ever thought about going with a nice hydro massage bed, put that thing right there in the living room. Oh, you're going to be living the good life.
We're going to get the chiropractic table, and I'm going to work on you.
I require that in the worst way.
But not me.
Go to You're not licensed?
You want me cracking your neck? I mean, I'll give it a go. I've seen it done.
It's you got chiropractic hands. Go to roller.bid and check out this auction and so much more, and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Thanks to everybody out here at Sport Clips. We had a ton of fun out here today. Great to visit with our listeners. They came in and said hello. Fantastic remote. Well done by the promotions crew at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Shout out to our guy, Sal Wolf, and our biggest thanks to the folks here at Sport Clips. Sport Clips on East Smoky Hill Road in Aurora. And it's been really fun to talk to everybody and talk about sports and goof around and have some fun on a day where we needed a diversion and we needed to have a good time. There was no doubt about that. Andy, I want to share a quick story with you really quickly. A little piece of kindness in the world. I saw today one of my all-time favorite baseball players, Anthony Rizzo, retiring. From Major League Baseball after 14 seasons, 10 of those spent with the Cubs. Rizzo, who last played for the Yankees, but announcing today that he was retiring from Major League Baseball. And Anthony Rizzo, one of my all-time favorite baseball players, and you might say, it's because you're a Cub fan, and he caught the final out of Game 7 when the Cubs won the World Series. But actually, I want to tell you a little bit about the kind of guy that Anthony Rizzo is because I was able to witness it firsthand. Anthony Rizzo, and he's well known for his charitable acts. He won the Roberto Clemente Award for his humanitarian service a number of years ago. He was a guy that, he had dealt with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma when he was younger. His mother had dealt with that as well. He also happened to be, he was a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. That's where he went to high school. And later he did so much for the victims of the Parkland shooting. Again, yet another day where that intrudes into our life. But Anthony Rizzo is truly a special person. And a number of years ago, one of my very best friends in the world, his daughter dealt with a severe life-threatening illness. And it was very rare, and it was completely unexpected, and it was awful. And she was in the hospital for about 6 months and was, really fighting for her life. It was touch and go there for a little while. And one of my best friends that I grew up with, this was his daughter, and he and his wife were both school teachers. And as a result of their older daughter's illness, they had a toddler at the time, and it became nearly impossible for them to be able to work, to be able to make a living. And they had a lot of help and support. I know there was a lot of teachers that had donated sick time and things like that. And, the community kind of rallied around them, but they needed help in a major way. And they had a GoFundMe just so they could survive as a family, keep their house. This happens to far too many American families where a devastating illness, and it's just like you can lose everything.
Medical bills get in the way.
Yeah, they really do. And they had a GoFundMe account, and they got a call one day, and it was from a person that worked for the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation. And I just talked to him for a few minutes. I'm just like, hey, I saw your GoFundMe. Can you tell me a little bit about your story? My friend didn't know Anthony Rizzo. Nobody in their family knew Anthony Rizzo. Nobody knew anybody connected with the foundation or anything like that. It was just they got the phone call from somebody. It's in the Chicagoland area. And a few hours later, a very substantial donation came into them from the Anthony Rizzo Foundation. And again, this was they had no connection. They had no idea how Anthony Rizzo or his foundation had even heard about this. But it was just like, let's call you up, let's see how we can help you, and boom, there it was. And it was just so extremely kind, and it was the example of the athlete's charitable act actually making very tangible effects on somebody whose life needed that benefit, and they provided it for him. It's funny. My friend, not even a Cub fan. He lived in Cleveland until he was 10 years old. He was a Guardians fan, okay? He honestly didn't even really like the Cubs all that much. We used to talk trash about all that, and yet, that the example of, do good in your community, help people out, and from that point forward, I always liked Anthony Rizzo. He's an awesome baseball player, one of my favorite athletes of all time, just for that simple act of being able to help somebody out. So I saw that news today that Anthony Rizzo is retiring, and I wanted to share that story because, again, the world needs some friggin' kindness and a little bit of good news.
Yep, and you know what? Congratulations to him on the career. He's got an iconic Cub moment, as you mentioned.
Sure does.
And maybe that's because of all the good karma. Who knows?
You'd like to hope so. So a good major league career for Anthony Rizzo. And again, there's a lot of athletes that are out there doing good in the world. There's a lot of people that are out there doing good in the world. And, when you can relay those stories and share them, I think that's important. And I think on a day like today –